more. You could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that jet
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Ultua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down. Can you look down the Wiz Cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Goedemorgen and welcome trainers to the Pokémon Go Special Championships in the center of the Netherlands in Utrecht. We have an action-packed weekend ahead of us and we are ready to dive into more Pokémon Go action. With we, I mean our casting team. My name is Koning Leinhardt and I am joined by Adelian, Arceus Aurelius and Landberger. Guys, how are we feeling about this weekend?
I'm super excited about this weekend. Utrecht is a very special championship. It's one of the most popular events on the European Play Pokemon calendar. So I expect to see fantastic trainers doing amazing, fantastic things.
I'm feeling hungry. Hungry for battles and everything that we have in store for this weekend. And I gotta say, since my suit is still drying out from Stockholm, I found my most prettiest outfit for this occasion.
Pretty outfit for a pretty face.
Stop it, you.
Look at this. I'm really excited as well. We're in the land of, bicycles and canals and a lot of heavy championship people ready to be able to take the crown here in Utrecht.
It's going to be a massive event. Everyone's basically competing. But first and foremost, we want to congratulate Jake, our TPCI producer. It was his birthday yesterday. He did so much for us already. We all love him. So congratulations. Happy birthday, Jake. All right, we said it before, we are right now in Utrecht. It's getting closer to the end of the season. Worlds is approaching, but we have also had plenty of events so far. Amanda, what was your favorite one?
Man, there's been so many good events this season. I think that always the start of the year is very interesting, right? Because you get to see a new meta, you get to see a couple new faces, and actually for Europe, I think there's been quite a few new faces in it. So I'm gonna go with Dortmund. As you can see, that was the very first event for us for this season. We've gone through all the grayed out events. We're now in Utrecht. We just have a couple more before we're at that World Championship in Anaheim, California.
Dortmund had a very, very cool new champion. Actually, we've had plenty of new champions here. They are all unique champions that haven't won a regional or an IC before. Adelian.
Yeah, so aside, we mentioned Kasim and Dortmund already, but of course, look at the array of talent here. You have Boom, this was his first regional, and he turned up in Lille, and he dominated in Lille. It was amazing to see.
It's a one and done, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you go in, one, done, your legacy is intact just from one championship. I mean, that is an accolade in itself.
Definitely. He's immortalized his name just among those other trainers. PvP David, Icelandic Lapras, Pataman, of course, won a regional before, won EUIC. Now Tonton Bateuse has just won EUIC before, won a regional. Now Nickname and HK Assassin also on there as well, even though Nickname has won Bremen before, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so Nickname is the only repeat regional winner.
Yeah.
And very interesting with Tonton Bateuse and Pataman, because Pataman won Gdansk before, and now we won EUIC. And Tonton Bateuse won EUIC before, and now we won Gdansk, so there's a pattern.
Yep, exactly. But very interesting to see is also that on the other side of the pond, it is complete opposite with the NA champions.
Because all champions from NA are repeat champions. They've all done it before. Rise to occasion. One regional in every season so far. You see Elam taking 2 already this season. And S. James P, Lyle Jeffs, all of them established trainers, and also, of course, elite. The West Coast King, that's what it was. you know, words are not my strengths.
I mean, that's why you're sitting here and
Yeah,
playing
exactly.
on the desk, right?
Word.
But yeah, those trainers are absolutely insane. I think Elom is one of the trainers that is definitely in competition for best trainer in the world right now. But also, if you're not winning those events, you don't get out of those empty-handed because there is championship points on the line.
Yes, championship points are a very good way to stack up all the points that you need in order to get an invite to the World Championships. So of course, those that have won regionals will get 350 championship points and will get a direct invite to the World Championships. But if you come second, third, fourth, and go so on and so forth, you still get a good amount of championship points. And the key thing here is all of these add up to the leaderboard for your region. So if you end up, say for example, in Europe, in the top 50 trainers to stack up the most championship points, then you too will also get an invite to Worlds in Anaheim, California in August of this year.
Yep, and if you won a regional championship or a special championship, then you have the direct qualification. But if you're not in for the CP, you might as well not go out empty-handed as well.
There are a lot of nice prizes for finishing well in these tournaments. As you mentioned, winning gets you a direct invitation to compete at the World Championship. But also, there are booster packs on the line. There are so many trainers that are excited for the, I don't know what it's called, the line that's on
Journeys Together?
Journeys Together, exactly.
Aw.
Yeah, and
But at
that's
the
so
same time,
cozy.
All
and
of us going on a journey together.
that's us. It basically describes us, and that is what Pokemon is. It's just a couple of friends going on a journey together. And I mean, if you take home the prizes, even if you're top 64 here in Utrecht, you might take home some prizes with you.
Yep, and Journeys Together actually made Darmanitan good, so I'm all for it. I love this Pokemon so much. But I know that you are hungry for some battles. So are we, but we're not quite ready yet. Actually, we have something to determine the first matchup of the day. We have the community choice.
There is plenty of trainers to choose from here. A lot of local trainers here from the Netherlands, as you can see some of these names here. And you guys, community, you get to vote. Who do you want to see in round number 1? These are the names. Go ahead and lock in. You have a couple of minutes, and then you get to decide what will be the first battle of the day here in Utrecht.
But you can only vote on Twitch.
Yeah.
There's no option to vote on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, go on to Twitch, enter your vote, go back to YouTube or stay on Twitch. That doesn't matter to us.
Just
But you
watch.
just watch, keep watching. But you have to be on Twitch to vote.
Yep, and if you have never attended one of these tournaments and you are not quite sure how these tournaments work, how the tournament system is set up, we have a format video explaining everything.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Grey League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thank you, Speedy. Now you know how this tournament is going to run, who takes the win in the end, who is going to get the most championship points to get to this prestigious leaderboard. Actually, who's on the leaderboard right now, Amanda?
You know, I really like in the format video, it says you could be here when it says the champion. All of these people have been there. You see that little golden ticket next to people? These are people who have their direct invites already to Worlds, but that doesn't mean that they don't want to keep competing for these different championship points, for the different prestige that's being up here so high. We have Patoman leading the fray by quite a bit there with 1,925, but we have all the way down to 16th place with Galactica Bolton still above the 1,000 mark.
Yep, and we can break this leaderboard up, basically, if we want to take a look at who might get a travel award for the World Championships. And I'm seeing some interesting names there as well. On the 9th place, there's Marcus Aurelius. Marcus, why don't you explain how the situation is looking for you like?
Well, it's so that the Tier 1 Travel Award grants you the entire trip to the World Championship. If you're in the Tier 2 Travel Award, you get a stipend, so you can also go. That helps you attend the World Championship, but you have to play one round to be awarded this the stipend afterwards. So, of course, I would like to push myself up into the top 8. And you see there are tons of trainers itching, scratching, crawling, trying and fighting to get into even that top 12, because anything helps in attending the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I see some of those trainers that you just mentioned crawling on the floor right there trying to get the seat.
I'm shivering because there are so many good trainers. I see them out there in the crowd, and yeah, I need to get my stuff together and go compete some more. That's what I need to do.
Definitely, but those trainers will also have to make the right meta call. They will have to bring the correct team to go far in this tournament. And if you want to prepare for a tournament, get the correct team, you will have to look at previous tournament. And that's where Milwaukee comes in. 2 weeks ago, we've had the Milwaukee Championship there. And yeah, Out of Pocket just won a tournament here.
What's really amazing, if you're looking at the screen, you might be thinking, what's with these graphics? What's with these teams? Look at the team of Out of Pocket and 3rd place Nighttime Clasher, looking very, very similar with just a few small shadow differences.
The shadow jump bluff on Nighttime Clasher's side and the regular jump bluff on Out of Pocket side. I believe that the regular jump bluff is slightly better into Tinkaton. That's why Out of Pocket decided to go for that. At least that's what I assume. I hope he has a shadow jump bluff to compete with.
I mean, if not right now, you can TM away frustration because it is a Rocket event. But also, we can see Snot's team. He's running Corviknight. Adelian, what do you think about Corviknight?
Corviknight is an interesting Pokemon here because it has so much versatility in its moveset. So Corviknight is, it's an example in this meta of a spicy but very good spicy pick. It's not the most common thing you will see, but trainers, I feel, should now prepare for it because Snots has demonstrated that Corviknight can be a threat and take it right to that level. Just to point out, Snots actually got through to the grand final via the winners final, and the only trainer that was able to give him any losses at all was 1st place Out of Pocket. So
Out of Pocket started that day in the losers bracket, I believe.
Indeed, he did, yes.
And then he went all the way through the losers bracket, won the entire thing. I'm super impressed by Out of Pockets.
It's an absolutely insane run, and I hope that you have memorized the team of Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher at least a little bit, because there's something quite interesting. We're going to take a look at the meta breakdown of day 1.
I think that when Tinkaton became meta, it was the top used Pokemon, I think also in Sevilla. But now, if you look at it, it's still up top, causing some different issues for a lot of the Pokemon that were there before, like Marcus's beloved Azumarill, still in that top 12, but it knocked down a little bit further.
Why seeing Azumarill and Shadow Dropion down to 28% when they've been like 16, 17% throughout the season is an incredible shakeup, and we have to thank Tinkaton for that. But I also want to note something that we aren't seeing on this graphic, and that is Malamar, that finished in all the top 3 places on Out of Pocket, Snots, and Nighttime Clasher's team, but it's not even in the top 12 usage of day 1 in Milwaukee.
You just wait a second, because we also have the day 2 meta breakdown. Oh yes! Day 2 meta breakdown pre-pattern. You can see the interesting conversion rates there, and all of a sudden, Malamar top 5.
Yes, Malamar did make an impact, and this is a demonstration in the difference between top trainers making it so far and the Pokemon that they commandeer versus the general tournament and the players generally there. So top 12 is, in my view, a better insight into the Pokemon that are going to be successful. Notice Tinkaton as well, up from 40% in day 1 to 75% in day 2. So that is a sign that Tinkaton is a Pokemon that is here to stay.
And you see the trainers that finish top, they are ahead of the curve. They are reading what the meta will be for the incoming tournament instead of what was the previous. You see, Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher's team are 5 out of the 6 of the top 6 used Pokemon. They had Diggersby over Claydol, but other than that, it's 5 out of the 6, and then that makes me curious. Who are the trainers who are ahead of the curve in this tournament? Who are the trainers who bring in the picks that will dominate Utrecht? That is what I'm curious to see.
We've already seen in the last few weeks in practice tournament and whatnot some very interesting meta shakeups. And also EU is also always quite known for some spice picks, for some spicy core breakers that become meta because some talented trainers bring them. I'm just always thinking about the Shadow Magnezone that Paulasha brought in and just won everything with, and then even Colin won with the Shadow Magnezone. So if you like those broadcasts, if you have watched them before, if you want to watch all of them in the future, go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. This is where you will be updated about Go, you will be updated about VG, and of course also about the TCG. And of course, YouTube and Twitch, you have to follow those channels. Stay updated, be aware of the tournaments that we are going to broadcast, that are going to be here on those very channels. You can go into these polls as well. It is absolutely magnificent. But if you haven't been subscribed yet or followed yet, we will update you about Severe with a short video, and then we'll see you at the caster's desk.
Hey there, trainers. My name is Martijn Versteeg. You may also know me as Inadequance. Let us take a quick look at what happened previously in the Championship Series in Europe. Seville 2025. The main topic of the championship was how the newly introduced Tinkaton would impact the meta and how players would adapt. With its unique Fairy and Steel typing, it would threaten dominant Pokémon like Lapras, Drapion, Azumarill and Jumpluff. Tinkaton was set to change the meta entirely from here. 12 trainers were remaining on day 2 to fight for the crown of Seville. And for some of them, their tournament dreams came true. The Spanish content creator Marcus Shani was able to get his hands on the medal for the first time in his Play Pokémon career, making it to top 4 after defeating the incredible championship debut of Vision Pro. Borja had been chasing the dream of grabbing the title since he started competing a year ago, and he made it very close with a top 3 performance. The only one able to stop Borja was the reigning Europe International Champion, Patoman. Patoman lived up to the expectations of the crowd, and he put on a show by defeating everyone on his path. But in the winners finals, a trap was awaiting him. HK Assassin and his unique and trusted pick of Stunfisk were able to shock and stop Patoman, defeating him by 3-0. And in the grand finals, they would meet again. This time, Patoman was able to overcome HK Assassin and reset the bracket in the first set with a convincing 3-0 sweep. Everyone thought the tides had turned. Everyone was holding their breath. But in the very last set of the championship, HK Assassin picked up his game. Tinkaton is the meta now, but he sent out the reliable Lapras and tore down the defenses of Patoman's team. With Talonflame being cornered by Stunfisk, Lapras and Swampert, Patoman had nowhere to go, and HK Assassin managed to claim the title of the Seville Championship. This weekend is bound to have exciting action once more in the Championship Series. Has Tinkaton replaced Azumarill as the Fairy type to go, and is Drapion still the most common Pokemon in the meta? Let's head into the action and find out.
Thank you so much, Martijn, for going through that amazing tournament in Sevilla. And I'm here with my wonderful Amanda. Nice to see you. How are you feeling?
To see you. I'm loving this. We got the burger and the burger together, and we're gonna make a little bit of fun here and some magic in Utrecht.
I would say we make a great Lundburger.
Hey guys,
Lundburger.
Hashtag Lundburger.
I mean,
you want to see it just almost as much as you want to see the upcoming battles.
Chat, there's so much fun to be had with our names. I don't know. Can you pull it off? I'm not sure.
Speaking of pulling it off here, we saw in Martijn's video about Sevilla. He said at the end, is Tinkaton still going to be the most meta Pokemon? Is Shadow Drapion still going to be up there? We saw recently in the past meta that Drapion actually dropped down day 2 to the 5-6 spot in day number 1, and then even off farther than that for day number 2. Do you think Shadow Drapion still has a lot of play? Do you think we're going to see it a lot here in this tournament?
I believe there will be the occasional Shadow Drapion. I can't see Shadow Drapion moving out entirely of the top 12 because it's still a very flexible and neutral Pokemon, but I believe that Tinkaton suppressed it a lot, so we will see if Drapion can fight back and how trainers are prepared to fight the Drapion.
Yeah, I mean, Seville was actually the first tournament that Tinkaton was viable to be used there. There was so many good plays. You saw a little bit of the recap video, but there's highlights, of course, that are going on. There's so many different things, and we're going to go for a little bit of a replay as well.
And here we see the HK Assassin and his win over Patoman. This is from exactly when he finished. HK Assassin has some top place finishes in a few tournaments, but this was really his breakout tournament. He must have been incredibly proud of how he performed in Sevilla.
I mean, and from the winners finals, he managed to 3-0 Pokémon to be able to make it to the grand finals. They took it to a bracket reset, but this was our final championship. HK Assassin first place, Pokémon second, and a newer trainer, Borja, coming in and really playing very well. A trainer from Spain, and he said, he's here in Utrecht, but he said that he has a very special Malamar. He wasn't going to give us the secrets about it unless he won. So I'm very anxious to see how he will do here and if he's going to bring that Malamar as well, because at that point, many people were considering Malamar a spice pick, but nowadays it's been used almost all the time in the top 12 usage.
I believe that Malamar is looking incredible. I've been playing a lot since Sevilla, and I gotta say, before Sevilla, I thought Malamar is not great into Azumarill, not that great into Drapion, but then, and also not that great into Tinkaton and Jumpluff, that is also dominating the usage.
Why is it here?
Exactly, but then I saw Borja play it in Sevilla, and I was convinced because the way that he managed Malamar, and we also saw Sustenance Eater, Out of Pocket, and Nighttime Clasher in Milwaukee, and I was convinced Malamar is incredible, and I've been playing it a lot, and I enjoy Malamar so much.
I know that you guys probably have been enjoying the plays that have been going on, and if you have been watching on Twitch, you got to vote recently of the community choice for the first matchup that we're going to see today. We have the results. Let's get a drum roll, Arceus Aurelius. And it is the Lucario versus, oh my goodness, go for it.
Rudiger Boom, and I want to see Boom. I want to see some booms in chat. Can we get some booms in chat? Chat?
Hey, you got chat? You there? Are you there?
Oh, I can't hear it, chat, but I hope we get some booms. And also the Lucario. I don't know. Are you familiar with these trainers?
The Lucario is actually a German trainer. I know that he's kind of known by Koning Lionheart, so I'm very excited to see if he's taking some of the strats from our co-caster here.
I know that the Koning Lionheart, or Leo as I like to call him because we're close that way, I know that he's taken in a lot of newer players.
Absolutely.
And I know that even some of the VG casters have been trained by Koning Lionheart and are performing in his grassroots scene.
Yeah, speaking of performing as well, if you were wondering, hey, I'm a little bit new to this scene, who are some players that I should be keeping an eye on this weekend? Make sure to see if these Titans here who are competing in Utrecht. We have the reigning champion last season here in Adequance going in, Colin Six, another trainer from the Netherlands who we affectionately call the final boss.
And we also have Ziz Wallace, the man who gate kept me from my NAIC Travel Award, but also he finished second at EUIC, and what an incredible set of battlers that we have here. Keep watching, traders, because I know that some of these players are bringing something special to this tournament.
Well, I think that some of these trainers maybe have talked to some people, let them know about these picks. We have some caster predictions of Pokemon that we think that we're going to see. I have to admit, at EUIC, Martijn told me he was going to bring that Shadow Palkia. I put it on my list, but I did not go with any of the spicy picks here for this. I did go with some things that I think were a little bit off meta. I called the Shadow Typhlosion in Sevilla, and I think I called it just a bit too soon because I didn't see it at all in that tournament, but I've been watching a lot of practice tournaments, a lot of people playing grassroots, and I think we may see a couple Shadow Typhlosion here in Utrecht.
As you can tell, I completely agree with you on Shadow Typhlosion. I also really like the Blastoise. Leo and I both have the Malamar. You see Tinkaton, Lapras from Adele. I think these predictions, the Tauros might be a bit of a stretch, but it's got a very interesting set of attacks. And also, I believe that Leonard is the one trading with inside information today.
That's right.
Picking the Ariados. And even though some of our players to watch are bringing some legendary picks, I believe that some Ariados might also show up today.
It potentially could. There was the Ariados that was really popular in Lille. I believe that Boom20 was able to win the tournament with one of those and a Malamar on his team. So it's funny to see how the meta shifts and maybe kind of goes back. It's sort of like a pendulum in a certain way. But you know what's always there to stay? An Azumarill. Do you think that we're going to see Azumarill here this weekend? I know that you would love to see it on a top team.
I completely am done with talking about Azumarill. Azumarill, yes, I accept that it's here. You know what? I don't dislike Azumarill.
Okay.
because it won me a regional.
That's true.
So I have no personal grudge against Azumarill. I just didn't think it would be that good still, but Azumarill is here to prove me wrong, and if it can prove me wrong this weekend as well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
You know, Azumarill, it never lays down.
There was a lot of times you guys were talking about, water double poison, poison double water. There's potential for a double fairy with Tinkaton and Azumarill. I saw a lot of people playing that for bulk a little bit earlier on in CV. There's a potential that we see it here this weekend as well.
So I'm curious, do you think with Tinkaton here that we will see a lot of water double poison? I'm not sure, Amanda. And I think we should not take it for granted that Azumarill and double poison should be everywhere.
Well, we'll have to see for sure. In the meantime, we like to play this fun little game here in Europe, it's called the Caster Fantasy Draft. So beforehand, we get a list of the players who are competing, and we go through a snake-like draft to pick who we think will be doing well in this tournament. Marcus, walk us through your picks here.
So I have picked Tomahawk UK. I've picked 23 EJB, and I've picked Borja. Borja performed incredibly well in Sevilla, and I trust him to keep doing that here. Tomahawk, I've been chatting with him a little bit, and he's been pondering between a few teams. So very interesting to see what he brings, and also an all-time classic, regional winner, 23 EJB. Come here to have fun and have a good time, but I hope to see him doing well.
You can see a list of everyone else's. I'll briefly talk through mine as well. We have Normalheim, who last year made so far to the tournament in Utrecht, only being knocked out by Inadequence. So he was able to knock Inadequence down to the loser side of the bracket, basically getting the only wins off of Inadequence day number 2. We also have EU Uden and Tragicomics, a French player who did a top cut earlier on in the season, and I think he is very fun. He was in very spicy teams. I think he had a Greedent last time he played really well.
I'm very curious to see Tragicomics and what he's bringing. And also Normalheim is from the city of Utrecht, I believe. So
Yeah, local hero.
Local hero, local talent, and the Netherlands is packed with excellent trainers, aren't they?
They seem to be. Now, we did talk about, is Tinkaton going to stay at the top of the meta? Are we going to see Malamar? We will not let you down. We have the meta update already for day number 1 here in Utrecht with all of these trainers. Let's see what is going to be on the top. Initial thoughts, go ahead, look at this!
That's what I thought. I predicted Jumpluff to be the most used Pokemon going into this tournament.
I can confirm, he did say that.
I did say that. We discussed it last night. We also have Tinkaton, we have Lapras, and then we see the Malamar on 35%. But there is one thing that I want to note, and that is also the Shadow Typhlosion that
we called it. We called it, Marcus.
Did call it. Azumarill and Dropion still here. Feraligatr making a resurgence after its great performance in Milwaukee last weekend, but it's a Typhlosion that is all about. And Typhlosion is, you could say, it's targeting the top 3 picks of Jumpluff, Tinkaton, and the Lapras, because even though it's a water type, Lapras is slower to its water-type attack in Sparkling Aria than Shadow Typhlosion is to its Thunder Punch.
I'm actually very interested to see that there's actually 2 fire types in this top 12. Talonflame has made a big resurgence as well. In the past, a lot of players have opted to play for Flame Charge and either Brave Bird or Fly. Last season, we saw a lot of Brave Bird and Fly together with no Flame Charge as its attack. So I'm interested. It seems to be shifting back, and this guy next to me made a claim last season that he thought he was the best Flame Charge Talonflame player in the world. I think we're going to have plenty of opportunity this season with all of these different competitors to say, hey, watch me play.
I stand by that. I mean, the trainers here...
Gauntlet has been thrown. The gloves are off. Show us your Talonflame plays.
And I want to say that I noticed Panaman did finish 2nd in Sevilla with a Flame Charge Talonflame, but he hardly brought it. He didn't bring it that much. So it still stands. If any trainers are willing to take on the challenge of becoming the new world's best Flame Charge Talonflame player, please show us. But here we're into winners round 1 already. This is winners round 1 because no one's lost yet.
Absolutely, and if we're talking about Talonflame, we're talking about Typhlosion. One that we hadn't talked about, but I see on the screen here on the Lucario side is a Skeletor, a little bit popular in a previous season. M.E. Weedle, our previous EUIC champion, used it on a team to great success, but the team of the Lucario is a little bit spicy.
It's got a Miltank, and Miltank usually runs Rollout, Body Slam, and Thunderbolt. Is that what the Lucario has opted for here? I'm very excited to see. And it's supposed to be the Thunderbolt. Yeah, so it works like, it has that pseudo-electric type coverage, so we can hit all the water types. And we see a fire, grass, water core here with Skeledirge, Superior, and a Jumpluff, a double grass strategy. And then Corviknight. In my opinion, this is a team that if you align your Pokemon correctly, it's very hard to break apart. And maybe the Miltank can play a pivotal role in this team to maybe get that alignment correctly, because it works very well with energy.
One thing I also want to point out is that Skeledirge recently had learned Torch Song, but this one looks like it's opting to be using Blast Burn and Shadow Ball as its charge attacks. As a reminder, these are open team sheets, so
Rudiger Boom will know what movesets the Lucario is running. And here we see maybe more like a team that we were predicting to be common. But here we see the Shadow Dropion standing out as more interesting pick, you could say. It's hard to speak about Shadow Dropion being the interesting pick on Rudiger Boom's side, but we also see the Golisopod and the Malamar, my favorite pick for this tournament and for this meta. And Malamar Diggersby core is incredibly tough to break apart, but the Lucario has an Azumarill exactly for that core.
A lot of times we've seen people using Shadow Dropion as what we call the safe swap. So if you don't have a good lead, Dropion ends up being able to do a lot of damage, especially if it gets a 1 Poison Sting or 2 Poison Stings advantage. I wonder if this will be how this trainer wants to play it out, opting for maybe riskier plays with their lead Pokemon, knowing that they could potentially win Switch if they are fast enough.
Yeah, that's the a riddle that Rudiger Boom has to solve, how to deal with the Pokemon on the Lucario side. And I believe that Rudiger Boom is questioning how to deal with the Azumarill, because it's got the Ice Beam for the Jumpluff, the Water and Ice type. Oh, and his hair. I'm sad to see he's not bringing the Heracross.
Listen, judges, I think we have a problem. There's actually 7 Pokemon on the team of Rudiger Boom here. We see the Heracross peeking out of his pocket for a little bit of extra support.
It seems like we've got a swarm coming in over us on stage, and that is the Heracross. Rudiger Boom is bringing the bugs. He's got the Golisopod as well. Maybe he's trusting in the Golisopod to bring him the success he needs in this tournament. He's got a great matchup into Skeledirge, playable into Corviknight because you resist the Sand attack as Golisopod. It's a bug type, so it has a pretty decent matchup into Superior, but Superior can hit it back with its super effective aerial aces, so it's a very neutral matchup. Azumarill resists all the charge attack from Golisopod, and then you got Miltank and Jumpluff. That is not great for the Golisopod.
I know we've talked about it a little bit before, the fact that fire is getting a little bit more popular. I actually think if Lucario can manage his energy and shields really well, that Skeledirge could completely pop off against the team of Rudiger Boom.
I completely agree. The Dropion needs to get to the energy to hit the Skeledirge, because the Poison Stings are resisted by the Ghost type Skeledirge. And that's the same with Diggersby. You would think that a ground type matches up well into a fire type, but Skeledirge being a Ghost and Diggersby being a normal, the quick attacks from Diggersby does not do any damage at all to almost any damage at all to the Skeledirge. So I think the Skeledirge is looking very interesting, but Rudiger Boom has some ways to hit it back with the energy on Dropion, the energy on Malamar, and also the Golisopod. I think the Lucario is looking to build around his Azumarill, because Rudiger Boom's only way to deal with Azumarill consistently is that Tinkaton. And when you see a Skeledirge and the Corviknight on the Lucario's team, maybe the Tinkaton is a bit scary to bring. So we're having a very interesting matchup ahead of us here.
I think a lot of times in the past we've seen the Jumpluff, it's been around season after season before opting to run Energy Ball, but now the fact that it has double flying attacks, you're absolutely right. The Azumarill doesn't have as much to fear, even though its acrobatics do hit hard. We're getting into game number 1, round number 1, very first matchups here in Utrecht, and we have that Malamar up against that Jumpluff. Like you said, Malamar doesn't actually have the greatest matchup here.
But it's also playable in my opinion, because the Fairy Winds are not the hardest hitting fast attacks, and we see the Malamar going for the foul play into the Jumpluff. This is manageable for Malamar. I expect a swap from Rudiger Boom here.
And no Protect Shield by the Lucario side, just charging up a little bit more energy, swapping just like you predicted here, going ahead and just tanking it all in Diggersby. Diggersby knows it doesn't need to use any Protect Shields at this point because it's going to do very minimal damage. Chip damage is chip damage, however. Going ahead now coming in with the Azumarill. A great counter here for that Diggersby.
Very brave Rudiger Boom to go with Malamar lead and Diggersby in the back against an Azumarill team, but I don't believe the Lucario is going to shield his Azumarill here. Azumarill is such a tanky Pokemon that it can take these attacks from Diggersby fairly well.
Yeah, look at that. He does get the attack fall, however. Scorching Sands does have the potential for it. So this Ice Beam, though it's going to be super effective, will not be doing as much damage as it would before. So that's great for Rudiger Boom there. And choosing not to shield because he recognizes that it's not going to be enough to knock him out. And he still has a ton of energy. Next Scorching Sands coming through.
The Diggersby, the thick bunny, can make something work in almost every matchup just because of how thick it is and how it paces to a charge attack. And here you see Diggersby getting to the third Scorching Sands. The Lucario decides to shield up his Azumarill.
So much energy on the Azumarill, though this might not knock out. It would get him very low. I think he didn't want to take that risk. He's got so much energy. I think he got another attack drop. In comes a drop and another swap back out into going for the heavier hitting acrobatics. This will do a ton of damage, but does Rudiger Boom think that it is just an aerial ace last second shield?
The Lucario needs to strip the shields away from Rudiger Boom and goes for the heavy hitting charge attacks to try to get rid of this Dropion. Rudiger Boom just shields that up. He needs to preserve some health points on his Pokemon now.
Oh, no, this is shadow damage here. This is 20% more. This is not quite knockout. He's got to get an attack off in time here and going for the aerial ace.
He barely got to this aerial ace mana. Will Rudiger Boom shield this or not? He decides not to shield. He realizes that this is just an aerial ace.
Great counting on this side, but in comes a fully healthy Corviknight here, being able to tank these attacks quite comfortably. Crunch, just like Scorching Sands, does have a potential to debuff. This would debuff the defense, and it looks like he does not get it at this point. Meanwhile, these sand attacks just going ahead, chipping away at that Dropion.
This Corviknight, it can take this crunch, but he decides to preserve some health points on the Corviknight. And I believe that Corviknight needs to get off its energy. So, and the Rudiger Boom swaps in Malamar. The Lucario needs to strip away the shield from Malamar to land a play rough with Azumarill, but Rudiger Boom realized and decides to not shield the Malamar here.
I like this play, actually opting for that play rough. I think at this range, an Ice Beam made it a little bit more energy efficient and still would have knocked out. Still gets the
Rudiger Boom
shield regardless.
decides to shield his low health Malamar, and the Azumarill is so close to another charge attack. Rudiger Boom, I believe, did he lose track? Or is this calculated play from him?
So much energy there going to waste. We'll have to see if he was making this play on purpose. He still has a little bit of health, and this is just a farm for Dropion. Maybe calculated if you're thinking about it that way, because a Crunch is almost already loaded. Throwing another one here.
I don't think this is enough to knock out a Corviknight from this range. I believe that the Rudiger Boom needs more from his Diggersby to take out this Corviknight. Can he get there? And the Corviknight is so close. The Corviknight gets to an Iron Head.
Wow.
The Lucario is, he's shaking his head. Doesn't he believe?
He's got to believe. He's got to get this Corviknight through. Another fast attack going through at this point. He will be able to take it.
And Lucario takes game number one. Incredible Corviknight play. The Rudiger Boom letting go of that Malamar. Maybe he lost track of how much energy was on the Azumarill. And because the energy on Malamar, if he had gotten another charge attack into that Corviknight, the Dropion maybe could have taken it out with his charge attack. I think the Lucario dancing around with his Pokemon and confusing Rudiger Boom and trying to throw him off his game was what was the decider in this game number one.
If you notice, every time that the player swaps out, there's what we call the switch timer, so they can't swap again for another 50 seconds. So you see the Pokemon are grayed out on the side. If you don't swap out at the exact same time as your opponent, these switch timers get a little bit misaligned, and the longer a game goes on, the harder it is to keep track of your opponent's energy, how much energy you have, how much health you have on your back Pokemon as well. I think that was wonderfully played by the Lucario there, being able to dance around like you said, and now it's up to Rudiger Boom to figure out what could I be doing a little bit differently, because you called it from the beginning. It's a little bit risky if there's an Azumarill team to be running what we call ABA weak to that Pokemon.
And being the A in this situation is what we describe as weak to one Pokemon. So if an A is weak to Azumarill, and you have an A in the front and an A in the back, then it means you're weak to Azumarill in the front and in the back. With Malamar in the front, that's kind of weak to Azumarill. It can't really hit it with its charge attacks. And also Diggersby, that takes super effective from bubbles and ice beams. So Rudiger Boom, he made a risky play, but he did get his Dropion on the Azumarill eventually. But the Lucario realized how valuable the Azumarill could be into Rudiger Boom's team, decided to save it, is by shielding up the Scorching Sands from the Diggersby, and that threw Rudiger Boom off. And it was a very impressive play by the Lucario to preserve his Azumarill for the endgame.
If we saw that top 12 usage, if you remember, Jumpluff was at that top there, and then right behind it was Tinkaton. The Lucario has a Corviknight on his team, and I think that's a Pokemon that does really well against both of those Pokemon. Not only that, that Shadow Drapion on Rudiger Boom's side, not able to do much with those fast attacks against the Corviknight either.
I think it's looking to be a very exciting game we're going into here, game number 2, and we'll see Rudiger Boom bring out his Shadow Jumpluff, face against the Superior. This is incredible for Rudiger Boom.
Yeah, great starting matchup here. Grass-type Pokemon here. Each of them does have a flying type attack, so they will be able to hit. But again, Shadow Pokemon take 20% more damage, but they also dish out 20% more. And Superior has a little more bulk to its name, so it's not being able to hit quite as heavy with this attack. As you'll see, it doesn't even bring that Jumpluff down to the yellow.
And here comes the Corviknight. It's the safest Pokemon for the Lucario, but this is a very interesting matchup because you would think that a ground-type Diggersby struggle a little bit into a flying type of Corviknight, but this Diggersby, it works like it has the Fire Punch to hit the Steel typing of Corviknight, and that makes this matchup very safe for Diggersby usually. And
I think that is exactly how Rudiger Boom is choosing to play it here, getting a ton of energy and now releasing that first Fire Punch. And as you see, super effective damage. Corviknight is rather bulky there, able to still stay in the green, going for yet another charge attack here. No Protect Shields used on either side.
And I believe Rudiger Boom, he assumes there is an Azumarill here somewhere. So spending his Diggersby somewhere where you know you can get value out of it, but also keep it away from the Azumarill and the Superior that you saw in the lead. It's a very clever play by Rudiger Boom, and he's looking to just take out the Corviknight that caused him so much trouble in game 1.
It looks like it's going to go down. You know that game Whack-A-Mole where you're trying to find, it's more like whacking a Azumarill here, trying to find, no, it's coming in at some point. At this point here, coming back in with the Superior, these Fire Punches are still going to hurt because it's a Grass type, trying to catch it, but now coming in with that Drapion.
And this Drapion from Rudiger Boom is looks very, very strong. He decides to let go of an Aerial Ace, and here Rudiger Boom nods his head. He realizes that the Drapion is valuable to him. I believe that he's going to be shielding up his Drapion from here on out.
The thing is with the Drapion versus the Azumarill here, yes, you don't see any shield from the Lucario because neither one of the charge attacks are doing very much damage, but those Poison Stings are. And as you can see with the defense drop, this is going to really start chunking away at one of the heaviest, bulkiest Pokemon in the meta, getting that shield off of Rudiger Boom.
The super effective Poison Stings will put the Azumarill lower and lower. And even though these charge attacks are resisted by the Fairy type Azumarill, it's still going to take a chunk, but the Lucario decides to trust and put his cards into the Superior.
At this point, he's going to be able to get to another attack here. He's down. Oh, he goes down with the attack.
Exactly, and that's a lot of energy gone for the Lucario. But he needs to start spending his shields if he's going to have a chance of winning this game. It looks like Rudiger Boom is poised to win here if he can just get the maximum out of his Drapion. And there's a defense fall on the Superior even.
I would say, my goodness, if you're talking about getting the maximum amount out of your Drapion, here is a showcase here. Drapion is able to take out the Azumarill, take out the Superior, and win game number 2.
And the Lucario realized what was happening there. He let go of his Superior because they could not fight back against the Drapion and the Shadow Jumpluff, loaded with energy in the back. So the Lucario, as I mentioned before going into this game, with a Fire, Water, Grass core, if you line them well, you're looking so solid. But if you get it wrong, it might be a bit riskier for you. So leaning on picks like Superior that have, you could say, a bit decisive game wins and losses against, for example, the Diggersby or the Shadow Jumpluff. Like, you win the Diggersby pretty handedly, but against Shadow Jumpluff, it's kind of helpless. Yes, I believe that the Lucario needs to find a different game plan going into this, but it's definitely, the Azumarill is still looking good for him in my opinion.
I mean, I think that this game just sort of showcased why Shadow Dropion has been so popular in the past metas. It has been one of the Pokemon that has a great switch overall, and once it gets a little bit of energy advantage like we saw there, it was just almost unstoppable once it continued to ramp up. I think if you were the Lucario, if you looked at the team that he brought, besides the Corviknight when it was out of the picture, none of the Pokemon wanted to take that Poison Sting damage, and especially after it got the debuffs, going down with the charge attack was really costly for the Lucario.
I'm very curious to see, because Rudiger Boom, with his jump bluff lead and Diggersby in the back, took a slight risk against, for example, the Skeledirge from the Lucario, because the Skeledirge, it takes a while for the Diggersby to get to the Scorching Sand and to actually threaten the Skeledirge. So, and that is kind of curious. Does that bait Lucario into bringing the Skeledirge this game, or does Lucario call that the Rudiger is baiting him to bring the Skeledirge?
That's the problem with these Show 6 Pick 3. You can only bring 3 to the field. So the question is, what does my opponent want to play? Do I try to play what is, kind of defensively, or do I want to play aggressively and be the person who is the one trying to lead the switch, to lead the calls in the beginning of the game?
That is what I call the mind game. Who is pulling the longest straw in this mind game between the Lucario and Rudiger Boom? And as we see these players thinking about their decisions and what they want to lock in, the threat of Skeledirge and also the Corviknight, it makes it so hard to run the Tinkaton here that we've discussed so much and how good that Tinkaton can be. But against the Lucario, it looks so dangerous to bring in. I believe that Rudiger Boom will bring his Dropion every game.
I think that it's one of the best Pokemon for him. We saw the showcase of it in that last game, and as we get into the decisive game number 3 to see who will continue on that winner side of the bracket, I think both of these trainers have certain Pokemon that they have picked to be their showcase Pokemon in this first round. The real question is, will it be able to pull them through, or will they be knocked down to that loser side of the bracket in a double elimination tournament?
Very curious to see because the Lucario will lean into the Azumarill. I suspect we will see a lot of Azumarill here, but will we see a Tinkaton from Rudiger Boom to contain the Azumarill? And there we see, there is a Tinkaton into Miltank. This must be pretty good for the Steel type Tinkaton, don't you think?
I would think so. This is actually not a matchup we see very often, but the rollouts aren't going to be that effective, and none of these attacks are going to be doing actually that much damage to the Tinkaton. Just going ahead and just swinging away the hammer, saying, I know that I can take that attack no matter what it is.
And we see the Rudiger Boom no shielding a Thunderbolt, because he knows that Tinkaton can withstand this attack and going for a play rough on his own.
I think if you're Rudiger Boom, you feel in a pretty comfortable situation here, because both the Tinkaton and the Diggersby is going to be able to handle this Miltank very well. Just going ahead and just getting up a ton of energy, knowing that it loses that charge attack priority as well, not opting to go for an attack and letting the Miltank throw first.
I am very curious to see that that's the decision by Lucario, but I believe it's a good decision, because optimal timing is not always optimal timing. He decides to let his Miltank go. He is investing in his Azumarill. Oh, but he's also investing in the Skeledirge, and this is what we came to see here, folks.
I love that play coming in, and I think Rudiger Boom recognized immediately, oh no, I cannot let the Skeledirge get any extra energy. Incinerates do so much energy so quickly. In comes that Dropion as that safe swap of them. Once again, gets the defense ball against the Azumarill here.
And the Lucario, he is now throwing in the Azumarill to soak up the energy from Dropion. He decides to shield up this resisted energy, and this is what is interesting. And we get another debuff. This Dropion is putting in so much work for Rudiger Boom.
Going ahead, using the shield here, he knows he's very lucky with this, and he wants to be able to preserve the health on this Dropion, get up a little bit more energy, especially now that a shield has been used on the Lucario side against this Azumarill. Once again, as a reminder, this is double debuffed here, so this crunch damage, while it wouldn't hurt before, maybe putting that Azumarill deep into the red, it's not knocking it out!
8 points, and Rudiger Boom catches it on his Tinkaton. Exquisite play by Rudiger Boom. He's not going to shield his Tinkaton here. And now the Diggersby is coming in and looking to get a farm up to hit the Scorching Sands on the Skeledirge. But here comes the Blast Burn, and this is going to hurt.
Blast Burn is going to do a ton of damage here to this Diggersby. Already at it. They're knocking down one of the bulkiest Pokemon to about half health, but that Scorching Sands is reached now. This is going to be doing so much damage. Lucario knows it, knows he has to use a Protect Shield here, but even still, Rudiger Boom still has a shield to his name.
Can the Lucario? Oh, and he gets an attack fell. And that is the benefit of using attacks with a debuffing effect, because it might gain you an advantage that your opponent did not prepare for. And here we see the Diggersby getting to the Scorching Sands, and this is going to chunk the Skeledirge.
Not only are there no Protect Shields remaining, the switch timer wasn't up, not quite enough to knock out both of them trying to go at the same time. A lot of quick pivots here. Skeledirge does win charge attack priority. Drapion did swap in. This will be definitely enough to knock out, but now it's going to be a race to an attack.
And here, can we see the Skeledirge get to the attack before the Diggersby? This is charge attack priority, and we get the Skeledirge! The Skeledirge breaks it home for the Lucario! What is going on?
Oh, the Skeledirge is cooking! Lucario is cooking! He takes game number 3 by the closest of margins. These are the plays we have here in Utrecht.
And you see the value of the ghost typing on Skeledirge resisting the quick attacks, and the pacing from Skeledirge reaching that hard-hitting blast burn. Torch Song would not have made it, because the damage from blast burn landing on Diggersby previously is what put it in range for the Lucario. And he did not care about alignment in this game. Lining his fire Pokemon or grass Pokemon, it did not matter.
I think Rudiger Boom did everything he could. He had a wonderful catch there. He had great energy management. He had all the debuffs you could ask for. But in the end, being able to just hang on by that sliver of health to be able to get to that blast burn, Lucario is continuing on in the winner's side of the bracket.
You know what, Amanda? I really want to look at this game again, because it was incredible. When we saw that game, it looked so tough for the Skeledirge to find his way back. But and when I saw that the Drapion got the Aquatel ready, farming down the Azumarill, I was confident that this is Rudiger Boom's game to win, but the Skeledirge pacing perfectly to the Blast Burn. Here we see game 1 though. The Lucario getting the most out of his Azumarill, saving it for the end game.
Yeah, I think a lot of these trainers were just, kind of like wondering, how is my opponent going to play this out? You see Lucario shaking his head no, even though I think at that point he should have been shaking his head yes, because this was what secured him game number 1. But look at this, once again, as a reminder, look how close all of these games have been, coming down to just basically 1 or 2 HP to decide who the winner will be.
And look at Rudiger Boom, he's so happy with this catch.
I would have been too.
Oh, and he has reason to be proud, because this was looking incredible for him in this situation.
Coming down to the wire at the absolute last second here, being able to go. The Pokemon with the higher attack throws its charge attack first. That is Skeledirge in this situation, and the Lucario just cooked.
It cooked bunny for dinner today. The Croc ate the bunny in the end, and it was Skeledirge reaching that blast burn last second. It had single-digit HP left. It was barely hanging on, but it got there. And the Diggersby, with its normal type, fast attack, didn't manage to take down the low health Skeledirge in the end.
Yeah, and once again, just applause to you guys in the Twitch chat for choosing that as our round number 1. Thank you so much. Those were absolutely incredibly fun games to watch. I can't wait to see what the rest of the show has in store for us.
Why aren't we doing more community polls? I want to see the viewers picking these battles even more, because
I think they're doing a great job.
Yeah, what taste do they have? Probably better taste than some of the people picking up. No,
careful.
Yeah, I'm just messing. I'm just really impressed with chat, and but I'm also really impressed with the games that we have found previously. So I trust the producers, the people picking what games to put on and what Pokemon to show. I believe that we have matchups coming up very soon that I'm personally very excited to watch.
I know, I think it's almost like a well-oiled machine at this point. A lot of people, and you can let us know in the chat too, we're watching and be like, okay, who do you want to see? Who do you expect to see? Who do you think is going to win this special championship? Is it going to be the reigning champion in Adequance? Is it going to be someone new? Is it going to be a local hero that people maybe haven't even heard of yet? It's all up for grabs. This is just the very, very beginning of this tournament.
And I also want to hear what Pokemon you think are going to win. Is it the Miltank and the Skeledirge?
Hey, listen, I think the Lucario cooked with that. Let's see what is going to be up on this here.
Or is it the Pachirisu? We see Mishamp, I believe is how you pronounce this name, is bringing the spice pick of Pachirisu and Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah, also Mish is a trainer coming from the NA here to maybe steal a little bit of our championship points here in Europe, bring it back for her to be able to qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim, California. Like you said, rocking a very unique team here with the Pachirisu, an interesting pick that you don't see very often because it's an electric type with pure electric type attacks.
And she also has the energy ball on regular jump left, very curious to see, but as you mentioned, Pachirisu, only electric type attacks. That means it has no way of hitting the ground types like Claydol or Diggersby,
which are quite popular in this tournament.
Exactly. So let's have a look at the team of her opponent, Cornel Hook 542. He does bring the Diggersby, and he also has the jump left with the energy ball. This is looking very similar to Out of Pocket's team from Milwaukee, and he's also running the Skull Bash on the Lapras. That improves the mirror matchup a lot, and also other water type matchups like a Azumarill, for example.
I think a lot of times if players are opting to bring two water type Pokemon, like that Shadow Feraligatr, which has kind of been the tried and true staple of this, a lot of times people are opting to run that Skull Bash instead, like on Lapras or in Blastoise, because Ice Beam coverage is already there with that Shadow Feraligatr, and then they would have very similar roles, both being water types doing almost the exact same thing. But if you also have two water types on your team, that Pachirisu is looking pretty nice, actually. Really, if you're looking, it only needs to avoid the Diggersby. A lot of the other matchups are playable because Pachirisu has a lot of bulk to it. It's not a Pokemon we see very often because it's not actually available in the European region.
But it's possible to trade with trainers who've traveled the world.
I have quite a few that I got at the Chicago Go Fest.
Oh wow, impressive. Maybe.
I know. Listen, guys, I'm very impressive.
Maybe you want to trade me a couple of those.
We'll talk after this tournament.
But let's have a look, because I believe that we're getting ready to lock in. And will we see the signature picks of Mish? Or do we see... Oh, here it is! Do we see the Typhlosion into Malamar? Very neutral matchup here, Amanda.
Yeah, going ahead, we have to see, with the Incinerate damage, it's able to pace quite quickly, but Typhlosion is not the bulkiest of Pokemon used in the Great League. Malamar throwing right before that Incinerate is going to be able to release the charge attack. Great timing there by Cornel Hook.
And this is a very interesting matchup in my opinion, because if both players decides to spend and we see a catch on the Thunder Punch. Cornel Hook decides to throw his water type into what could be an electric type attack.
And it is
it does so much.
Super effective damage, not even bothering to shield it up, but look at all this damage going and throwing the next Thunder Punch before the Sparkling Aria is even available. Lapras, which was fully healthy just a couple of seconds ago, is now forced to shield because the Typhlosion has knocked it down so low, already at another Thunder Punch.
And Mish is looking to deny all this energy from the Lapras. If Cornel does not shield, then it's gone. Then the Lapras is just gone.
Hi Lapras, bye Lapras. There it goes. Now in comes that Malamar again. I think, okay, this is a good play. Going ahead, throwing this charge attack now, but Typhlosion looks like if Misha's decided it's done its job here. Thank you so much. Gonna go back into its ball, and we'll see what comes in here. One of the harder counters for Malamar in that Azumarill, being able to tank comfortably all of the charge attacks.
I think Cornel is looking to throw one attack and dip out. Mish is not shielding a resisted attack here, and this matchup is looking great for Mish because she is getting to Ice Beam, and that is very threatening to this grass and flying type Jumpluff.
Jumpluff normally has a pretty decent matchup against Azumarill with their
shield. No shield.
But yes, you gotta use the shields if you actually want to do it. Now in comes a Furt, waving hello with its little paws, already up to a Swift, now throwing at the charge attack priority once again.
And Cornel, if he wants to preserve this Jumpluff, he needs to put up a shield, and he does. This Swift would not have done as much as the Ice Beam, so not as valuable of a shield, but Mish decides to no shield. She realizes that Azumarill is a valuable Pokemon here, and also that Furret would not be taken out by any energy from this jump up of a single hit.
Going for an energy ball here on the side of Corneal. I think you're absolutely right, Marcus, going ahead and taking that comfortably, knowing it's still not quite enough to knock out at this point, and also having a lot of energy to spare here. Quick swap back into the Malamar, but going to be able to have to take a Swift at this point. No Protect Shields remaining, almost up to another one. It could actually be the Furret show, even though Azumarill is quite strong.
I believe that Furret is looking ready to take this game, and this is what you get with not running Shadow Jumpluff. The Pokemon on the opposing sides live barely and gets to another attack, and Mish in full control here, taking game number 1.
Mish being able to play that out quite masterfully here, taking game number 1. A trainer who I think a lot of people are very familiar with, a content creator, a Twitch streamer from the NA region, also very good friends with some European trainers, so it's really exciting to see how she will fare against this. I know a lot of times people say that EU has the spicier teams or the team compositions that are a little bit more unique. I would argue, looking at this team here, like Misha's bringing a pretty interesting pick with that Pachirisu.
I'm very curious to see Corneal Hook's decision to forgo the Diggersby, because the Typhlosion, in my opinion, looks very good for Mish. And if you look at the team from Corneal Hook, Malamar paces exactly at the same pace as the Typhlosion, and Lapras and Jumpluff. I guess Jumpluff outpaced the Typhlosion, but it cannot threaten the KO without the acrobatics. And so I would like to see even Typhlosion safe swap from Mish.
Okay.
Because in this situation, you don't have the heaviest fast attacks into the Typhlosion. It's Psywave from Lapras, but you take so much from the Thunder Punches, and then you have Quick Attack or Psywave, and they're not quick enough to take out a Typhlosion, so to avoid it from hitting his heavy charge attacks.
And I think that you're absolutely right there. And one thing that a lot of people like to do if they're using that Shadow Typhlosion as that safe swap, because you're absolutely right, it's not getting hard punished, is the fact that it actually really can force a switch or at least force a shield, because if you come in with the Shadow for Alligator into a Typhlosion with an energy advantage, they're going to be able to outpace for that Thunder Punch, which is going to do so much. So the real question is, how would you negate that if you're Corneal Hook? If you're wondering, oh no, I think that Typhlosion is always coming, how can I play around it to make sure that it's not being able to just ramp up energy and run away with the team?
I believe that Corneal maybe should look into his Feraligatr, because if he can get shields down with his Feraligatr or build up a lot of energy on his Feraligatr, then that Gator can threaten most of Misha's team, but she still has a Furret who resists all the fast attacks from the Feraligatr running Shadow Claw, and she also has the Pachirisu that, as we mentioned, is an electric type, hitting the Feraligatr really hard.
So I think that, yeah, there's a lot of threatening things on the team of Mish. A little fun fact, I woke up this morning and I was playing a little bit of Go Battle League before I started out my day, and I actually ran into Mish.
No, really?
In the cup, and she was running 3 of the Pokemon.
Oh, she's getting practice.
Yeah, so she was definitely getting in some practice. Can you guess what the 3 were that were being used in the Retro Cup in the Go Battle League?
I know that it's not in Azumarill because fairy types are disallowed, so I assume it's Furret, Typhlosion, and Pachirisu? No? No?
Very, very close. It was a Jumpluff in the end, and I think that these are teams that should probably be playing throughout the weekend. You wanted the Feraligatr, you've got the Feraligatr.
But I also wanted the Pachirisu, and this is what we see. The Pachirisu, oh, and he safe swapped Diggersby, and it's met by an Azumarill from Mish.
This is an interesting swap because Diggersby is actually the only Pokemon that really solidly handles the Pachirisu. So maybe what I would have liked to see is the potential of swapping in the Tinkaton instead to absorb that damage a little bit. Going ahead and just trying to get off attack after attack here, get this Azumarill low, but Azumarill, we've discussed it last game too, has such a good advantage against that Diggersby, especially if there's no attack debuff.
But you saw last game that Diggersby can even threaten a shield from the Azumarill, so this matchup is not over. Diggersby can put in a lot of work for Cornel Hook if he manages to get to his third Scorching Sands, but Mish decides to no shield this one.
Going ahead, letting that second one go through. No defense drop here, just going up, charging up a little bit more than before, but actually at this point, it allows the Diggersby to be able to get to that third attack. It's going to bring the Azumarill very, very low.
But Mish trusts in her Azumarill, and she gets it right. It can get to another Ice Beam, and she pauses just the correct amount of time to see that the Diggersby stays in to land this Ice Beam onto the Diggersby.
And be able to knock it out there. Very, very little health left on the Azumarill as well, though. This is potentially good farm for whatever comes in. So you see Mish, she's clicking out already into, and now back comes in the Pachirisu, and now in comes the Tinkaton, which does be able to, I think it's going to be able to take this fairly well. We're about to see how much a Thunderbolt does to a Tinkaton, unless Cornel wants to use a shield.
Cornel has to realize that he needs to save his shields for the Feraligatr because it's the most frail Pokemon here. And Mish, she knows that the energy from Feraligatr is way more threatening than the energy from Tinkaton, so she decides to no shield. And you see, even super effective Bulldoze not doing that much.
Bulldoze has the potential to debuff the defenses of a Pokemon, didn't get it there. Forced to now have to use a shield because we saw how much damage the Thunderbolt did last time. It would put that Tinkaton very low if not knock it out, and there's quite a bit of energy here going for yet another Bulldoze. Great timing from Cornel Hook here.
Even though Bulldoze is super effective into the Pachirisu, I believe Play Rough actually does more damage, more raw damage, because of the same type attack bonus.
Wow!
We see a catch from Mish onto the Play Rough. She wants to preserve some energy for the Feraligatr, and this Jump Bluff, it also has an advantage to the Feraligatr because it's running the Energy Ball that we rarely see.
Both of these Jump Bluffs are running Energy Ball, so maybe these trainers know something we don't here. Still no Protect Shield used on Misha's side. She has 3 Pokemon left. Very, very low health on all of them, but just being able to come in now. Here comes in Feraligatr, trying to chomp away, but Energy Ball #1 coming through, forcing that last shield off of Cornel Hook.
And Cornel knows that he has the shield, the super effective Energy Ball here. Can he get the farm down before the final Energy Ball? He doesn't think he can, so he throws a Hydro Cannon. Will Mish shield, or does she trust the Pachirisu? She shields.
Going ahead and just knowing that she can get to another attack here, I think, going for that Energy Ball, and you can see her shaking her head, which is an interesting thing here. Is she worried that this is not going to be able to knock out and she's not going to be able to combination play?
But she can, yeah, she still has this. The Energy Ball does so much, and the Tinkaton is getting so low. Can he? It lives. The Jump Bluff lives. This is regular Jump Bluff. It barely lives the fast attacks, and Mish will take this game #2 with 3 Pokemon and a shield remaining. Dominant performance by Mish.
Going ahead, Mish coming in from North America saying, "What's up, Europe? I'm here to play." Coming in with a Pachirisu, an interesting Pokemon that we don't get to see very often in competitive play, but we got to see it in action here in Utrecht, and it is putting on a show.
I'm very impressed by this North American trainer and how she piloted her team with these spicy picks of Pachirisu and Shadow Typhlosion. She really put on a show for us.
Absolutely. And if you are a fan of Cornel Hook, played very, very well. Also that interesting team with the Jump Bluff with the Energy Ball. Don't worry, this is a double elimination tournament. He will be knocked down to that loser's side of the bracket where he will continue on his run. You guys can use the exclamation point, I think it's bracket. And then you can see all of the trainers that are going to be here today, all the matches that maybe we don't even get to see on stream. There's so many good players here, we can't show them all, but we're going to show you guys as many as we can.
And now, as we're moving into winners round 2, I'd really like to have a look at that bracket to see what players advance from round 1 and that we can maybe expect to see on stream, because usually we're showing mostly the winners bracket here on stream until later in the day when the losers bracket is about to wrap up. So if your favorite trainer is still in the winners bracket, there is a chance that they get to be featured here on stream.
That'd be so cool. Speaking of being the featured, check out these replays here of the last matchup between Mish and Cornel Hook. Again, some trainer that we don't get to see very often in Europe, and I always get excited. You watch the broadcast, you see the trainers in the different regions play, but it's always fun when they come across the pond to say hello to each other, to battle in kind of a different matchup here. Again, this Lapras, it's like, just here for a quick cameo appearance.
Do you want to see a magic trick? Here's the Lapras. The Lapras gone.
That's exactly how it played out.
No more Lapras. But very, very well piloted by Mish. She realized where to most efficiently spend her energy. She realized with an Azumarill in the back, she could handle the Malamar, so she just stayed in with the Typhlosion. Great recognition, not going for the I swap, you swap.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit hard sometimes because I think that's people's natural inclinations here, but being able to recognize where Pokemon are at in counts, being able to catch was a really, really great thing that proved pivotal here because she was able to basically use that jump off to take out not only the Feraligatr, but the Tinkerton. First time it was Ferret with 2 attacks, second time it was Jump Bluff, but I think that Mish shows that she's really a powerhouse.
Impressive play by Mish, and I was a little bit worried because she was getting greedy with her shields. And she saved it maybe for her next round, but I'm sorry, trainers, you cannot bring your shields into the next game. You have to use them in the game that they're available.
That's always the problem, right? Because you always want to use your shields on the most impactful charge attacks. And sometimes you're looking at it and you're saying, well, that's not very impactful. Why would I use it here? But then at the end, you're down with very, very low health on Pokemon. You're like, I should have used that shield mid-game.
And all of a sudden, not shielding a Swift from a Ferret or an Aerial Ace from a Jump Bluff might put you in a situation where your Pokemon are just too low and it is in danger of getting farmed down.
Yep.
And that is something that you definitely want to avoid.
So I think, yeah, sometimes it's really hard to choose what are the right times to use that charge tech. It looks like, Mish was totally in the driver's seat. She knew better than we did, saying, okay, no, trust me, guys. I know when I'm going to use this. And she was able to really pull through there for that 2-0 victory in Winners Round 1.
She even kept a charge attack on the Pachirisu.
Just in case.
Just in case that maybe the shield didn't go as planned. Maybe the Jump Bluff would barely get farmed down, but then she could shield out the Pachirisu and throw her energy, making sure that her energy went off on the Pachirisu, not so it wouldn't lose charge attack priority. Because in Pokemon Go, the Pokemon with the lowest attack stat will lose charge attack priority, and Pachirisu has a really low attack stat.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the bulkier Pokemon. Again, not a Pokemon that we've seen so often on a trainer that we haven't seen so often, at least here in Europe. But sometimes we see trainers like this coming in for the bigger shows, like the International Championships, EUIC, in fact. And in case you missed things about EUIC, we're going to go ahead and show you a quick video about how it was this season.
EUIC 2025 was the biggest Pokemon Go tournament to date, and it was something for the ages. 350 players came to London to compete for the championship title. This time, the meta was running wild. Annihilate and Primeape demolished whole teams thanks to Ragefest. Dewgong and Azumarill cores brought the bulk, and a few surprise picks like Morpeko and Zapdos shocked the stage. Championship Sunday started with the winners finals, where CZ Wireless met the young prodigy Patoman. CZ Wireless dominated the first 2 matches with the help of his signature Primeape, but the Spanish prodigy never gave up and won the next 3 games. CZ Wireless dropped to the losers finals, where Cuvia 0-0 was waiting for him. Even though CZ Wireless came from a defeat, he held his ground and won 3-1 in a nail-biter match, advancing to the grand finals. Everyone was at the edge of their seats watching the final series. Switch after switch, catch after catch, Patoman and CZ Wireless were giving it all on this stage. Just as it happened in the winners finals, the German player won the first 2 games, but this time CZ Wireless had a plan and frustrated Patoman's attempt to come back, resetting the bracket and getting 1 step closer to the crown. Even though the momentum was against him, Patoman restructured his game strategy and generated some of the most impressive plays we've ever seen. The crowd went wild. Cheers from friends, peers, and trainers from every part of the world flooded the Excel London as Patoman became the new Pokemon Go European International Champion.
Patoman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
Never miss another moment. Keep up with all the Pokemon Go action at Pokemon.com/compete.
Welcome back in. I am Lundberger, and a shiny Adelian has appeared.
Hello folks, thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the battle so far. Excited to see which battles come next, because I think there's two very big names on the way, aren't they?
I mean, we've had some really fun matches so far. We've had some really exciting ones that have gone down to the absolute wire. But you're right, the farther on the tournament goes, especially in a tournament this big, there's going to be some more familiar faces coming on. And I think that there's going to be some really, really good battles intact and in store.
Yes, indeed, there will be. So don't go anywhere. This is the place to see all the Pokemon Go action. This is where you as a trainer, if you're not here in the venue, you can learn, you can watch, you can see how these trainers at the top of their level play and demonstrate their skill. I'm super excited about it.
So I was looking at our caster predictions of Pokemon, and I picked on my team Shadow-type Lotion, which we've already seen kind of pop off here. We saw Skeledirge, but we haven't seen the Pokemon that you picked, which is that Talonflame, even though it was in that top 12 usage. Do you think we're going to see a lot of Talonflame here in the tournament so far?
Yeah, I think so. I think fire types in general are quite popular because with the rise of Tinkaton, you need something that can burn through all that steel. And there is plenty of choices, Skeledirge and Typhlosion being very popular ones. One thing I like about Talonflame is that it has the flying type as well, which means you cannot target it with ground type attacks anymore, and which will be quite useful. Let's say you had a team on your opponent where you had Tinkaton and Gastrodon, for example. Sure. Talonflame might be quite handy there. Hey,
I completely agree with you, especially if Talonflames, which nowadays seem to be opting once again to be using Flame Charge as its attack, which boosts its overall attacks every time that it's used. Sometimes in the past, we called it actually the Zwilus special. He was one of the first trainers to use a Talonflame with Fly and Brave Bird. That was quite popular for a while, but now it looks like it's kind of reverted back to the OG, the tried and true Talonflame.
And I think that's just because Fly is such a strong attack that do you really need Brave Bird after time? Hey-ho. There were no Talonflames to be seen though, from these two trainers, but two fabulous names on stage.
Yeah, we got Tomahawk UK on the left-hand side of the screen against a local trainer, Wes, here on the right. Both of them running some interesting Shadow Water picks. We'll go ahead and take a look at Tomahawk's team first, running that Shadow Blastoise and Shadow Lapras. A fun thing to point out about both of these trainers too is they're running Skull Bash on both of these instead of opting for Ice Beam on one of them for that potential coverage against Jumpluffs or other flying type Pokemon.
Yes, and I think that's a read that Tomahawk has made on the meta, that Jumpluff could be handled by some of his other Pokemon. He could go for the mirror matchup with his own Jumpluff, which notice isn't a Shadow, but also Tinkaton has a very good time into Jumpluff, so he thinks he can probably risk not running Ice here in this matchup. Facing off against Wes here, who's gone for a team very different. I love the Golisopod there. That stands out for me. Anything stand out for you as well?
Well, I think it's return of Shadow Swampert season again. There's been so many times where we've seen Shadow Feraligatr take the show, but Shadow Swampert actually paces really well. Now having Sludge to be able to hit back against Azumarill, which is one of the most popular Pokemon in the meta. But you're absolutely right. We saw in Sevilla that Golisopod started to put on a show. It doesn't surprise me that more trainers are bringing it here and there, but interesting that there's a Sand Slash back on the teams. What are you thinking about Wes's pick on this?
Yeah, Sandslash is a example of a good amount of spice in it, but it's still been meta relevant, I think. Now, Sandslash, there was always that debate as to whether you go for the Powder Snow or Shadow Claw, or whether you even go for the Shadow variant of Alolan Sandslash. But this time, Wes has gone for the conventional one, and I'm just toying with the ideas why that could be.
I think a lot of times, since the Sandslash hits a little bit harder, if it is that Shadow, it is nice, but it doesn't have a lot of bulk. And if you already have two Shadows to your team, like that Shadow Swampert and that Shadow Jumpluff, maybe you want a little bit more on the Alolan Sandslash, but I think it has really decent matches against the Jumpluff, against the Tinkaton, and also can fight back against the Diggersby because it is running Powder Snow as its fast attack. Be interesting to see if he will bring it. Another pick that is quite popular, especially in the Go Battle League, is that Credilli on the side of Wes.
Credilli is so versatile. It has those grass-type attacks in Grass Knot, as well as Bullet Seed, but then it also has Rock Tomb, and Rock Tomb gives it fabulous coverage and is a guaranteed debuff. So I think it's a Pokemon that has a lot of utility in this matchup. Both trainers are now picking, and it looks like they may be locking in very soon as we go into Game 1 in this fabulous matchup.
Going in for winners round 3 here. We got that Malamar, shiny Malamar at that, up against one of the harder counters for it. Great great call by Wes here, leading the Azumarill. You see Tomahawk going ahead, staying in. Sidewave damage does start to build up here, and I'm very interested to see how they want to play this out, because a 2-shielded Malamar can actually win this matchup. But the real question is, do you want to go 2 shields down so early on in a game?
Yes, it is a risky behavior in order to do that, but Tomahawk is deciding to shield the first play off, which is sensible here, responding with a foul play, which is going to do resisted damage, bearing in mind that Fairy from Azumarill's side is able to resist both fighting and dark type attacks.
Azumarill just takes it on the chin there, no shield needed, continuing to just farm up energy, but again, these fast attacks, these side waves are putting in work against the Azumarill, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, still no Protect Shield used by the side of West, has a lot of energy here, and going for that play rough, waiting a turn first, but still catching on the Tinkaton. Tomahawk UK knows exactly how West was going to play that out, gets that to, and be able to negate a lot of the energy that Azumarill built up.
Fabulous card counting by Tomahawk there. Response now into the Shadow Swampert, which is a nice response to the Tinkaton. Hydro Cannon coming in. This is a charge attack priority event, I believe, which is perfectly timed. Tinkaton will not survive this Hydro Cannon, I believe.
Hydro Cannon coming through, hangs on by a thread here, being able to get off this damage. And this is very, very good position for Tomahawk, because if it's able to go through, it's going to put the Swampert down very low, forcing the shield off of the Swampert here as it gets a little bit more farm, a little bit more energy to face whatever is coming in.
And I think Tomahawk could bring in his Malamar here, where it will have a little bit more utility, and the foul plays will threaten, but no, going for the Lapras, thinking that the bulk of this Lapras will be more useful here, so their Sludge comes in from Shadow Swampert. This is not same type attack bonus, but it is the unresisted attack here.
We have to also remember both of these are Shadow, so it's going to be doing quite a bit. There's so much energy in the Malamar here. A quick swap by Tomahawk UK to be able to take this charge attack. Does Wes want to use his last shield at this moment? Yes, he chooses to. He's got so much energy on the Swampert himself, and he doesn't want that to go down.
I think Wes was sensible here to launch the Hydro Cannon as soon as possible, because he knows that Tomahawk's Malamar has a little bit of energy and was close to getting another attack off.
Going ahead, coming back in with the Lapras at this point. Lapras is definitely going to be able to reach an attack first. Great play by Tomahawk, going ahead, getting a little bit of extra energy, throwing before another Sludge was available to be able to see what is in the back. But at this point, I like this play. Coming in with the Credilli here, there is a protection left on Tomahawk's side, but there's no Ice Beam on this Pokemon.
Yes, Cradilly will not be threatened without the Ice Beam, but the Sparkling Aria is going to deal neutral damage to this Grass and Rock type Pokemon, and Sparkling Aria is actually a fabulous Water type attack, and so Rock Tomb coming in, which will debuff the Lapras even though the shield is up.
The Lapras is debuffed for the rest of the game here. There's no Pokemon to swap out into. The real question will be, will the Sparkling Aria being enough here? Great timing thrown here by Tomahawk. Recognizes he doesn't want to let an extra Bolt Seed go through, but this is not quite enough to knock out. Wes is going to be able to get to another Rock Tomb, and down goes the Lapras.
Absolutely incredible, and also admire just how much bulk that Cradilly has, able to survive on close to 1 HP in order to get that Rock Tomb off. I think Tomahawk recognized just before he threw the Sparkling Aria at the end there that maybe this was not going to be enough thanks to that initial debuff from that first Rock Tomb. So close, really, really close by West there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Tomahawk realized he was stuck between a Rock Tomb and a hard place there at the end, being able to get that debuff on the Lapras on the side of West. That Sparkling Area not quite enough to knock out, taking game number 1 with a little bit of an Azumarill in the back just in case. I think a big thing for West there was a really great read, recognizing that Azumarill has a decent play into the Malamar, but it's so risky as well, because when you have 2 different water types on the team, like Tomahawk does with Blastoise and Lapras, both running Skull Bash instead of Ice Beam, that makes those matchups against Azumarill much more comfortable, in fact. So if there was one of those Pokemon in the lead, I think Tomahawk UK would have had a very, very different story.
Yes, for sure. I am excited to see if that Shadow Blastoise will make an appearance here. It is not going to be ideal, but the Skull Bash is going to threaten the Azumarill, and also Skull Bash actually pretty much hits everything apart from Cradilly and Alolan Sandslash on Wes's team. It hits it for neutral damage at a minimum, and of course for Cradilly and Alolan Sandslash you would launch Hydro Cannon anyway. So I wonder if Shadow Blastoise is the way forward. but if Tomahawk does bring that Pokemon in, he needs to have an answer for the Cradily as well.
I think you're absolutely right, Adillion, and we saw it at the end game of game number 1 there. Cradily just really started to put on a show. Being able to debuff your opponent no matter what gives it a lot better play into things, and actually as a grass-type Pokemon, it has a decent amount of play into a lot of Tomahawk's team regardless.
Yes, so I'm trying to think, if I was Tomahawk, what I would do here. And that's the tricky thing. I think Blastoise, Tinkaton as a core works quite nicely, but you would need something else just to cover the final Pokemon, just in case one of your Pokemon goes down. But we won't have long to find out as Lapras races off against Cradily.
It was like the end of the last game, continuing on in number 2, the sequel, but this time swapping out into the Malamar here and just getting a little bit of extra Psy-Wave damage, going ahead and throwing this first attack before the Golisopod is able to throw his own. Now, Golisopod is running X-Scissor, which will do so much damage to the Malamar. This was a great play by West coming in with this, but I think it's a good indication to Tomahawk that there's no Azumarill this game, because that would have been an even better swap.
Yes, that is true, and this is an idea of assessing what the Pokemon in the back is going to be. So this is a useful skill, particularly in a Show 6 format, where you know which 6 Pokemon your opponent will be able to bring 3 of those Pokemon for. Foul Play now being launched, which is going to do a respectable amount of damage to Golisopod, but not before Wes is able to launch another X-Scissor, which is going to tease away that final shield from Tomahawk.
Tomahawk recognizes he can farm down with his fast attacks at this point, and now down goes the Golisopod, but he lost in shield advantage. He does have in switch advantage and a little bit of energy to boot. So now that the Cradily comes back in at this point, there's a potential for a superpower, which would do a lot of damage to the rock typing here, and that's exactly what Tomahawk goes for. His switch timer is up, though this will debuff himself. There's no Protect Shields remaining. He's going to swap out as well, most likely. No, going ahead and actually just staying in.
Yes, very interesting here. I was expecting a shield to come there to protect against the superpower. However, it seems Wes is making a read that his Swampert is going to be useful in the back. Now let's see what Tomahawk brings out. The Tinkaton makes a lot of sense here, but is going to be responded to by a swap out, I predict. So Tinkaton comes in, there comes the swap out. Shadow Swampert now in a very commanding position, and now it's a response from Tomahawk as he brings the Lapras in to respond to that Swampert.
Knowing that Lapras was there at the beginning kind of put Wes in a comfortable position. He's able to outpace a little bit, but those Sparkling Arias are still going to hurt the Swampert. Also, if he's able to get to that Skull Bash beforehand, I think he recognizes not quite able to do it before another Sludge Bomb goes, or Sludge goes through, so he goes ahead and goes for the Sparkling Aria, gets that Protect Shield off of Wes's side.
Yes, and this is the interesting thing. Tomahawk is aware that with Sparkling Aria, you require about 5.5, maybe 6 seconds in order to get to that, whereas Swampert is able to get those sludges off every 5 seconds. And that timing is critical, as this is now the situation you don't want to be in. You do need to threaten with the Play Rough, but not before Hydro Cannon is being launched. As we saw in the game 1, this does a huge amount of damage to Tinkaton.
Absolutely. Also, there is a Play Rough that is basically loaded here. He wants to make sure that it's not caught. Patient as ever. Tomahawk doesn't let that happen. He's at 100 energy. He's throwing that Play Rough, but will he be able to get to the next one in time? Actually opting for an undercharge here. He's hoping that Cradily will survive, so he gets a little bit more farm, but he's unable to do so. He might still outpace. He might get to it. He might not.
Oh, wow. It is a charge attack priority event. How close was that? This was meticulous prediction. Maybe a little bit more of an underfarm might have given him an energy given Tomahawk an energy advantage, but wow, did we expect that?
Wes playing fantastically there. A trainer from the Netherlands coming in saying, I might not be going to many tournaments, but keep your eye on my name here because I want to take home a championship. Wonderful plays with the Cradily there. Wonderful plays with the Swampert. Congratulations, continuing on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yes, and don't forget for Tomahawk, he is a fantastic trainer in his own right. Many good accolades, many medals secured. Still hunting for that championship medal, but he has the chance still in the loose side of the bracket. He can make his way and do a replica of maybe what Out of Pocket did in Milwaukee only last week, I believe.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I think a lot of times trainers, obviously, you come to win, and if you lose, it can be a little bit demotivating. But there's been so many trainers who have come in from that loser side of the bracket. Even in day number 1, I believe Dunebug, one of the most renowned players in Pokemon Go, lost round 1 in a tournament, and he ended up winning the whole thing. So it's definitely anyone's game still at this point. We're just at the very beginning of day number 1 at the Special Championships here in Utrecht.
And it's not over till it's over. So even if you were hypothetically to get knocked out twice out of this double elimination format, there are plenty more opportunities to play in cups that are being hosted here at the venue. Now let's look at these two trainers and just see how close these trainers were. This is the example in game 1, I believe, when the Malamar was launched, and this was a fabulous catch that Tomahawk made in game 1 to negate that play rough on the from the Azumarill.
I am constantly impressed with Tomahawk's wherewithal within a game, recognizing when trainers are at a charge attack, recognizing when trainers are potentially going to swap out for a catch. You saw both of those in these 2 games, but Wes was just able to completely dance around these good calls regardless, being able to line up Pokemon and be able to just kind of take things at charge attack priority almost every single time.
And I think here, this scenario, I do think that Tomahawk, maybe if he had undercharged a lot more, he might have been able to squeeze that extra bit of energy onto his Tinkaton to reach play rough just that 1 second earlier, and maybe that would have changed it. But I'm interested to see how much would he have had to undercharge his previous charge attack in order for that to happen. It may or may not have been possible, and he made a call. Sometimes even the best trainers may not get it perfectly right, but in those little imperfections, sometimes you get the most entertaining of battles.
I mean, the thing is, all the turns in Pokemon are 0.5 seconds, so you have very, very little time to decide what you actually want to do. Tomahawk may be thinking later, should I have gone for a bulldoze and maybe I would have got the farm down this way? Was my play correct? I just need to undercharge a little bit more. He has plenty of time to think, regroup, and if I know him, which I do, I believe that he will come back stronger in the next round. So keep an eye on it. Once again, use that exclamation point bracket to see, oh, this whole tournament is going to be unfolding.
Yes, and of course, there are many, many trainers here. Utrecht is one of the most popular events in the European calendar. It traditionally gets a high amount of attendances. It's also a special championship, so there is no entry fee required in order to play. So it's exciting. This is where you get your teams going. You decide which 6 are going to be that magical combination. Maybe take inspiration from tournaments that happened last week in Milwaukee or tournaments that are happening this week. Look at Melbourne, look at Santiago in Chile. They're all kicking off in the same way.
Yeah, well, this is an action-packed weekend for Play Pokemon, for Pokemon Go. All the trainers around the globe kind of deciding what they want to play. Will they be able to become champions themselves? And these are 2 trainers who are looking to be on their way. We got Hikami from France versus Slash from Belgium. Neighbors to the Netherlands as well.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's amazing how many trainers travel from other countries in order to take part. Hikami here, fabulous trainer, has managed to get top cuts in the past, still chasing that championship medal, and he believes that this might be the team to do it. Again, we're seeing Shadow Blastoise turn up in teams. Interesting, but fun. I haven't seen Blastoise be all that popular in Play Pokemon so far.
Yeah, I had it on my caster predictions, and I'm glad to see that a lot of trainers are opting to use it. Also running Skull Bash on it for the Azumarills over the Ice Beams. And look at Slash's side here. You want to talk about a Shadow Pokemon? I think I count 4 of them on this side, and not only that, a Mightyena. Something that it was not on my bingo card for Utrecht.
No, I am surprised at Mightyena as well. I think this might be one of the first time, certainly the first time I've ever seen it in Play Pokemon, but also I think there is even a chance it might be the first time it's ever featured in a official stream for Pokemon Go. Sucker Punch is one of the most improved attacks that that Mightyena has. Sucker Punch was indeed buffed to match up with what Counter used to be in seasons past. But what I really like is access to Poison Fang does 2 things. It gives Mightyena an ability to threaten fairy types, which generally it doesn't like, and also makes the Sucker Punches way more dangerous afterwards, simply because Poison Fang debuffs as well. So I'm very excited to see if Slash is going to risk bringing Mightyena here.
I'm also very curious to see other Belgian trainers teams of 6 because Slash is actually quite known in the community for building teams for other people because he has a really interesting read on metas and he plays some interesting picks that a lot of people aren't familiar with, such as this Mightyena. So I'm curious to see if any other Belgians are choosing to run something as spicy as this. I think it's definitely one of the picks that I'm keeping an eye on this weekend. Hikami,
Yes.
however, we've said it before, a very tried and true player, very resilient. He's done so well in previous tournaments, and I think that he's someone we should be keeping an eye on as this games and winners round 3 takes off. We've got the Superior against that Mightyena to begin with here. Let's kick it off.
I believe this is going to be a slight advantage for Mightyena just because of those poison fangs, but it is such a squishy Pokemon that it is going to have to shield pretty much anything that comes its way. Poison Fang being launched here, let us test Superior's defenses and its bulk. No, shield coming through. Let's not test those defenses just yet.
What a menacing grin that Mightyena has as it goes ahead and throws that charge attack. You did say it doesn't have a lot of bulk to its name, and it looks like a Protect Shield is going to be used up at this point because of it. A quick pivot now by Hikami into that Drapion, now to be met with Claydol. It does have a little bit of an energy advantage, and this Crunch is going to do quite a bit. One shield has already been used by Slash's side, and I don't know if he wants to use it. No Protect Shield here, but look how much damage that does to the Claydol.
Yeah, that is a big problem with Claydol as a ground type, I would say, using Digger Speed, is that the matchup against Shadow Drapion becomes a lot more challenging. Both Aqua Tail and Crunch are super effective on this ground and psychic type. This is actually, Claydol's actually being entirely surrendered before it's even able to get a charge attack off.
I kind of like this play because it gives potential farm for whatever comes in. The big problem is Drapion has just slightly too much health at this point. Coming back in with the Mightyena, but he might be forced to shield. No, going for that charge attack priority tie here. A higher attack is going to be that Mightyena, and no Protect Shield used from Hikami's side.
Yes, it's deceptive that Mightyena has higher attack, but indeed it does. It's not the bulkiest, but it is very much a fighter in its own right. Now Hikami is a choice. Does he risk the Superior again with its bulk, or does he go for the Blastoise? Superior is the opted choice here and is able to outpace to the Aerial Ace.
Going ahead, throwing that Aerial Ace, getting the last Protect Shield off of Slash's side here. Wants to keep this nice and healthy, but now a quick pivot into that Blastoise. Going ahead and throwing the attack. He once again is going for that Poison Fang. This is going to lower the defenses of the Blastoise. No Protect Shield remain at this point, and now a quick pivot into that for Alligator, but for Alligator doesn't have any shields, and a Skull Bash is well on its way. Oh, opting for the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, that is interesting. I expected maybe there was a concern that Hikami didn't want a Hydro Cannon to be launched back at his Blastoise, especially when it's been debuffed. But so let's see now when they throw their attacks. Slash is well timed and is going for the Hydro Cannon here. No shield on this one either, so wonder what Hikami is trying to do. He's trying to bank it all on the Superior.
I think he's basically used Blastoise as another shield and just to get some damage off, but this is a really quick play here by Slash. He knows the Hydro Cannon could be enough to strip away that last Protect Shield at this point. The real question is he going to be able to get fast attack down? He might be able to. Hikami is at the attack. He knows that he wants to throw it at that Mightyena, coming back in.
Here comes the Frenzy Plant. Mightyena, shieldless, defenseless. Frenzy Plant, one of the strongest grass type attacks in Pokemon Go, deals devastating damage, and Mightyena is knocked out of this matchup.
Hikami takes game number 1. Though the Mightyena was mighty, it did end up falling at the end of that game, but still a very fun play, and I actually think that it had a lot of power in that matchup.
Yes, it did do a lot. It was in the battle for a good period of time. It got attacks off on multiple Pokemon. It threatened the Drapion. It tried to get the farm down on the Drapion on Hikami's side. It was up against the Blastoise, and it was able to launch the Poison Fang against the Superior as well. So I don't actually think Mightyena was that bad.
I think the big problem with it, right, is you called it out from the beginning. It doesn't have a lot of bulk, so the big decision is when do I use my shields in this matchup? Slash actually had a great middle matchup between that Drapion and the Claydol, but already using a shield so early in the game and recognizing that Claydol has more bulk than either one of his other Pokemon kind of put him on the back foot when he didn't shield the Crunch and wasn't able to get to an attack before the next Aqua Tail went through.
Yes, and I think that's the thing with the Drapion and Claydol matchup. Typically, a lot of trainers will go for the Crunch early on because they want to get that debuff in place, or potentially get that debuff in place and do more damage. Crunch being, of course, the attack that does same time attack bonus rather than Aqua Tail. But we'll see what matchup comes in, and we seem to see a repeat here. Mightyena is still still going to be dominant here, and there isn't actually that much change in the team.
No, second verse, same as the first, as these two trainers take off for game number 2 here, going for that charge attack priority once again, but you see there's a little more on it there. The Frenzy Plant is loaded, but will Slash want to play out this matchup the same way as he did before?
Yes, will he shield this? Because he may be predicting another Aerial Ace, but to be honest, Aerial Ace would be threatening enough. So Frenzy Plant certainly so, and a shield does indeed come out in response. And so both trainers are down 1 shield very early on. A swap out into Claydol, this was quicker, this was different.
This is a little bit different. Also, if you take a pick of that backline, that Superior does so much damage to both the Claydol and the Feraligatr that Slash probably wants to only line that up against the Mightyena at this point. Since he did swap a little bit quicker, he will be able to get through this Rock Tomb first. I like this play, forcing to make a decision, but an undercharge here, so it's not going to be doing the full amount of damage. I think he's hoping for one more Mud Slap or to be able to get knocked out and get farmed. Wow, masterful, meticulous, that is Slash.
That is a fabulous, fabulous attempt there to get a undercharge, and it was perfectly managed. Now Superior's coming in, but Rock Tomb is able to take out Superior's attack. The shield comes through, but that debuff is going to be an important factor in the subsequent matchup.
Going ahead, getting the attack debuff. There's still a pretty healthy Mightyena, even though there is a lot of energy on the Superior in the back. You definitely want to bring the Feraligatr into it at this point, but will this debuffed Frenzy Plant be enough as Fikahami goes once again for the heavier attack? Doesn't even matter, gets that Protect Shield.
Yes, I think if you're Mightyena, even if it is debuffed, it's still going to be a problem. Here comes that Blastoise. No, doesn't it? Mightyena banking the energy here and bringing that Feraligatr in. Now it's a rush to that Skull Bash Hydro Cannon coming in, which is going to do devastating damage to because both of these Pokemon are Shadow variants.
Now going ahead, throwing this Hydro Cannon, the Skull Bash will be able to potentially knock out at this point if he goes for it because it's a heavy hitting attack. No Protect Shields remaining. Shadow on Shadow damage. All the bubbles being hit, and Feraligatr takes it all and goes down.
Feraligatr absolutely wiped out. Now it's a race, but Mightyena now is able to get a farm down back, and now going for the Crunch, which is an even more powerful stab same type attack bonus onto the Superior. This is going to knock out the bulky Superior, I reckon.
Both of these games played the exact same teams, but both of these trainers played it out a little bit differently. Game number 2, Slash taking the game from Hikami here. We're going into a decisive game number 3.
How exciting is this? I will give credit to Slash here. Same Pokemon, same team, slightly different tactics in terms of just being that little bit quicker made the difference. That Drapion-Claydol matchup is a very tricky one to master, and I think it's very important if you are Slash, you got to be quick off the mark in order to get that swap in, which he learned in game 1 that you were slow. Right, I need to do better here. Reacted, expected it, game 2, and it made the difference in this matchup.
Another thing, yeah, I would definitely want to point out with that is he banked energy on the Mightyena before he left because he knew that that Pokemon won charge attack priority, able to throw its attack first against the Superior in the back. So he knew he was in a good position there as long as he didn't have to take any charge attack damage from the Blastoise. So even though that Skull Bash boosted the attack or defense of the Blastoise, even though that Skull Bash took out the Feraligatr, just being able to get it down at that point still made it win the game for Slash.
Yes, indeed it did. So, question is, do we go 3 for 3 here? Do we have the same teams yet again? Is there going to be a difference? Is there any new ideas that Hikami's going to come out with? Or will we see the same? Will the Superior be the first Pokemon coming in? Let's find out, as Superior does indeed come in. And this time there is a change from Slash, and it's not a change he wanted.
No, the Stunfisk does not like that matchup at all. Swapping out to the Jump Up. This is a more neutral matchup. Getting a Fairy Wind advantage on the Drapion is also nice. Going for charge attack priority here. The Crunch does have potential to debuff. We've seen it already a couple times in previous matches, but no Protect Shield on the first, just in this case. And Slash has gone for the heavy hitting Acrobatics. This will do a ton of damage if it connects, but does Hikami think that it's just an Aerial Ace bait? Last second Protect Shield.
Yes, Protect Shield is going to do the job and protect Drapion from that Acrobatics here. So now it's another race, bearing in mind that with those Poison Stings coming through, it is a charge attack priority, and Crunch now is going to be able to knock out that Jump Love. Does Slash want to tease that final shield? Yes, he does, so he puts up one of his own.
Recognizing that he is at the attack, that this would do so much damage, and Hikami recognizes as well, saying, okay, if you shield, I know that this is going to be the heavy hitting attack. I don't want to lose that switch, that great advantage that I had before. So this this actually gives him a ton of farm because jump up goes down before it's able to get to another attack.
And that must be so frustrating for Slash. Here comes the Unovan Stunfisk. Superior responded to Mightyena coming in, but that was a little bit slow on Slash's side. Will he be able to use that shield advantage he has in order to try and take this Superior down? But Superior so bulky. Will it be enough?
Going ahead, going for that shield here, that heavy hitting frenzy plant, just charging up a little bit ahead of time here. And I think maybe Slash miscounted at this point. He's not able to throw before this frenzy plant will connect.
Yes, that's going to be an unfortunate mistake. All that energy taken out. You can see the reaction on Slash's face. Now he's left with one Pokemon which has a type disadvantage against Superior. Superior walls everything this Unovan Stunfisk can do.
You see Slash already giving the GGs, the good games to his trainer as Hikami goes ahead, takes another frenzy plant to basically knock out this Unovan Stunfisk. Hikami going on, winners round number 4 coming up for him.
Oh, yes. Well done to Hikami. Fabulous plays there. This is a trainer that knows how to get into top cuts, playing against a very tough opponent who had Pokemon that were unusual, unexpected, unpredictable with that Mightyena, but still Hikami overcame it all.
I think that was really, really good plays by both of these trainers, especially when the people are running unique teams. It takes a minute to be able to step back and assess, okay, if people are using a unique Pokemon that you don't see very often, are they leaning on it in the sense that Slash did? Or is it going to be something that's just bench pressure? So Hikami made really, really good reads throughout, being able to just kind of negate even the hardest target for it. The Superior was able to take it out in the end.
Yes, and you mentioned bench pressure as well. Just for those watching home, could you advise on what bench pressure actually means?
Sure, of course. If you have a team of 6 Pokemon, you can only bring 3 into battle. So sometimes you have maybe something on your team. A lot of trainers like Caleb Pang will choose something more divisive like a Bastiodon that can end up doing quite a bit of damage to a meta, but it's a little bit of a riskier pick to bring to the games. But if a trainer is looking at your team of 6 saying, I am a little bit weak to this would be such a hard matchup for me to take, I don't think I'll bring certain Pokemon just in case. Even if the Pokemon like a Bastiodon stays on the bench.
Yes, and so you might just go, oh, you know what, I won't risk my flyers if there's a Bastiodon on my opponent's team, but hence the luxury of bench pressure and putting people off. Of course, these trainers, none of them had Bastiodon available, which is probably fine, to be fair. I'm sure Caleb will not be happy to hear that. But they have fabulous Pokemon of their own, and let's see more of that Mightyena action from this trainer. It was fabulous to see how good Slash was able to command Mightyena in order to get that win. But Superior also was very respectable despite being at a type disadvantage against the Poison Fang.
I think Slash, he tried to do something a little bit different game number 3. It didn't work out for him there, but I was so impressed with this part of the matchup of game number 2, being able to recognize how low that Blastoise was, being able to take out the Blastoise to take game number 2 was really fantastically done, going for that charge attack priority tie. But game number 3, Hikami just read him a little bit too well, trying to take a little too many risks on Slash side didn't prove pivotal for him.
Yeah, I was just looking at Hikami's matchup. I think maybe Slash was looking to hunt down a Blastoise or a Drapion in the lead, or maybe even a Tinkaton, and so the Unovan Stunfisk would have a decent amount of play into that, and maybe that was the rationale. Didn't quite work because Hikami was like, I'm just going to stick with Superior.
It's tried and true. It worked for me already one game, and you know what? I think that maybe I just misplayed a little bit round number 2. Yeah, I agree with you. Sticking with something if you know it, especially if you know it in and out, if it's a Pokemon you've been playing for a while, if it's a Pokemon that you're like, okay, no, I think it actually is a good call into the meta, like Hikami did, I can see why it worked out in his favor.
Yeah, I think so. So these trainers, bear in mind that Hikami moves on into winners round 4 of his group, but of course for his opponent, they drop into the loser's side of the bracket where they can still fight their way through. So Slash might be able to do an out-of-pocket, shall we say, in Milwaukee and make his way all his way up to the grand finals through the loser's brackets. It has happened before. Even before out-of-pocket made it a thing, it's happened many times in tournaments. An early loss, and then you fight your way through and you can still win. So take nothing away from one loss. there's still plenty to play for.
Yeah, I think that there's so many things in a double elimination tournament. Some people joke around, they're like, no, I just love playing the game so much and I just want those extra games, those extra rounds, and extra practice on the loser side of the bracket. So we'll have to see if that is true for Slash. But in the meantime, there's still so many other trainers. There's 8 different groups, so we're going to be seeing quite a few battles throughout today and tomorrow before we crown a champion.
Yes, 8 groups, which means a lot of trainers have turned up to Utrecht. This is a phenomenal venue, a phenomenal place to win a championship. We have one of our co-caster friends who actually won their championship in their home country last season. So this is Inadequance, of course, that we were talking about. He is looking to protect his championship. He is the reigning champion from Utrecht. I wonder how far he will get in this tournament, because I believe he's competing this time as well.
I think a lot of eyes are on that, wondering if he will be able to do it once again. He was the runner-up at Worlds, so he's got quite a few accolades under his belt. If you saw also on that travel stipend, I think he's in the top either the top 8 or at least the top 12 potential. So I think a lot of eyes are on the different trainers we're getting to get to know throughout these tournaments as we see them time and time again. Speaking of someone that we see time and time again, we have the final boss, Colin 6, on that left-hand side against another trainer from the Netherlands here, Music Michael.
Yes, we've heard a lot about Colin 6 and just how fabulous he is, but I'm going to switch it up a little. I'm going to talk about Music Michael, because Music Michael has also top-cutted in Utrecht in the past, so he is no slouch, and Colin should not be underestimating his opponent here, which I'm sure he will not. A very conventional team by Colin's side, but the thing that excites me the most is the inclusion of Furret here, which has been making a few waves and a few wiggles in the meta.
Another thing to point out, we talked about Talonflame opting to run Fly and Flame Charge often. Now Colin 6 says, nah, that's okay. I know that I want to be running Brave Bird for that heavier hitting potential. Also noting that Lapras is running Skull Bash over Ice Beam, which seems to be the favor ever since Sevilla. Now looking on to Music Michael, who you were talking about earlier, a little bit of a more unconventional team, a little bit more squishy, if you would say it, because we have the Primeape on there, which can't take a lot of hits, and also the Shadow type Typhlosion, while heavy hitting does not want to be hit back in return.
No, definitely not. Those Blast Burns and Thunder Punches giving it some fabulous coverage, allowing Typhlosion to even threaten certain water types thanks to being able to get Thunder Punches off after only 2 Incinerate. So that's every 5 seconds. That is an impressive amount of speed to churn out electric type damage, especially when Music Michael's team doesn't have any electric coverage apart from that.
I think a lot of times when we look at that day 1 usage of all of the different trainers, Primeape is not usually on it. But when we see the day 2, I believe that it was already there in the previous games, and so it doesn't surprise me that a trainer who is well accoladed, who's well known like Music Michael, has it on his team. I would expect him to do very well with it, and as we are already decently into the games, I'm excited to see. This is round 3, so both of these trainers have already won a couple of times to be able to be on this stage showcasing this for you right now.
Yes, and so we jump into the battles here as we can see that Talonflame facing off against Jumpluff. This is an advantage to Colin already.
Going ahead and just getting that first Incinerate through, coming in with the Primeape. Now look how much damage this is chunking away. Primeape is running Rage Fist, so that means each time that the Rage Fist is used, its attack is going to be boosted. Colin 6 knows this, so he's not going to shield up the first one because he knows the next one will actually be the more impactful one, already able to get to a Fly.
Yes, I think Music Michael is trying to keep Colin in this matchup, because even though Primeape is at a disadvantage over the Fire and Flying type, it is still better off using the Primeape here versus having it against Jumpluff. So this is an idea of potentially a sacrificial swap, and now Colin 6 has to recognize that Rage Fist with its attack going up means that another shield will be needed here.
Yeah, getting the shield that is big at this point, being able to get a whole Pokemon down, however, is also great on Colin 6's side, but I think at this point we will go ahead and see that Azumarill much safer than the Jumpluff come in, and we'll see if Colin wants to pivot or stay in that matchup at this point. I think he's already clicking to pivot here as the Azumarill comes in, coming in for the drop in for that safe swap.
Yes, and now Colin 6 is aware of all 3 Pokemon on Music Michael's side, whereas Michael is not aware that Colin has that Azumarill in the back. So it is a race here. This is a matchup we've seen many a time. Azumarill versus Shadow Drapion, and Playrough coming in here.
Playrough is going to be the heavier hitting attack. attack. It doesn't quite knock out, but it gets that Drapion low. Meanwhile, again, these attacks from the Drapion aren't doing much to the Azumarill, so I don't think we're going to see the Protect Shields on Michael's side. He's going to be able to take this crunch, but there's still quite a bit of energy, and he does not get the debuff, so going for yet another crunch. If you can't crunch once, crunch twice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 30% chance, right? So if you do it twice the times, you get more chance to that happening. Debuff coming in, but it's immediately responded to with a swap out, which is interesting because Jumpluff also takes super effective damage from the poison stings, but I think Michael's trying to get some energy on his Jumpluff.
He recognizes that, okay, the Talonflame is actually quite low at this point. I am already at an Aerial Ace. Really, really good timing there by Michael too, not letting an extra Incinerate go through, being able to throw an attack that would knock out the Talonflame at this point and gets the shield. So even though the Jumpluff doesn't have a really good play against the Talonflame, it got some energy.
Yes, and Colin 6, I actually really admire this. He threw the fly here because he was able to calculate that Jumpluff would get to another Aerial Ace if not, and now there is going to be a farm down here, but not before Colin's able to get another fly off, and this is going to tease the shield of Azumarill because this is all that Music Michael has left.
Yeah, at this point, Colin 6 has not even revealed his third Pokemon. He might try to see if he can't reveal it in the end, but no, in comes Azumarill, recognizing at this point. You see him grinning, you see Michael grinning, throwing the Play Rough, which is the correct attack to be throwing at the opposing Azumarill at this point. But even though there's a lot of energy, there's just not a lot of health.
Nope, not enough health. Azumarill on Colin 6's side is able to bubble down and get that cleanup going. Ice Beam now coming here, just because if you're not going to clean with water, let's get some colder, let's chill things out, shall we say, for Michael, as an Ice Beam comes in, knocks out the opponent's Azumarill, and there is game 1 for Colin 6.
Colin takes that game 1 pretty decidedly, but Music Michael played around well in these moments, and I think that this is something it's so hard often to come back from such a hard lead loss. With that Jumpluff into that Talonflame, there's really not much that the Jumpluff can do, especially on even energy, on even shields, and Colin 6 just really took it to his full advantage. Colin is a trainer who he's very relaxed when he plays, because you saw Music Michael swap back out into his Jumpluff. Colin didn't switch. He said, I don't need to switch. I'm going to go ahead and just get a little bit of extra attacks on that Drapion first, and you know what? I'm going to force you to make a decision here.
Yes, and Drapion and Azumarill is a matchup that I think a lot of trainers should watch closely to see how they play, because they're so similar in a way in terms of they both can deal effective damage to each other. Sure, the charge attacks from Drapion are not going to deal very much, but the poison stings and the potential for a crunch debuff builds up. However, Azumarill just can threaten with double Ice Beam or a Play Rough and an Ice Beam. So it's iffy. It's a matchup that I think always needs to be studied if you are coming into these tournaments.
I think that if you're Music Michael, maybe you, as the saying goes, want to fight fire with fire. There's a Typhlosion on his team that doesn't look too bad overall. Really, the biggest problems about it would be that Diggersby or an Azumarill with maybe a little bit too much health. But as we talked about earlier on, using Shadow Typhlosion in a safe swap position sometimes gets that whole Incinerate to go through and gets you on better pacing to be able to at least counter a Pokemon like a Azumarill or like a Lapras that could come in.
Yeah, so let's see. Both of these trainers are now considering locking in here as we go into the next match. Music Michael fighting to stay in the winner's side of the bracket. Now this is good. Azumarill gets an advantage over Colin 6's Talonflame.
Going in with Azumarill, much better matchup here. Now quick pivot by both trainers, but so quick on Colin 6's side, since that Drapion was able to go in first and get a couple Poison Stings advantage, able to throw this Aqua Tail, which puts a nice chunk of damage into that Primate.
I reckon Music Michael is going to try and tease the potential close combat, try and get Colin 6 to invest in shields early on. This is a bait attempt here on Rage Fist. No shield. Colin makes the right call here. Now that's an advantage for Colin 6 as the Aqua Tail is going to threaten the knockout.
Going ahead and using that first Protect Shield on Michael's side, using that Primate as a safe swap is an interesting play. I'm really interested to see how it will turn out for him, because he will be already at another close combat. Going for yet another Rage Fist. It is getting boosted every time this is used, so it potentially could knock out with an extra Karate Chop at the end. And Colin 6 uses a Protect Shield because he wants to keep that mid-game matchup. He knows that the Talonflame does not want to see that Azumarill, and now he's guaranteed that he has Switch.
Yes, and Talonflame is looking very good here because it's avoiding the Azumarill and will be put up against that Tinkaton in the back. So Tinkaton coming in. Colin now again knows the full line of 3 Pokemon and is launching the Aqua Tail here just to get a bit of healthy chip damage on Tinkaton.
Not only that, you see Michael kind of look into the crowd a little bit because he knows he saw that Talonflame at the beginning and he says, okay, no matter what I do at this point, that Talonflame is coming for the Tinkaton. So he's just getting a lot of energy to be able to fight back a little bit. Being able to Fairy Wind down is nice. He is coming out with a lot of energy. A quick pivot back into the Azumarill, only to be met by Colin's own Azumarill here. One of the most well-known, well-trusted Pokemon that we've seen in these Play Pokemon tournaments.
Yes, much to Marcus's dismay, 2 Azumarills are on the stage here. Now this is going to be a measure of which one is the bulkier of the 2, which one can take that little bit more damage or deal a little bit more damage to each other. Bear in mind though, Music Michael needs to keep his Azumarill healthier because that Talonflame is a big threat to the rest of his team.
Play Rough coming through once again. Both of these Pokemon are still in the green, but not for long here as the next Play Rough goes through. No Protect Shields remaining. Both of these trainers at this point are recognizing, though this matchup takes a long time to play out, there's so many things going on in their minds. Each of their win conditions. You saw Colin waiting a second there because he didn't want that Play Rough to be caught onto the Tinkaton, forcing Music Michael now to use his last Protect Shield in the scenario. So there's so many different plays that both of these trainers are still thinking about.
I wonder if there's an attempt to make a catch, and there isn't, but however, Music Michael does get the snipe attack with the Bulldoze here, but Bulldoze isn't going to knock out, it's just going to lower the defenses potentially, and it's immediately negated by the swap out anyway.
Yeah, going ahead and just trying to go for another attack here. Bulldoze is not going to be doing as much of this flying type, but at the same point, he potentially is going to get another debuff. He got it on the Azumarill. Doesn't really matter at this point. No Protect Shields remaining. Talonflame with a ton of energy here. But Music Michael wants to give off a little parting gift. An Ice Beam of his own for that Talonflame in the sky.
I think it's just been such an irritation for Music Michael, that Talonflame, that he's like, now I'm going to cause a bit more damage here, but here comes the flying attack. I believe this might even be a Brave Bird here at this range, and it's going to absolutely decimate Azumarill.
Colin 6 says, hey, this is why we still use Brave Birds on the Talonflames, taking out the Azumarill with a pretty much half health, taking game number 1, taking game number 2, saying, I haven't won a championship this season. Maybe it's going to be in Utrecht. Colin 6 doing fantastic so far.
Colin does Colin things again, as per usual, and this is going to be another step towards getting an Utrecht championship in his home country as well. So a lot of Dutch battlers, we've talked about all these strong Dutch battlers that are available and they want to defend on home territory. Could Colin 6 be one of those trainers?
I think a lot of people are thinking that. It's always been the joke, especially from another friend, fellow previous caster and great competitor, Totectical. They always joke around, who is the best Dutch battler? I know there's been so many local cups and challenges with these big names that we saw, such as Inadequate, such as Totectical, such as Trip Tondo, who's been working backstage here at Colin 6. All of these trainers have been trying different things in these local competitions to be played on a wider field here, and it looks like Colin 6's practice is paying off for him so far in this tournament.
Yes, you go to these local leagues and you get that practice there, find out what works for you, try a few different teams, then you come to a regional or a special championship and you make your mark in Pokemon Go's Hall of Fame and create a legacy for yourself. Let's look at these amazing battles and what we just saw between these two trainers, because Colin 6 has some fabulous plays, and I know Music Michael didn't make it easy for him.
Yeah, the Music Michael back against the wall did as much as he could in those matches, and even though Colin 6 came out on top, I do think that he put up quite a bit of a fight. One thing I love to point out about Colin 6 is he says it about himself, is that he doesn't do a lot of his own team building. He likes to work with different trainers, he likes to see what's been working, and then he applies that to his own team, and I think that is actually takes a lot of skill to be able to use someone else's team and say, I know my counts, I know precision, I know exactly how to play out. If you give me a car, I know how to drive it. And he has been driving it fantastically so far here in Utrecht, taking out Azumarill in game number 1 with the Zone Azumarill, and taking out the Azumarill in game number 2 with that Talonflame.
Yes, and so the thing is with these mirror matchups is you might think, oh, at first glance, oh, it's the same Pokemon on both sides, but there's more to it than that because there's so much natural variation between these Pokemon. You can consider which one is a bit more favored on its attack or its bulk, but also consider movesets as well, because Azumarill can also run Hydro Pump as a charge attack, and that might be a little bit more useful against Colin 6's Talonflame in this example. Whether it would have made a difference, I don't know, but it's something that you got to consider when you are coming to these tournaments, that some people might be unconventional with their Pokemon or their movesets.
Yeah, you gotta always make sure that you're checking the team sheets to see what the movesets are potentially going to be. If you're not going to have some sneaky Hydro Pump like you were talking about. Honestly, with so many more Tinkaton, it's not out of the question, I suppose, to be using Hydro Pump.
No, absolutely not. Tinkaton would struggle a little bit more against Hydro Pump Azumarill, so maybe this is me manifesting what might happen in the future. Hey, if anyone watching that's going to be competing in Portland next week or is looking into...
you want to take a page out of Adelian's book.
Don't take a page out of my... No, but consider it, weigh it up. You never know. Someone might go, actually, it's not a bad idea. Let's give it a try. If they win, though, I want to be credited. Just putting it out there.
Well, yeah, okay. You heard it here first. You saw it here first in Utrecht. Colin 6 going ahead, taking winners round number 3. We have an interview with that man, the myth, the legend, and also Archaeurelius. Go ahead, take it away.
Thank you, Amanda and Adelian. And I'm sitting here with Colin 6, the final boss. How are you feeling after that battle?
I'm feeling pretty good. Primeape was one of the Pokemon I hope not to face too many of today.
Really?
Faced 2 so far, but I've managed to get past them.
Yeah,
so
it's been going well so far.
not a bad start.
Yeah, did you pick the Talonflame to counter that Primeape specifically?
One of the reasons, Typhlosion, well, Typhlosion is also fine, but I picked Talonflame because it has a better matchup against Azumarill and as well as the Mudslap users.
All right.
Yeah.
But I noticed that you're bringing back both Drapion and Azumarill for this one. We all thought that Drapion and Azumarill were ancient history now. How come that you are bringing those two back? Where did you find the inspiration for the team?
I did a lot of practice tournaments and I just noticed that Tinkaton usage was dropping. And
Really?
I saw so many teams pick the Drapion, so I figured I might give it a shot.
And when you pick Drapion, you pick his partner in crime as well, is that it?
Only makes sense, right?
It makes perfect sense. But Colin, I wonder, because you're number 2 on the EU leaderboard right now, and you have so much championship points stacked up already. What are you playing for?
So I've won a regional in every season I competed in so far.
Oh wow!
Except this one, so I'm still aiming to get that one. And Martijn defended, Inadequance defended our home so last year, so trying to do that as well.
Okay, but let's say that you end up not winning this one. Would you still consider doing more regionals then?
Probably not. I'm probably skipping Bologna. So this is my last chance at the regional. I will go to NAIC though, which I got the travel award for, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely going to be a lot of fun. And I'm very excited to see how you end up. You have a great feeling for this tournament. You're confident?
Really good. I've been feeling well about the meta. Made a team of my own this time, so...
Wow! Dude, you're taking steps every time I see you.
Keep growing, you know, keep improving.
And that's the right mentality, you know. You can always improve and grow as a player,
Yep.
and you're truly inspirational in that way.
Appreciate it.
And I just want to say to all the trainers at home, if there's one trainer you should look up to here in the EU region, this guy's a prime example.
Thank you.
Anyway, Amanda and Adelian, I wonder if you are as excited about Colin's results as I am. Let's hear back from you.
Yes, I was very excited to see Colin's result, and as you can see, Amanda is looking better than ever.
Thank you so much. All right, that was an interesting end of the interview there. Colin, of course, one of the titans of the EU scene, very humble player as well.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
freaky shenanigans in his plays. He's just playing this systematically, and that's what I
that we
adore.
know of.
That we know of, that is true. Maybe he's just going for some funky lines in the back of the tournaments. Every time he's not on stream, he's going for crazy catches.
Yeah, and then he goes and doesn't want to surprise someone on stream.
Yeah, exactly.
On stream with anything too unusual. But no, jokes aside,
Part of the plan.
fabulous player, really fun to watch. The final boss, and also, in my view, very much a contender that could make it all the way. But of course, he's not the only trainer that has the ability to make it all the way, because both of these trainers have got very far, and one trainer amongst the two has been a champion before.
Yep, and recently Odin has also performed quite well. Cockshark, of course, beating Tomahawk UK in the Warsaw finals.
Yes, that was correct, in Warsaw in November 2022. Koshak is indeed the Warsaw regional champion from 2022. He hasn't got a championship in quite a while, but he has been competing and looking to get better. But Udin is a very tough and highly developed player.
And I will say there is something that I look forward to seeing. It's Azumarill. No, of course, we've seen Azumarill plenty of times, but I still think it might be the best pick for this tournament. I didn't put it in my caster predictions because I thought putting Azumarill in there, yeah.
You didn't want to upset Marcus, did you?
Exactly. No, Dusclops.
Yeah.
I call mine Clopsy. I'm very much in love with my Clopsy, but Dusclops is a phenomenal Pokemon. The pacing is so incredibly quick. If you're predicting the meta to look like less Shadow Drapion, it has an opening. If you're looking at the team of Cockshark, there is a very weak spot to Dusclops because it can just beat every single Pokemon. It has Ice Punch for Shadow Jumpluffs if there are one. It is good against Pokemon like Corviknight. You are outpacing every single thing. If you're just getting it away from a Ferret, I think you're good to go.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And Dusclops is one of these Pokemon that has that versatility. One of the things that I seem to measure is if a Pokemon is able to get to a charge attack before 5 seconds are up, which is rarer than is not very common, then that will make it a really, really important thing for the outpace against conventional Pokemon. Dusclops is a prime example.
That's why Shadow Drapion dominated the last metas. But Shadow Drapion had one downside, and that was that Aqua Tail wasn't same type attack bonus boosted. Dusclops is incredibly bulky as well and has the same type attack bonus boost on that Shadow Punch. And look at that team. The Typhlosion matchup is hilarious because you outpace the Thunder Punch, and basically it has to shield everything you do, otherwise you farm down with Hexes, and that is a very crazy thing to do. Dugong, you outpace heavily, even though the matchup gets iffy with those debuffs, so you would rather not want to play that out. However, you can swap out at some point. It is going to take a long while until you get knocked out.
Yes, for sure. But you can see that Golisopod is there on Koshak's side. And Koshak, I think, that I really like Golisopod as a pick. I think it's got a lot of versatility and also is quite strong into quite a few of the Pokemon that we see in the top meta. So it is what I would describe as a core breaker or a meta, anti-meta pick. And so Koshak is looking to command that, along with some other unusual picks, such as the Corviknight.
That's what makes it such a great safe swap as well, right? It breaks so many cores, so trainers are not prepared with a hard answer. However, you can't do that into Ferret teams because Ferret is just a menace against any Shadow Claw users. However, the players are ready. Dusclops in the lead versus a Cradily.
Yes, and this is actually a good decision by both trainers because sure, the Ice Punch is threatening to Cradily, but Cradily can also fight back with the Rock Tomb, which is going to debuff with a certainty on the Dusclops, and it is actually Koshak that's able to launch first. Udin's looking to just farm up more energy rather than launch an Ice Punch.
It's such a funny matchup because you outpaced because of the charge attack priority event to the first Rock Tomb. However, afterwards you're getting outpaced to 2. There is a catch. Ice Punch on the Azumarill is absolutely massive. However, catching attacks on Azumarill versus other Azumarill teams is always a liability because now Udin can just farm up so much energy. Basically can go to maximum energy and then swap in the Azumarill himself.
Yes, he can do. So that catch may have not earned Koshak too much of an advantage here, but Koshak is able to get a good amount of energy back from farming that Dusclops and is able to launch the play rough against Udin's Azumarill. Again, it's a fight against bulk.
Yep. Now, because of the Hex damage that the Dusclops applied on the Azumarill, there is going to be a good chance for a scenario that Cockshak's Azumarill basically wins that matchup with a slight margin of HP. If you then get some Poison Stings in to farm it down, that could be absolutely massive for Udin later on.
Yes, and Udin does indeed have that Drapion, and that's going to be very useful against the Dusclops if he does get matched up against Koshak there. So let's see what happens now as both these Azumarill trading play roughs against each other, trying to bring each other down into the red. Here comes Udin, perfectly timed with his play rough.
Yep. Right before Cockshak gets to the next one. The big question is how defensive is the Azumarill of Udin, because there are some Azumarill in that matchup that can actually hang on with 1 HP. Now the player up is going to connect over at exactly 25% here for the Azumarill. Is it enough to knock it out?
Yes, my gut says it will be. Let's find out. How bulky is it? It does knock out Uden's Azumarill. This is really good for Koshak, but now it's the farm down. But no, Koshak's able to get another play rough off. Incredible.
And that is massive. Didn't get the full farm down on the side of Uden. There is, of course, going to leave with an Aqua Tail stalled. However, would have rather preferred to not have to take a play rough or give up a shield. Now the Corviknight comes in, and Corviknight versus Shadow Drapion, kind of an iffy matchup sometimes, but if it's on this HP range, the sand attacks do add up.
Yeah, and also and there is now a swap trying to get even more damage off onto the Corviknight. Bear in mind that Corviknight, I believe, was debuffed by the crunch, so that takes even more damage here. But now Cradilly coming in, and Uden has a lot of energy, but it will need more than one Ice Punch to take out Cradilly.
Definitely. Could have been an Ice Beam. It would have not knocked out Blizzard, perhaps, maybe.
Blizzard, yeah.
Putting it in half HP range. Oh, Koshak even over-farming one more here. Is it actually knockout range here for the Dusclops? Keep in mind, there's also only little HP on the side of Uden, so he has to give up shields rather soon.
Yes, because he needs to preserve the health on his Dusclops, because otherwise, if he doesn't, even if he doesn't get knocked out, he may get farmed down by the Bullet Seeds, and a Cradilly with energy is going to be problematic here. So Ice Punch coming in, it is a race, and it's going to be very close. Is Dusclops going to be able to do it? Yes, gets the Shadow Punch off, because now, right now, you don't need Ice Punch with the higher energy cost. You can just go for the Shadow Punch, which will knock out Cradilly anyway.
Yep, the question is, what do you do now on the side of Uden? You are debuffed with the Dusclops, goes into the Shadow Drapion after throwing one more Hex, and now Koshak is, of course, going to outpace here to the Iron Head. Do you even shield this on the side of Uden? He is shaking his head.
Yes, it's going to be tricky. Iron Head coming in now. That is going to be protected. Drapion is able to rush to... Maybe he's trying to get to two Aqua Tails here. Maybe get both off. Going for the first Aqua Tail, hoping to tease a shield. No immediate no shield by Koshak here. So Koshak predicting the Aqua Tail and gets the right call here. Now it's going to be second Aqua Tail. Now this one goes shielded.
Has to be shielded. Is this Shadow Punch range? And how far away is Koshak from the charge attack? He can't even swap out here on the side of Uden. Already has the Sky Attack loaded. Does this knock out the Dusclops from wrist range? I'm pretty sure it does. Sky Attack is going to neck any second.
Yes, Sky Attack is going to knock out this Dusclops. Dusclops is reasonably bulky, but Sky Attack is a hard-hitting flying type attack, and Koshak, demonstrating why he has been a regional champion before, wins this first matchup against a Titan in Uden, who's been playing so well.
The upsides of Dusclops.
Yeah.
It is very bulky.
Yes.
Incredible pacing.
Yes.
Very neutral into many Pokemon.
Yes.
The downside of Dusclops, it is very neutral into many Pokemon. It doesn't win you the games alone. It doesn't pack this punch that a Shadow Feraligatr has, where you get one Shadow Claw advantage and all of a sudden you're winning entire lines of 3 that you're beating with just your Shadow Feraligatr. That is just not Dusclops. Dusclops wants to give you stability in the matchup. It wants to let you gain advantages, small advantages in terms of alignment maybe.
Yes, and also that flexibility there. I think it's more useful as a safe swap. I don't expect Uden to lead with it all that much, but you never know. The unpredictable can give you an advantage. So I'm curious to see what Uden does and whether he will keep Dusclops entirely, which I think is sensible here, or whether he will, and if so, where he will place it. Will it be in the lead? Will it be in the safe swap position, which is more typical of it? That's going to be the tricky thing.
I will say I like Dusclops as a closer, meaning that it's brought in the end, trying to get some more energy advantage, perhaps when shields are down a little bit, and then trying to rush through the opponent with energy. So this is where I see Dusclops the most. I really like the use of this Pokemon.
Yes, I'm excited as well, and something different, something unusual. Corviknight as well is an interesting pick. Both trainers have Corviknight available, and it has been interesting because Sand Attack, Iron Head and Sky Attack gives some lovely coverage between the 3, but we will wait for not much longer. Cradilly now comes off against Shadow Drapion here. Minor advantage for Drapion, I suspect.
I want to say so, yes. You are resisting those Bullet Seeds. It does not do too much. Rock Tomb, of course, is an attack that is not resisted. However, it deals about a little bit more than half. We throw on charge attack priority. Rather risky play from Uden. Right choice here.
Yes, it was both trainers deciding to throw on suboptimal timing, but both of them predicting each other would be doing the same, perhaps, and thus a charge attack priority event. Crunch goes through first, which is not debuffed, and now Uden deciding to no shield and and take the debuff as well, which would have applied regardless of the shield. An attempt to a catch here, which Uden does not fall for. Azumarill coming in against Corviknight in response.
Azumarill is a really good answer to Corviknight. It soaks up all the damage. We got a few more poison stings in as well. But I also want to talk about Cockshuck's team for a second.
Yeah.
Because leading that Cradily is absolutely insanely strong versus Uden's team. There is the Azumarill that wants to swap out. Ferret doesn't love playing versus the Cradily because if you throw on good timing, you're going to be debuffed first, and that is an issue. The Shadow Drapion is kind of good against it. It was a good call from Uden, but the other Pokemon all get debuffed before they get to their attacks, and that is an issue.
Yes, for sure, and so that was a good call by Koshak to bring that in. Just obviously didn't find the target it wanted. Ice Beam now being launched against this Corviknight, which is now in the red. Look at how much energy Corviknight has. Is going for the Iron Head here. Bear in mind, Fairy types take super effective damage from Steel, but Water does resist Steel type attacks, so this is overall going to be neutral. Will he get to another Iron Head? Yes, he does!
Up hanging on basically 1 HP. They're knocking out the Azumarill, and now switch advantage for Cockshuck is huge. Yes, there is a big energy advantage on that Shadow Drapion, and that is looking really, really strong. Gets 2 more Poison Stings in, but look at this. Azumarill might come in here now, and that energy is completely walled all of a sudden.
Yes, and this is the downside with Drapion. If you have a lot of energy there, Azumarill will tank it for days. As Crunch comes in, looking for that debuff. Does Uden get it? He does indeed get it.
Oh, goes over into the third. That's going to force out a switch up, but we got a few more Sucker Punches in. But Cockshuck is already at the Rock Tomb, so it's going to debuff the third first.
Yes, and Koshak very clever here to make sure that he toes the Rock Tomb at perfect timing just before Uden gets to the Trailblaze here. Fabulous timing there, as now Uden wants to get his attack back up. So, you debuff me, I'm going to buff myself. Trailblaze coming in thick.
Very neutral scenario. However, the Trailblazes are always going to be debuffed. The Sucker Punches after that are going to be fine, but the charge attack damage is going to be mitigated by these Rock Tombs. And I want to say, yes, you at some point have to start shielding charge attacks, Uden, because this is looking dangerous on your HP total.
Yes, it is, and so more Sucker Punches coming in now, trying to get a bit of extra farm here. Oh, Uden trying to get the farm, but wasn't able to do so. Now investing 2 shields in his Ferret to take all that energy, but that's double debuffed now.
Oh, swaps out into the Shadow Drapion immediately there, and is going to give a sizable farm down for the Azumarill. Azumarill will, of course, not shield those. Is this going to be a debuff? That would be huge. No.
No debuff here, and then here comes the farm. Uden not able to get that second crunch off, but does have all the energy on his Ferret, threatening with the Trailblaze, but looking for a bait attempt here, because I think even the Swift would be enough, and Koshak does fall for the bait. So let's see what the response is. Playrough coming in. I don't know. Does Ferret survive?
Ferret does not have the bulk to take this play rough, and it's going to be a swift 2-0 victory for Cockshuck versus Uden there, having the shield advantage in the end. Uden trying to play for energy for that Ferret win condition, but it did not work out because Cockshuck had the game under his control. The constant debuffing of Cradily was so strong.
Yes, Cradily was able to dominate early on, and then the lack of alignment, not getting all that energy on Drapion if you were Uden, and only for Azumarill to go, hello, I'll happily take all of that energy and let it bounce straight off my bulk. That was impressive by Koshak to get Azumarill there.
And it's very interesting because if you're looking at Corviknight, it is a very defensive Pokemon.
Yes.
The matchup versus Azumarill, even though it's Steel versus Fairy, it's also Steel versus Water, so that is not the easiest matchup. However, if your Corviknight is really defensive and has a lot of HP and not a lot of attack, you're actually hanging on with 1 HP when you get to 2 Iron Heads. Versus Azumarill, and that is going to win you those zero shield scenarios. And in those matchups, it is going to be very important because this was not the most alignment-dependent game.
True.
However, Uden played for energy on the Shadow Drapion. And if you're playing versus Azumarill, the matchup is fine of Shadow Drapion versus Azumarill, but if you sacrifice HP before, get a lot of energy. Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't do anything against the Azumarill.
Yes, and so for those of you looking to get a Corviknight that has a lot of defense, a lot of stamina, but not too much on attack, a good opportunity to get hold of him is to contact people around you in your local communities or perhaps at these regionals to go, hey, do you have any spare Rookidee to trade? I'll happily trade those with you, and you get to not only befriend new players, make friends, but also get a fabulous Corviknight that may win you a championship.
Yeah, Corviknight is a really, really strong Pokemon. I think it is one of the coolest regional flying type Pokemon. What is your favorite regional flying type Pokemon?
Oh, okay, so I've been thinking on the spot here, an unusual pick. I'm going to go with Unpheasant, and simply because of the male version of Unpheasant being so, have such fabulous plumage is very impressive. That's my favorite.
I can see that. There we are seeing Corviknight in the back, so I think Kokshak goes with me and says Corviknight is the GOAT. But here we're seeing this magnificent Ice Punch catch. I mean, his Shadow Punch also wouldn't have done much after being debuffed, but this is pitiful damage. And yeah, there you can see that Corviknight was the game winner in Game 1, and afterwards it was also kind of a game winner in Game 2. I also want to say that the Azumarill of Uden not hanging on to the last player of the Azumarill of Kokshak also kind of cost him the game, because some Azumarill also can hang on with 1 HP.
Yes, it's a tricky one. You need to really master your Azumarill play against other people's Azumarills, and bear in mind as well that Azumarill variation is quite a key thing as you go into different opponents' matchups. Also, it's useful to kind of watch your opponents and what they did in previous streams to see, okay, their Azumarill was able to handle this amount of damage from such and such as a Azumarill, so my one will probably do well or it won't do well, and adapt your tactics accordingly. That's the level of research that you can do to be successful at these regional or special championships.
Yeah, this is especially good advice for all those day tours out there. I see you taking notes of which Azumarill takes how much damage from which attack. I also want to say that I am very happy that Azumarill seems to be back here. It is a good pick in this tournament, especially. There has been a Pokemon that was the talk of the town recently, and I want to say it was also in the caster predictions, if I've seen correctly. Shadow Typhlosion is back. It won a regional already in Stuttgart with PvP David 07, I think. And it's back. People are running it because there's few answers in the meta. Azumarill has basically at some point been replaced by Tinkaton. And if you're looking at the Tinkaton matchup, Shadow Typhlosion just still incinerates through it. And Azumarill kind of keeps this Pokemon in check, actually.
Yes, it does. You also, if you are Typhlosion, you do have to be mindful of Tinkaton's Bulldoze, which even though won't necessarily knock out it, Shadow Typhlosion is quite squishy, so the Bulldoze will still do a respectable amount of ground-type damage. However, I decided to go with Talonflame specifically for that reason, because you can burn through the Tinkaton and all of Tinkaton's attacks are completely walled off by Talonflame. So it's a debate. Do you go with Typhlosion? Do you go with Talonflame? Do you go with that first game we saw today with the Skeledirge? All of these choices there. I think this is a meta where fire can truly burn through the meta.
And I think that you've just missed out on the best fire-type Pokemon that there is right now. I think that actually, and I know that players are running it, Magcargo also is in a decent spot in the meta right now. Not only in the Retro Cup, it is very, very strong, but it is a great Pokemon. So perhaps if you want to attend future events, I mean, we just got the Special Championship in Bologna coming up soon, and of course NAIC as well, then you might want to bring Magcargo to that, because if it's a good environment to bring a Shadow Typhlosion, it is also a good environment for Magcargo. Magcargo has same type attack bonus, count with me, same type attack bonus, Incinerate.
Okay.
Same type attack bonus, Rock Tomb.
Yep.
With a 3 Incinerate and then 2 Incinerate pacing.
Yep.
And speaking of same type attack bonus boosted, Overheat, and that is attacks. If you play this Pokemon in a neutral matchup, which is kind of hard to get with Fire and Rock, to be honest, it is so strong. But now we have Z-Zwilus versus Maxi 1 million P. Z-Zwilus has had a phenomenal season so far. So, second place at Birmingham, followed up by second place at EUIC. He is in desperate need for a title, but also he wants to do a wacky trade first with Maximilian P.
Yes, he does. Both of these trainers are lucky. They are lucky with each other, and of course, with a lucky trade, you are guaranteed that your next trade is going to be a Pokemon that's going to have a minimum of 12, 12, 12 on its statistics. So this allows Pokemon to be very, very strong early on. Also, you can power these Pokemon up for lower Stardust cost. Are we going to get one of those elusive perfect Hundos? That's what we want. The 4-star assessment here. It's a shiny Spinder, not a Hundo, but really good shiny Spinder for Zwilus. The highest on its attack and stamina and respectable defenses as well. So I think Z-Zwilus has come off better with the lucky trade. Who will come off better with the battles?
Very, very good shot. I really like those wacky trades. Yesterday, I did one with the Manda.
Yep.
And we got wacky off that wacky trade.
Yes, a lucky after a lucky.
And
So
it
that
was so insane.
Yes, that almost never happens. I've never seen that before myself, and to witness it with Leo and Amanda only yesterday was super impressive. So now we move from lucky trades to considering the battles, and we talked about Shadow Typhlosion. This is the Pokemon that Z's Wireless has gone for, whereas Maxi has gone for Talonflame. So this will be interesting. What is going to beat what here?
So the thing is, this team is an incredible meta call with the Corviknight, Jumpluff, Ferd as well, but it does not have problems versus other Typhlosions. You have the Azumarill to answer it, you have the Claydol of course to hard answer it, and if you have a little bit of energy advantage, Ferd is also really good into it. However, it gets a little, as we like to say, RPS, it's a little bit alignment dependent, because also of course you have Corviknight and Jumpluff. But this team is slightly weak to Azumarill. And there on the other side, we have the Talonflame that you were speaking about earlier, and an Azumarill.
Yes, and of course there's not really all that much room for Typhlosion here, because if you look at how much water coverage there is, there are 3 Pokemon that offer water type coverage, and then Claydol as well can mud slap through a lot of what Typhlosion can offer as long as it shields the Blast Burn. So there is, I question whether Z's Wireless will bring Typhlosion in there, because there's not really anything for it to be threatening against. What do you think?
I mean, if you have a really high attack Shadow Typhlosion, you can incinerate through an entire Drapion in 5 Incinerate, which is completely
that is
crazy.
amazing to hear.
Feels a little illegal, if you ask me. But Shadow Drapion, of course, is a problematic Pokemon. With 2 shields, you can farm it down with the Shadow Typhlosion without throwing energy, but you have to give up the 2 shields. But I think against Azumarill, it is very iffy versus Claydol. And those, I mean, I said it earlier, Azumarill is a very strong Pokemon against the team of Zizwilas.
Yes.
So you can expect it to come.
Yes, I'm sure Maxi is an experienced trainer. He definitely will bring it. That is my prediction. You can see both trainers now are locked in, ready to go. And now the Pokemon in his field. Yes, Azumarill coming in against Shadow Drapion on Maxi's side. And yes, we do see Maxi's Azumarill in the back there as well. Here comes Claydol.
It's the winners semis of this group. 2 very strong trainers who have never faced each other in an official tournament, so they never played when it really mattered against each other. And oh, what a call from Zizwilas, just taking a Aqua Tail here.
Yes, he predicted it would not be the crunch. Now here comes the Azumarill, and this is going to be Rock Tomb, which actually puts Wireless at a bit of an advantage, because this is the Pokemon that is the biggest threat to his team, and now it's been debuffed. Sure, it's going to get a fair amount of energy, but the debuffs are going to be problematic. When does Maxi decide to farm down? To launch an Ice Beam? He doesn't. Claydol count giving a second Rock Tomb, which means a double debuff to Azumarill.
You know, I like this a lot. Azumarill is problematic for the team of Zizwilas. It is very neutral and sometimes even advantageous. And now it is basically in its best matchup there. The Claydol can't touch it at all with charge attack damage. The Rock Tombs are neutral. You've seen so many Mud Slaps and a Rock Tomb barely doing any kind of damage. Now you have a lot of energy, but it's double debuffed already. Timer is not up for Maxi, so good job of Zizwilas to force that double debuffed energy.
Yes.
Look at this.
Yeah, that's really good. It does almost nothing to Zizwilas, and now Drapion is coming back in, but now Azumarill has a little bit of energy here and is able to get to those charge attacks quicker this time, but not before Drapion launches the crunch. And this we're going to see, does it do a debuff? There is no debuff on this occasion.
Oh my word, Adeline. I have been saying how good Azumarill is versus Zizwilas team, but if you're looking at Maxi's team, it is also so incredibly neutral, especially against the line of 3 that he brought towards the energy of the Shadow Drapion. It is, of course, in the mirror, it's a mirror, but it is so good against the Talonflame as well due to its water typing and the bubble damage adding up.
Yes, and you have to lower. The only downside is not running Hydro Pump means that you have to launch Ice Beam at the Talonflame, but trying to get a snipe here on the Mud Slap, and so Maxi launching the Aqua Tail here, which I think was necessary to secure the knockout.
Yeah, but it's super fine because you now got rid of that residual energy on the Shadow Drapion there with the... It was basically a forced catch, and that is a phenomenal play by Zizwilas. Now you can bring in the third. I think you're going to knock out within 4 Sucker Punches. Maxi realizes that and swaps out very late into the Talonflame.
Yes, he does. It was so close to do that because it was the Drapion was so close to a knockout. Swift coming in here, which is going to do respectable neutral damage, same type attack bonus from the Forest, which is also a normal type here, but Talonflame's Incinerates are chipping away, and Maxi going for the Flame Charge to increase the damage output of his Talonflame going forward.
Yep, Zizwilas is shielding that up. Of course, you have to use your shields at some point, and now it is looking grim for Maximal EMP because this is what Ferret wants to do. It wants to be in those matchups with shields, apply a lot of fast attack pressure, get those shields with only Swifts, and then win those games on its own, and I think that's an easy shield and farm down here.
Yes, absolutely. Sucker Punch is going to do a lot of damage once this final fly is launched, and I don't think Talonflame can reach another in time. Swapping into the Azumarill, but that means nothing because Spurid has access to Trailblaze, a grass type attack. This is just going to make Sucker Punch even more dangerous now.
Yep, and now you're definitely going to be able to farm down that Shadow Drapion if that was ever in question. 2 Sucker Punches to Glory, knocks out the Shadow Drapion. Talonflame comes in, can't withstand 2 more Sucker Punches, and Zizwalos wins another game with his trusty Ferret. It's become kind of a signature Pokemon of his.
I think Zizwalis just collects signature Pokemon.
Yeah.
He once was the one that commandeered a Lowland Sandslash, if you remember.
The Powder Snow.
Yes, that was in Barcelona, I believe, when he was the special champion at that point. So the Barcelona champion, and then now he's just, I think every time he just tries to bring in a new Pokemon and make it a signature thing.
Do you remember why that Shadow Alolan Sandslash was so special in Barcelona?
It's been a while, actually. My memory's failing me. Why? What's up?
So the Pokemon was always strong in that scenario, right?
Yes.
In that meta. But most of the people were playing Shadow Claw. Back in the day, Lickitung was still crazy strong, and it won that matchup even though all the charge attacks are resisted. But with Powder Snow, you did not only win the matchup versus Lickitung, but you exit with an Ice Punch stored.
And that would be so useful for the next Pokemon to come in, because Ice as a typing has a lot of versatility to hit a lot of Pokemon for super effective damage.
And you're so low on HP that you're gonna get the Ice Punch off, and most of the time you're immediately being knocked out by the fast attack that comes to throw minimal farm for the other Pokemon.
Yes.
Maximum amount of damage. It's also Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so it packs that extra oomph right there. And that's what got Zizwalis to the victory there.
And there we have it. So no Shadow Alolan Sandslash on this occasion from Zizwalis, but I'm going to bring the Forret, and of course he does have another Shadow in Shadow Typhlosion, which I don't expect to see in this matchup, but we will see, because Zizwalis does Zizwalis things. He likes to play differently. He likes to take people off guard, and I think if there is a trainer that has the ability to win while running something a bit more unusual, trainers like Zizwalis are that people.
Yeah, but he's on top of his game lately, but you can't count out Maximilian P. He has been on this stage before. He has performed phenomenally before in bigger tournaments. So he is sitting on a team that he is rather comfortable with. It was a very close matchup there. The Ferret got out of control a little bit in the last matchup, but both trainers are ready. They're locked in, so let's go into game 2, and that is Malamar versus Claydol. Very interesting matchup.
Yes, Maxi will enjoy this because the foul plays are able to deal super effective damage and at pace quite quickly. The downside, however, is that Psywaves are going to do very little to Claydol, whereas Claydol is able to get respectable chip damage off with the Mud Slaps as a fast attack.
Yep, that chip damage is good, but the Rock Tomb, of course, shielding the first foul play. Very good play against the Malamar, because then afterwards you're only taking debuffed super effective damage. Maximilian P is looking like he wants to play this with just a little bit of shield advantage. Swaps out the Malamar, says this is not worth my time there. And oh, the Azumarill is being baited out here.
Yes, and I am a bit concerned about Maxi's play here to bring the Azumarill in here rather than stay with Malamar and get another shield or weaken Claydol a bit more. But maybe he's hoping that he can maybe get some extra energy here and have an advantage, but that debuff is going to be problematic in this mirror match.
I think that Zizwalis is doing what Azumarill does best here, swapping it onto the opposing Azumarill after being chipped. Of course, some residual energy on that Claydol debuffed the Azumarill of Maximilian P. This is going to be so strong for the Azumarill because it also walls the energy of the Malamar on Maximilian's side. He has more than a foul play stored. In the back, there is also a Lapras. However, Maximilian P has one thing going for him, and that is shield advantage.
Yes, and also has charge attack priority against Zizwalis' Azumarill, which is useful information for this matchup and potentially a third if Maxi were to win this. So now, how will that change the behavior now that he knows there is a swap out into the Lapras here? Psywave coming in. The Psywave is going to deal neutral damage. The Sparkling Aria will be resisted, but I think Maxi will want to try and get off that Skull Bash, hence why he's shielding early on.
Oh, that is absolutely massive, getting a shield here, because now your Typhlosion is not in a disadvantage anymore when it comes to shields. You can take a Sparkling Aria from that range with your Claydol, and you already have the Rock Tomb stored. So there is a win condition for these Zyzylus. This is not enough harm for that Lapras. Wow. Do you shield this?
Yeah, it's a debate here because Lapras will survive this, but also you want your Lapras to stay pretty strong here. Debuff now on the Lapras, which is going to be problematic. And here comes Shadow Typhlosion, and this is the Pokemon that you really don't want to see. But this one debuff actually isn't going to be enough because I think Typhlosion still will have to shield this.
Yeah, it has to shield this. However, it pulled the shield, and that is far more important, that debuff. Now you're going to throw a Thunder Punch immediately. How much energy? There's still enough energy on that Malamar, but also Zyzylus has a very healthy Azumarill in that bag. It's going to not knock it out. Tries to predict a combo play here, or just goes for a farm down. Ooh, Maxi brings in his own Azumarill. This is a very close matchup.
Yes, and it's an advantage that Maxi is able to get charge attack priority here, but this wasn't actually a charge attack priority event. Zyzylus over farming because he knows he would lose charge attack priority. Going for the extra farm here, trying to be as low as possible, and then actually taking a bit more damage. Both trainers do not want their Pokemon be knocked... Sorry, both trainers want to have their Pokemon knocked out so they can farm down the other Pokemon. So they're both waiting. Very sensible here on these trainers. Unusual, but sensible.
What a stalemate. Reminds me of the perfect play from Withered versus Pataman. Are we waiting to bubble down before the timer is up for Maximilian P? No, we got impatient there a little bit, but we get to the Play Rough. Play Rough is not going to be enough to knock out the Shadow Typhlosion. Is going to put a big dent into it though.
Yes, this is resisted damage, but this is on Typhlosion, a Shadow variant as well, and the defenses are not that high. Here comes the superpower from the Malamar here, and this is what Zyzylus was trying to avoid by not attacking the Azumarills too quickly, but wasn't able to avoid it because Maxi would have made that switch otherwise.
It was the first shield that Zyzylus gave Maxi in the lead matchup. The Malamar did what it needed to do to disable the Shadow Typhlosion from winning that game, because this Pokemon really needs shields. It is made of paper. This is a fire type that's made of paper. This was a Play Rough from an Azumarill, resisted, dealt over half damage.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was close to that for sure. And one thing I also admire is, despite the fact that Shadow Typhlosion does have a lot of damage output itself, it wasn't able to knock out the Lapras with that Thunder Punch. Lapras actually survived on close to 1 HP and was able to do a few more Psy Waves before jumping out as well.
That's also very relevant information right there, but I think we said that we didn't see the Shadow Typhlosion coming. This again speaks for Zyzylus just playing Pokemon Go differently than any other person on the planet.
And he did really well with it, I must say.
Yeah, but I mean, the disadvantages from Shadow Typhlosion in that matchup really came costly for him in the end, I think, because there was just energy. Maxi was dancing around with the energy, taking some shields from Zyzylus, and then later on winning with the Shadow Malamar, I always wanted to say, because it's been the talk of the town in PvE right now.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of trainers are looking at getting a Shadow Inkay from Team Rocket runs in order to TM Frustration, because bear in mind, folks, you can TM Frustration off your Shadow Pokemon at the moment, so make sure you do that. Get a Shadow Inkay, TM Frustration, build yourself a Shadow Malamar, because if conventional Malamar is anything to go by, as Maxi has demonstrated, then the Shadow Malamar will be even more amazing.
Also, do some Shadow Lapras raids. Right now, you can actually get Shadow Lapras raids with no attack at all, which is very good for this Pokemon. The defenses are much more important, and you can remote raid the Shadows from now on.
Yes, thanks to an update from Niantic only a few weeks ago. This is now possible, but we are getting into the battles, and it is Azumarill playing off against each other. Both trainers being conservative, going with safe picks as both Azumarill fight each other now.
That is, you can see Maxi smiling, looking at his watch. This is going to take a little while. I always like those matchups because then you can draft a game plan with the information that you've gotten, but in this situation you haven't gotten any other information.
No, other than the two Azumarills, not much to be said, but we can see what Zyzylus and Maxi have in the back, and I am loving the look of that Malamar, which is able to deal super effective damage to everything in Zyzylus' back line. So Zyzylus really needs to do something here, because that Azumarill is more precious than he may realize.
I think at some point you will have to preserve your Azumarill if you're expecting a Malamar. The Azumarill would have been so good against both of the Pokemon of Maximilian P, because there is a Shadow Drapion, there is a Malamar. That's why he was smiling in the beginning, because it was like, okay, I really wanted the Azumarill in the lead. That is the best case scenario for me here.
Yes, for sure, because even if you can weaken the Azumarill, then Malamar can come in from Maxi's side and just farm down with Psywave. This is a classic scenario of what we call ABB format teams here, and now a swap into the Furret as just wanted to with the Drapion. This is exactly what Maxi wants to see with Furret. Sucker Punch dealing resisted damage to the Drapion, which is also a Dark-type Pokemon.
Even though Zizwiles got, I think, 3 Sucker Punches in before Maxi swapped out there. Might have only been 2. And now outpacing to a Swift, to double Swift, would be huge if it could knock out the Shadow Drapion.
Yes, I think Maxi will want to try and keep his Shadow Drapion in this matchup. So Zizwiles is able to get the Swift off. I think this is where Shield comes out if I was Maxi.
And that could be a big advantage for Zizwiles. No, is he actually going to get switch with the Furret versus Shadow Drapion? No, there is the Aqua Tail reach. Zizwiles lets it go. How bulky is that Furret? I doubt it can withstand. Oh, that's an undercharge here. Maxi actually trying to play for energy here. Brings in the Malamar. Immediate swap out into the Azumarill. Goes for an Ice Beam and a catch on the Azumarill. Maximilian P is living in Zizwiles' head rent-free.
Absolutely incredible plays there. You'd have to admire just the timing, the impeccable timing on Maxi here. He knows this matchup, and now he has all the energy, going up to 100 energy and launching that Ice Beam. This is enough to knock out the Azumarill because it's so low.
And that's not even it. He carries another Charge Tag into the next matchup, because I doubt that a Mudslap is going to knock out here. This is super effective damage. Even the Azumarill is putting in overhours. Maximilian's Pokemon are just coming in there and doing everything they can to help him out.
Oh yes, he is. 1 million power on this Malamar as well. Now Foul Play is able to do super effective damage to Claydol, getting that charge attack off first to prevent Rock Tomb from debuffing Malamar here. Shield comes out, Rothylas respecting that this is going to be the most damaging attack so far. Rock Tomb is now a response to that.
The thing is, Psywaves don't really do any kind of damage, so I think you will definitely need to Foul Play. If that is even enough after the Foul Play change in that matchup, you're going to be able to shield another one. Do you actually get another Foul Play off here before the next Rock Tomb? This could also be catch dependent, even though it's very hard to catch versus a one-turn fast attack.
Yes, it will be very tricky. It will require some masterful plays. Rock Tomb is able to be launched first, but there is another shield on Maxi's side. So now, let's wait. Will there be a catch? Will there be something magical here? What will go on? We still see Zizwiles be able to pull something out of the bag. Let's see if he's able to do it. It's going to be so hard. He's going up to 2 Foul Plays. Nothing at this point, because now when you have 2, it doesn't matter if he made the catch.
Does it hang on here, or are you going to be able to swap in the third? Are you going to get farmed down in this scenario? Rock Tomb is reached, but it feints with the move! Maxi is throwing his superpower at the third and advances to the winners finals!
Incredible plays for Maxi, defeating one of the strongest trainers in Europe in Zizwiles. A masterclass in energy management from Maxi. Fabulous, fabulous plays from a fabulous trainer.
That was magnificent. This was the peak performance from Maxi.
Yes, absolutely. I don't think I've seen Maxi play this well before.
Yeah, he's always been really, really strong. His performances have been super solid, but this was just proving how good he really is as a trainer. He played versus possibly one of the best trainers in the world right now, and he said, hey, I can hold a candle to you, if that is even a saying.
Yeah, well, absolutely, it absolutely is, and more so because Zizwiles has been racking up those championship points. He has come close so many times. He's been second place on multiple occasions. Zizwiles was the finalist, the runner-up at UIC, if memory serves. So that trainer, to beat a trainer of that caliber, Maxi is putting his name in contention to be your Utrecht champion for this season.
Yep, winners finals already 1 game away from going into the winner's side of the top cut. So that is huge chances for Maximilian P, because if you enter day 2 on the winner's side, it's not that much that you have to win.
No, just a couple more matches against a couple more trainers, and it's easy.
The trainers might be kind of good against that you're playing against, but still, he has shown that he is worthy of those championship points that he's about to get, and of course also beating Zizwiles. Look at this, they were having the time of their lives right there. I think that was probably during the Wacky trade.
Yes, that would have been so. Both of these trainers know each other quite well. They are good friends, a lot of respect and humility for each other. I always talk about it. I always you can't go more than one. You can't go with one stream without me mentioning the word community and how the community builds between these two trainers and everyone else. It's great to see. This is why trainers should watch these battles, see Maxi able to just about kill a not flame charge, and incinerate, and then the waiting, the stall.
Yeah.
This was a tactical masterclass from both trainers.
Azumarill just vibing, by the way. I just love how Azumarill is constantly dancing there. Oh, they're just checking the clock there for the Azumarill mirror match. Now, great undercharge here. Maxi deciding, hey, I don't want alignment. I want energy on my Malamar. Sisweiler, yes. Swapping in. Oh my goodness, that was
great, wasn't it?
Amazing catch of Maxi, identifying every single win condition that his opponent could have.
Yes, and shutting that down to ensure he gets the win. It was a close battle, but ultimately Superpower was able to push Furret away, and Malamar reigns supreme once again.
Gets some applause as well from Sisweiler, and usually you only see that if he loses a grand final, then he's applauding for his opponents, going, hey, that was phenomenally played. But also in the winners semis on day one, sometimes you get a ZZ applause.
Yeah, ZZ respecting his opponent. He's a fantastic trainer. A lot of camaraderie between these two and many trainers here. So why not be part of it? Why not turn up? Why not compete? Get some practice in at your local challenges or League Cups at your local gaming stores. You will have a guiding professor that will be able to help you there, and then you too could potentially come to this stage and win a championship. This is the way.
Tell you, what is your favorite memory of a local that you played?
Well, I don't really play that many locals, but I have an excuse for that.
You're judging them.
Because
right?
I host the locals. So one of the things that I really enjoyed was the first local I did in Manchester. Well, this season, we had about 14 or 15 trainers turn up, and the majority of them were new trainers who had never competed before. And so they were dipping their toe in the water when it comes to competitive Pokemon Go PvP, and a lot of them got some fabulous prizes, trading card game boosters, special championship pack boosters, and of course ambassador codes for rewards in-game within their Pokemon Go account. So can't really say no to that, can you?
Exactly, and of course, if you're being successful at the locals, you get championship points
of course.
Well, and yeah, I think that we have a video to show you, because we have been speaking about these tournaments coming up and what do you want to do to prepare for them. So I think we have some tips for you from the Toronto Regional.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You got to enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Welcome back. Very useful tips, and I think there's some trainers that have heard some of those tips before. They're preparing on stage right now.
Are they? They should be ready, about to be ready for us at least. And I am sure that these trainers that we are lighting up, they have some surprises for you.
Yep, definitely. They have been known for some spice. So first of all, we have Dianowski, who's a phenomenal trainer. I think runner-up before?
Yeah, he was the runner-up in Stuttgart 24, where he was running the Guzzlord, one of the few people running Guzzlord in that tournament. So he's innovative, and he is looking for ways to break up the meta.
You know, that makes me think we haven't seen too many dragons lately, and there's like a rise in Shadow type Flosion. Where are the dragons?
You know, I was thinking about Goodra.
I love Goodra.
I love Goodra so much. But with Tinkaton running around everywhere, do you think Goodra? I mean, that's
Thunder Punch.
Thunder Punch on Tinkaton. Well, at least it's a neutral hit, I guess. But here you can take a look. There's no Thunder Punch, but there is a Lantern, and I believe that this is running the electric fast attack Spark.
Oh, I missed Lantern, definitely.
Oh,
Lantern is a...
I've never missed Lantern in my entire life.
Oh, I love the little fish with the light bulbs and that. It's amazing. But Lantern has been a super big meta threat. A few updates back. It's been a while since we've had Lantern there. It's Spark, Surf, Thunderbolt, and electric type coverage is always something nice to have on a team.
And the Spark doesn't generate as much energy now as it did before, and it doesn't do as much damage as it has done in the past either. So it's a bit of a mediocre fast attack compared to a lot of the other more commonly used fast attacks on these Pokemon. But Lantern, incredible typing with water and electric, and it's also pretty bulky. It has great stats because of the high HP side of Lantern.
Yep, Lantern is definitely beefy, as we like to say.
It's beefy.
But in this matchup, what do you think? I mean, we've seen plenty of double water cores that have been used. It's either Azumarill and Feraligatr or Lapras and Feraligatr, and I want to say that Lantern definitely does a lot of work against those water and ice coverage backlines.
And it's very interesting to see how these players decide to play this matchup. They both are qualified for Worlds with the finish that they have this tournament. I spoke to them briefly before they went on stage, and they both felt so relieved with this finish because now they can just chill out, have fun, and play some Pokemon without the invite of World Championship looming over them.
I mean, we still have a special championship in Bologna, so I wouldn't say that we're guaranteed qualified here, but...
oh, no, but they both assume.
I understand. They're pretty high up in the ranking. They have done the work, and they definitely deserve to be where they are. Both trainers are locked in. It's going to start soon. Strange Top versus Dianoski.
And here we see the Lantern immediately. It's very neutral and strong into Strange Top's team, but here we see it into Malamar.
You're getting massively outpaced in that matchup. Psywaves do add up quite a lot of damage immediately. The thing is, can you farm down with Spark if you land a Thunderbolt?
I am not sure. I haven't checked this matchup for a while. Lantern and Malamar have never been relevant in the same meta before, but Lantern, no shielding here because the Foul Play does not do a hefty amount of damage, and Dianoski goes for the Thunderbolt. No shield from Strange Top.
Immediate no shield here. Did someone do the homework or did he not? Thunderbolt connects, and it also doesn't do that much damage. And I think that the Lantern should definitely be in either Foul Play or Superpower range. I think you're actually gonna even get some more Psywaves in here.
I believe Dianoski might reach the Surf here. So there will, can he outpace the Malamar? And he does. Lantern wins, picks this up in the Zero Shield, hanging on by a thread.
If no Superpower is thrown, I think if it was a Superpower instead of the Foul Play, that might have knocked out.
That is correct. Superpower does more damage than the Foul Play. And here comes Feraligatr. This is where you'd like to have the Lantern. How do you play this?
Yeah, I mean, you have Lapras as well, resisting all of those charged attacks here and having superior bulk. So if you land a Sparkling Area, you're much easier going to farm down that Shadow Feraligatr than the other way around. If you land a Hydro Cannon, you can't Shadow Claw down.
So we see Strange Top shielding up this resisted Sparkling Area. He's now a double Hydro Cannon. Will the Lapras shield? I doubt it. Dianoski is preserving his shields here.
Yep, for the Shadow Jump Bluff in the back. And that's also an interesting backline matchup with the Diggersby versus the Shadow Jump Bluff, because Fire Punch does not quickly knock out. However, with a little bit of Shadow Claw help, it might.
I think Dianoski is putting everything on the Jump Bluff here. But can he get to a charge attack? And he lands a water-type charge attack into the Diggersby. Strange Top immediately, no shielding.
And I think that is way better for Dianoski in that situation than getting it onto that Shadow Feraligatr, because that is actually super effective damage instead of resisted. And now you have a lot of HP on that Shadow Jump Bluff. And the Diggersby is maybe soon in acrobatics range.
I believe that with the Fairy Winds, this Diggersby will be in acrobatics range. Dianoski saving his shields, preserving it for the energy on that Feraligatr in the back. But I believe that Strange Toe this needs to shield up some charge stacks here, and he shields up the acrobatics.
Definitely does. Dianoski is just sitting there now. 2 shields up is, of course, not going to outpace, but you can start shielding here. You don't even have to, because you are not in knockout range yet, but you still do it so you don't get accidentally farmed down by Shadow Claws and Quick Attacks together. Aerial Ace is being thrown here. No Protect Shields left remaining. Not the strongest attack, but Shadow on Shadow damage.
This will take out this Feraligatr with a Shadow on Shadow damage. And we see the jump bluff will reach the acrobatics before the Diggersby can get to 2 fire punches, and this acrobatics will knock out this Diggersby.
Diggersby falling back to the ground where it came from, and the jump bluff remains supreme in the sky, going with an acrobatics, an attack that has recently been buffed, and it is so strong ever since people have actually pivoted away from running the grass type coverage, which is amazing offensive coverage, especially in a meta with multiple water types on basically every team. But people are still saying, hey, I want to run acrobatics and aerial ace.
Acrobatics gives you more ways to wiggle yourself out of bad situations, in my opinion, because there are very few flying type resists in this meta. But as you see, even though the grass type attack of Energy Ball would have been super effective into Diggersby, you get enough damage with the acrobatics because it was buffed in the Might and Mastery series, and now you can see the acrobatics does a lot of damage still.
Yep, and also this is why people are playing Shadow Jump Bluff, because it packs this extra punch, and then all of a sudden a Diggersby is into acrobatics range with Fairy Winds.
And that also makes Strange Top's Jump Bluff a bit harder to run. No, Strange Top is also running acrobatics on his Jump Bluff. And since it's Shadow Jump Bluff versus regular Jump Bluff, one acrobatics will not nug out.
Yeah.
So that matchup is fairly finessey. They both can play that out, but as you see, Strange Top, when he decided to not run the jump bluff because the lantern that looks pretty good for Dianoski will wall off that energy as an electric type.
And I mean, Dianoski clearly showed that he doesn't have a fear to run it. Strange Top, by the way, playing the regular jump bluff, and that one has also advantages over the Shadow Jump Bluff. Like, for example, and that is completely absurd to me, you win the Zero Shield scenario versus Tinkaton.
That is exactly true. And that just tells you how strong acrobatics is. And Jump Bluff's pacing is also incredible. And here we go into game number 2. We see the Jump Bluff into Malamar. This is a pretty good lead for Dianoski.
Yep, it looks neutral, but the Fairy Wind damage adds up, of course, and an acrobatics will always threaten a knockout. And now here, you look at your backline as Dianoski, and you're like, hey, I kind of played a little bit weak into the Diggersby, actually.
Yeah, there's no real answer, hard answer for Diggersby here. So I assume Dianoski will no shield here and build up some more energy, soften up this Diggersby and match it with his own Diggersby.
Yep, I think this is basically the reverse Azumarill play that we're going to be seeing here. Hits the acrobatics, actually stays in, does not even go for a catch though. The Fire Punch is getting crazy value here.
Maybe Dianoski's plan is to make sure that he wins this matchup with Jump Bluff, because Jump Bluff still wins this with acrobatics, and then he can align his Tinkaton into the Malamar, because he went ABA strong into the Malamar.
Oh, we see a shield from Strange Top, and he's going to farm down. Do you want to take an Aerial Ace here? Oh yes, he wants to. Knows that the count is correct. Aerial Ace is not going to knock out perhaps here, and the next quick attack will seal the deal.
Let's see if Strange Up has done his homework and the Diggersby survives the Aerial Ace. He was aware of this situation. He gets to the Scorching Sands immediately.
Debuff. Debuff. Is it gonna debuff? 30% chance for a debuff here. Does not get the debuff. And now does he get farmed down before he reaches the next Scorching Sands? That was huge.
He does get to a parting Fire Punch, but this will not do as much. Dianoski looking into the camera, staring. What is happening here? How do I play this?
Yeah, I mean, Strange Top has the lead now, the switch, and he can bring in the Malamar, which is so good against Diggersby, especially if it is a really high attack Malamar. And I don't think it is.
I don't think this looks like a high defense in HP Malamar, because the Psy Waves would do a lot more damage if it was a high attack one. But look at Dianoski's Tinkaton. I believe this Tink is looking pretty good, going shields up into Strange Top's backline, but Dianoski shields up his Diggersby.
Oh, reads the superpower correctly. Now the defenses are debuffed. You're going to throw
I think even a Fire Punch would have done a lot of damage here, actually, but throwing the Scorching Sands in here, maybe getting another attack drop. Strange Top is just hoping that it doesn't happen, and it doesn't. Outpaces to the next superpower. Only one shield left remaining. Tries to go for a catch here on the Tinkaton. Does a lot of damage with Fairy Winds.
Oh, and it matches with his own Tinkaton, but Dianoski is ready for this. He throws the Bulldoze into Strange Top's Tinkaton.
The thing is, now that he has the shield advantage, I think that you can actually, as Dianoski, just play the zero shield scenario out here because you have the advantage. Get out with a Bulldoze and then throw on charge attack priority and shield.
If Dianoski can outpace and make sure, oh, but he gets a defense debuff. That means the next Bulldoze from Strange Top's Tinkaton will do significantly more damage.
He just needs to get out with one, actually he needs to get out with 2 HP here in that scenario and a Bulldoze. So I think you can still take that next one without shielding it. Does it come down to a catch once again?
I think Dianoski will build up to a Bulldoze and swap in his Diggersby, throwing a Fire Punch. Oh, is he? Is he? Oh, and here comes the Malamar.
But you don't need to shield that one here, but you can afterwards. You have to shield. Actually, can you go for a farm down now with Tinkaton because there's only one superpower stored?
He has to, Dianoski has to shield this and hope that he wins charge attack priority and that his Tinkaton will win and take out Strange Top's Tinkaton.
Oh, he has 2 Bulldozes.
2 Bulldozes.
Oh, and Strange Top is not even at the Bulldoze. He actually gets it off. The Dianoski was already shaking his head, not knowing what was going on here.
Dianoski has lost track. He's not aware of how much energy it has. And there he lives. And Dianoski lives on 1 HP. Strange Top is getting up the Bulldoze.
The roller coaster of emotions there. Outpacing, actually realizing, wow, I got this off before he got to the Bulldoze. But the Bulldoze was retaliated. The Tinkaton lived on 1 HP. Strange Top's Tinkaton is just such a boss.
Strange Top's Tink tanking that Bulldoze has enough bulk to live the Bulldoze. It's a Tinkatank. And even winning charge attack priority because the highest attacked Pokemon will win charge attack priority. So Strange Top's Tinkaton is the perfect match between attack and defense, it seems like.
I want to say that I've done some research on Tinkaton.
Oh, tell me about it.
And actually, if you are not playing one with that high defense, you don't lose many bulk points. Bulk points means that you take 1 less damage from other Pokemon's fast attack, which is very, very important against something like a Malamar when it's 1 turn and then the damage, 1 extra damage racks up really hard. So if you're playing lower defense, high HP and attack for the mirror match to win charge attack priority, you don't actually have that many disadvantages from this.
Maybe that's exactly what Strange Top is doing because it seems like his Tinkaton has a lot of HP, exactly enough HP in fact, but also enough attack to win charge attack priority in the mirror matchup. But I know high attack, high defense Tinkatons might get a bulk point on a Azumarill.
Oh.
But that's extremely high defense Tinkatons. And that means giving up a lot of HP and also attack. So it's a trade-off that you have to decide and that you have to make sure that you go for what is more favorable for you in that matchup.
It is team dependent with your own team, and that also shows the intricacy of team building in Pokemon Go, where you're actually saying, hey, I have the option to play 2 different Tinkaton, and I think I need a little bit of a better Azumarill matchup, so I'm going to play this Tinkaton instead of my other Tinkaton that is perhaps better in the mirror match.
But how would you go about getting that Tinkaton? Because I've been trading, I've been hatching Tinkaton, and I've tried to trade for it, but I haven't got one with high defense yet.
I mean, you have to go to regionals there, you meet lots of people that are also trying to hatch some Tinkaton, and then you hope.
But now, let's see, with the possibly high attack and low defense Tinkaton into a Diggersby, this is great for Dianoski.
Yep, in that matchup, it doesn't matter about your Abrase, you're just going to get wrecked by a Diggersby. Dianoski is not even outpacing to the Scorching Sands, and is actually going to shield up a shadow-boosted Sparkling area.
How is Dianoski deciding to play this? Because he hasn't brought a Lapras answer. Strange Top has 2 games in a row found the perfect safe swap against Dianoski. He throws the Scorching Sands into Strange Top's Shadow Lapras. Will he shield? Decides to not shield. Dianoski can come in with his own Lapras here because there's only water and ice type charge attacks, and he will.
thing is now the timer is absolutely misaligned, so there's almost the timer up for a Strange Top again. Has to throw a Sparkling Area though, and that is absolutely massive because it doesn't deal that much damage. I just love it when Lapras flops its fins.
I agree, and I believe that Dianoski will go for farm down here. He will take another Sparkling Aria and also a lot of Psy Wave damage.
Yeah.
This Lapras will be lower than Dianoski would like, but he's going for the farm. No, he decided to throw the Sparkling Aria, but he realizes that he could have gone for the farm down.
Yep, that was not necessary. The energy at this point almost wasted. Your Lapras is still at a lot of energy, but with only one charge attack, you're not really threatening the Tinkaton at all. However, Tinkaton will also not be able to farm you down. We'll have to invest some energy, otherwise you reach another Sparkling Aria.
And that is the question. Will Strange Top invest in this Tinkaton or let the charge attacks go to come out with a lot of energy? Dianoski going even over Sparkling Aria, and Strange Top not shielding, not throwing either.
And I think now that you have 2 Pokemon to 1, I think you can just swap in your Digger Speed there. Don't really care about alignment because anything can handle a Tinkaton at that HP. Oh, Play Rough is being thrown immediately. There is the Digger Speed in the back for Strange Top, and the Dianoski Shadow Jump Love in the back is looking good.
It is, but also Strange Top's Diggersby up energy, up shields.
Oh.
Oh, hold.
Oh. 30% chance for a debuff here. This would be completely insane for Dianoski. Does it happen? And he doesn't get the debuff. That's huge for Strange Top. We're still in this on the right side of the screen. A Fire Punch is thrown immediately.
Would have been detrimental for Strange Top to have his almost last Pokemon debuffed. But now you see the Fire Punches do a lot of damage. Dianoski really needs his Jump Left to clutch up in this game.
Also still shield advantage for Strange Top there. So he's going to call an Aerial Ace here, isn't he? No! Puts up the shield, and the last second Aerial Ace is being shielded. That's very good for Dianoski.
Dianoski's, what he needs is just some damage onto this Diggersby to soften it up so his own Diggersby can finish it in the back. This Jump Left just needs to damage trade with Strange Top.
Yep. Oh, we're trying to go for a catch. He throws the Bulldoze. Does Dianoski know this is only Bulldoze? No, puts up a shield here. This is triple resisted damage. This is not what you want to shield. Also, if there is a debuff, it's Fairy Wind range. Dianoski says, oh, this is not what I wanted. Goes into the Digger Speed immediately. But are we going to see a Play Rough being thrown here? Are we going to throw on charge attack priority? Play Rough is going to connect. Does it knock out the Digger Speed though?
Dianoski is shaking his head. Is this enough? Is this enough?
Digger Speed is very bulky. Hangs
on with one.
But that's not enough. A simultaneous knockout here. One shield for Strange Top. So much HP. Dianoski is throwing the net charge attack.
Strange Top is shaking his fist. He thinks he's got this. Dianoski puts his phone down. The acrobatics is shielded, and Diggersby
Fire punching to victory. The winners finals is clear, and Strange Top is sitting in it. Dianoski is complaining that he lost count, lost track. This one shield that he put up against the Bulldoze of the Tinkaton, that cost him the game afterwards.
And that is how it goes, trainers. If you slightly... Strange Top having fun here. And I'm very happy to see the trainers enjoying being on stage. But there you see, at this level, if you lose track of just one fast attack, it might be detrimental to your game.
And this is why some of these trainers are the best in the world that we're showing in those group finals, because they just 99% of the time don't lose track of counts. They're going to try to make it harder for your opponent. One-turn fast attacks, incredibly hard to count. You also need to pay attention to when you're throwing your charge attack, so your own move timing comes into play. Then you want to pay attention to your own fast attacks, and then you also have to count your opponents. It's a lot of math.
It's a lot, and let's have a look at the game again, because we have the opportunity of re-watching this, while the players have to watch it only in real time. Yeah. So let's, if we can see the battles again, I can show you exactly where Strange Top decided, where he got the most value out of his Pokemon, because both in Game 2 and 3, he got so much value out of his save swaps. He picked the perfect save swap for both games.
The line calling was insane, and Dianoski never really followed up with a swap immediately. Always stayed in, wanted to go for some chip, and then the alignment was, or the switch timer was absolutely misaligned. Dianoski in that game, that was already a tough one there. It was for the acrobatics, very happy about that one. Actually quite dominant in the end with one shield up. Here you see a Scorching Sands. That was a Malama masterclass. This was almost Borja MN level.
and I was very impressed by Strange Top in this game because it looked dire for him. But the Malamar Flap will really pull through in the end. And also Washa, and also the stats on Strange Top's Tinkaton. There's a reason why Strange Top went undefeated. They wanted the World Championship and won his group and proceeded into the top cut because Strange Top, when he puts on a show like this, here you see finishing off with over half health, Diggersby left.
Very, very strong. There's this one shield he just got out of that Shadow Jumpluff with the Tinkaton Bulldoze. That was absolutely huge. And you know what? I'm not complaining or anything, right?
Please don't complain, Leo. Please don't complain.
I had him in my caster fantasy draft in Seville.
Strange Top.
Yeah, and now he's in the finals.
Dude, your timing is a little bit off. It's a little bit off.
It's off. That's why I always give Incinerate sneaks.
But I'm sure that what Strange Top has been doing since Sevilla is he's been playing some local tournaments. And you can as well, if you go to playpokemon.com, and you can search for local events, and there you can organize in local cups and challenges, play your friends, and practice with your locals. And I'm sure that Strange Top has been doing a lot of that recently.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make this even easier for you because we have a video about locals coming up, and afterwards we have a QR code where you can search for your locals, so stay tuned.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I love the magic of local tournaments. If you have a free Saturday or Sunday, I mean, they take place basically every day of the week. You can go out with friends, have nice dinner afterwards, play some Pokemon Go, and honestly, the community is so insanely good already that most of the time you're going to face world-class players at locals and learn something.
So scan the QR code here, trainers, and get yourself activated in your local scene. And I'm sure that there are tons of new friends waiting for you to be made. I know in my local community, they usually play on Thursdays.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think we have a cup coming up in Dortmund on Wednesday.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you going?
Thursday. Yes, of course.
Of course you are.
Of course I'm going.
I'm also going to all my locals to try and win them because I can't have my locals bragging about beating me. I need to be Oswald's best. But here, talking about some of the best, we have Slowking from Belgium and Schneeman from Netherlands. He's a more local player. Both are very local to this region.
I've actually played multiple locals against both of these trainers at the same time, so they have faced off against each other quite a lot already, and they're both very tactical players. Snowman is, of course, also a player who has been to the World Championship, and Slowking is trying to get to it this year, and it's looking very good for him as well.
Slowking actually beat Colin 2-0 in the winners semifinals. Wow. Slowking is on a roll. He's looking unplayable with his Shadow Typhlosion and Corviknight. Very interesting to see how he composes his lines of three. He's also running the Azumarill, which, yeah, I mean, it's good.
I think that's the exact team of these wireless that he was running. So that's a popular choice this weekend. And here we see Sandslash, a Lowland Sandslash. I love this Pokemon. The Unnovan Stunfisk that came out of nowhere. Malamar, that is a new meta threat. Shadow Drapion and Azumarill, again, the popular core. I love this. And Shadow Jumpluff.
I think this team is very well constructed by Snowman. I gotta say, the Shadow Drapion Azumarill combo, and then you have Grass Flyer with the Sandslash. It's a very tough core to break if you don't have a fire type. But look at Snowman's team with the Drapion, Azumarill, and Stunfisk. All three of them are very good into fire type Pokemon. So he's been protecting Sandslash and Jumpluff very well.
With Shadow Drapion, I want to say yes and no, because you outpace to Aqua Tail. However, Shadow Typhlosion can farm down a Shadow Drapion. With
what?
Yes.
No way.
Yes, that is actually
What can happen?
Is Drapion not getting to 3 Aqua Tails?
Actually, you can, even if it's a very high attack Shadow Typhlosion, you can farm it down in 5 Incinerates.
What? I told you. That's incredible. I mean, Shadow Typhlosion, it puts on so much pressure. And to me, outside of the Azumarill, Snowman doesn't have a fire type resist. That means Shadow Typhlosion, if it lands a Blast Burn, even into bulky stuff like Unova and Stunfisk, is going to do a lot of damage.
It's massive damage. That's why if you answer the Shadow Typhlosion with a Claydol and you don't have shields anymore, it still becomes a little iffy because you have to be at full HP to actually take this charge attack. Otherwise, it's going to put you deep in the red.
I've actually taken out Claydols with my Shadow Typhlosion.
Oh yes, it's a good feeling, no?
It's an incredible feeling. And I'm very excited to see if Slowking decides to run a Shadow Typhlosion. I believe the players are getting ready to lock into this game. And here we go, trainers. It's Snowman versus Slowking.
Snowman a staple in Top Cuts almost, and Slowking's first winners finals here. And now we are seeing the Shadow Typhlosion versus the Shadow Drapion, and look at that Incinerate damage.
It's a lot, and Snowman throws after 4 Poison Stings. This will demand a shield from the Shadow Typhlosion.
That is a free turn. That allows Slowking to also, after 1 Incinerate, throw a Thunder Punch here that will have to get a shield back as well. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure this is going to knock out.
This is perfect timing from Slowking. Snowman kind of gave up 1 turn there. Oh, but Slowking decides to swap in his Azumarill. This is a very bold play by Slowking.
Yep, not deciding to go down shields here, and Snowman is doing what Azumarill does best. I'm going to say it time and time again. If you have a Shadow Drapion and you are not throwing a charge attack, your opponent tries to catch something on Azumarill, you farm up energy, go into your own Azumarill, the Poison Stings will have added up, and then you're good to go.
This reminds me of Atlanta in North America, where Elam and out of pocket was throwing Azumarills and Drapion back and forth. If you get to build up a lot of energy on the Shadow Drapion like Snowman just did, that energy might be so valuable in the backline.
Yep, this is, for me, this is EUIC all over again, because basically it felt like we were seeing this every single game where people thought they did a great play by catching an Aqua Tail on an Azumarill, then the Shadow Drapion just exited with double crunch, basically.
How is Slowking going to play this? Oh, he gets the charge attack priority with his Azumarill. Now Snowman's Azumarill will be very low.
Yeah, but I think it will hang on here, otherwise that would be huge. I think this is at least a good farm down range for a possible Shadow Typhlosion here.
Will Snowman get to another charge attack though? That is my question. Slowking decides to stay, and he wants to farm down with his own Azumarill. Oh, but there's a parting Ice Beam from Snowman.
I think that is good. If you bring in your Shadow Typhlosion here, you get a free Incinerate. What Snowman could do is just bring in the Shadow Drapion as well to just throw an Aqua Tail immediately. Yep, that's what he's doing, but that is a lot of Incinerate damage coming in here. And also, I don't think that Slowking... I think he can go into Claydol, right?
He needs to go into Claydol immediately, or the Typhlosion is going down. Oh, but he gets a 1-turn. The Claydol will not get him on slap through air.
But it doesn't matter too much, because you're just gonna take a Poison Sting after this, and then the Mud Slap is gonna knock out the Shadow Drapion. The Shadow Typhlosion is sitting in the back with a lot of energy here, but it is playing versus a Malamar. No shields in play left for Slowking. I think that Malamar might have this.
This matchup is very particular because Malamar outpaces the Claydol, and you need to throw the foul play before you get debuffed by the Rock Tomb.
The question is, do you undercharge this at least a little bit to get a bigger farm down on that fall play? Actually, that's a very decent farm down that you're getting here, so that's actually perfect. Slowking's switch timer can't be up yet. He just swapped in the Claydol.
But this debuffed Malamar, will it be... will it do enough damage to take out the Typhlosion? Oh, and Slowking, he overtaps. Yep. This superpower is going to do a lot of damage into the Typhlosion.
I'm pretty sure it knocks out the...
Oh, no, it
doesn't even knock out. Does he get...
Oh, no, the bubble goes through, and the bubble takes out both the Typhlosion and the Claydol. This is a 1-game win for Snowman.
Azumarill coming in for the double knockout there. I thought Malamar had this, but Azumarill did. The superpower actually did not knock out the Shadow Typhlosion. What was I seeing?
It was a debuffed Malamar.
I know, but still, it's a Shadow Typhlosion.
It's bulky. This yeah, Shadow Typhlosion takes moves like it's nothing.
That's insane.
Saving the 1 hit point Azumarill, that was what finished the game for Snowman.
That is, and I did not see that coming, I will be honest with you. Slowking over-tapping there, but it wouldn't have mattered after all. The Claydol also, I mean, it was a very, very good choice there, but we've seen this from Zizwilus before versus Maximilian P, that if you play your Shadow Typhlosion, it really needs your shields. You basically, if you're committing to Shadow Typhlosion, you can't shield anything else.
And that is, I believe that Slowking, when he swapped out the Typhlosion in the lead against the Drapion, that gave Snowman the opportunity to build up a lot on his Drapion, and that energy goes everywhere apart from into the Azumarill.
Yep, exactly. I mean, the Shadow Typhlosion, if it stayed in that matchup, farmed down the Shadow Drapion, throwing Thunder Punches into a Azumarill, it's not a joke. Thunder Punch is not the strongest charge attack, but Shadow Typhlosion just makes everything strong.
Shadow Typhlosion is kind of not a joke, but also it looks like a joke sometimes because it's just funny how much damage it actually does. But I agree with you. Maybe Slowking isn't aware that his Typhlosion can farm down the drop in the 2 shields. Like I wasn't. I didn't know that was the case.
And now you're making me think that maybe I'm wrong there, but my Shadow Drapion always get farmed down by Shadow Typhlosion, so at this point I'm pretty sure about it.
Maybe you need a higher bulk Shadow Drapion.
I think my Shadow Drapion is lovely. I'm very happy with it, but now can Snowman capitalize on that first win and get into day 2 with his winners final? Slowking taking a deep breath here. Both trainers are locked in. Snowman versus Slowking right here, right now, and it's an Azumarill mirror matchup. No watches to be looked at.
Most exciting matchup I've seen in decades. This Azumarill, who is going to win charge attack priority? Can they hang on? You know what? I'm just gonna say, this matchup is slightly interesting because there are Azumarills that can hang on through 3 play roughs and the bubbles to get to 1 more bubble and then throw the play rough. Another Azumarill's faint on the 3rd play rough. So it's very exciting to see how the trainers, what stat distribution our trainers have picked for their Azumarills.
And I will say, you know, the closer you are to 1500 CP, the better it is for you. And
usually, yes.
Usually. And I think Snowman is at 1494 CP, so maybe that is an Azumarill that can't hang on. However, maybe if it has really good HP, it still could. We're gonna see soon.
What it tells me, so Slowking wins charge attack priority over Snowman.
Okay.
But Snowman's Azumarill not being 1500 CP tells me that Snowman is not running the max stat product Azumarill.
Yeah. Oh, and that is a play rough. Both Azumarill are in the red. That should be enough to take a knockout.
It should. It should. Can they live? Can they hang on? No, Snowman cannot. I believe it's only the super highest of rank Azumarill that can hang on there. But can Slowking get to another charge attack before getting farmed down? No, it barely gets there. This demands a shield from Snowman.
That is so huge for Slowking. 1 HP and a dream here with the Ice Beam. Getting a shield is so big, and now you have the Shadow Jump Off. Yes, the foul play aren't resisted. However, it still does not do too much to a Shadow Jump Off, and you really didn't want that energy-loaded Malamar on your Claydol.
This matchup is playable for Malamar, but you need some damage on this Malamar if you're Slowking. I believe just throw the aerial aces and put everything on the Claydol in the back.
And if you know the backline of Snowman, it has to be good for you. If it's either a jump love and they try to catch an aerial ace, that's fine for you. It's super effective damage. If it's anything else,
the Claydol was looking very good.
Claydol has a field day, exactly. There's Unova Stunfist, Shadow Drapion, and Alolan Sandslash. And oh, we're going to catch a foul play here. Perhaps trying to go for a fast attack down here.
Oh, but he puts up a shield Slowking, and that's the greatest decision he's made so far today. Coming in with Claydol against the Jump Love. This is Shadow Jump Love. It cannot live 2 Rock Tombs.
Oh, that is also huge to know for Slowking here. There is a flying type charge attack coming in from Snowman's side. Acrobatics is correctly shielded here. Very good for Slowking, but now he also has Ice Beam. The question is, do you actually want to connect an Ice Beam, or do you want to throw double Rock Tomb because you're pacing fast and the Ice Beam does not knock out?
In my opinion, throwing the Rock Tomb here could be the better play, but as you see, the Ice Beam does so much damage, but here comes an Acrobatics. This is not debuff from the Shadow Jump Off. It's going to do a lot of damage.
Yep, that is true. However, you still have some energy on your own Jump Love, so maybe that could come in handy as well. Shield is being put up by Snowman. Are we going to see a combo play here?
If Slowking can go immediately into Jump Love and land an aerial ace into into Snowman's jump left, then he can win this. But is he going for?
Oh, he's going for a full found on his trying to go for a combo play here. He's going to catch an aerial ace, but that's really not what you want to do.
I think Slowking needed to go immediately into his jump left to outpace Snowman's jump left. Now there is another aerial ace banked, and this is looking so good for Snowman now.
Snowman is going to connect that shadow boosted aerial ace, is going to knock out that Claydol. The jump left was not debuffed, it was thrown an Ice Beam in its face, and Snowman advances to day 2.
Dominating display from Snowman against Slowking. The neighbors battling it out, and Snowman taking it for his friends and his teammates. And Snowman must be so proud of himself for this run.
Absolutely deserved in the home country. It's always nice to get to day 2 there. I'm saying this as if I would know, but Snowman advancing to day 2. And Slowking, I think you're absolutely right. I think he needed to go into that shadow jump left directly there.
I agree. I think that is the crucial point where it flipped for Slowking. I believe Slowking was looking very good in this matchup and that he had a great chance to win, but when that jump left on Snowman's side got so much energy, it got so hard for him.
I will say something. The Malamar in the back still had a decent bunch of HP. Your own Shadow Jump Love had like exactly the amount that you don't want to have because you will get farmed out by a Malamar. So I think it was correct to throw 2 Mud Slaps perhaps, then go into the own Jump Love. He had to do one more Fairy Wind, try to outpace with that, throw an Aerial Ace, and then try to get farmed down by the Malamar, but still having enough energy on the Claydol to reach a Rock Tomb into the Malamar. So I think the situation was not as easy.
I agree, but also I think if the Malamar comes in against your jump left, against Slowking's jump left, I believe that the Claydol might get enough Mud Slaps in, so it maybe could reach another move, but maybe. But giving the jump left on Snowman's side was definitely a very challenging situation. So going immediately into the jump off, I think could have been an improvement, but it's so hard to make those decisions mid-game and during a lot of pressure on stream in winners finals. But it's not over for Slowking just yet.
That is true. He's still in losers, so he can still compete and try to get to that day 2. Snowman, of course, is already locked in for day 2, so that is very, very good for him. And let's look at the highlights of the last matchup, because this was definitely a match to be watched.
Exactly. It was going back and forth throughout the game. Both trainers in the driver's seat giving it up and the other player taking over. It was very interesting to see how both of these trainers navigated this matchup.
Yeah, but I think that in the end, actually, I mean, throwing the Thunder Punch, I don't think it would have helped here anyways, because
I agree.
Actually still had a shield. However, this is still surprising. I know it's debuff, but look at this. How is this barely doing 50%?
It's a debuffed. This is a debuffed Malamar. That's all I can say.
I don't accept it.
Well, I'm sorry. Getting to this
huge, yeah.
this charge attack, I was in the belief that this could save it for Slowking, but Snowman, he put up
perfect.
He put on a clinic. He really, really pulled it back.
Yep, that is indeed true. There's another aerial ace thrown. This is why you don't. This is why you most of the time don't play acrobatics and energy ball for that extra coverage. But sometimes you need to chip more with aerial ace. It is such a fast pacing charge attacks. Snowman just played this perfectly, honestly.
I think he did. He really realized what his win condition was, and he executed perfectly. And you can't. When a trainer does not allow you to make mistakes, and if you do, they capitalize, it's so tough.
Yeah.
And on this level, I mean, I just got to hand it to Snowman. I know he's been dreaming of day 2. Sometimes I even dream of day 2.
Same.
And that getting there and that's a tough word. Accomplishing your accomplishments.
Good job.
Thank you. Those dreams that you have dreamt of and the goals that you have gold set for yourself is exactly what these trainers, well, especially Snowman, did, and that's what they want to do.
Yeah, that was a gold medal performance for sure, and I want to say that also Maximilian P looked incredibly versus Zizwiles. So in this tournament, we have seen some perfect plays already. It was not from the players that I expected to do the perfect plays, because coming into this tournament, everyone was like, Inadequance, Zizwiles, and now Zizwiles lost to Maximilian P. Maxi, he lived in Zizweiler's head. That was the best Pokemon Go I've seen so far this tournament.
It was an incredible matchup. That Dropion living exactly on 1 HP, getting off the Aqua Tail into the Furret. Maximilian really trusted his Dropion to survive that Body Slam so he could get off the energy, because if that Dropion faints there, then he throws away the game. And there you see how it is. It's like Snowman trusted his Jumpluff to live the Mud Slaps, and it did. And here we see winners finals in Group B, Polasha 97 against Cockshack 24-0.
And Cockshack just beat Uden before this in the winners semis with the Cradilly as a lead. Very, very strong there. It was very free into the team of Uden. Cradilly kind of vanished a little bit from the meta, and every single time that happens with a strong Pokemon, it just comes right back in and breaks scores.
Let's take a look at Polasha's team here. It's exactly the team of Nighttime Clasher, with the Shadow Jumpluff and Shadow Feraligatr, Malamar, Tinkaton, Lapras, and the Diggersby is also Ice Beam on the Lapras. That's curious.
Okay, listen. Cradilly, Malamar is not the best matchup you want to have.
As not very good.
You have some plays if you shield a superpower, so it's okay-ish. It's not the worst matchup ever. It's not Trevenant versus Noctowl.
Fine.
Feraligatr, good.
Good.
Tinkaton, actually also kind of playable in the zero shield scenarios if you get some Rock Tombs in. Lapras, good. Diggersby, also decent. Jumpluff, also good. I like it.
The Cradilly is looking very good against this team, I agree. And let's take a look. Here is the Cradilly for Cockshack. Do you think he's going to bring it?
Yes, but before that he has shown it how good it is in the lead versus Uden. Now, Malamar is a Pokemon that I've seen in lead so many times. It's a staple lead Pokemon, and that is the matchup you usually want to avoid with the Cradilly.
Let's think about this for a little bit. Because Polasha, she has been trusting Furret. She's been running Magnezone.
Correct decision.
But now, she has stolen a team from, not stolen, but borrowed a team from Nighttime Clasher that she saw had success in North America. Being the incredible trainer that she is, will she pilot it as well as some of her own created teams?
Oh, I think she definitely can. I think the problem is that Cockshack is also an amazing trainer, and it kind of also looks like he has looked at the team that Nighttime Clasher got third with, out of pocket won with the minor difference of Jumpluff being non-shadow, and reverse engineer the team.
Cockshack looked at teams thinking, how do I beat this? And he came up with this team with Cradilly and Corviknight and Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah.
And this is an incredible winners finals. Both of these trainers are regional winners. Cockshack winning Warsaw, yeah, correct. And Polasha winning Stockholm in 2024.
And Torino.
And Torino in 2023. Yeah. So this is an incredible match of trainers. Cockshack also running that Dugong. Do you think Dugong has any player at all?
I was just about to say that Dugong is very interesting into those teams. Super effective damage versus Tinkaton, Jumpluff, and Diggersby, so it definitely has some targets to be on. And the rest is fairly neutral, even though Lapras also not running Skullbash, so I could see a Dugong. And there's the Malamar in the lead. Cockshack has seen this coming and brings in the Golisopod, and that is a positive matchup for Golisopod, but you just can't be one turn behind.
You called it correctly. The Malamar came in the lead and Cockshack adjusted for it. Cockshack is not even bringing the Cradilly. We thought it was looking so good for him, but he decided he didn't need it this game.
It would have been a monster into the backline of Polasha, but he saw probably the Tinkaton coming, and maybe getting energy on the Shadow Jumpluff also looks scary. Oh, hanging on to a foul play here. What a nice catch, but it is still not resisted damage.
Polasha decided that she could not take the X-Scissor on the Malamar. She didn't want to spend another shield. Cockshack let his Golisopod go.
He didn't know what to do. I saw it in his face that he was like, oh no, I don't know what to do versus this Lapras. I need more time to think, and that actually got some extra Psywaves there and denied catch potential in the endgame.
Let's see how Cockshack decides to play this. Comes in with the Azumarill. The energy from Lapras is completely resisted by the Water-type Azumarill, but the Psywaves will start adding up.
Yep, if you have Skullbash, this matchup is incredible for Lapras. If you don't have Skullbash, your energy is completely walled, and you are basically winning because of this Psywave. Because Play Rough is also neutral damage, but it paces just very quickly.
And also, the Lapras resist the bubbles from the Azumarill. So very interesting to see how Palasha is deciding to play this. I suspect that she won't let the Azumarill farm down the Lapras because the energy of the Azumarill could be really dangerous to her backline.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you can get to another Sparkling Array before you get farmed down, right? I think that Cockshark also needs to take care of that Lapras before anything else happens, because the energy would be strong into the Corviknight. Corviknight is not known for farming other Pokemon down with fast attack.
Look at Cockshark throwing an Ice Beam into the double resisted Lapras, but here comes the Feraligatr. Do you go for the play rough?
You can't catch this on anything, but you have massive HP advantage now. And oh, we are actually just going to take this. There are still shields up for Cockshark, of course, but the Shadow Feraligatr has such a dominant matchup into that Corviknight, especially with energy up.
But Cockshark still has 2 shields. If he can shield up these Hydro Cannons and come out with a lot of energy against the Malamar, how much damage can this Malamar take? And can Cockshark outpace the Feraligatr to its 3rd Hydro Cannon?
It's a very nice choice for Cockshark to not throw the Iron Head there, knowing that it's going to be on charge attack priority. Of course, Palasha retreats. The Shadow Feraligatr immediately goes into that Malamar.
But Malamar will outpace the Corviknight to 2 charge attacks. Is a foul play and a superpower enough to knock out? I'm not sure. But Cockshark needs to put on some pressure on this Malamar. Palasha shielding.
Oh, I don't even think the Sky Attack would knock out, but at this point the Azumarill is probably not going to reach another charge attack here. The shield is being pulled up and we're reaching the superpower here that is supposed to knock out the Corviknight. Cockshark does not reach the Iron Head.
And Cockshark, he's beating himself up because he wanted to catch that superpower on the Azumarill, but he wasn't able to. And Palasha celebrating because this is exactly what you needed to take out this Corviknight and win game 1.
Woosha, 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 down the Azumarill with the Malamar going for this immense fast attack pressure. Psywave is such a strong fast attack. It deals so much damage and charges up energy just so incredibly quickly.
And being same type attack, getting the same type attack bonus on the Malamar, on the Psywaves from Malamar, because Malamar is a Psychic type, and that gives you an additional boost on the Psywaves. So it's so oppressive. You really need to be careful with your against the Malamar. Yeah. And you saw Cockshark, he got a great lead with Golisopod into the Malamar, but he let a foul play through. And then when Palasha decided to catch that Exeter on her Lapras, the value of Golisopod was basically gone in an instant. I mean, it got a shield and it did some chip damage to the Lapras, but the Malamar with so much health and energy left was such a nuisance for Cockshark.
Yeah, usually I would say in a game state like this, Exeter catching it after the lead on a Lapras for not even resisted damage, that's not a game-winning play.
I agree.
But the backline of Cockshark had no fast attack pressure into Lapras and not even charge attack pressure into Lapras, so the chip damage was not that valuable. Lapras got in so many sparkling areas and so many Psywaves that I think Lapras won this. That was on the back of Lapras.
It definitely was. Palasha getting so much value out of Lapras and Malamar, to be fair, because the Malamar as well getting to 2 charge attacks against the Corviknight and taking out the Golisopod. I'm very impressed.
There's just nothing on the team of Cockshark that plays well into Lapras. The
well, it's the Cradily at best.
Swapping it into a Lapras safe swap is also a little bit tough, because then you might get outpaced to the Ice Beam.
The Shadow Typhlosion could really, really put on some pressure against Palasha here. But we see the jump off into Corviknight, and then it's a safe swap for Feraligatr. Wow, how does Cockshark decide to play this? Okay, comes in with the Azumarill. This is very interesting because I'm realizing what Cockshark is doing here. He has the Shadow Typhlosion in the back and Corviknight in the front. He's not scared of that jump off at all.
That is true. Just get the Corviknight away from that Shadow Feraligatr and have your backline deal with the jump off. So your Azumarill is on any other Pokemon, so you can take those Hydro Cannons. You might as well get a play rough through, deal a lot of damage to that Shadow Feraligatr, or pull a shield here, and then later on try to win that game with this Shadow Typhlosion. I like it.
So Cockshark, he doesn't care about switch advantage in this game. He just wants shield advantage for his Typhlosion to sweep what he believes is a Lapras and a Jumpluff.
but this is going to knock out or get so incredibly close that you get even another Shadow Claw in. Shadow Feraligatr is going to be at the charge attack, and you again have no fast attack pressure against this Shadow Feraligatr. It's one shield down, it has a charge attack, but what are you going to bring in here? You can't incinerate it down.
But here, no, you can't. And Kokshak, he realizes that his Shadow Typhlosion holds so much value. He's going to invest everything into the Shadow Typhlosion, but he needs to land some energy into the Feraligatr. And here he throws a Sky Attack. Does he want to go for a farm down on the Feraligatr?
I was going to say that. That is a really, really nice play, but you're going to have to give up a shield because Acrobatics is going to deal so much damage. This is barely not... Oh, we know this is an Aerial Ace if we have counted correctly, but even that would deal a lot of damage. Shadow on Shadow here for the jump bluff against the Typhlosion. So now we're very safe at farming down here. I don't think that Paulasha is going to reach another Aerial Ace. We have an energy advantage on the side of Typhlosion. The question is, does Paulasha try to soak up the damage with the Lapras here? Yep, we're gonna go for another Incinerate, double Thunder Punch.
And very interesting to see how Kokshak decides to play this. He also emptied the energy that he had on the Corviknight, but he's putting on so much pressure. The Lapras is almost gone already.
Yep, the thing is that if you let the Sparkling Area go through here and you have to shield this, you're always vulnerable to a combo play with the Shadow Feraligatr Hydro Cannon that it has there. So, we're actually going for more Incinerate damage. The Incinerate connects, that's a huge chunk of damage that you might be able to farm down later with the Corviknight.
But does Paulasha have a Hydro Cannon? Because if she combo plays, but Kokshak realizes, and he's throwing the Thunder Punch into the Feraligatr. This will take out every Feraligatr in town.
That was a huge play by Kokshak, waiting, expecting that combo play. Goes for another Incinerate and knocks out the Lapras. Kokshak anticipated, celebrates it, rightfully so. That was massive.
Incredible display by Kokshak, and the Shadow Typhlosion. Incredible. And Kokshak realizing that when he saw the jump off in the front, he doesn't care about switch advantage here. He wants shields down.
He cares about fire.
He wants Typhlosion to burn everything down, and it did. And Paulasha, she had a shot. If she could trick the Typhlosion to go for an Incinerate, and so she could reach her Hydro Cannon, that could have been the winning play. But Kokshak, patience himself, waited, and he threw the Thunder Punch into the Feraligatr.
I think Paulasha just didn't realize that the Typhlosion was not clicking on a fast attack, because you can guarantee that catch if you're just waiting for the animation of the Shadow Typhlosion.
But Paulasha needed 2 Shadow Claws on the Feraligatr, so she couldn't wait for the Incinerate to start and also get to the Hydro Cannon. So what she needed to do was Psywave to make the Typhlosion start the Incinerate and then swap immediately. It would be incredibly tough for Paulasha.
700,000 IQ is needed for that, and a lot of things will have to come together for that one, because maybe Kokshak even saw that coming.
And Kokshak realized that his Typhlosion had 1 million power, and he just leaned into it, and that swept him that game.
I love this game, dude.
I love this game.
This is absolutely insane. Both of these trainers, that is a winner's finals right there. Kokshak versus Paulasha, both on top of their gameplay this weekend.
But how do you play this as Kokshak now? Because you saw the Typhlosion and how much it did. You know that Paula is going to safeguard against the Typhlosion.
How? How?
Well, I mean, even the water types from Paulasha aren't as good into Typhlosion.
If you play the even matchups versus Shadow Feraligatr with Typhlosion, you actually win every shield scenario with Thunder Punch, unless timing is off a little bit, because they both pace to Hydro Cannon and Thunder Punch at the same time. However, if Paulasha decides to not throw the Hydro Cannon on 5 immediately, then she's going to get a little bit of an energy advantage. So that's an incredibly difficult matchup to play.
It's a very difficult matchup to play. And let's have a look if there's a Cradley from Kokshak into the water type of Paulasha. Paulasha has decided to disrespect the Cradley entirely with the Lapras in the back as well.
Yep, I mean, she doesn't have any other options. There's just the Malamar that you can bring as an answer here. Oh, Paulasha going for a Hydro Cannon immediately. Puts up a shield here. That makes sense. You have Corviknight and a Azumarill in the back, and of course, this could be an Ice Beam. Kokshak is very much fine. Let's see if there is going to be a catch. But what would you catch a Rock Tomb on?
I have no idea. I believe Polasha is going to double shield her Feraligatr, and let me tell you, Feraligatr, if it can bait out the second shield with a Hydro Cannon against the Cradley, Feraligatr will win the 2-shield scenario with an Ice Beam, so Polasha might still be in this.
Oh, Kokshak is now going to shield another Hydro Cannon, so we're getting closer to the scenario that you were just speaking of. There is no catch potential on the side of Polasha. No Diggersby that could soak up these Rock Tombs.
I wonder how Kokshak is deciding to play this, because the Cradley is obviously very valuable for him, but Polasha is going for the Ice Beam. This is going to knock out the Cradley. She's been playing this so well.
And that is so difficult now for Kokshak because, again, there is no fast attack pressure.
Never mind! Never mind! Kokshak lived on one! Polasha catching!
What is happening?
This is not a good catch for Polasha! She caught a Rock Tomb on the Lapras. It's now so low. But how?
1 HP hang on of this Cradley. This is Kokshak's favorite Cradley ever. Brings in, this is also a debuffed Lapras now, don't forget that. So you can easily take a Sparkling Area, put it in the Sky Attack range, exit with perhaps a lot of energy, or later on catch another Sparkling Area on the Azumarill.
But how would you play this as Kokshak? Because you don't know that there's a Malamar in the back for Polasha, but Kokshak, the Azumarill is going to resist every charge attack from Polasha and the entire team that she brought.
Oh, the Azumarill is looking like the absolute final boss for Polasha in the back there. Kokshak sees that now, knows the Feraligatr in the back is dry as a bone. Oh, this is going to be answered with the Shadow Claw, Shadow Feraligatr here. And you're throwing Ice Beam here. Polasha doesn't even go for the charge attack, expects a play rough, but Ice Beam is going to be enough to take it out.
Kokshak realizing that great timing would not be great timing in this scenario because Polasha, she decided to wait when throwing her Hydro Cannon, and that let Kokshak take out the Feraligatr.
That is a lot of sideways. Polasha is going to spam out some charge attacks, but is it going to be enough for Azumarill, the best Pokemon in the Open Great League for so many metas? Is it going to reign supreme here as well? Because we're already at the Ice Beam. One more bubble is needed for a super effective play rough, and there's also the Corvi Knight.
And Paula and Kokshak are talking out the matchup, and Kokshak is getting to the play rough, and this is going to take out the Malamar. GG trainers, incredible matchup here.
Kokshak finding his way out of such a difficult position in Game 2 and then doing something that we haven't seen so many times before, setting up Azumarill for an end game sweep, realizing there is going to be Malamar in the back again, and also shoutouts to the Cradley of Kokshak for hanging on to that Ice Beam of a Shadow Feraligatr. You said that the matchup can even be won. Not here.
That was an incredible Cradley play by Kokshak. And Paula, she thought, like I would, that the Ice Beam would knock out.
Of course!
But so I think Paula decided... Oh, yeah, he's very happy with his performance here. And he has good reason to. I believe that if Paula throws another Shadow Claw, then she can win that matchup. But that would mean throwing the Ice Beam on an opportunity for Cradley to switch out and catch the Ice Beam on something else. But Paula didn't realize that she needed another Shadow Claw, and neither did we, or at least I didn't.
I knew, of course.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you did, Leo.
No, that was incredibly well played there. And sometimes you need to throw on charge attack priority, which is then considered poor timing rather, because if your opponent does not throw, is going to either catch or give you a full fast attack, and then with Bullet Seed, that's a lot of energy.
And you saw how much the super effective Rock Tomb did to Lapras, or maybe let's have a look if we can see it again.
Oh, I would love that in the replays, because that was a lot of damage, exactly stating that 2 Rock Tombs will take out a Lapras. And also the worst thing about catching a Rock Tomb, when it's even super effective, like that's already something that you don't really want because it's a very powerful attack. Catching a charge attack that is debuffing your attack, just not that it feels like it doesn't feel good.
Yeah. I was trying to demonstrate how deflating it is to catch an attack that also debuff your Pokemon. I think Polasha would be better off letting her Feraligatr go in that situation, but that would also mean that Kokshak would be able to align Azumarill into the Malamar. Probably.
Well,
that also happens if you swap out.
Exactly. So it was just a very unfortunate situation for Polasha, and Kokchak took full advantage. And I got to give him credit. He realized what was going on, and he performed exactly what he needed to do to win that game. And that is what you need to do.
Even before the tournament, because if you're looking at that team, Cradily is good against every single Pokemon. Yes, Tinkaton matchup is iffy, but if you can debuff it very hard with multiple Rock Tombs, because Tinkaton, let's be honest, it takes quite a while to knock out a Cradily, then you actually have the chance to get switch advantage back by forcing your opponent to swap out, because if you have a triple debuff Tinkaton, you're not going to deal damage into anything and you're going to give your opponent a lot of farm. If the Tinkaton switches out, you're getting switch. If the Tinkaton doesn't switch out, you have the ability to farm down the Tinkaton, exit the matchup with a lot of energy, and perhaps swap a matchup that could be terrible otherwise if you didn't have enough energy. So Cradily versus Tinkaton, typing-wise, of course, awful. But if you're playing it out, actually, there might be some win conditions hidden for you.
My question is, Leo.
Yeah.
How would you, let's say you are Paula and for Alligator in that situation.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cook a little bit.
I'm cooking with Feraligatr, yeah.
Are you letting the Feraligatr go, or are you swapping in either Malamar or Lapras?
No, you have to let. I think I would let it go all the time. The Feraligatr is very strong into that team, but you have to trust your other Pokemon somehow. You have to try and go for a catch somewhere else. Not the Rock Tomb on the Lapras. I think you have to try and bring in the Malamar. And I mean, Malamar versus Azumarill, there's, I want to say, about a 30% chance that you can get the catch versus Azumarill.
Okay.
If you catch the Play Rough on the Lapras, that's higher chances than if you're swapping in the Lapras, get debuff, take 50% of damage. And I think that's also what she realized.
In retrospect, I agree. I think it's easier for us to sit here and say that, oh, this is what she would have done.
I'm not saying that I would have gotten that one off. That's definitely not what I'm saying.
But I agree with you. I think it's a tough situation. And as the players are realizing during the game what is exactly going on, it's so tough to adjust mid-battle, because you at least how I play, I make a game plan. When I put my front Pokemon out in the lead, I also have a plan. If I face this Pokemon, I do this. If I face Pokemon, I do that. If they safe swap Shadow Jump Bluff, I need to chip it down before I swap. Like, I plan for multiple scenarios, and I believe these trainers did too. But Paula did not plan for the Cradily to live on one, because I've seen in the simulations that it could knock out.
Actually, let me tell you something, because I think that we're having a review on that match, because after that Ice Beam should have been a 0-turn swap out for Paula, and then the Lapras should have gotten a Psy Wave through on that Cradily before it throws the Rock Tomb into the Lapras. So actually, I think she accounted for everything in that scenario, was of course a little bit upset by the 1 HP survive of the Cradily, but try to get in that Psy Wave to knock out the Cradily and have some energy.
Not to get incredibly technical, but should it be a 1-turn swap? I'm not exactly sure how that
was charged to take priority.
No, it was not charged to take priority.
Oh, it wasn't.
Because she threw 2 Shadow Claws. That means the damage from the Bullet Seed has not registered on the Feraligatr yet. So the damage needs 1 turn to register, as how I think it works, but I'm not exactly sure. Maybe chat can tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the game needs 1 turn for the Bullet Seed to register on the Feraligatr, and that means the swap takes 1 turn. So she gets that 1-turn swap, and then the Psy Wave does not come through on the Cradily, so the Cradily should be able to get off that charge attack. But I'm not a judge. I'm not sure how this works entirely.
We don't need to make this decision.
Hey! And that's very lucky for us, because...
Come on, don't leave me hanging.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't paying attention at all, man. I was completely lost in thought. But
lost in the sauce.
I was lost in sauce, lost in thought, and lost in dressing as well, maybe?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, stop it, you.
You look phenomenal, Marcus.
Thank you, but you know, I'm just a pretty face.
That is true, but you're also a pretty good battler, I want to say. Regional champion of Dortmund. Top 8 in Merida?
Top 5. Well, top 6 in Merida.
Okay,
top
alright,
3 Puerto Rico.
Top 8 USC.
Top 8 USC. I mean, I could keep going on, but no, actually, it kind of stops there.
All right. I mean, the judges are still discussing the issue, and we will have a result relatively soon. But I want to ask you a question. This is a nice theoretical I have, because you have, of course, also practiced before this tournament. We all play before the tournaments just to get a feel of the meta game. What would you have brought?
Well, I put some on my caster predictions, what will do well. Maybe we can take a look at my caster predictions to see if any of the picks that I've...
You would have brought Shadow Typhlosion.
Shadow Typhlosion was definitely on my radar.
Right.
It's one of the picks that I believe would perform well this weekend. We also have... I put Blastoise, and I would have brought Blastoise to this tournament because maybe like Polasha, I expected Cradley to not perform as well and not be so common. So I thought, I had Blastoise on my team because I saw that most grass types were Jumpluff and was running Acrobatics and not Energy Ball. And
you have play.
You do. So because Blastoise has the Rock type rollout as the fast attack, you do significant damage to the Jumpluff as well. And I was running Skull Bash to buff up my defenses. And yeah,
you're in a decent spot if you shield in Acrobatics. And
absolutely.
Get a Skull Bash off. I agree.
And if you get a Skull Bash off, then the Acrobatics does not do as much damage. With a buff defense, Blastoise can take a Shadow Acrobatics from Jumpluff, and the Jumpluff would still need another Aerial Ace to knock out the Blastoise.
Definitely. So that's pretty good theoretical knowledge on your side. Then also we got a ruling. There will not be a rematch. Cockshack wins that match. So maybe you were right about the situation there. And Cockshack is going to advance to day 2 on the winner's side. Also meaning that Paulasha is still not out. She is in the loser side of the bracket.
We might actually see Paula again in losers finals if that gets put on stream eventually. So if you're rooting for Paula this tournament, don't go anywhere because she will most likely be back on the broadcast just in a little bit.
Yeah, but Paulasha is an incredibly strong trainer. You have seen her win 2 events already, so she's definitely not someone to be ruled out. I don't know if she has won tournaments from the loser side of the bracket.
Well, I can't remember because in Stockholm, I believe that she was in grand finals from the winner's side. I think so, yeah. So, and also in Torino, she beat Andres 96.
Yeah.
That came in from the loser bracket.
Yeah.
So,
But
yeah,
the last time Special Championship Utrecht happens,
okay,
the winner came from the loser side, and that was Inadequence, who got knocked into the losers bracket immediately in his top 8 match versus Normalheim.
That is correct.
With the Shadow Golbat, which was insanely cool.
I love that.
And then Martijn locked in. Martijn, I saw him. He was dedicated. Didn't even realize that I was around. And and then he just completely went on a Pokemon Go rampage.
But I want to see, let's have a look, another look at the Paula versus Cockshack game and see how that went by. Because Cockshack really performed to his best of ability here, but it was such a close game. I believe we got into a game 3, and Paula taking game number 1 here. With the superpower into Corviknight, Cockshack realized he had to catch a superpower on the Azumarill, but that is such a tough call to make.
Yep, I mean, both players are using one-turn fast attacks there, and it is possible to catch them. It is not possible to deny a catch necessarily, but it's still very hard. It's a 1 in a something chance.
And here in game number 2, the Shadow Typhlosion play.
So good.
Look at Cockshack. He realized exactly what he needed to win, and he performed. He executed perfectly. And after the Shadow Typhlosion went to town in game number... Oh, here we see the Cradley live on 1. And there, the disputed situation where Cradley gets out the charge deck, but that was very tough for Paulasha to come back from.
Yep, that did exactly 50% there and debuffed, and of course the game was in Cockshack's hands after that. And here we see a zero shield scenario of Azumarill versus Malama. It's already not a good matchup, but if there are shields, you have some play with farming up energy, swapping out, stalling the timer, trying to go for a catch, which is rather, it's a bit easier with 1 turn versus 3 turn.
Exactly, and I think that Cockshack adjusting, because Paula realized how good the Typhlosion was into her in game 2, so she would have to safeguard herself from the Typhlosion. and Cockshack realizing and bringing out the Cradilla to counter the water types put on so much pressure for Polo.
Yep, the water types definitely get in general for this tournament, and the last few tournaments, they are pretty important for your teams. But I've just heard that we have something amazing happening right now, because we have in Utrecht a bunch of community ambassadors that have come together to play this tournament. And we also have one amongst us casters, and that is Adelian, who is ready for an interview about community ambassadors.
Hello trainers, that is correct. I am here with a fabulous friend of mine. This is Nick, who is a community ambassador. Nick, thank you for being here first of all. Can I first ask, just for those that may not know, what's the community ambassador? What do they do?
Community ambassadors are basically the leaders of their community to help coordinate and host events. And you can make it as big as you want or as small as you want. In the end, it's all about connecting people. That's what I learned.
Yeah, for sure. And tell me about yourself. How did you become an ambassador, and which area do you represent?
I represent Veldhoven, which is down south of the Netherlands. A small and humble community. I've been there for 6 years, but we are part of the ambassador program since 2022. We're one of the first in the Netherlands, alongside a few others. Yeah.
Well, that's a fantastic achievement to
really cool.
be one of the first.
Yes.
So how does being an ambassador, leading a community, how does that translate to being involved in these kinds of tournaments?
Well, like I said, you can make it as big or as small as you want to, but I like to motivate local ambassadors to work with their professors and host PvP tournaments, or GBL, or just do a meetup and just have fun. Just practice, play more PvP, because I think there's not enough shine on it yet with local and small communities. And as an ambassador, you can make the difference, for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Are there any trainers here that you're particularly rooting for in this tournament? Any friends of your community members?
Yes, Cornel Hoek, who was a community member of our community. Also Music Michael, Irvi, and many of the other lovely faces I see after such a long time. It's a great convention here. Awesome things to do. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. When will we next going to see a big community ambassador event that you may be involved in or hosting?
Hosting? Pokémon Go Fest Global for sure in Veldhoven. But basically we host almost every community day, raid days, and we also have Go Fest Paris, which I'm not hosting, but all of the ambassadors are there.
Of course.
The program. So it's going to be amazing.
And so what's the best way, before we go, for all the trainers wondering, how can I get hold of an ambassador, my nearest one, what's the best way to search for people as fantastic as you?
Campfire, Niantic Campfire, the app, you can download it in the Play Store. It's basically where we host all our meetups, all our info, and you can find local communities and look for the groups with a purple star on it, because those are ambassador communities, wherever you are in the world.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nick, for your time. For those of you watching, check out Campfire, get connected, and you will make friends, just like you would in these tournaments. Over back to the casters.
Thank you so much for that interview, Adelian, and also to Helix33000 that recommended Campfire, because I've used that app as well to get in touch with the Latin American community and join a raid day when I was visiting Latin America in a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I think that's a really great way to get connected, not only within the game, but actually with players who are playing throughout the globe. Look at, I'm just so excited. Where are my hands gone?
I need to say, Amanda, that is a very strange top.
I like this segue, because guess who we have coming up next? Nothing other than the Spanish sensation Strange Top playing in the winners finals up against another local hero, Wes, who we saw play earlier on today, knocking Tomahawk UK down to the loser's side of the bracket. Very excited to see how these two trainers are going to play out their matches.
I believe that this is the winners final in Group C, and it's incredible. These trainers have fought so hard to get here. You see Wes on the left side. He knocked out Tomahawk, or knocked down Tomahawk with a Shadow Swamper play. And then you saw Strange Top beating, I can't remember who he...
I believe it was Dianoski in the...
Dianoski, you're correct, in in the winners semifinals. And this is a matchup I'm really looking forward to.
I think that there's some unique picks on the side of West over there. You're seeing the Alolan Sandslash, which we don't see very often anymore, but I think there's a lot of utility for it. Now that people are opting to bring Jumpluff, it's the top used Pokemon. It does wall off a lot of the Tinkaton energy, because even though the Bulldoze does, super effective, it doesn't do a lot of damage, even to a squishier Pokemon like Alolan Sandslash.
And it's also, the Sandslash can wall off the energy from a Azumarill as well, and it can almost one-shot Shadow Drapion if that comes back. If you have a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, you can win the 2-shield scenario against the Malamar, because if they let an Ice Punch go, then you farm all the way down. But this is a regular Sandslash, and I don't believe that the regular Sandslash is able to do that.
We saw really, really good energy management from Wes when he played earlier on, being able to hit that charge attack priority with a Hydro Cannon. He's also running some picks that you aren't seeing quite as often. This is a triple water team here. We have an Azumarill, we have a Shadow Swampert, and a Golisopod on this team.
If the water types, even though it's 3 water types, they're so inherently different. The Azumarill with a fairy typing, Golisopod being part bug, and Swampert being part ground makes him so different. But here we see a double water line still from Strange Top with a Feraligatr, but that's a mono water type. And also we have the Lapras with a water and ice typing. All of these, even though they're all water Pokemon, they're so different that they play very different as well. So this team from Strange Top is one of the more common teams here, but that also means that you usually have a lot of neutral matchups, and navigating through neutral matchups is incredibly important, and it's so challenging.
One thing that I want to note is a lot of times when people are opting to play double water like Strange Top, they're either running Skull Bash on like their Blastoise or their Lapras, but he's opting for double ice, so he's running Ice Beam on both the Shadow Feraligatr and the Shadow Lapras.
If it was me running that team, I think I would have put Skull Bash on my Lapras to improve my matchup, for example, into the Azumarill. But I can see that the Ice Beam can be valuable, especially into a team like Wes's that has the Cradley and the Shadow Jumpluff. But personally, I think Skull Bash, it looked incredibly threatening in Sevilla when it was played.
I think that went pretty far. We'll have to see. It looks like these trainers are locking in. They're getting ready to see who will be in day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket. This is the winners finals in Utrecht. We have that Azumarill on the field against the Jumpluff here. A Jumpluff running both flying type attacks, which is pretty standard nowadays. An immediate pivot out into that Lapras.
And this is why Strange Top is running Ice Beam on his Lapras. It is to bamboozle the Cradley, answering his Lapras safe swap.
Going ahead and just going for that Sparkling Aria. Ooh. No Protect Shield on Wes's side there, calling it there, and being able to just charge up a little more before throwing a Rock Tomb. Now, either one of these attacks would do a nice amount to the Lapras, but the Rock Tomb will debuff the attack, and it also gets a shield off of Strange Top's side.
What a call by Wes here. He decided that the Strange Top was unlikely to throw the Ice Beam directly, so no shields. And Strange Top shields the Rock Tomb back, now punishes Wes's... Well, he's not... Well, who punishes who, actually?
At this point, both shields have been used. Although the attack just keeps going down on this Lapras, it did get a shield, and no shield this time from Strange Top side. Super effective, but it hangs on barely. A quick pivot out into that Feraligatr, just continuing to chomp away, but it's still going to have to take an attack.
Does Strange Top accept that this could be a Rock Tomb and no shield the Feraligatr? No, he decides to put up the Rock Tomb at the last second. And now the Azumarill can wall off this energy from the Feraligatr.
This is the problem with Azumarill if you have an Ice Beam on both of your Lapras and the Feraligatr. Though Feraligatr would always be throwing these Hydro Cannons, even now its attack is debuffed, so the Azumarill can take this quite comfortably and still come out with some energy because there's no Protect Shields left on Strange Top's side.
Very interesting that Strange Top decided to go as weak to Cradley as he has. Jumpluff a flying type, and then 2 water types, and Cradley with his rock and grass typing, hitting everything on Strange Top's team for super effective.
Play rough coming through here, getting that Feraligatr nice and low. A quick pivot now into that Jumpluff, but this time Azumarill has a little bit of energy, going to be able to throw that super effective Ice Beam there. No protections remaining. Jumpluff is bulky, but it's still not going gonna like it.
Strange Top shaking his head because this hurts, and there's a Shadow Swampert in the back, and Shadow Swampert is running Sludge, and that Sludge is doing a lot of damage to a jump block.
When there's Protect Shields to hide behind, Swampert can really come out to play, especially against this Grass-type Pokemon. With that Sludge damage coming through here, this is a Shadow Swampert, 20% more. This might be enough to knock that Pluff out of the sky.
That's definitely enough, Amanda. Here we see the Shadow Swampert, and Strange Top only has very little HP remaining on his Pokemon. He throws a Hydro Cannon into the Swampert, but I didn't even know if this will be enough.
Going ahead, and there's no Protect Shields on either side here. Strange Top trying to pull out all the stops, but Swampert hangs on to one shot down and take out the Lapras. West taking game number 1.
Shadow Swampert made an appearance completely at the end of that game, but he took out all 3 Pokemon from Strange Top's side. But I believe it was the Cradley that put in the most amount of work for Wes in that matchup.
I do like Strange Top's play of trying to lure out the Cradily and also going for that Sparkling Aria burst. It was just a really great call from Wes's side not to shield anything up, and it ended up being able to put Strange Top on the back foot because being able to get off 2 Rock Tombs against that Lapras just proved too costly.
I believe that when Strange Top saw that Wes did not shield the Sparkling Aria, I believe the best play for Strange Top would be to no shield his Lapras, because he did reach another Sparkling Aria, so he could threaten and maybe even win the 0 shield scenario with a Shadow Lapras. So to keep switch advantage, Wes would have had to put up a shield on his Cradily, and that could have put Strange Top's Feraligatr to maybe sweep the end game.
Sort of like the Swampert did. Swampert and Feraligatr have very similar roles in the fact that this is the Hydro Cannons, that Community Day attack that's be able to just put so much effort, so much strength onto the field. It's not really the fast attacks that are doing so much damage in either one of those cases.
So pacing to those hard hitting and charge attacks with great coverage, that is what, as you say, make these Pokemon valuable. And that means Strange Top, his interest, and also Wes's interest, is to preserve their shields for their squishy sweeper Pokemon in the back. And I believe that Strange Top's best opportunity in that game would have been to save his shields for the Feraligatr, but it's a very tough call to make when you make a plan to bait the Cradily, but it doesn't end up working out.
I mean, talking about that Cradily, you said it last time too. You said the team overall of Strange Top was actually, it was almost AAA soft to the Cradily, right? Exactly. The Jumpluff didn't really want to see it. Lapras doesn't want to see it. And Feraligatr, if they're like, the real question is, where do you use your shields in that? Because you know there's a super effective attack potential. There's always going to be an attack debuff potential. The positioning of, I think, Cradily, if it comes in again, is going to be so important, but so is this as game number 2 starts off, this time on even footing. We might see a pivot out on Wes's side.
And I am not sure what Wes is pivoting into. I guess the Cradily could have been safe here, but Strange Top, this is kind of what he wants to see, but he also needs to preserve this Jumpluff to handle a potential Cradily in the back, because Strange Top has not changed up his team. He's running the Jumpluff Double Water again. Here comes an Acrobatics. This is not super effective, but it's going to do a lot of damage into this Jumpluff.
We've seen getting all those bubbles. Excellent throw here. Azumarill hangs on still in the green, but I think at this point, it's still in a good position for Strange Top. He's going out with a ton of energy, and in comes Feraligatr. I know on paper, it looks like Feraligatr doesn't do so well into Azumarill, but Feraligatr's quick pacing really gives it a better chance here, and at this point with 2 shields, it could definitely be flipped.
I think Strange Top is realizing what his win condition might be in this game, and that is to set up the Feraligatr for a sweep. This Hydro Cannon does not threaten a knockout, so Wes will not shield. He's going to get to his own charge attack and threaten a shield from the Feraligatr. But Strange Top is going to shield up here and try to farm down the Azumarill from Wes and put on the pressure.
This might be a nummy farm down for that Feraligatr. Feraligatr there, but doesn't want to take the chance on Wes's side. Coming back in with that Swampert. We saw it before. This does a ton of damage.
Very brave by Wes. No shielding. A Hydro Cannon. Swampert's almost knocked out or is knocked out.
Oh, you see both of them shaking their heads, although this head shake for Strange Top is in a much better position here. Feraligatr is low, but it's put in so much work. Azumarill is low. In comes that Credilli, only to be faced with yet another charge attack.
But how would you want to play this out as Wes? Because you need the Cradley now. It's the best Pokemon. And Strange Top goes immediately into the jump off. This Acrobatics is threatening so much damage. No shield from Wes.
So much energy went out on that jump up, and now it's starting to be thrown. Acrobatic #1 coming through at this point. Almost up to another one. Going to be able to throw ahead of time. Going for yet another Acrobatic.
And Strange Top is realizing he needs to put on the pressure with his Pokemon. Pedal to the metal, and Wes puts up the shield last second.
Good shield on Wes's side, just getting up a ton of energy. He doesn't want to get caught on. This is going to lower the attack of the jump up. It might even knock out, although this is not a shadow jump up, so it could potentially hang on. You see, no, going to be able to knock it out. There's still the Lapras and the Feraligatr in the back. It's still so close. One shield left on Strange Top's side to be able to protect up whatever comes in.
I believe that Strange Top will outpace the Cradley to 2 charge attacks here. I also believe that the Lapras can hang on through a Rock Tomb. This is so exciting, guys. Strange Top, no shielding, but it doesn't do enough. The Lapras will get to the charge attack, and this might knock out the Cradley.
Getting very close. I think if Strange Top was also worried, there's a little bit of a Azumarill in the back that could have been used for a catch, but it wasn't caught on there. Azumarill coming back in, and though this is pretty favorable for Azumarill and heavy health, not able to take it out for game number 2.
And Strange Top trusting in his decisions before game number 1, adjusting slightly and coming back to take game number 2. Incredible adjustments by Strange Top.
I think a lot of times when trainers are picking a team of 3 in a show 6 format, after game 1, even if they lose, they might think it's not that the team necessarily was a bad team composition. I just didn't play it to its full potential. And I think that's exactly what Strange Top did. In this scenario, he's saying, okay, wait a minute. No, those 3 Pokemon were strong. I just need to do slight adjustments, like you said, Marcus, and it really proved vital for him there, being able to take game number 2 in this winner's finals.
So Strange Top has decided that all 3 of the Pokemon that he's been trusting so far, even though they all are pretty soft to Cradley, Cradley will have too much to do, and that makes the other Pokemon very good into the remaining line of Wes. So the Lapras, if it can avoid the Cradley, is going to do very well into the Azumarill and the Swampert. Or if the Feraligatr can avoid the Cradley, then it's going to put on so much pressure into the water types of Wes. And that is exquisite planning by Strange Top.
I think what you're saying is, you know, it was all on the shoulders of the Credilli, but if Credilli doesn't even have any shoulders, it's going to be sort of hard for that Pokemon to take out all 3.
Yeah, because Cradley's shoulders, I mean, it's got a long neck, but...
It's got a good base.
Would you say that Cradley's base is his shoulders?
No. His base is his feet, I think.
Okay, yeah, I completely agree with that. Maybe the shoulders is around the neck.
Oh, boy.
But I wonder if we'll see an adjustment from any of the players here, because Wes has... Both of the players have brought the same 3 Pokemon to both games, but game 1 was a blowout for Wes and game 2 was a blowout for Strange. So very interesting to see if we get a different lineup for this game number 3.
That's what makes best of 3 so exciting, right? Because you get to see, you already have an idea of how you want to play out a matchup, but it can be adjusted, it can be changed depending on how your opponent plays. And then game 1 is often a fact-finding game, like, oh, does my opponent like to throw bait attacks, or is it going to always for that heavy hitting attack? What sort of lineups do they like to call? We're hopping into this game number 3. This is deciding who's going into day 2 on the winner side of the bracket, and this looks very favorable for Wes with the Azumarill lined up against that Malamar.
This, as you say, this is favorable for the Azumarill, but I think this might be risky for Wes as well, because Strange Top has his double water line and his Malamar, and I see a Sand Slash on the back of Wes's team, and that Sand Slash is looking danger. It's dangerous for West to bring here.
Yeah, it's a high risk, high reward. We'll see if it works out for him. I like this swap into the Golisopod because the fast attacks of the Lapras are the thing that's actually doing the heavy damage. Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam not doing much to that type of Pokemon. Now coming in with a heavier hitting charge attack of his own here. Strange Top is going to let it go, but this puts that Lapras very low, not even able to get to another attack, just giving a little extra farm for that Golisopod.
This Golisopod is looking very threatening for West, and here comes Strange Top. What just wants to get rid of it immediately, throws the foul play from the Malamar, expends the energy that it built up against the Azumarill. West will probably answer with his own Azumarill here, because he can sponge up all the energy from the Malamar.
I like that. Strange Top says, get it out of here, foul play, go, go, go. No Protect Shield means that Azumarill is going to come back in. It's going to be able to comfortably tank any of these charge attacks, so I don't think we'll see a shield on West's side. But if you look, we're talking about Psywave damage, so much of it on Strange Top's team there. Lapras doing a lot of work with it, and now the Malamar just starting to slowly chip away at the Azumarill. Still 2 shields left remaining on both of the opponents.
Look at Malamar go. It does not care about type advantages. Malamar does whatever it wants to do. Look here, the Azumarill is getting lower and lower, and it's not exactly close to another charge attack as well. I believe if West no shield this, I don't think he's getting to another charge attack. Oh, maybe it is.
He might be able to just be one way. Oh, trying to catch on the Feraligatr, but now a quick pivot into the Lowland Sand Slash. This is not a great matchup, actually, because again, those Hydro Cannons hurt so bad, but there's still 2 Protect Shields remaining on West's side. We'll have to see if he wants to use it here. We have a Azumarill with very little health in the back with the charge attack loaded and the Lowland Sand Slash up against the world.
West is shaking his head. He has a Powder Snow, a Lowland Sand Slash, and it found nowhere to be used in this game. This is against the Feraligatr. West realizes that Strange Top has a guaranteed win in this situation if he can build up to 2 charge attacks against the Malamar.
Going ahead, no Protect Shields remaining here. This Drill Run will connect. This is a Shadow for Alligator, but it is not enough to knock out.
And this is a double Hydro Cannon from Strange Top. West decides to put up his shield. How will he manage around this Feraligatr? Can he go into the Azumarill? Oh, Strange Top. He realized he threw the Hydro Cannon immediately. West needed this snipe.
He's going to be able to throw. You see, he's so happy about this. Immediately pivoting back out into that Malamar. Malamar had so much energy loaded. No Protect Shields remaining. This is its target. Superpower has hit the Lone Sand Slash, and Strange Top has moved on.
Strange Top, winners finals, went undefeated through his group. He's so happy. He's been waiting for this ever since the World Championship in August. This is his performance this season that he will be most proud of. Look at him.
I was talking to him backstage, and he said he was already so happy when he was playing against Dinoski earlier on because he felt that he had a lot of championship points that he had already secured from this tournament. And that puts him on a nice place on the leaderboards for EU. However, you never want to stop at just the bare minimum here. Strange Top coming into day 2 on that winner's side of the bracket. He wants more points. He wants more.
And nothing is enough for Strange Top. He just wants more. Don't get greedy, but
yeah, on the player side of Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm watching, but I want to say that Strange Top's line in that game, deciding to go triple strong into the Alolan Sand Slash. I'm not even sure if it was deliberate against the Alolan Sand Slash or if he just thought that that was his best team into West. But even though he picked that line of 3, since he was running both Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria on the Lapras and the Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam on the Feraligatr and Foul Play and Superpower on the Malamar, he had no charge attacks to hit the Azumarill for even neutral damage.
That's a really good point. I think West was sort of, thinking that the Jumpluff would come again, right? You saw Jumpluff game number 1, you saw Jumpluff game number 2, and Jumpluff actually gets walled so hard by that Powder Snow Lowland Sand Slash. I think West just made a prediction that unfortunately did not go his way in that moment, and Strange Top just took full advantage.
And it's very brave from Strange Top to go that weak or soft into Azumarill, and West also had Azumarill in its best place against the Malamar, but that's that's what you get from Malamar. Even in its tough matchups, it finds ways to maneuver.
Literally wiggle around.
It wiggles around, and all of a sudden, what is a great matchup is it's not a great matchup anymore. Because Wes had to empty his Azumarill into the Lapras to keep alignment, that meant that the Azumarill was too far off another play rough to actually threaten the Malamar immediately.
Absolutely true. And you know, we talked about how it was on the shoulders of the Credilli in game number 1. It was kind of on the shoulders of Azumarill in that last game. And again, another Pokemon very round features. There was no shoulders to be found on Azumarill either.
It slipped off. It slipped off the edge.
I can't hold them.
And I'm impressed by Azumarill play this weekend for sure.
And this is coming from someone who thought that we would not see Azumarill anymore in the top meta.
Absolutely. I'm a Tinkaton believer. I think Tinkaton is the way to go for a fairy type.
Okay.
But I see the value against, for example, Lapras or for Alligator, where you wall off the energy entirely. But then you have, for example, Malamar. You don't resist the Psy waves, and all of a sudden you're in such a weird position because you're not really doing damage to the Malamar without your energy. And Azumarill is kind of slow.
Yeah, I think that's the big. I mean, everything has to be perfectly balanced, right? Or else you can't have a Pokemon really overpowering other ones. Azumarill has been there since the beginning because it is a very strong Pokemon to be used in the Great League, but its pacing is incredibly slow, so that gives a little bit of wiggle room play around, especially for people who like to have some quick energy management, some quick dancing, and that is exactly what Malamar does.
And that is what I want from my Pokemon. I want to wiggle, I want to dance, and that's what Malamar gives me, and it gave Strange Stop the exact same thing.
I think that a lot of people are getting into this Malamar movement, let's say, because we've been seeing quite a few of them played in the tournament. Let's see if this next round we're going to see some more, because I do see one on Maximilian P's side there. Once again, we're in another round of the winners finals. We have Maxi from the UK versus Hikami from France.
And there is a Malamar, woo! But there is also a Tinkaton and a Drapion from Hikami's side. So does Maxi dare to bring the Malamar into that team? I think he will. There's not any. Well, there's actually there aren't any targets for the Malamar either, so maybe we're not going to see a Malamar this time.
Well, let's look at the team actually a little bit closer for Maximilian P. He is running the Talonflame. We've seen so many Fire-type Pokemon. This one running Flame Charge and Fly, which is kind of a reverse of what we've seen in previous seasons, but I think it's back for now.
Maximilian is trying to challenge me for the title as the world's best Flame Charge Talonflame player.
I mean, he's been making it pretty far. We are in the winner's side of the bracket. He did knock Z's Wireless down to the loser's bracket earlier on with some fantastic play. The rest of the team looks fairly standard from what we've been seeing so far. Yeah, good note here from Marcus pointing at the screen for me, just making sure to draw attention that Skull Bash is on the Lapras, which makes it a little bit better into opposing Laprases as well as Azumarill.
But we're not seeing an Azumarill on Ikami's side. He's running kind of our Caster Pig.
I'm all here for it.
Yeah, it's a Shadow Blastoise. And Shadow Blastoise is slightly different from the regular Blastoise because regular Blastoise cannot two-shot Tinkaton or Diggersby in the Zero Shield scenario.
Okay.
And even if you land a Skull Bash into a Shadow Jump Bluff, regular Blastoise does not knock out. But Shadow Blastoise gets all of those KOs. So giving it that little more oomph, that little more power makes Shadow Blastoise even more threatening. And I believe that Ikami is going to lean into that Shadow Blastoise because there's not a lot of ways for Maximilian to soak all the energy and all the damage from the Blastoise.
I think a lot of times when we see different Pokemon, right, when we see Drapion, 9 times out of 10, it's the Shadow version, if we're seeing it in Open Great League. Quagsire, I want to say it's probably a little bit lower, maybe 60-40, maybe 65-35. But Blastoise, we haven't seen so much of at all to be able to make these true comparisons of what players like to really play around with. It's great to know these extra insights of why Shadow Blastoise is a little more valuable or why it's been in this certain team composition that Hikami has made.
In my opinion, I've been running regular Blastoise.
Sure.
But that has been to set up my Malamar, because I've been wanting my Malamar to win me the game. But you don't see a Malamar on Nikami's side, so maybe he's leaning more into the Blastoise as his sweeping pick that he wants to lean on to win that game. And I am not exactly sure how Maximilian is planning to deal with this Blastoise, but I gotta say, if Maximilian has invested in his Malamar's attack stat,
sure,
Malamar can destroy Blastoise, because if you get that Psy-Wave to do more damage, then you can just Psy-Wave it down, Psy-Wave down in the 2-shield scenario without Blastoise getting off the 3rd Hydro Cannon.
Oh boy, and that is super dangerous because Malamar, as we've seen, with energy advantage can do so much. We saw Maximilian playing around with that actually before against these Zweilous. It'll be really cool to see if he's going to be bringing it in this game. But again, like you said, there's not as many targets for it with Hikami's side, so let's see how they want to play it out. I agree with you. I think Blastoise is for sure coming on that side.
I am absolutely sure that it is, but Shadow Blastoise, here's another curiosa about Shadow Blastoise into Claydol, because Claydol can actually farm down Blastoise after a charge attack, unlike the regular Blastoise that will always get to Hydro Cannon. So Claydol has a much better matchup into the Shadow Blastoise than the regular Blastoise, if my memory serves me correctly.
I think that what's so interesting about Blastoise in this meta is the fact that the fast attack rollout does a lot of damage to specific Pokemon that are targets. However, it doesn't do much against some Pokemon like Azumarill or like Claydol. However, because it's running Skull Bash, it can fight back against this Azumarill. Because it's running Hydro Cannon as its charge attack, it can fight back against the Claydol. So whether it's not doing good fast attack damage, it's still going to be able to hit hard with those charge attacks.
And that makes Blastoise really flexible. It rarely dominates a matchup, but it has that flexibility to fight back against stuff that against a lot of different stuff, because it has a lot of different coverage. One Pokemon that Blastoise destroy is a Talonflame. And if I was Ikami, I'd lean into Superior here because of the pressure that Blastoise puts on.
We saw him play Superior earlier on in the day against Slash. No Superior, it looks like in this round here. Dropion up against the Azumarill. These Poison Stings are doing a super effective damage, but none of these charge attacks are going to be doing too much. I think Hikami will probably go for the crunch. If anything, no, swapping out, like you said, using that Blastoise as that pivot Pokemon to try to gain a little bit of energy. It is going to have to take this play rough if it doesn't use a shield at this point, but okay, I like this play a lot. Using that shield to be able to just get a little bit more energy, and now we'll see if he wants to go for that Skull Bash because it's going to boost him up.
I am very excited to see this Skull Bash. There's a Shadow Skull Bash, and it's going to dent this Azumarill extremely. It puts it far into the red.
Ooh, Azumarill immediately now pivoting out here, but there's now Blastoise has a little bit extra boost to its defense. It already has a Hydro Cannon loaded. Dropion coming in here, forcing a shield off of Maxi's side because this would do a decent amount of damage. And the big thing is Maxi's hoping that he can get a crunch debuff of his own against the Blastoise. Great timing.
And now the Blastoise is defense boosted. This crunch will not knock out, and Maxi is clever. He's building up exactly one Poison Sting away from his next crunch shot that Blastoise had to throw immediately to not have to spend a shield against this Dropion.
Hikami knows it as well. He threw right away, but that puts Maxi in a decent position. But now a pivot out into the Dropion again. Both of these have energy. No projectiles remaining on Maximilian's side. You see him already writing some stuff down. He wants to take some diligent notes in this battle so he remembers all the energy counts because this is a charge attack priority and there's no shield on Hikami's side.
Ikami knows that his Dropion will be able to live this, and he's outpacing the opposing. Oh, but here comes the Azumarill with an Ice Beam. Will Ikami shield, or is he trusting his Quagsire in the back? He is.
This is a combo play here as the Ice Beam knocks out that Dropion. Not a lot of energy or health left on the Azumarill. This might be a perfect little farm down situation here. If you're Hikami, you go and throw right beforehand. Great timing here. You have a lot of energy now on the Quagsire. Forced to take this Aqua Tail, which will knock out, and now you can able to see what's in the back to be able to hit a heavier attack.
Very exciting to see how the Malamar squares off against the Quagsire. Ikami is up a shield, so he can always outpace the Malamar to 2 charge attacks, but the Psy Waves are chunking down.
Going ahead and throwing this first one here, taking some more notes. This is going to hurt. You're going to see this is shadow damage, so Malamar isn't actually the bulkiest of Pokemon, but it is able to hang on. Going ahead and throwing the foul play. This is What do you think about this play? I heard a ooh from you, Marcus.
Yeah, Maxi was a little bit, it was a little bit unlucky with the timing of his fast attack there, letting the Quagsire get to a free mud shot through, and that might just put Malamar into farm down range. But here comes the Drapion. He's 1-2 off, he's 3 off, and he gets to crunch. Is this crunch enough to knock out the Quagsire? I believe it might be.
This is the problem here. If it's not, Poison Stings aren't going to do it, and rollouts aren't going to do it. Lucky for Maxi there. That takes it out here. Blastoise comes back in, but will it be able to get to it?
And Blastoise gets it, and he has a Hydro Cannon loaded. Can he get to it? Or will the Malamar? No, the Malamar Psywaves down.
Oh my goodness, an incredibly close matchup there at the end. You saw them both waited with bated breath, wondering, is this going to be able to go? Marcus, for people who are maybe a little bit newer, can you explain why the charge attack didn't go off before the Psywave damage?
It might look a little bit weird, but in Pokemon Go, fast attack damage takes priority over charge attack damage. That means if Malamar, who's running a 1-turn fast attack Psywave, if that Psywave will knock out the Blastoise, then Blastoise will not get off the charge attack. If Blastoise had more HP, so it would live 1, maybe knocked out of 2 Psywaves, but if it can live 1 Psywave, it will get off that Hydro Cannon. And it turns out, in this situation, the Shadow Blastoise of Ikami did not withstand that 1 Psywave.
Yeah, a little too less of HP, unfortunately. But you saw both of the trainers. I think everyone in the chat, too, was probably waiting to see, was this enough damage? The Psywave going through was just able to, sneak by on the tentacles of the Malamar, get game number 1 to Maximilian P.
And I'm very impressed by both of these trainers. This game was waving back and forth throughout the entire game. And I wasn't sure if Maxi would be able to get as much value out of his Malamar as he might want, but it turned out to be a pretty good pick for him in the end, but the Drapion was what really won him that game.
I mean, Drapion, we talk about it time and time again. It's been meta for a reason, and it's so good in this current meta. Even its hard counters like a Claydol is able to hit back with super effective charge attacks. And speaking of Claydol and Drapion, we got them on the field here. This is a great lead for Maximilian P. We're going to see that immediate pivot out into that Shadow Blastoise. Now we look, Zraka rollout damage isn't going to be doing very much, but this Hydro Cannon, especially from a Shadow Blastoise, would hurt. Maximilian uses his first shield here.
This is exactly the situation that Maxi needed to be prepared for. He has nowhere obvious to sponge the energy of this Blastoise, but I expect him to swap in the Malamar. Oh, it goes into the Drapion.
Interesting play here. The attack has fallen, so that means his Hydro Cannons aren't going to be doing as much damage, but he did have a bit of an energy advantage. And we've seen time and time again, Hydro Cannon is such a good attack, even if it's deep up. Look how much damage that does.
Wow, that's the pressure of Blastoise. And here, both players realizing that great timing is not always great timing. They throw on what we usually call alignment, but that lets Drapion take out the Blastoise. How does Ikami decide to play this?
Both of these trainers have already used a shield in the battle. This game seems to be potentially about energy management, because look how much energy this Drapion has. Going for a bait here, and look at Ikami, not even bothering to shield it up. He goes for that potential. I think maybe he's hoping he could get 2 off, or he was hoping to get a shield.
Yeah, this is a misplay from Maximilian, because he does not get to another Aqua Tail. And here we see swaps from both trainers. I would have liked to see a charge attack thrown in from Ikami before he swapped there.
Going ahead and going for this crunch, though, this is going to be super effective and has the potential to debuff. So if he's able, look how low that gets it. But at this stage, Maximilian is going to be able to outpace for a charge attack of his own. Throwing it here, no Protect Shield left on Ikami's side. He's not going to use it. He's going to put it all on Quagsire. Oh, an undercharge.
Oh, but this is better for Maximilian. This is exactly what he wanted, because he does not want to give the Quagsire a farm down.
It's super effective damage, but not enough to get out at this point. Going ahead and just, these two like to play waiting games. We saw it last time with Maximilian with the ZZ as well. Both of them sat with the Zoomer rolls forever on the field because neither wanted to give extra energy to the next. Meanwhile, Hikami has a fully loaded Quagsire. Aquatail #1 coming through, no Protect Shield for Maxi's side.
How much damage does Hikami need? He needs to land a Stone Edge 2 in this game. Can he get there? He gets to an Aquatail. This is shielded by Maximilian. Can Hikami reach a Stone Edge before the double foul plays coming through from Maximilian?
Keep your eyes on the bubbles as they continue to farm up here, going for #1, getting that last Protect Shield from Hikami's side. Maybe potentially a superpower, which paces a little bit quicker, could be used at this point, but who will he be able to get to in time? Will this Aquatail be enough with the mud shot damage afterwards? This is Shadow Quagsire. This is coming through, and this is not enough.
This is not enough to knock out, and Malamar gets there and wins the game for Maximilian. He's through on winners finals.
Going ahead, you see Hikami clapping. It came down to the wire all of these games, but in the end, there can only be one. Continuing on the winner's side of the bracket, Maximilian P taking the game, going on wonderfully through this tournament, and being able to, we'll see him in day 2.
Oh, we will absolutely see him. And I'm excited for more Malamar play. And Maxi, even though I was thinking, against Hikami, the Malamar was not looking great, but it wasn't looking bad either. As long as it avoided that drop-yawn, it put in a lot of work for Maximilian.
I think that the team composition of both of these trainers obviously have been getting them very far in the tournament, right? I mean, we are in winners finals. That means neither one of these trainers had lost at this point yet. Hikami not out of the tournament, going to be knocked down to that loser's side of the bracket where he could still continue on to be in day 2. He just has to win out those matches later on. But I agree, the Malamar plays, we've been seeing Malamar in the past couple tournaments. I think that the Pokemon is definitely back.
Absolutely, it's so back. And now that it paces with equal pace to both Foul Play and Superpower, both of these charge attacks are ready at the same time now.
True.
And Foul Play being same type of, getting that same type attack bonus is a very efficient attack to throw. And also the Superpower, even though it's not the same type as Malamar, not getting that bonus, it's such a hard-hitting attack that it does more damage than a Foul Play. That's why sometimes you see people throwing Superpower in neutral scenarios, even though Foul Play has the same dark typing as Malamar.
I think a lot of times with situations like this, it's really interesting to see how people like to play Pokemon with attacks that do different stats, right? So Superpower, if you throw it, it lowers your own attack and defense. So a lot of times people will only use it in situations where they can swap out or end game scenarios. But other Pokemon, like Drapion with the Crunch with the potential to debuff here. We have Bulldoze on Tinkaton that also has the potential to debuff. Skull Bash, which boosts your own defenses. There are so many charge attacks in the game right now, or just attacks in general, that are making gameplay super dynamic.
And I love that, Amanda, that when you have these chances to throw up a game and throw off your opponent and change how a game is usually played out, it might gain you so many advantages. And like, for example, Dugong throwing or Claydol debuffing the opponent might set up other Pokemon for success that they usually, maybe like taking a charge attack that they usually aren't able to.
Absolutely. And I mean, now we're going to sound like old Pokemon players, but back in my day, there used to be a 60-second switch timer as well. And that seemed a little bit long for Pokemon. If you swap in and you get hard countered, it could be a little bit more punishing. But now that the switch timer has been lowered to 50, which has been a couple seasons now, it makes gameplay just that more dynamic as well. You can swap out, you can clear those debuffs that those Rock Tombs or the Icy Winds have gone through, and you can like really start to set up Pokemon in the back. It's now an energy management game.
I love the 50-second switch timer. It's the best update we've had in Pokemon Go, maybe forever.
Wow. You make some big claims.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of known for that now, I guess.
Big guy.
But I think that makes the game so much more fluid, because if you double shield a Pokemon, then now you will have the opportunity to swap back out. I remember with a 60-second switch timer, if you swapped that Pokemon in, got it answered by Swampert, you wouldn't be able to swap back out in the two-shield scenario without taking a Hydro Cannon, and the game was so tough to overcome. But now it's so dynamic and flexible, and this is for you, trainers. it's all for your enjoyment.
Yes, I mean, we're all enjoying it as well. We're going to reap the benefits of your enjoyment. And I hope that you guys have been enjoying these battles because they have been so much fun. We've been watching the winner side of the bracket of the first groups that played today, but we have still so many battlers, so many contenders who haven't even been shown on stream yet, who had just started around 11 o'clock.
And I want to hear from one of the trainers who's made it to day 2 already, and that is Maximilian P. Please, let's hear from him.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I am joined by the one and only Maximilian P, who just overcame a tough matchup versus Hikami. How are you feeling?
Over the moon. This is my first time actually to day 2 on the winner's side since this place 2 years ago. So I've always done it the hard way. It's nice to finally be there without having lost, only losing 1 battle today. So very, very happy with how today has gone.
Only 1 battle is insane, honestly. And of course, you did it in a very convincing way. The team that Hikami played, Shadow Blastoise and Shadow Quagsire, they were tough for you to handle. How do you approach a matchup like that?
So I tried to find out what he was running, and I was told he was running Talonflame, Serp, Eufisk. And I was like, okay, that seems like really annoying. And then I wrote it down in my notes. I'm like, hang on a second, I've got 7 Mons written down here. No, it's not Eufisk, it's Quag actually. So I had to change my approach like really last minute. So I was like, initially I was like, oh, Drap kind of safe, maybe. The only way to really deal with those things was to kind of believe in what you thought he'd run. I knew Blastoise would come every game, so you kind of can prep for that. Malamar seemed decent since he didn't have a Zoomerl. Only the Drapion he had to worry about. And this brand new Malamar, which, yeah, there's a backstory behind it, but we won't go into that today. Yeah, came in clutch, this new one that I've got today.
All right, that sounds good. We might get into this on day 2. But the Shadow Blastoise always came in as a safe swap from Hikami and was always immediately up 1 rollout. How do you handle that?
So I'm pretty sure that because it's a Shadow Blastoise, Claydol has a slightly better time versus it, especially when shields are up. So I knew as soon as I debuffed it with a Claydol, for example, that I can no shield and then match shields however he wanted to play it afterwards, which was fine. But the first game when I didn't have Claydol, it was pretty frightening. I honestly was just playing with gut feeling and presuming that it would be Quag in the back and bringing Drapion in and just throwing it away, kind of.
The gut feeling definitely worked there. We had the Shadow Blastoise on the Azumarill once. Did you know how much a Skull Bash is going to do from a Shadow Blastoise?
Yeah, actually, I will actually shout him out. Dial-Up and I have played this matchup a couple of times, and yeah, I've seen how much exactly how much that does. He's actually the only other player I've seen run Shadow Blastoise, and clearly to very similar success as well. I think it's a really cool mon. I don't have one. I think it's really cool to run, especially in this meta right now.
So that's a recommendation for you right there. But you're not running a Blastoise at all. How did you prepare for this tournament?
So I don't really like running Tinkerton, and my Jumpluff, obviously Jumpluff is so good right now that, and I do have an exceptional Shadow Jumpluff.
Ooh.
But it means I'm always going to lose CMP in the mirror, and I don't want to be playing those kind of games. I did really like how Talonflame looked into the meta that has been going on beforehand. However, I've barely run it today, and the only games I have run it, I've lost. So, but Drap has been really good for me, going back to OG Drap Azu, because not everyone is running it, so it's less matchup dependent on a crunch debuff or a mirror on who wins CMP in the mirror, except for that time, like we saw, his Drapion won CMP as well. Yeah, so initially I had Shadow Sableye in instead of the Malamar, and then I didn't like how people were still bringing Tinkerton despite me having Talonflame and Claydol. So I was like, okay, we'll stick Forret in there so it'll be even weaker to it to make sure people do bring it, so I can maybe expose it a bit more, bring a bit more Talonflame because it covers the waters a bit more with Forret. And then I was like, oh, who am I kidding? Malamar is how I started the season off in Dortmund, so maybe in probably my last tournament this season, we may as well close out with a new Malamar.
So as an Incinerate user, you're running Talonflame. We've seen so many people run Shadow Typhlosion here. Why are you on Talonflame over Shadow Typhlosion?
Again, Shadow Typhlosion is a super cool pick. I really love it. And again, I kind of thought it might pick up in usage here. And again, my one is absolutely exceptional and will probably lose CMP in the mirror. And that is not good. So I didn't want to run it. Also, I kind of did want something that can just fully wall Tinkerton and not like, you know, take super effective from a bulldoze or something random. I can actually no shield against a Drapion, which has picked up on usage, and I don't get Psywave down by Malamar. So at least that's something.
Understandable. So you are definitely prepared for a Tinkerton. Congratulations again on your run on the winner's side. First time in 2 years in this very venue. So congratulations on that. You have the day off now. You can prepare for your matchups tomorrow. And we're going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Leo, and really great insights from Maximilian P there, being able to talk about a little bit of strategy of why he brought certain Pokemon. Adelian here, welcome back, my friend.
Thank you.
Since you are here and since you are so well-versed, could you explain, because Maximilian said a couple times that he didn't want to bring Pokemon that he thought was exceptional because he thought he would lose that charge attack priority. Why would he lose a charge attack priority?
Well, there is perfection in imperfections, shall we say. So generally speaking, Pokemon Go trainers playing in competitive PvP tend to prefer Pokemon that have low attack or no attack in their stats versus defense and stamina being encouraged. However, that is a problem because if you are in a mirror matchup and your opponent's got a Pokemon that's a little bit more attack, then you might lose the so-called charge attack priority, whose charge attack goes first. So it is a trade-off here, one that these two trainers will have to master in order to perhaps get the edge on each other.
And also something we might even see in this matchup coming up between Slowking and Wieland, because both of them have a Shadow Jumpluff. So if those are in the mirror, whoever has that higher attack will be able to throw their charge attack first. We saw Slowking playing on a little bit earlier on in the winner's side of the bracket. He is now knocked down to the loser's side, so whoever wins this matchup will continue on to day number 2 as well, but this time coming from the loser side of the bracket. This time we have Wieland here from the Netherlands.
Yes, and both these trainers do know each other. They are looking forward to this great battle that they're going to have. Very good point you make, Commander, about considering the charge attack priority and whether that will give an advantage to one of these Shadow Jumpluff here. This is a relatively meta team. We have seen the double water strategy with Lapras and Feraligatr before, and it was championed very well by individuals like Out of Pocket in Milwaukee. So a replica of what's going on here. And also that Diggersby showing up, which I actually think is a really fun Pokemon in this meta.
I think Diggersby is one of the only real counters that Wieland has against Slowking's Shadow-type Flosion there. When you have 2 Water-type Pokemon, when you have a Jumpluff on your team, things can get a little bit dangerous if that Pokemon gets up energy. We saw Slowking playing it a little bit earlier on in the tournament. We'll see if he brings it into this game, because we're getting started in the losers finals here. We have a Jumpluff in the lead against that Diggersby.
Yes, and a shiny Diggersby is that. And now you might think that this is not a great matchup for Diggersby because it is facing off against a grass type, but Jumpluff here is running double flying type attacks. The Aerial Ace to get a good amount of baits on, and the Acrobatics to do huge damage. In contrast, Diggersby has that Fire Punch, which will deal super effective damage to Jumpluff. So this is more even than it seems at first glance.
This is a Shadow Jumpluff, so this means that Acrobatics, though it's not going to be that effective against a Diggersby, is still going to put in a ton of work there, being able to connect, knocking down to the yellow. 2 Fire Punches are now going to be thrown, but it's not enough for this Jumpluff to be knocked out of the sky. No Protect Shield on Slowking's side.
Yes, another Fire Punch will be needed, and so it's a swap into the Lapras to see if they can get the Psywave down on the Jumpluff, but Jumpluff going, nope, I am going to throw another charge attack and try and weaken this Lapras even more. Another Acrobatics is launched through, and it does a huge amount of damage.
I was wondering if there was going to be a chip and dip strategy, but that was a big chip before this dip out into the Azumarill. One thing we have to keep in mind, this Lapras is running Skull Bash, and this is going to do a nice chunk of damage to Azumarill. Not only that, now the attack or defense, of the Lapras has been boosted, so that means that the Play Rough still might not be enough. Already at it here, Slowking throwing that Azumarill's Play Rough, no Protect Shield on Wieland's side.
Well, that's the whole point. If you're going to have Skull Bash and boost your defense, you will need to test those defenses, and Lapras able to demonstrate here. Will the Lapras be able to get to another Skull Bash here? Just over now, launches fabulous. That boost of the defense allowing Wieland to eke out another Skull Bash here.
Skull Bash number 2 connecting here. No switch timer is even available for Slowking yet. He's able to get to the Ice Beam. No, he goes down with the attack. This is not great for this, but the Typhlosion is coming in, only to be met now with Hydro Cannon number 1.
Yes, Typhlosion cannot take any of these attacks from Shadow for Alligator, and so Shield comes in. Typhlosion has the opportunity to fight back with the Thunder Punch. You can see Slowking is going for that, and the Thunder Punch does indeed get launched. But of course, Whelan now deciding to exchange shields and protect his Shadow for Alligator.
Having that switch timer just slightly misaligned proved very vital for Whelan there, being able to get in a little bit of extra Shadow Claw damage on that for Alligator, forcing these shields now off of the Typhlosion, because this is going to do so much damage. Already at another Thunder Punch, but if you look, the switch timers are now about up on both sides. We could see potential swaps on both trainers here. It's still anyone's game.
Yes, and Slowking, I think, has to do that, but no, there's no shield on the Feraligatr, so Whelan wanting to bank this all on the Diggersby and keep that shield. Now it's going to be a very aggressive quick attack farm down, but you can see the chunking damage of Incinerate from Shadow Typhlosion. At this range, Thunder Punch might be enough. No shield on Whelan. Let's find out if this knocks out.
He recognizes that the jump left went out with an attack as well. Speaking of, there it is, the jump left coming in, getting that last protect shield off of Whelan there. He is going to be able to throw an attack of his own. There's no protect shields to hide behind on Slowking's side, just charging up a ton of energy here, now throwing that fire punch.
Yes, I think Whelan, I wonder if he would be able to actually farm down here rather than launching the Fire Punch, but nonetheless does get the knockout. Now it's a race to see, can he get to another attack? No, the Incinerate takes out Diggersby, and that's only one Pokemon left. Lapras with a Psywave, is it enough to knock out? It is a knockout on the Typhlosion.
Wow, such incredibly close games there, and you know what that came down to? Turn durations. That's Incinerate damage of Typhlosion takes 5 turns. Meanwhile, Psywave is a 1-turn attack, so it's going to be able to put its damage through first. Incredibly close matches for game number 1 in the losers finals going to Wheeland.
A very accurate assessment there, and what I liked is what you pointed out, Amanda, with turn duration. So Typhlosion, when launching Incinerate, the damage from Incinerate registers at the end of the 4th turn, so 2 seconds in to the 2.5 second 5-turn attack, whereas Psywave will register at the end of the 1st turn because it is a 1-turn attack, and so that extra damage landing earlier still compared to the Incinerate was what made the difference there. So another thing, trainers, for you to consider, for those of you watching in the crowds or at home, is that consider turn duration and when does that damage actually register within that fast attack.
Whelan really maneuvering around very quickly. That quick pivot out earlier on managed to misalign the switch timers just enough that he could bring in that Shadow for Alligator to get 1 or 2 Shadow Claws, and that proved so vital for him in this matchup there. It still came down to the absolute wire, but being able to get both of the shields on that Shadow Typhlosion early on really helped him out in that matchup.
Yes, that Shadow Typhlosion versus Shadow for Alligator is another tricky one to master, especially if you are operating from standing start in terms of energy. The advantage needs to be gained by getting some energy early on one of those Pokemon before the other one starts off ramping up those Incinerates in this particular case. So what adjustments will be there from Whelan's side? Will we see a slight difference now in tactics to consider, how do I deal with that Typhlosion? What other adjustments, what do I predict my opponent will do to try and deal with the fact that I have won the first battle? It's a mind game, as always.
Always. I completely agree with you, Dillian, because a lot of times, game number 1, opponents just like to kind of feel out the other opponent's play style.
Indeed.
And so see what kind of Pokemon that they think are the most comfortable. So now, with each of these going into a game number 2 in the losers finals. So that means whoever wins this gets to go into day 2, but whoever loses this, their tournament run will be over. There's a lot on the line. Whelan just needs one more game to be able to secure it for him, but Slowking could be able to do what we call a reverse sweep, winning 2 games in a row. We're locking in for game number 2. We're getting ready to rumble a Tinkaton on the field against a hard counter in that Typhlosion.
Typhlosion is going to love seeing this, and it's an instant swap into the Lapras here. Typhlosion can actually stay in here and do a respectable amount of chip damage because Incinerates are neutral against Lapras, and this Thunder Punch is, of course, super effective.
Well, he had no Protect Shield on Whelan's side. This will do a nice bit of damage, and coming in with the Furret at this stage, we see it. I think a Slowking recognized, okay, Furret doesn't have the best matchups against Tinkaton. I might as well go ahead, let the damage soak onto it at this point, and let it do its little bit of work while it's in the tournament here, because the Typhlosion can really put in some actual work later on. This Sparkly Aria number 2 is going through, but it's not going to be able to knock it out.
Yes, well calculated by Slowking to recognize that 2 Sparkling Arias will still require a few more Psywaves in order to knock out, and not before Furret. is able to sucker punch down the Lapras. Here comes Tinkaton. This is a strong matchup for it, but not a lot of opportunity to farm. Slowking now going for the Trailblaze here rather than Swift. Interesting tactic to boost your attack when your HP is so low.
Thought he maybe could get to another Swift that would have given just a little bit more chip damage, but at this stage, still in a comfortable position with 2 shields on both of the trainers' sides here. We haven't seen the third Pokemon for either one of them yet, but now a Bulldoze is already loaded on the Tinkaton, and Bulldoze, while it's not a very heavy-hitting attack, is super effective against a Typhlosion, forcing Slowking to use that first Protect Shield.
But notice...
Oh, you heard the tinkles too. That means the defense has fallen. And now coming in with a Thunder Punch Beta Dillion. If he gets a shield here, which he does, this is so good for Slowking.
Yes, Whelan doesn't know that what Slowking has in the back, but he's about to find out as Shadow Jumpluff takes to the field, and Shadow Jumpluff is going to be problematic for Diggersby here. The Fire Punches, remember, we needed 3 to knock out this Jumpluff, and Jumpluff can launch acrobatics after acrobatics here. This is going to be very close to the wire, but looking good for Slowking.
We've got an even shielding scenario at this point. 1 shield left on both sides. There's still a lot of dynamic play that can be done by these opponents here. Going for the heavier hitting acrobatics, you see it's not enough to knock out, but it does so much damage. Fire Punch now coming through, super effective damage on the side here. You see Slowking sit back a little bit. He's saying, okay, I'm going to take these couple seconds while the charge attack goes through to decide where my priorities lie here. In comes that Tinkaton again, just again getting a ton of damage.
Yes, and the switch counters are misaligned again, which means Slowking is unable to take Jumpluff back into its Pokeball and bring out the Typhlosion. Going for the acrobatics here to try and get a huge amount of damage on this Tinkaton, but it is resisted nonetheless. When is that switch going to happen? Because the fear is those Bulldozers, no switch, and instead Play Rough comes in against Jumpluff.
Going to be able to take this. It's going to go down, but this just gives 1 full Incinerate because the timers aren't up yet to be able to go through. This is what the Protect Shield was waiting for here. He's got to use it at some point, and he recognizes, oh no, there's still 1 Protect Shield left. There's still a Diggersby in the back here. The Diggersby doesn't have any energy. This is going to be the mind game at this point. First one going through, getting the Protect Shield.
Yeah, the only play that Slowking has is maybe can he get an Incinerate off as well as the next Thunder Punch, but it's going to be so close. It's to the wire. Who's going to launch a charge attack first? And Fire Punch is launched by Diggersby. Is this going to knock out? That is the question.
It's a Fire type on Fire type damage, but it is so low at this point of the Typhlosion. It does knock it out, and Whelan takes a convincing 2-0 victory against Slowking. They're advancing into day number 2 on the losers side of the bracket. Really fantastic, quick maneuvers from him, able to get there, get in this position, and make it on.
Yes, it was amazing to see the plays there. Shadow Typhlosion was absolutely dominating, we thought, but Whelan is able to maneuver, masterclass his way through into the, admittedly in the loser side of the bracket, but go to day 2, and that is an accolade in itself that he will be very proud of.
So there's a lot of Fire-type Pokemon, and I really like what Maximilian said in that interview with Leo earlier on when he was talking about his about his Talonflame. And
yes.
He said, you know, Typhlosion is a really cool pick. He wanted to maybe pick it himself, but in the end, he wanted to have something that completely walled off the energy of the Tinkaton, and that is something that we just saw that Shadow Typhlosion couldn't necessarily do, because not being able to tank those Bulldozes was something that was a little bit more costly, where you wouldn't have to shield in the sake of the Talonflame.
Yes, a very accurate and very fabulous observation. That's actually, when I was making my picks of Pokemon to keep an eye from, I was torn between Shadow Typhlosion or Talonflame, and I leant towards Talonflame in my pick specifically for the reason you described. That Tinkaton matchup, a little bit of wiggle. It's still an advantage for Typhlosion, but a little bit of concern for the Bulldoze is going to be... it wasn't more comfortable for me, I'll be honest.
I get it completely. I think even still, Slowking played around that very, very close. If you look at the matches between these two opponents, again, in the losers finals, they came down to the wire each time. They came down to basically a charge attack. They came down to 1 HP. They came down to, you know, 1 fast attack from each of these opponents. So it's not like there was a blowout on either side. Really, really great plays by both of these trainers.
Yeah, you can see that demonstration there where Psywave was just enough to knock out the Typhlosion. If there was a little bit more health, just a teeny bit more on Typhlosion there for Slowking, then that would have changed the outcome of game 1 here. And here you saw the example of Fire Punch, despite being a resisted move, demonstrating the fragility, as it were, of Shadow Typhlosion, even into a resisted attack. That really sealed the deal there. But both of these trainers should be very proud of what they've achieved so far. I know you are quite close friends with Slowking, I believe, and I think he should be very proud of what he's been able to showcase for us today.
I was talking to him a little bit earlier on in the tournament, and he was very proud of his accomplishments already. He said that actually the winners finals was the farthest he had ever gotten in a tournament. So I think already a big amount of championship points going to a trainer, some big accolades, and I absolutely agree with you. All these trainers who've been putting in the work over the seasons, you know, regional after regional, special championship after special championship, it's all coming down to these points where, you know, you're playing against new players, you're deciding what makes a good team composition for you, and you just get better time after time.
Yes, absolutely. Practice makes perfect, and what's also fun is the combination of being able to learn from other individuals that you battle with as well. So let's say you do lose the battle, and these battles only one person will win, only one person will lose. So with that in mind, if you do lose, you have the opportunity to perhaps speak to your opponent and go, well, what did I do differently? Did I get the alignment wrong? Did I perhaps miscount something? These little things that you can do to improve your game over time will make you go from a good battler to a great battler and then to a champion one step after that.
I think that is super well put, Adelian. We were looking at the team compositions of both of those trainers, and we saw, you know, Shadow Jump Fluffs, and we saw Shadow Typhlosion. We actually saw quite a feature of it. Shadow Pokemon are something that is an interesting dynamic, I think, in Pokemon Go, because it's something that is a little bit different than in the other games. We have this 20% more damage that a Shadow can give, and also it has to take a little bit more. And there is actually an event going on right now about Shadow Pokemon.
Yes, there is. And look, you can see that Giovanni is back out and on the prowl, and he has Shadow Dialga to support him. So trainers, you need to go and fight against Team Go Rocket, get those Shadow Pokemon, capture them, and then either purify them or utilize them for battle. One Pokemon that really stands out as far as competitive circuit is concerned is the release of Shadow Inkay, which we reckon may be something of interest in Bologna in 2 weeks' time. That might be some new dynamic in the game that's going to change a few matchups. Any other Pokemon stand out to you that you're excited for here?
I mean, we just saw a great showcase of Shadow Typhlosion. You can get that from evolving Shadow Cyndaquil there. Also, Grumpig has been kind of popular this season, so Shadow Spoink and also Shadow Lapras are ones that are really popping out at me. Of course, in the past, we saw Paulasha playing with a Shadow Magnezone and really crushing competition, so it could be interesting to see if that will be making a comeback as well, but plenty of different Pokemon that you can catch. As a reminder as well, when you catch a Shadow Pokemon, it always has the charge attack Frustration, which is super frustrating if you want to be able to use
It's super frustrating.
any sort of tournament, any sort of battles. This is the time. Now is the time. Use your charge TMs to TM away Frustration and get a different attack on it. It's not going to be able to do that very often, so you want to make sure to collect your charge TMs and do it this weekend.
Absolutely well said here. And of course, two trainers who are also jumping straight into the battles of Paulasha and Kashtan and wasting no time. Tinkaton hammering off against each other. Which one's hammer is going to be tougher here in this matchup? They're both going to go for Bulldoze here, I imagine.
Both of them worthy. We're talking about charge attack priorities. We're going to get to see it right away. Sometimes trainers don't want to get their attack being caught on, so you might see them wait a turn or charge up extra. But in this matchup, this is exactly why you want to throw right away. You heard the little sounds, you saw the sprinkles on the screen. The defenses on Paulasha's Tinkaton are now lowered, and now also going on the other side as well. Both of these now have a little bit lower of defense, and we do know that Kashtan wins that charge attack priority, but he opted not to go for it.
Yes, I think he's hoping to maybe get some additional energy and go for back-to-back bulldozers later on, hence the additional founder. No debuff this time from Paulasha's Tinkaton towards Kashtan, and now the response is there. Is there going to be another debuff on Paulasha? Because that might change the dynamic of this matchup, which is so far perfectly aligned. Both trainers have no debuff there, so it's even Stevens at this point.
Well, even if it's even Stevens, the real question is this enough damage to be able to take it out with the defense drop? And it absolutely is. Now coming in with the Feraligatr being met by a Pokemon. Yeah, we talked earlier about the Mightyena. I think, Adelian, we're getting the spice matches here because this is a Spinda.
Yes, Spinda is a Pokemon we have not seen in the Open Great League meta. It is not just good spice, it is unusual spice, but it still has play. It has some fantastic moves It has Rock Tomb, as a attack that can be utilized here against Lapras. Super effective damage on the Ice-type Pokemon. And there you can see not only does it take out a lot of its health, but also lowers the attack of Polash's Lapras.
Look at this dancing Pokemon. I am in love here. Being able to now take this Sparkling Aria quite comfortably because it's lowered the attack and being able to now throw off another one. You also see that it is a best buddy spin. He's proudly wearing that ribbon as he throws Rock Tomb number 2, getting the shield off of Palasha.
Yes, but the problem is now this Lapras is incredibly low on health, and even if it does secure the knockout against Binder, it will be very easy to get a farm here, which is exactly why Cashton actually withdrew his Tinkaton when Palasha brought the Feraligatr out. But no, choosing to shield, maybe looking to get a farm down himself. As Feraligatr comes in, these Shadow Claws are going to do very little here. Interesting, going for the Icy Wind. Maybe Cashton expecting that Palasha would get to a charge attack before he could reach the Rock Tomb. So, Icy Wind is shielded though.
I think, look at this, I think Spinda's playing a little bit dirty coming in here. You got a Rock Tomb and an Icy Wind. Both of these attacks guaranteed to debuff your opponent once they've been through. This Feraligator's Hydro Cannon, which already is not very effective, is doing even less, and the switch timers are misaligned. This Play Rough will connect after this next Hydro Cannon goes through.
And Cashton more than happy to take Hydro Cannons here. We have seen situations where a Shadow Feraligator, just by sheer volume of water, is able to launch as many Hydro Cannons as possible and even overwhelm a Azumarill over time. But with the debuff, that suddenly does not become a thing. And the Play Rough coming in, there are no shields to protect Shadow Feraligator, and now it's down to a Lapras really, really low. Will Lapras be able to get a charge attack off? I question it. I really question it. And there goes the Lapras.
Lapras goes down. This is what we call in the Pokemon community a 3-ball flex on the side of Cashton there, being able to have all 3 Pokemon with health by the end of that matchup. Also showcasing a spicy pick that, let us know, chat. Do you think that Spinda is more spicy, or do you think that Mightyena is more spicy? Because both of them are pretty
out there.
Unique.
Yeah, definitely, and that is a question for the tournament for sure, because both these Pokemon have been very fun. We have seen how effective Spinda was, and also I'm going to give an even bit of additional credit to Cashton here, because how often would you ever see Palasha be given a three Pokemon sweep? Yeah. That almost never happens. Paula always takes out a Pokemon, at least.
Paula is one of the best trainers, the most well-known trainers we have in Europe. The nickname, we call Colin 6 the final boss. Palasha's nickname is the Queen of PvP. She's been knocking opponents down left and right. Cashton, no slouch himself, though. He's been making name for himself in the French community. He's top cut previously, and he is showing us that he can do so as well with very interesting picks in this Losers Finals. Once again, double elimination tournament. He needs one more game to be able to continue on to day number 2.
Yep, one game away. Both of these trainers already hitting a legend in the Go Battle League this season, and now it's a switch up here. Tinkaton facing off against a Shadow Feraligator, which gives a small advantage, I feel, to that Shadow Feraligator.
Going ahead and just charging away both of these trainers here. Shadow Feraligator has a much better mark in the Tinkaton here, going and throwing this first Hydro Cannon, getting a Protect Shield as well, because this would do a hefty amount of damage. We saw earlier on Shadow Swampert being able to throw Hydro Cannons on Tinkaton. Feraligator says, I want in on the fun here. Now going to shield herself because wants to protect it, keep it nice and healthy.
Yes, we have to remember it's a Shadow Feraligator. It's not really known for its bulk, but instead for its high damage output. Trying to get a catch onto the Azumarill by timing his switch out, but not able to do so. Palasha nonetheless still launches the Hydro Cannon after getting a bit more of a farm down. What is the swap and the response there? I don't really think there is one.
Yeah, I think at this point said, okay, you know what? I had a ton of extra energy at this point, trying to catch now onto her own Tinkaton. Still good effort here because this Play Rough is not going to be doing too much damage. I think Tinkaton is a great sponge in this scenario to be able to take this damage while still putting out some nice heavy damage into the Azumarill itself with its own Play Rough.
Yes, and Play Rough is not resisted by Fairy types. However, with Tinkaton being a Steel type Pokemon as well, the Azumarill's Play Rough is going to be resisted. So charge attack wise, this is actually good for Tinkaton. However, you do have to be mindful of Azumarill's bubbles. That will still do a respectable amount of chip damage over time, but it does look like Tinkaton is hammering through and wrestling power away from Azumarill here.
This Play Rough connects, and now coming in with the Tinkaton of its own. Information from game number 1. Cashton knows that he wins charge attack priority. He knew that he had an attack stored, so throwing that Bulldoze first gets that Tinkaton really low.
And what was very nice for Paulasha, she knew that the bulldoze would be survivable on her Tinkaton side. Now launching her own bulldoze. Does she get a debuff? And there is a debuff as well, which is fabulous. And this is where all the energy from Shadow Feraligatr is so useful. Hydro Cannon coming in now, which will certainly knock out Tinkaton.
Hydro Cannon number 1. You look, there's already another one loaded. Though the Azumarill can take it okay at this low of health, it might not be what's come in. In comes the Spinda. Those Shadow Claws are not going to be very effective, but those Hydro Cannons are gonna hurt.
Yes, and unfortunately for Kashton, he only has one shield, which means the second Hydro Cannon, if it were to be launched by Paulasha, would do a lot of damage. Let's see if there's an attempt here to catch. There isn't. Paulasha launches the Hydro Cannon. I have not seen this before. How bulky is Spinda?
Spinda is going to be able to take this one, but the real question is when the next Pokemon comes in full health, what will Kashton be able to do? In comes that Diggersby. The Icy Winds are going to be super effective, but there is still a Protect Shield on Paula's side. Not only that, there's still a little bit of a Tinkaton in the back to be able to swap out and clear the debuffs, which you might see later, or a potential catch.
Yes, I'm not sure when will Diggersby throw. Tries to make the catch on the 7th quick attack here, which is typically what you'd expect for Scorching Sands. Paulasha, recognizing that isn't quick to throw her charge attack, now launches a Scorching Sands. To be honest, I think Fire Punch here may have been enough, right?
Just to, wants to make sure, isn't Icy Wind debuffed already, so doesn't want to take any chances.
That's
no
true,
Protect Shield at this point. Diggersby knows, even though this is super effective, it's not going to be enough to knock out. Here, how a Fire Punch Spinda. No Protect Shields left remaining.
And Spinda is about to be a little bit singed, for lack of a better term, and now this is where Spinda unfortunately falls. It was so good in Game 1, but just not able to do it in Game 2 here. Taking that Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr really did put a dent in its health, I think.
I think this was very, very well played by Paulasha, taking some examples that she learned in game number 1 and coming up with a different game plan to beat Kashton, who ran a very similar team, right? With the Spinda, you know that it's coming. Azumarill, also a very tanky, good Pokemon. Tinkaton definitely has a lot of play, so it doesn't surprise me that it came. But on Paula's side, Feraligatr up energy is just so dangerous against any of the Pokemon. And I'm looking even at that Jumpluff, right? Jumpluff doesn't want to take an Ice Beam, and if Feraligatr has potential to already have enough energy for that attack, it forces a shield.
Yes, indeed it does. I think the only real answer is to Kashton, on the Feraligatr side, is for Kashton to bring Azumarill here, and that makes Kashton quite predictable, unfortunately. So then Paulasha can go, okay, so if you're bringing Azumarill, that means I don't want to risk bringing my Malamar, for example, but I'm going to go with Lapras, I'm going to go with Tinkaton. So you start to see, if you are watching from home, you get to see, okay, what seems likely? Why would I pick these Pokemon out of the 6? We won't have to wait too long, however, as both trainers are locking in, and we're going to see who's going to take this decisive Game 3 in order to push further and go to Day 2.
This is it. This is go big or go home, and a hammer is being swung at the Malamar, which is staying in. We see a lot of times trainers opting to go up for that superpower and use it before dropping out. That's exactly what Kashton does right before a play rough is even loaded on Paula's side. No Protect Shield used on Paula's side.
So this is the chip, and is there going to be a dip? There is the dip, and Azumarill comes in here, and this is where Bulldoze now coming through. Bulldoze were looking maybe for Paulasha to get a debuff early on and then swap out herself. So let's see what happens. Is there a debuff? There is a debuff, and there's a Shadow Feraligatr.
Wow, a little bit worse for the wear there for Kashton. I think that Paula was maybe expecting a Tinkaton to come in, so going for that Bulldoze before going out, but this works out just as well here. Feraligatr just being able to get a ton of farm and a little bit of that health sliver going away on the Azumarill from the Shadow Claws.
But you can see just how much damage Play Rough did, and remember, Azumarill is known for its bulk. It's not necessarily known for its high attack power, but the fact that it did so much damage, over 50% to Shadow Feraligatr, is respectable. But I think Paula's happy for that to happen, because that means her Feraligatr is really low for when it knocks out the Azumarill. That's less farm for Kashton later on.
Exactly true, and not only that, basically one Shadow Claw away from another Hydro Claw coming in here to be able to just chip away before another attack is going through. Kashton uses his first shield at this moment because the Malamar wants to be able to get up a little bit of energy, but Hydro Cannons would hurt whatever is in the back. Down goes the Feraligatr. Lots of energy on Malamar's side, and Malamar says, now it's my time to dance.
Now the question is, will Malamar go for another chip and dip strategy here, which I think is sensible because it is not a good matchup against a fairy type. Superpower dealing neutral damage, and then are you going, oh, trying to go in, stayed a little bit longer. Now Tinkaton comes in, and now Diggersby is here. Tinkaton really does not like Diggersby.
No, at this stage too, both of these Pokemon are bulky. Both of these Pokemon have a decent amount of, health to hide behind at this point. But the Scorching Sands are going to be doing a decent amount of damage, and the Fire Punch bait there's a lot of potential play for Palasha here to strip away that last shield from Cashton's side. No Protect Shield used, even though the Scorching Sand is going to be the heavier hitting, super effective attack.
Yes, but no debuff though, so it allows Cashton to get that play rough off and weaken Diggersby a little bit more, but it's not going to be enough. Palasha recognizes it's not going to be enough. No shield coming in, and now it's a question of how much more farm does Paula want to get before launching another charge attack. Scorching Sands coming in just before Bulldoze would be launched by Tinkaton.
He has one shield, he's got to decide when he wants to use it, deciding this is not the moment here as a super effective Scorching Sands connects. Forced to throw this foul play to try to at least get this Diggersby off the field. He doesn't want to use his shield, but Palasha says, nuh-uh, that's okay. I know that actually my Tinkaton has a ton of energy in the back, and I have Scorching Sand, so you're going to have to shield one of these, or you're going down. Cashton realizes it here, hopes for a Fire Punch bait. It is not. It is going down to Palasha.
Going down, knocked out, what you thought for a second by 1 HP. Cashton might survive and be able to pull something out of the bag, but Paulasha's been amazing in this tournament, absolutely smashed it there. Very close battles, but two great players have demonstrated who is on top this time round.
Palasha played earlier on in the winners finals, knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, but didn't take that very well. Think about it, there's a lot of resilience to trainers when they're playing in these types of matchups. She was able to take it from defeat. She lost game 1 against Cashton, but she able to take a deep breath, get some of that little resilience back and say, hey, you know what? I know these Pokemon, I know how to play it, and I am going to see you guys in day number 2.
Yes, so Palasha, you will see more of her tomorrow when we are on stream again, trying to find out who is our Utrecht champion. But the key thing as well, you come back to your point about adjusting and reconsidering things after game 1. I think some of the best players in the world use game 1 to read how their opponent plays, what kind of tactics do they want to use, and then develop counters for that in game 2 and 3 and do the so-called reverse sweep. This is demonstrated even more effectively in day 2 when we get to the winners, losers and grand finals, where it's the best of 5. That mind game goes up another level, but this is where you can afford to lose game 1 if you're a player, but game 2 and 3 you've got to win, so make sure you make your loss worth it by getting a good read on your opponent.
And you know what? I know that, of course, we love to watch people win. We love to see players who really pop off, but I know it's maybe a guilty pleasure, but I love watching the loser side of the bracket because these are the gritty matchups. These are the matchups with the emotional stake on the line because these trainers recognize that there is much more to lose in these scenarios. Each loss puts them one step closer to going home. And at this point too, if you're Palasha, you're maybe a little bit nervous saying Cashton just needs one more matchup to be able to take it. But she kind of went literally Gator with the jaws, going ahead and clutching it from the jaws of defeat, being able to take out him in both game number 2 and number 3. Fantastic plays by Palasha.
Yes, I always think Feraligatr is a Pokemon that, since being given Shadow Claw, has just become so useful. I'm not going to say that it's a Pokemon that is overpowered, because while it has a lot of power, it does have its fair share of weaknesses as well. But a good trainer that's able to utilize it well can demonstrate just how strong it can be. Those constant Hydro Cannon sweeps and being up on energy and giving it a shield ideally can yield so many dividends, and I think there's a lot of trainers in the Go Battle League that utilize Shadow Feraligatr very well indeed, with that extra surprise factor of the Blind 3 format.
We talked about Pokemon that are often sometimes it's a 50-50 split. We saw the Shadow Blastoise, which we don't get to see very often earlier on. Shadow Feraligatr seems to be almost a staple. Usually, I would say 9 times out of 10, if you're seeing it in a tournament, it's going to be that Shadow variant to be able to hit a little bit harder. And I talked about guilty pleasures, losers side of the bracket. We're in yet another losers finals here. This time we're going between Wes and Howie. Both of these trainers are from the Netherlands. Both of these trainers have probably played against each other, maybe even practiced with each other for this very specific tournament. We've seen Wes's team a little bit before running a Sand Slash, which I think is kind of a spicy pick actually for this tournament, and also that Credilli, which put in so much work for him in previous rounds.
Yes, and I think with the absence of grass-type coverage, because so many Jumpluff are running Aerial Ace and Acrobatics, it means that Credilli is a good source of grass-type firepower, which, when you think about it, looking into Howie's team is quite useful because the grass will do super effective damage to Diggersby, Lapras, and Azumarill. That's 3 Pokemon, and also, just because Credilli is a rock type as well, it also can threaten the Jumpluff and the Typhlosion. So really, that's immediately narrowed down what you're going to see. I expect a Malamar from Howie's side simply because you need an answer. You need an answer to Credilli, otherwise you might be a sitting Lapras.
Yeah, at this point, maybe we see that Credilli as a safe swap position for Wes, because if it's such a strong Pokemon, you often see trainers like to either put it in the lead,
yes,
get an advantage because they recognize that there's so many good matchups, or because they know there's so many good matchups, they feel it's really safe in that secondary position where if they lose the lead, they can immediately pivot into that Pokemon to help them either secure switch or get a shield advantage or energy advantage for later on in the matchups. Both of these trainers look like they have locked in. Once again, we are on the losers side of the bracket, so this is a big moment to see who will be making it into day 2 in Utrecht. We've got that Malamar, like you talked about, on Howie's side up against a Golisopod.
Yes, and Golisopod will have an advantage because of the Excellent dealing double super effective damage here, but there are shields in play, and Malamar is able to pace at an equal rate to Golisopod, so it's going to come down to charge attack priority, which Golisopod does win because it has a higher attack than Malamar. So let's see what the response is. Foul play coming through here now, which is going to do, again, a respectable amount of damage. No shield by Golisopod here.
Golisopod's X-Scissors would do so much damage to the Malamar, forcing Howie to either use 2 shields in this scenario because he's going to be able to get to another attack. This would definitely knock out the Malamar. 2 shields down at the very beginning, but this Malamar now has gotten a Golisopod out of the way, has a lot of energy for whatever comes in, so this could prove to be pretty good, but guess what? Howie and Azumarill.
Yes, Azumarill is the one Pokemon, or one of a few Pokemon, that can withstand everything that Malamar would throw at it, with the exception of the Psywaves, I guess. But Blayroth coming through now because Howie responds with his own Azumarill to begin the mirror matchup and see who will outbulk one another.
I know that mirror matches, they may not seem like the most exciting for trainers who are watching or even playing, but I think this also gives a good amount of time for the trainers who are in the matchups to kind of analyze what has gone on so far and decide, how do I want to play out the rest of the team? What do I think is in the back? Well, it's already been revealed as Wes now brings in that Credilli to be able to get to an attack right before the Azumarill is. This Ice Beam is going to be doing a nice chunk of damage and no Protect Shield from Wes's side.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised at that. I thought Wes would want to keep Credilli nice and healthy, but I think he's trusting on the fact that one Ice Beam will not be enough. And there is a swap here, superpowered immediate chip, but now that he swapped it in, that means Malamar can't actually will be weaker for the rest of this next 50 seconds.
Now going ahead and knowing that it went charge attack priority, going for those back-to-back superpowers. The second one isn't going to be doing as much damage because the attack has fallen, but it's still enough to knock out that Credilli. It has so much health. But guess what? This is Azumarill again. This is a good position for Wes.
Yeah, but the problem is that the Psywaves are still doing respectable damage despite being debuffed, because
double debuff.
Yes, because you can only debuff it so many times, and it's still going to do a minimum amount of damage. So Wes is trying to get even more farm here, but maybe goes a bit too much because you can only limit how much farm you can go. Now dropping the Ice Beam here, which I think will knock out just because of the double debuff.
Azumarill up against the world here, able to just hang on. He does have a shield, but there is another Azumarill coming back in. Wes up against the wall here, recognizing he got to get this Azumarill out of the way. I think what Wes is playing for at this point is just information, right? He thinks, okay, I might not be able to win this matchup, but I want to see what the Pokemon in the back is.
Yes, because that way, that's crucial information in terms of a sort of pattern that Howie will likely pull. So the question is, what will that final Pokemon be as far as Wes is concerned? Is able to get to the charge attack before Howie is able to do so, but is Ice Beam going to be enough here? It's a bit risky, I think.
It is kind of the riskier play, especially if you're looking for the information, because he's barely able to hold on. Howie says, okay, I'll tell you, it's the Lapras, and it's here to finish the job. Howie taking game number 1.
Shadow Lapras with those side waves. It does a lot of damage and is able to farm down quite a few things relatively easily. But one big moment, I think, for Wes is when Howie swapped in the Malamar and was able to get 2 superpowers off, consuming both shields relatively quickly. And the worst thing as well is that Wes actually committed to the charge attack priority event on the second superpower, because what he was hoping for was that he would actually tie on the first superpower and therefore protect the shield. That really didn't work out. He then had to sacrifice his Cradily, and that was the main Pokemon that would have helped him in the end game.
But really, hats off to Howie for game number 1 there. It's super risky to go 2 shields down so early on in that matchup. Malamar came out with a ton of energy, which proved vital for Howie later on in the matchup. But a lot of times trainers would not want to take that potential risk. Maybe would have swapped out, maybe would have hoped to protect that for later because they wanted a shield to hide behind. But Howie's very aggressive play there helped cinch that deal for him and cinch game number 1.
I really admire those aggressive plays, because when I tend to play, I don't often think of being that aggressive, but that was a play and a half. It was one that was entertaining to watch. It was well thought out, and it relied on playing the psychology of his opponent as well, which I think is a high-level skill when you are battling at this level. Howie looks confident, he looks poised, he's looking at the crowd, he's ready. Wes, on the other hand, fully focused, no emotion to be shown. He knows his back's against the wall, but they are locking in very soon, and the next battle is very soon coming on its way.
I mean, you talked about being aggressive. I think you need to be a cheerleader here too. Let's see who everyone in the chat is cheering for. Who do they want to continue on in this tournament? We have that Lapras up against the Azumarill here, an immediate pivot to that Cradily, that safe swap to be met by Malamar, which again is one of the harder counters here. Going for that foul play, it's going to do a nice amount of damage, but it's not going to be as heavy hitting as that superpower.
No, and so there's a debate whether Wes bothers to even shield this, because it may not be enough to justify it. And here comes the Rock Tomb, which was on charge attack priority, so I wonder if Wes, if he had overfarmed, he could have got a full bullet sleeve through, but not able to do so. Rock Tomb nonetheless coming in, respectable amount of damage onto the Malamar as well, and it's lowered the attack.
Going ahead and just continuing to farm up energy here, going right before the next attack is loaded, and this time going for the superpower. The attack was lowered. This will lower it even more after this point, especially because there is now a shield on Wes's side. Wants to keep that Cradily healthy, wants to get that switch advantage that he looked for earlier on with this safe swap.
Yes, I'm interested as to why Wes didn't risk farming a little bit more here, maybe get another bullet seed off there, but in the end it's somewhat inconsequential. Trying to get a catch, and it's responded to with the Lapras. We're back to the lead matchup here.
Here we are again. Skull Bash Lapras putting in some work here, because now even though the play rough will go through first, the Skull Bash is going to boost those defenses of that Lapras. This is a shadow, so it's going to be hitting a little bit harder, but I think Howie's still in a comfortable position for himself here, going and throwing the Skull Bash. We're going to see how much it does, because no Protect Shield on Wes's side here, and this is going to knock the Azumarill down to the low yellow.
Yes, it will do. Azumarill very bulky, but Skull Bash is an incredibly powerful attack, and Lapras now has even more bulk that even this play rough now, if it were to be launched, is probably not going to knock out. Let's find out if Howie's bulk and trust in his Lapras is worthwhile here. Skull Bash coming in thick to help with the defenses. No, not enough. Play rough is not going to knock it out.
Going ahead and just charging up basically 100 energy here. Now throwing that first Sparkling Aria, which normally doesn't do that much to the Azumarill, but Azumarill is so low at this point, and there's already another one loaded for whatever comes. It's going to be that Golisopod going for one Shadow Claw here, knowing that it can take this on the chin.
Yes, but I am concerned because this is a shadow boosted Lapras, and Golisopod is fairly squishy, and here comes the Incinerate coming from Typhlosion, but there is a small energy advantage on Golisopod here, throwing at perfect timing to get the Aqua Jet off, but will he be able to get a second one before another Incinerate potentially takes Golisopod out?
Howie is smirking there a little bit. He's so happy about this scenario, trying to catch onto the Cradily, but there is 2 attacks loaded, 2 Thunder Punches at this point, so it's still anyone's game. There's a lot of quick maneuvering by both of these trainers here, but that Typhlosion has no shields to hide behind, but has an attack already loaded.
Yes, so Golisopod is going to use its final shield, and I think the tactic there was to get an extra Shadow Claw in so that they can reach the Aqua Jet soon after. Throwing a perfect time, but going for the X's here just for sheer entertainment values, because even if the knockout was not secured, there was a final Pokemon later on in the back that would take out the Golisopod. So Wes recognizing when he's been bested, taken out by one of his friends. Howie moves on further into to this tournament.
Howie, a phenomenal trainer from the Netherlands. We've seen him at other tournaments doing some nice battles, being able to get very close to top cuts, and he has top cut a couple ones before, and he's saying, guess what? This is my home region. I'm doing it again. You're going to see me day 2 in Utrecht with a really fun and interesting team. I'm very happy to see that Shadow Typhlosion pop off.
Yes, it really did do a lot of work for Howie there, and I think there has to be a consideration with Golisopod as well, whether that was the Pokemon of choice, because being a water and bug type, it takes neutral damage from fire and super effective damage from Thunder Punch. But I also have a soft spot for Golisopod because I think it is a core breaker to the top meta, but is a bit weak to some of the other spicier picks, such as that Shadow Typhlosion.
I mean, that's the thing, because it's part bug typing, right? Even though it is a water type Pokemon, Typhlosion, because still you saw how much damage those Incinerates were doing. Incinerate is a really interesting attack because it's the only 5-turn attack that is in Pokemon Go, but you do see quite a few Pokemon that we've seen already today using it. We saw Skeletors round 1 using it. We've seen quite a few Talonflames and also quite a few Shadow Typhlosions. This is the first time, I think, in quite a while, maybe, if ever, I don't know, that there's been 2 Fire-type Pokemon on the top 12 usage of day number 1. I'm probably wrong that it's ever, but it's definitely not common.
Yes, and it's definitely the rise of the fire types here. This is, I think, come off the back of the introduction of Tinkaton and just how dangerous that Pokemon is with its steel and fairy typing. One of the main ways to burn through that is using those fire types. You can obviously go for ground coverage as well, so those are 2 options there. In this example, we saw how Howie was able to use his Shadow Typhlosion, and not just that, but Lapras able to impact Azumarill with that farm down on the side waves here.
I think, yeah, at that point, Wes just wanted to know what the Pokemon is, because sometimes, even if you know you're going to lose, any information that you can get from game number 1 is very important. What attacks are they going to be trying to use? What is the Pokemon that is in the back? Because that really affects team composition of what you want to bring in for that game number 2.
Yes, so here we can see the attempt was made to try and get a bit of extra energy on Golisopod to try and launch an attack. However, West recognizing even if I did pull this off, I simply don't have enough in the tank with Golisopod to get more charge attacks off and knock out the remaining Pokemon after Typhlosion. So deciding to go for perhaps the honorable thing, I want to say, and go for an honorable defeat, recognizing Howie's prowess.
Yeah, I giggled a little bit when the X-Scissor was thrown. Sometimes when trainers recognize that they're not going to win a matchup, they like to at least give a little nod or a hat tip to their teammate or to their different friend or opponent, and so that's exactly what was done there with Wes with the X-Scissor.
Yes, and you know what would be really funny? If that had somehow knocked out as well. That would have been... Imagine that...
I mean, it did come really close. Shadow Typhlosion is so, does not have a lot of bulk to it, what we call squishy, that you saw how much an X-Scissor did to a Pokemon that should pretty much resist all of that bug damage.
So when you think about it that way, the Aqua Jet would have... Assuming the Typhlosion had more health, just imagine how much damage that Aqua Jet would have done. I reckon it would have taken a good 70% out of Typhlosion there, probably more, because Golisopod is also reasonably squishy but has quite high attack.
Yeah, I think that is a good point. We'll never get to know because there was some shields to hide behind in that scenario. Howie managing energy very well, managing his opponent, and managing to get into day number 2 here in Utrecht at the Special Championships.
Yes, indeed. But there are, of course, more trainers to come, more Pokemon battles to be seen. So definitely don't go anywhere. I'm very excited because it seems that the next matchups are already being set up on the stage, because of course all we want to do is send you more and more of these battles so you can see, watch, celebrate the trainers and learn more about their tactics.
Yeah, you want battles, you're getting battles. We have tons of them to be showing you today. We're already in the winners and losers finals of some brackets, but that doesn't mean that there's all of them. There are 8 different groups here, and we've only showcased some of them so far. Some of the crowd favorites, some of the people that we said maybe keep an eye on them, such as Inadequate. Haven't even seen him on stage.
Yeah, he's been a little sleeper cell at the moment. I wonder how well he's doing, like sneaking around, going, oh, there's a win, another win, another win. Well, let's assume you can, of course, look at the bracket at !bracket if you type that in on the Twitch chat. So that will be a good way to see how Inadequate and indeed other trainers, your favorites, are doing. One of my favorites, clearly, from this battle is Howie, because he's just done so well, and that was a really good matchup with Shadow Typhlosion. So you know what? I'd like to hear a bit from him. What do you think?
I would like to as well. Let's kick it over to him.
Thank you, Amanda Nandel. I'm just chilling here in the lounge with Howie. Congratulations on your day 2 performance.
Yes, thank you.
Are you happy?
I'm very happy, very happy.
I'm
Honestly,
happy to hear. You're bringing some real heat with that Typhlosion.
Yes.
Have you been running it a lot today?
Exactly, yeah, I did. I did, yeah. It has been doing very well for me today.
I've seen you have several shadows on your team. A Shadow Typhlosion, Shadow Lapras, and also the Shadow Jumpluff, was it?
Yeah, Jumpluff.
Why? Can you tell me, what's been the inspiration for your team? Triple Shadows, Typhlosion, Shadow Lapras. What made you pick those Pokemon?
Well, I saw some of these practice tournaments from my time, and I saw that a lot of these teams had Typhlosion, and with the kind of the top 6 meta, or top 12, I would say. And I was like, the Typhlosion looks really good in a lot of teams, so I was like, why not try it out? And I also ran Shadow Lapras to win the, what was it again? Zero Shields against Tinkaton, right?
Oh, right. That's
why I took Shadow.
Yeah, because the Sparkling areas will 2-shot, right?
Yeah, exactly. As opposed to 3-shot.
I mean, you're approaching this very technically, and have you been like looking into these matchups in particular? How do you prepare before a tournament like this?
Well, at first I tried to find the core breakers, the main core breakers that could be used against the teams that are popular at the moment. And I try to build around it. And if I think that's not working out well, then I just try from scratch again. Yeah, so that's what I did. But then I still got to the team that I made for today.
Okay, well that's really good. You also had a stellar performance at EYC, right?
Yes, yeah.
So you've been racking up these performances lately. How does it feel to kind of? Did you go to a lot of tournaments before? Did you like not make it as far as you wanted, or has it like been? You just started blasting out these tournaments recently.
So here's the thing. Last year I only did Utrecht because I had some real life situations going on, and I didn't really want to focus on playing this game too much, or actually doing tournaments. So this year I was like, you know what? Why not try it out? I was also working, so I earned some money to go to these regionals. So it's been working out well.
Absolutely, you've been killing it, man. I mean, I think it's really impressive to see the performances you've put up lately. It's you're really showing a lot of consistency.
Yeah. So what I would say is like I did put effort in this season, and it shows.
It's clearly paying off. Where do you see yourself? What is your ambition for the rest of the tournament? Do you believe that you have believe that you have what it takes to go all the way?
Well, I didn't really have any ambition for this tournament before, because I do not really. So the points that I earn will not really give me anything right now. I already qualified.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah, so I'm top 50 at least. So this was originally just for fun.
Okay.
Tournament.
Well, it's very fun winning, that's for sure.
Yeah. I was actually expecting going out 2 rounds before this.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
But you pulled through, and here you are.
Yeah.
Getting introduced, sitting in the couch, having fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
very
congratulations,
much.
Howie.
Thank you.
And I really am excited to see what the next players we're going to have showing for us. But let's have a look and ask Amanda and Adelian what they are up to.
Yes.
MVP player Howie, while his opponents say owie because those shadow charge attacks do hurt.
And also, good to have you back, Amanda. Sorry, that was too good an opportunity. I couldn't resist, folks. I'm here with Koenig Lionheart, aka Leonard Koenig. It's funny that I wonder where you got your username from.
Yeah, I've been super creative with this one. It was something else before that I really didn't like anymore, and then at the regional in Lille 2023, I was sitting next to Kaung Xivius, and I was like, dude, we have to brainstorm a new name for me because the old one is kind of embarrassing. I will never reveal what it was.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, then we came up with my name, basically.
Leonard, Leo, Koenig.
Lionheart. So that worked. Unfortunately, that name was not to be found in many top cuts so far. But everything's a work in progress. A bit more practice, and we're going to see
Koenig Lionheart for a champion somewhere or other, right?
Perhaps, but these two names, they have been found in many top cuts before. And
yeah, I think they have. I'm sure I've seen that before somewhere. Hey, I wonder.
Hikami versus these Zwilers, and Hikami with a very, very interesting team. The Shadow Blastoise and the Shadow Quagsire are a core that have caused trouble for Maximilian P.
Yes, indeed there has. I like the Shadow Blastoise. I think it's something that's fun to watch. I think it's something that's quick to get to its Hydro Cannon. So that for me is an excitement because, as I was saying earlier on in the cast, it is very nice to have a Pokemon that is able to get to charge attacks before 5 seconds. And in Rollout's case, you can get to it in 4.5 seconds. You can get to a Hydro Cannon of all things.
And then in... Yeah, true, yeah. But first you have to take 6 seconds for the first one. So you're 4 rollouts, and then it is 3 rollouts afterwards, so you're on pacing after the first one for 2 most Pokemon. So it is a very strong and spammy Pokemon, also combined with its bulk that it brings naturally. Of course, the Shadow one hitting a little bit harder, taking more damage. Then on the side of this Zwilers, only one Shadow Pokemon, the Typhlosion. So another first partner Pokemon, this time a Fire type from Johto. Actually a very Johto-heavy team with Azumarill, Ferret, and Jumpluff as well.
Yeah, that is very true. And what's interesting as well is I don't actually see that good an answer for Hikami's Shadow Blastoise on Zwilers' team. The best answer I can see is that Ferret running Trailblaze, but Jumpluff here having Energy Ball, which is something that we haven't seen. Generally, most trainers opting for acrobatics for more damage, but the Energy Ball here means Jumpluff functions as a more traditional grass-type Pokemon, and so maybe, with that included, Shadow Blastoise doesn't have quite as easy a time.
I mean, it's just understandable, right? Because previously, before Acrobatics got buffed in the Might and Mastery season, Jumpluff was a really good Pokemon with Energy Ball and Aerial Ace.
Yeah,
so there is definitely points to be made to get rid of Acrobatics on your Jumpluff and instead run Energy Ball, because it helps you fix some holes in your team if you're having problems with Azumarill, for example, or just other water types like
Feraligatr.
Or Blastoise.
Yes.
In this scenario, especially Blastoise, but now we're going to see the leads, and it is Claydol versus Talonflame. That's an iffy matchup for both, actually.
Yeah, this is very tricky, because you'd think that Talonflame has an advantage because it's a flying type and, of course, facing off against ground types, which can do very little damage to it. But the thing to consider is Claydol has access to Rock Tomb, which would basically one-hit knockout. Neither trainer's looking to throw any charge attacks, so now Zwilers goes for the Rock Tomb here.
Oh, and after 4 Incinerators, you have the perfect timing to throw as Hikami, but he decides to farm to full energy, goes for another Incinerate. That's so many Mudslaps for free.
Yes, he's given 2 Mudslaps advantage to Zwilers there by overfarming beyond maximum energy. This first fly comes through, a second one is available, but Zwilers now opting to shield in order to get that second Rock Tomb off, I dare say.
Yes, so much energy already. I wonder if he actually gets to another charge attack if the situation would occur. We're going to throw the Rock Tomb now before the Incinerate damage connects. No shield put up from Hikami, so it's going to be knocked out. So even shields, but the switch is in the lead for Zwilers. Goes out of this Shadow Blastoise matchup, and now the Ferret is answered by the Shadow Drapion.
Yes, Hikami does have a bit of alignment advantage here. Drapion going in against Ferret means the Sucker Punches are going to deal resisted damage, but you still have to be mindful of the Swift, which does respectable amount. Hikami going to as close as possible before Ferret's able to launch another Swift to get that crunch off, which won't knock out, but we are hoping for debuffs if you're Hikami.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think you're already in Aqua Tail range. However, this Swift is going to deal enough. So Ferret versus Shadow Drapion, naturally not the best matchup to be in, but if you have a lot of energy advantage, you can actually outpace. So that is something that the Ferret has going for it. We don't see a full found on here, so Hikami is forced to throw an Aqua Tail, even though he still has one stored.
Yeah, so this is where Zwilers goes, right, Ferret, you've done your job, you've weakened the Drapion sufficiently. Can Claydol come in and clean up house with those Mudslaps? No, Hikami is wise to it, throws the Aqua Tail, which would be enough to knock out because Claydol is so low on health. Zwilers shielding in order to get that farm down.
Oh, and actually is going to throw the Rock Tomb here, gets the debuff on that Shadow Blastoise, and because it is a Shadow, it's going to deal a lot of damage there. Zwilers is going to be able to pivot into his Jumpluff.
Yeah, and this is where, if Blastoise had Ice Beam, this is where you would want it, but no Ice Beam to be had here. Even worse, these Wireless has access to Energy Ball, which requires slightly less energy than Acrobatics to get to, but I think at this range, you might be able to just use Aerial Ace here. Let's find out, as these Wireless doesn't take the risk, goes for the Energy Ball. This is where Energy Ball is so useful. Grass-type damage onto a Shadow Water-type Pokemon. Here you see it, there it goes!
I will be honest with you, I think Acrobatics would have done the trick at that situation. Even though the defenses were buffed, this is a Shadow Blastoise, so it takes more damage from those fast and those charge attacks. But you could see that these Wireless, even though Ikami in the endgame got this one Poison Sting plus the Aqua Tail off against the Claydol, was able to win that game. The debuff was also very important because otherwise an Ice Beam would have been problematic regardless. But these Wireless was in a very good situation there, chipping the damage. I think this time around the Rock Tomb damage was the most important thing.
Yes.
Even though an Energy Ball does a lot of damage on a Shadow Blastoise.
Oh yes, it would do. I'm not sure if the Blastoise was on full health, maybe it would just about not knock out, but I would be confident that Shadow Blastoise would have been taken into the red for sure. The thing is with Jumpluff is it's not known for its high attack, it's known for having a good amount of bulk and a good amount of stamina, so as a result the attack does suffer. But when you're facing against a Shadow and you have that super effective damage, I mean, that's a recipe for success regardless of your low attack.
Definitely. The super effective damage always helps in Pokemon, of course. I'm still a little bit curious why you run Energy Ball Jumpluff in this meta, because Acrobatics, most of the Water-type targets get knocked out by an Acrobatics. However, versus the Blastoise specifically, I think this might be a recipe for success.
Yes, for sure. And also I think as well that Acrobatics will not get knockouts on Water-type Pokemon that Energy Ball will. So you are right that Acrobatics will do the job in many cases, but if you are dealing with a full health or close to full health, let's say Hikami's Shadow Quagsire, and you are racing towards that Stone Edge and it's a no-shield scenario, in that environment, Energy Ball is very much needed because that double super effective damage is just key. And there is a slight advantage because Energy Ball, you require 7 Fairy Winds for the first, followed by 6 for the subsequent Energy Ball, and so on. Whereas Acrobatics is 7 for the first, 7 for the next one, I believe. So there is a slight difference in energy between Acrobatics and Energy Ball. That might be a small thing. It might not matter. Let's find out, because this is where maybe Acrobatics would have been more useful.
Yep, this is, and we immediately see a pivot out from these Wireless. They're bringing in the Claydol. Claydol, of course, is in a positive situation in this matchup. However, if you're swapping the Claydol onto the Shadow Drapion, this is gonna go through. That is so much damage. 60%, maybe even more, 65 onto that Claydol. Has a lot of energy though, and now the Shadow Blastoise is being brought in, and yes, that is a good matchup versus the ground type. However, you do need to throw a charge attack here.
Yes, and the other thing is that this Claydol's defense has been lowered, but that's kind of an irrelevancy now because Rock Tomb has lowered Blastoise's attack. Still, though, that's not going to matter either because the Hydro Cannon will be able to annihilate Claydol for making it float all its way back into the Pokeball as Jumpluff comes in, this time threatening with that Energy Ball in due course.
The question is, how does these Wireless handle this situation now? The Shadow Blastoise is going hard with this Skull Bash right now, raising the defense, and now Shadow Jumpluff is, of course, I think we're still very much in Aerial Ace range, to be honest. But what does it do with the energy versus the Shadow Drapion? You have nothing to threaten a shield with.
No, you really don't. I think the only play here is just to go for straight up Aerial Aces and get healthy amounts of chip damage, but Talonflame coming in instead, and Suizilis recognizing that, responding with that type Flosion. It's 2 fire types going against each other. Thunder Punch is being launched, which is going to go shielded for sure. Talonflame does not appreciate the Thunder Punch. There goes the shield, but this looks like Talonflame is going to be in a strong position going forward.
This is one of those incredible scenarios where Shadow type Flosion shows its strength, because against a Talonflame you can swap in relatively late as long as it's still the first Incinerate, and you will outpace and throw on good timing with your Thunder Punch reached immediately. Now this is going to take the second shield off of Hikami. However, with a Shadow Drapion in the back, the Shadow type Flosion doesn't look that strong without shields.
Yeah, that is where the big weakness comes in. A bit more farm coming through on Typhlosion, trying to make a catch, and there it is. Drapion getting the catch on the Thunder Punch there. Suizilis being predicted, which is not something you often see, but with Incinerates, it's kind of too obvious.
Oh, and that is also very, very interesting because Zizwile is actually counting energy like a champ here again, knowing that is close to the crunch right here, still has a shield to handle that energy from that Talonflame. But I think that Talonflame is actually at 2 flies already.
It is indeed, but Zizwile is getting close to that next aerial ace, so Hikami is forced to throw that second fly immediately, knows that, does throw the fly, and this is where Jumpluff is going to be taken out of the skies by Talonflame.
And I think that the Typhlosion is just not at all close to the next Thunder Punch. Absolutely dry on energy and gets incinerated down. Talonflame Masterclass, your caster pick, coming in clutch here.
Yes, indeed it is. We talked about how this is the season where fire types are going to reign, and we saw 2 fire types going up against each other. I thought from a standing start that Typhlosion will have the advantage, but ultimately Talonflame was able to fly its way through and beat the competition in this matchup.
I mean, the thing is that you still had the Shadow Dropion in there that was able to just soak the energy from that Thunder Punch. And also, it was not enough damage that he did. Like, he undercharged the Thunder Punch, but just too much.
Yeah.
Because if you deal a little bit more damage with that Thunder Punch, your Jumpluff is going to be able to farm down that Shadow Dropion. You keep your shield, and then you just throw the Aerial Ace on charge attack priority with that Talonflame as long as you still have the shield. So you can shield the fly while it still has another one stored, but you will get your Aerial Ace off, even though it is not Shadow Jumpluff, so I'm not even quite sure if it would have been knocked out at the end.
Yes, but it would have made it a lot closer potentially. So that is the thought process here, and these are the subtle differences that may impact a battle. That extra bit of energy that you earn, that extra bit of damage that you avoid taking, can be the difference at this high level, especially when you're playing against Zizwile, who knows how to play at the highest level.
Hikami piloted that perfectly. What I'm still missing in this matchup is seeing the Shadow Quagsire, because it is one of my absolute favorites. So I have, from my 6 favorite Pokemon that I would have in a team, Shadow Quagsire, or actual Quagsire, just is on spot number 3, right behind Azumarill, so I'm a big fan of Quagsire. But how good is it really in this matchup? You're not running Sludge Bomb on the Shadow Quagsire, so your Azumarill matchup, even if you're running Mud Bomb, it's okay.
Yes.
Aqua Tail Stone Edge is really not what you want to have against Azumarill. The Claydol is also not as good as you would think. Of course, 2 Aqua Tail will knock out, but you take a lot of damage, and when shields come into play, it's difficult. Jumpluff, hard no.
Yeah, just hard no, yeah, especially with it running Energy Ball. But if Quagsire did have Stone Edge, then that would at least allow for a bit of play, but it's not going to be enough. For it, no, thanks to Trailblaze. Shadow Quagsire will not appreciate that. But let's find out what these Pokemon, these trainers come out with as Jumpluff takes to the field against the Shadow Blastoise, which is a very interesting one because Energy Ball threatens Blastoise, but the rollouts are going to deal super effective damage to the Jumpluff as well.
It is a very charge attack dependent matchup. Quick swap from Zizwile into the Claydol to answer the Shadow Dropion. And now are we going to see a shield on that Claydol? He has let this first charge attack go so many times. Not this time around. Claydol's HP is way too important. Also, because we swapped so quickly, you get to the Rock Tomb before the next crunch is reached. So you can force another shield and then farm down here if you want.
Yes, and Zizwile is going for an underfarm here, undercharge here to try and leave the Drapion on low HP, but doesn't manage to do it. Blastoise now coming in and does have a lot of energy, can stock up on almost close to 2 Hydro Cannons. Let's see what happens here. A Shadow boosted Hydro Cannon from Shadow Blastoise onto a Claydol. Does this knock out? It's close, but not good enough.
It is definitely not good enough to knock out, so you have to invest another Hydro Cannon into this Claydol. Yes, you gave up a shield on the side of Zizwile, but you came out with a Pokemon that was almost full HP, soaked up the energy of the last Pokemon there. Talonflame is being swapped in here. Zizwile is actually committing to an Aerial Ace here, and I really like that play, because Azumarill can now threaten with Bubbles, being swapped in immediately.
Yes, and there you can see that Zizwile is using that Azumarill. Now, bear in mind that Azumarill is not running its Hydro Pump charge attack. Instead, it has Ice Beam and Play Rough, which is more typical, but Ice Beam will deal neutral damage. Why? Because Talonflame is a fire type, but also a flying type. One is resisting ice, one is taking super effective damage. They balance out to a neutral attack, but Talonflame isn't the bulkiest of things. You can see the bubbles doing so much.
Also, this is not a Brave Bird Talonflame. Brave Bird at this point would have maybe threatened a knockout here on the Azumarill of Zizwile. Now, Zizwile, No rollout fast attack pressure of that Shadow Blastoise. Has almost 2 play-offs. Connects the play-off immediately, or is there going to be a shield from Hikami?
That was a really last-minute shield there. I was quite concerned that Hikami wasn't going to respect the power of play-off. Trying to get another play-off off here, Hikami really needs to invest his shields because this is the key moment. That Blastoise is his only win condition. Needs to get as much farm out as possible, but also try and get to a charge attack before Jumpluff reaches Energy Ball. Will he pull this off?
Oh, Zizwal is actually trying to put up a shieldy for a potential Skull Bash, but he's so close to the Energy Ball. One more Fairy Wind reaches the Energy Ball, and that is going to be more than enough to take out the Shadow Blastoise of Hikami. So Zizwal advances to day 2.
Very unsurprising result here with Zizwilus because he has a tendency to somehow scramble his way into day 2. He dominates in almost every tournament that he goes into. Hikami, very respectable opponent, but ultimately Zizwilus carries the day.
However, it's still something that you rarely see. It is Zizwilus coming in from the loser's side of a tournament. When has that ever happened last time?
Yeah, that doesn't happen all that often, although there have been times where he has demonstrated when he's running something unusual, something spicy. In this case, he's running not necessarily a spicy Pokemon with the Jumpluff, but a spicy moveset going for Energy Ball, which is unconventional. But I think it did pay dividends here because how many times did we see Jumpluff lined up against Blastoise, the Shadow Blastoise on Hikami's side? That piloting to make sure I go, right, this Pokemon goes there, this one goes here and there, and that's how I want to play. That is mwah.
Yeah. Also fits his playstyle quite a lot. We have seen time and time again that Zizwilus, he can play energy-based metas, but he can also play alignment-based metas, so he's a jack of all trades, master of everything actually.
Yeah.
Very, very strong performances. Also, props to Hikami, he got really far in that tournament. It was really strong. Lost to Maximilian P and to Zizwilus. Those are 2 big names that it's no shame losing against them. And also, we have to say that Zizwilus also lost to Maximilian P before.
So Maxi's on a charge.
He's on top of his game right now. I think that Maximilian P might have a shot at winning in this tournament.
I thought he might, so which is why I put him in my caster picks. What a coincidence.
Ooh, that's a very good shout. He has been dominating this tournament, especially with his special Malamar that he didn't want to talk about too much. I'm
of course.
if we're going to see something about that. But let's actually check out the replay for this matchup because those were some screamers, Adelian.
Oh yeah, they were very, very close. I mean, both of these trainers know each other. They've competed against each other. They are both talented trainers and both have an experience for top cuts. And in Zizwilus' case, championships as well, even as far as the international where he was the finalist against Patuman. Here you can see the utility of Energy Ball, having that useful grass coverage to blast Blastoise back and into its Pokeball. That was a demonstration of why it's so useful. Again, this matchup here, Shadow Drapion into Claydol, the reaction time to bring Claydol in quickly enough to threaten with the Rock Tomb, you quite rightly pointed out, is the key thing in winning this matchup.
But what I also want to say in this matchup is many trainers are letting the first crunch go.
Yes.
And then afterwards, an Aqua Tail is threatening to knock out. So it's usually a habit that players have to no shield the first crunch from a Shadow Drapion.
Yes.
But it doesn't matter in this matchup if it debuffs or not. If you land the first crunch, an Aqua Tail is going to knock you out. So the debuff in that scenario is really not relevant. And I really like to preserve the HP on the Claydol because it's a full Pokemon with a lot of energy if you get to farm down.
Yeah, and I think the other reason as well is, like, let's say you decided to bait with Aqua Tail and you pull a shield. It doesn't necessarily mean then that the crunch afterwards will be able to get the knockout. So really you do need the crunch to land with certainty. And trainers who are running Claydol will often rely on Claydol's bulk to withstand that first crunch because it's more than possible to do that. So it is, again, another mind game in how you play that matchup. If I would say to you trainers, do practice in your local challenges and league cups at your local gaming stores. Try and run that matchup with Claydol and Shadow Drapion and practice and see how you tend to develop your playstyle to overcome on either side of the coin, whether you are the Shadow Drapion player or the Claydol player looking at the reverse.
I will be honest with you, Adelian. I am a firm believer of if you can swap fast, you always shield the first crunch. It doesn't even matter what Pokemon you have in the back. Maybe if you have a Shadow-type Flosion, it could be a little bit of a different story.
Yep.
But I think that if you manage to outpace the second charge attack to a Rock Tomb,
yes,
you should always shield the first crunch.
Yes.
and then throw a Rock Tomb, threaten a shield, or get the knockout, and then afterwards farm down. Having an almost full HP Claydol with a little bit of energy carrying into the next matchup is so incredibly valuable, and I think that has already proven time after time that it could win games. So.
Yes, there are certain Pokemon that really do benefit even more from having that extra energy. You mentioned Claydol. We've seen Shadow Feraligatr before as well. There are many other Pokemon that gain that sort of advantage from being able to have that extra bit of energy. I personally love Shadow Feraligatr in this meta for that reason.
Yep, definitely. As you said earlier, just go to those local tournaments, try it out, meet the community there, and to get you the taste of the locals a little bit, we have a little video for you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Scan the QR code to find events near you or far from you. Honestly, I really like traveling with my friends to those tournaments and meet people from other communities. Also, I love in this clip that there is one Sylveon that has the Pixelate abilities, so normal type attacks get boosted and turn into fairy type attacks, and it's hyper beaming a Dragonite, and the Dragonite player is like, one shot? Yes.
Yes, that was the play. And yes, you can certainly consider not just the Pokemon Go stream, but of course the Pokemon video games as well, where you can play tactics like that in your local leagues. So find a Pokemon League near you, scan that QR code. I have the pleasure of hosting a league in Manchester for Pokemon Go, and there are many professors here in this venue that also support on the trading card game and the video game as well. So these professors are going to be the ones that are your gateway to playing more competitive Pokemon.
Yep, I will say I love my locals as well. Like yes. I like to go to the Netherlands and to Belgium because they're amazing trainer there as well. But in my home locals, I'm playing versus people like Zephymastix and Stone Collection all the time. So it's very, very good practice. And now we have another German trainer here, Elefantflasche, who hasn't been around in the last few tournaments when it came to Top Cuts, just like a mind joke. Both of these trainers are absolutely phenomenal. They are peak Pokemon trainers, and they are finally back in a group finals.
Yes, they are. And Elefantflasche is a trainer that I remember from many, many moons ago when he was playing against Galactica Bolton in Lille in 2024, I want to say. Maybe I'm wrong with that, but it was certainly Lille. Maybe actually it's 2023. I take that back. So and what was really fun is that they had a lovely lucky trade where he gave Galactica Bolton a Hundo Zacian, or a perfect one. That was such an exciting play. No Zacians to be found here, but we do have another fairy type in the Tinkaton.
And Azumarill, so both of these defensive fairy types are there on the team of Elefantflasche. And of course, a Mind Joke is also bringing a Tinkaton, brings the Malamar, Diggersby, Lapras, Shadow Jumpluff, and Shadow Feraligatr, the Pokemon that you're so fond about.
Yes, I do agree that I don't think that Shadow Feraligatr will be quite useful, because looking at this team, a Mind Joke doesn't have a clear answer to the Azumarill. I mean, the Tinkaton is there, but notice this Jumpluff is running the more conventional acrobatics moveset, and therefore will be fearful of the Ice Beam from Azumarill here. So the answer, I think, has got to be that Feraligatr getting some energy and being able to Hydro Cannon through the bulk of Azumarill.
And usually Feraligatr loses the one shield and the zero shield scenarios. However, yes, if you put 2 shields on your Shadow Feraligatr versus Azumarill, you're in for a treat, because it is a very dominant matchup if you're just getting hit by bubbles. You exit with energy and a lot of HP, so that's always fun times. On the other side, you also have the Lapras to handle the Azumarill a little bit. So
yeah, that's true.
Azumarill is not a Pokemon that is gonna cause massive problems for a Mind Joke's team, so it's not going to sweep the entire team away. This is not something like when you're playing 6 Steel types against a Shadow Typhlosion team, but it is relatively free, and it is going to give Elefantflasche some wiggle room. The Azumarill on the side of a Mind Joke Doesn't exist, okay.
Yes, instead that Mindjoke's opting for Lapras and Shadow for Alligator as two preferred water types here. Has to be mindful as well of the Cradilly, which has a decent matchup into quite a few Pokemon. In fact, and I think that's going to force a Mindjoke to bring Malamar or Tinkaton at a minimum, if not both. So let's find out if that is indeed what happens. And yes, the prediction is main. Elephant Flasher recognizing that it could be Jump Off or Tinkaton lead, gets it. Talonflame is now going to burn through the Tinkaton, so a swap into the Feraligatr.
Oh, and that's an interesting one, because usually a Shadow Feraligatr, because actually it is a regular Feraligatr, can win the matchups in the two shield scenarios versus Cradilly by baiting two Hydro Cannons. Actually lets it go! The Hydro Cannon is unshielded, and that puts Elephant Flasher in such a dominant position, even though if this Rock Tomb goes unshielded, I'm very sure that Feraligatr hangs on another no shield from a Mindjoke. Nobody's shielding here.
Wow, all these trainers are brave beyond belief. Bullet Seed now coming through, and this is where the Ice Beam is being launched, and this is certainly going to knock out this Elephant Flasher shield. He makes that call. That is very impressive. Cradilly now can potentially farm down.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge farm down. We're almost at 2 charge attacks. However, a Mindjoke did calculate with that and just said, hey, I have the Tinkaton that was on your Talonflame, so I'll take the shield advantage. I'll take a lot of damage on my Tinkaton. I don't even mind that a lot.
He could potentially farm down at this rate, although to be fair, oh well, swapping into the Talonflame, Elephant Flasher not allowing the farm down as responded to with the Lapras, and we know Sparkling Aria is a danger to Talonflame, so Elephant Flasher going to try and burn through Lapras and get a Flame Charge off, dising respectable damage, but the bulk of Lapras is also not to be slouched.
Flame Charge is a very strong charge attack for Talonflame, especially against a Pokemon like Lapras. If you have 2 shields. If you only have 1 shield. Oh, we're actually hanging on here. Getting to the fly. No, the Psywave knocks out before. Does not get the charge attack off. Elephant Flasher is now sitting on a Cradilly with a lot of energy. Is he trying to get the energy off on that Lapras? The Tinkaton is now all of a sudden looking super strong for a Mindjoke.
Yes, I think Elephant Flasher didn't recognize that he would be knocked out before he could launch his final attack there, letting that letting his Talonflame go so low that the Psywave knocked out. That was going to be a key issue. That's something that I'm sure we'll be excited to see later on. Sparkling Aria being launched against Cradilly. This certainly knocks out, and now we're left with one Pokemon, Azumarill against Lapras.
Yep, and immediately swapped out by a Mindjoke, farming up to a charge attack, knowing I am debuffed, so I do not want to throw my energy now. It's not going to deal much damage. Anyways, goes into the Tinkaton. Tinkaton has quite the energy advantage here, even though it already took quite some damage, and I think that Azumarill might be happy with that. So in those chaotic situations, those little things like taking some chip damage from 1 or 2 Incinerates, they might actually make the difference.
Yeah, definitely. And so you can see Azumarill opting for the Play Rough here, which is the better attack to use against Tinkaton. Both Ice Beam and Play Rough are singly resisted by Tinkaton, but don't forget about same type attack bonus. Fairy types doing more damage when they're coming from a Fairy type Pokemon. Now here comes the Play Rough on to the Azumarill here, and that makes a big difference in the HP.
Yep, it could have been a Bulldoze, and now the Azumarill has to shield the Bulldoze. It is in almost Bulldoze range here. I think the Lapras would finish the job, even though you know that there is a Sparkling Aria on the Lapras. Swapped in, combo play! Sparkling Aria is going to hit the defense, drop the Azumarill and knock it out. A Mindjoke goes in the lead.
Oh, yes, he does. A Mindjoke now 1-0. Very successful match here so far against a very strong trainer. So this is going to build his confidence coming into this next match. I think that was very well played.
Yeah, Elephant Flasher coming into the winners finals undefeated and then lost 1 game against a Mindjoke so far. Will it be 2? Will a Mindjoke be able to close this out? Keep in mind, this game in the end looked incredibly dominant for a Mindjoke.
Yeah, it
did. Led Tinkaton into Talonflame.
Yeah, so to win, to flip that disadvantage that he had against a player of Elephant Flasher's standard is pretty impressive. I must admit, it is hard to do. Usually if you have an advantage like that and you're a good player, you do not let that go. So the interesting thing here is, what will Elephant Flasher do? Bear in mind that both of these trainers started this tournament a little bit later because they are in the later groups of this tournament. So they've not been here since first thing in the morning necessarily. They're fresh, their minds are ready, and they're looking to get that step closer into the finals, into day 2. But for one trainer, they will have to make it through the losers bracket here.
Because the winner of this matchup is going to be done for the day. It's going to be a sealed good Saturday from the winner's side entering the top cut on day 2. The trainer who loses this one is not out of the tournament, but will have to play a loser's final. So again, high stakes on stage match. So I think that you actually, it's a hot take, but I think you want to win this one.
Oh, yeah. I think that is quite the hot take. Oh, funny you should say that. But yes, both trainers are now locking in for their next matchup. This is going to be very exciting because this is where we find out if a Mind Joke can make it a clean 2-0 sweep, or does Elephant Flasher fight back? Tinkaton versus Tinkaton again. So this is where bulldozers are coming left, right, and center.
And I think this is very much fine for Elephant Flasher. Looking at his team, he is bringing Furret and the Cradilly, so his entire backline is really bad against the Tinkaton of a Mind Joke, so you couldn't wish for more in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and also you now learn that Elephant Flasher's Tinkaton wins charge attack priority over a Mind Joke's Tinkaton, which is again useful information. And coming back to your point about having that advantage, oh, there's swap into the Feraligatr, responded to with the Furret. This is looking good.
Yep, this was actually a very, very slow swap here from Elephant Flasher. Did 3 more Fairy Winds. However, I think that you don't really have a problem with the regular Feraligatr because 2 Hydro Cannons do not knock you out. So we're reaching the Trailblaze one before a Mind Joke gets to that Hydro Cannon. Actually lets it go. I think we might see a very close hang on here. Might throw the Hydro Cannon immediately. Does this knock out the Furret? I think that you live with 3 HP and you live with another Shadow Claw.
Yes, we'll find out. Well, Elephant Flasher doesn't want to find out. He's like, nope, I'm not taking that chance again. I'm going to just keep the health on my Furret, build up energy. It's now Trailblaze boosted, so now it's going to do even more damage to the Tinkaton. When is Elephant Flasher going to throw his attack? Trying to throw on charge attack priority, but doesn't get in a Mind Joke, opting to farm up even more.
I love keeping the Furret around. Not saying, hey, I will live this and I will be very efficient with my energy and HP, but I will keep this Furret because it is attack boosted and it's going to do a lot of damage. Forces the Tinkaton to throw the charge attack. And now keep in mind, before he swapped into the Furret, he did 3 more Fairy Winds. So there is energy on his Tinkaton, and now the Lapras is being answered by the Cradilly here. Elephant Flasher is in a commanding spot in this match.
Yes, he has the alignment that he wants. Has to be mindful though, because a Mind Joke can still threaten with that Ice Beam, which will deal super effective damage. But with each Rock Tomb that is launched from Cradilly, that gives an advantage and makes the Ice Beam less threatening. A bait coming here. Elephant Flasher immediately shielding because he wants to debuff this Lapras even more, but does fall for the bait of Sparkling Aria.
And I think both trainers are kind of fine with that one. Actually, a Mind Joke doesn't throw the Ice Beam before the next Rock Tomb. Is not happy about his own decision right there. Has to put up a shield. Of course, Cradilly does very little damage with fast attacks, but those Rock Tombs hit hard.
Yes, they do. And you can see now racing to another Rock Tomb, and a Mind Joke recognizing that I need to launch this Ice Beam as soon as possible. And here it comes. How much does a double debuffed Ice Beam do? Not nearly enough.
Yeah, but we're going to reach the Sparkling Area before. Tries to catch a Rock Tomb. Elephant Flasher not falling for that this time around. Has decent HP on that Tinkaton. So I think that Mind Joke's Tinkaton is in Bulldoze range.
Yes, it will be, and so Elephant Flasher looking to maybe farm up a little bit more here because knows that Mind Joke's Tinkaton is dry on energy, throwing just after the 4th Fairy Wind is about to be launched by a Mind Joke, but that's inconsequential. Bulldoze coming in, knocking out a Mind Joke's Tinkaton.
Yep, and now, oh, there is so much energy on this Lapras already over a Sparkling Area. The debuff is being cleared, and the Mind Joke knows he needs to go to 2 Sparkling Area before I am going to knock out this Tinkaton. But also, which Pokemon wins charge attack priority? Is it going to be Lapras or is it going to be Cradilly in the back? I think Cradilly has higher attack.
Yes, it wouldn't surprise me though. That's what my hunch says, but let's find out what happens because more mysterious things can happen here. It is a charge attack priority, and Rock Tomb is able to be launched for Cradilly's attack. Deceptive, but Cradilly does have higher attack than Lapras.
A Mind Joke tried to go for a catch earlier. Elephant Flasher punished him by over-farming, keeping the Rock Tomb around on that Cradilly, and then just going into his own Tinkaton to soak some more damage. A Mind Joke not closing this one out. Close decisions in the end game there because the Lapras was 2 times debuffed, meaning that he could have thrown a Sparkling Area into the Cradilly, could have not thrown an Ice Beam into the Cradilly.
Yes.
So I think just smart choice, trying to catch a little risky. However, maybe if you throw a Sparkling Aria, deal more damage to the Cradilly, and then swap out into the Tinkaton, that might help you. But who knows? Who knows?
And the thing is that these are all conversations that you and I are having here at the desk, or people at home are watching, and we get the luxury of seeing both screens. But also think about when you're in the moment, all of these thoughts that we are talking about and digesting with a relatively relaxed presence is something that they have to do in often split-second decisions. So it comes back to what we were saying earlier. For those of you watching here or at home, practice definitely makes perfect. The more of these local leagues that you turn up to and you compete in, just to get a feel for the meta, get advice from trainers that you are playing against or trainers that are ranked higher than you, you can pick up tips and become a great trainer yourself. This community is built for your success.
Exactly, these streams will help you to get better. They help me get a little better, at least by watching years of Pokemon Go play Pokemon footage.
I mean, you started off playing Pokemon Go with and having not hit a legend in the Go Battle League, and now here you are multiple times. These trainers also multiple time hitting Go Battle League legends, but this is Show 6 format. The format is slightly different, but this is where the real prediction game takes in, as both of these trainers are locking in to battle.
A Mind Choke is ready, Elefantflasche is ready, the trainers are sending out their Pokemon. It is Cradilly versus Tinkaton. Positive lead for the Tinkaton there. If you're playing out the Zero Shields now, nope, we're going to Azumarill immediately. And now we're realizing there is not really an answer on the side of a Mind Choke. He kind of has to stay in the Tinkaton, which would free up the Cradilly in the back.
Yes, I like this play by Elefantflasche because this is an idea of a potential sacrificial swap in a way. You bring the Azumarill in here, expecting and hoping a Mind Joke is tempted to stay in with Tinkaton, but no, the Mind Joke, recognizing his Tinkaton might be quite useful, weakens the Azumarill and now brings in his Feraligatr to deal with Azumarill now that it's been weakened somewhat.
And regular Feraligatr has bigger issues with dealing with Azumarill than the Shadow has, because Play Rough still also just does 50% damage to you, so that extra damage that you're taking, I don't know, but that damage that you're dealing that you're lacking, that is tough.
Yes, that's the thing. The extra damage that you're not taking is an irrelevancy because two Play Roughs still knock out, and so a shield does have to come through here. And Mind Joke though now has a lot of potential to farm up because the race to get to another charge attack is going to take a while. Perfectly timed. Have you noticed how close Azumarill was to the Ice Beam before a Mind Joke launched it? Well played by him.
Just one turn of a Mind Joke connecting the Hydro Cannon. Has 1.5 Hydro Cannon stored. Very little HP. The thing is, can Cradilly actually farm this down before it reaches a Hydro Cannon and an Ice Beam? Ice Beam is being thrown right here. Elefantflasche calls it, puts up the shield immediately. Yes, very good that you're shielding this, but there's a Tinkaton in the back, so Cradilly doesn't have too much play here and will not get the maximum use out of its charge attacks.
Yes, and Elefantflasche is now debating, do I want to commit 2 shields to a Pokemon that Tinkaton is going to beat anyway? Decides not to, and this is actually really good because now he has a Rock Tomb ready to go. Tinkaton coming in, and now what's Elefantflasche going to do? Goes for the Rock Tomb to try and debuff.
This will be critical now because Elefantflasche has the option to bring in his own Tinkaton, force a swap out onto the side of a Mind Choke, but will he actually swap it out? Because there's a Malamar waiting in the back and it really does not appreciate a Tinkaton there. So maybe in the end game, if a Mind Choke stays in here, Cradilly gets onto that Malamar and there the energy at least isn't walled.
Yes, that is true. So let's find out now at what point will these bulldozers be launched at each of these Pokemon, and also it becomes a key test of debuffs. Who's going to get it? Who's not going to get it? Is there going to be a debuff here? There is no debuff, and a Mind Joke responds with a bulldoze of his own.
A Mind Joke's Tinkaton is in Bulldoze range anyway, so that debuff would have barely even mattered, I think. But Elefantflasche might have problems with getting debuff. Actually is able to overfarm quite a lot, has some residual energy to throw into that Malamar. A Mind Joke can't love this, but the debuff might help on the defenses to deal more Psy-Wave damage, maybe hitting a breakpoint at some point. No, the Malamar comes in, but Rock Tomb is so much faster here because of the residual energy. No shields, all right. Doesn't want to take a player off in the end game.
Yeah, I was going to say that's logical play because one Rock Tomb isn't going to be enough to threaten, even though the debuff is guaranteed, so you might as well no shield is protect against play rough. Now Malamar trying to go for as much farm as possible, throwing on charge attack priority is the maximum you can get. Elefantflasche going, no, I want to get that second debuff off on your attack.
Oh, and Mind Choke does not have anything. Oh no, he still has the Tinkaton in the back, right? So he can still clear those debuffs perhaps. Actually, I don't even know anymore. No, it was knocked out before. Oh, that is double debuff. You can overfarm quite a lot here. Throw on charge attack priority again. Oh, farms down the entire Malamar.
Despite the debuffs, is able to do so, but this is a double debuff superpower here, and this is going to deal neutral damage because steel types take super effective, fairy types take resisted damage. Is the second superpower going to be enough? Let's find out. Elephant Flasher thinks it might be. Let's see, is it enough? The triple debuff. How many more debuffs are even possible here? And it knocks out.
It knocks out. Didn't get the fairy wind through. Does not matter. A mind choke takes this incredibly close game. It came down to, can the Malamar farm down the Cradily or can it not? Turns out it could.
Yes, and that was despite the 2 debuffs. It comes back to the point about Psywave being a 1-turn fast attack. There is only so much damage that you're able to reduce off it before it's still going to chip away, just because it's so quick to deal that damage. So I was very, very impressed at Malamar's contributions in that battle.
Yeah, it's gonna whoosha at some point. It's always going to deal at least 1 damage. So you can debuff it all you want. There is going to be 1 damage. And if your Pokemon has higher defenses than HP, then 1 damage per half second, or per turn rather, is still going to be a lot of damage at some point. Farms it down, has the double superpower there. The Tinkaton was not equipped with a Bulldoze yet, so it couldn't throw it on charge attack priority, and Malamar actually won this one. A mind choke, finding the niche win condition.
Yes.
Had the guts to go for it. Congratulations on advancing to day 2 on the winner's side.
Yes, I mean, I think I'm no surprise. The Mind Joke hasn't competed as frequently as he used to in the past, but he is a legacy name, a historical name. He is chasing that championship. He has quite a few medals, but that golden one is the one that still eludes him. But he's now 1 step closer, coming into the winners' final. So a bit of rest, a bit of recovery, and then the right mentality to bring it to day 2 and hopefully win. I think a Mind Joke has a good chance.
Definitely has a good chance. Both of these trainers are trainers that I have looked up to when I was starting my Pokemon Go career, that I still look up to because of their strength, showing how precise they can play. Their technical skills are off the charts. You can see the Rock Tomb here. A Mind Choke bringing in the regular Feraligatr, which is a bit more uncommon than the... Oh, this was crucial as well in game 1.
Yes, it really was. I mean, let's talk about that point, because we forget that we talk about damage registering on fast attacks. Now, with Psywave, I said earlier in this stream that the damage from Psywave registers at the end of the first turn, and we know in order to activate a charge attack, you need to consume a turn in the process. So, in that case, a 1-turn fast attack is going to apply its damage before a charge attack is fully launched, and that is in that environment. That is why that Psywave knocked out the Talonflame before a Fly was launched. For those of you watching at home, something to be mindful of. If you're not sure about this mechanic, do speak to your local professor or other PvPers. They will be more than happy to explain this mechanic, and so you can keep it in mind.
Exactly. Maybe note it down, because sometimes this can be absolutely crucial for games, especially if you're playing Pokemon like Lapras, like Malamar, that can come in if you have, for example, a 0-turn swap after you've thrown your own charge attack. You leave something at 1 HP, you swap in your Lapras, and whoosha, it down back into the Pokeball. So
you really like doing that.
I like whoosha. Malamar feels like a dancer. This is also why it fits so well to Borja MN in Seville, because he also revealed in an interview that he's a passionate dancer.
Ah, fabulous.
And then dancing together with the Malamar, that was just a fantastic story. Also, he was the one bringing this Pokemon back into the meta, I'm calling that now, because Malamar was not in discussion from anyone. Everyone was just talking about Tinkaton, and Tinkaton is a fairy-type Pokemon. Also, Azumarill was still super huge in usage.
Yes, that's true.
So everyone said, oh, Malamar, maybe I'm not going to play Malamar. It doesn't sound good.
Yeah, especially against a lot of fairy types in the meta. You don't think Malamar would have a place.
It's so flexible. It is so incredibly flexible. It is one of the strongest Pokemon right now that we're having. Even in a matchup, if you're leading it into an Azumarill, yes, you can say, hey, if I have a bad matchup in the lead, I will swap out my Pokemon. You don't necessarily have to. It has a lot of wiggle room.
Yes.
And Psywave up, you have a good chance of catching charged attacks if you're playing a 1-turn fast attacker, because your opponent does not have the option to wait out your animation to stop you from catching.
Yes, very, very true. But of course, before Malamar became popularized, there were many tournaments in the season, and during the season of Play Pokemon, Pokemon Go metas evolve, new Pokemon come in, some Pokemon become less popular. However, there are some really important tournaments that do set a standard for what the meta will be for the foreseeable, and one of those was the European International Championships in February of this year. There was one very special trainer that did something very special while he was there in London. Check it out.
Connect, but at this point it might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a down poke to go. Give it up for Pato Man.
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza, Mimikyu and Ripness. 84 is in, Rayquaza's at half right now, only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminion, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminion for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your UIC Juniors champion.
Dreamy and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull in play, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces.
There we go, Ryuki is gonna be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big Astral Barrage connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... No! It doesn't want to go! We're not in Tech Room anymore! Into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that's been going for the close combat.
To Louis Urshifu, it's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electro drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Flutter Mane, and it is going to be enough. Nero is able to close this out with Ferragraph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
That is what champions look like, trainers. And you're looking at a couple of more champions right now because you're a champion. I feel like it's champion. We're just a lot of champions, and you could be a champion if you are here in Utrecht and playing Pokemon Go with us.
Thank you so much. I'm not a champion, but you sure are.
I feel like you're a champion.
I feel like I need to earn it a little bit more, you know, in a tournament where I actually win.
I mean, maybe you're not a Pokemon regional champion.
I won the cup in Utrecht last year.
Congrats. So you're a champion. I mean, just find your niche, find areas where you succeed, and you can be a champion as well.
I think that was very inspirational.
I hope I managed to inspire you.
I feel better now. I will be honest, I feel better now about my 1-2 result that I eventually had.
And usually you feel great about yourself.
That is so good.
So managing to help you feel even better about yourself, I feel better about myself now.
I think you should be a life coach.
We're spiraling upwards, man.
This is amazing.
We're going up, but someone else are going up as well, and that is Alec06 Pokemon and Phaltalix next, and they're going up on stage.
It is Alec06 Pokemon's first ever tournament. Just played grassroots before, and now it's already in the winners finals. And by the way, there is a Hisuian Electrode on screen. You've not looked at something wrong.
I am flabbergasted. This, I'm not sure if this Jellicent is running a moveset or not, but it probably is.
It probably has attacks.
I assume it does. And I think Alec06, let's just call him Alec. I believe that Alec has just barely touched grassroots. He must have practiced a lot on his own, and we get to see firsthand what that practice has led to.
I mean, he maybe used the practice option under the GBL battles, you know, against the team leaders.
Oh, I mean, Candela really puts up a fight.
That is definitely true. On the other side, we have Phaltalix next from France with the Electrode from Hisui. That is amazing. Thunder Shock, Wild Charge, and Swift. Why are all the grass types not using grass type charge attacks?
Because you know what? I actually don't have a good answer to that, because there's a lot of targets for grass type charge attack, but I assume that Hisui in the Electrode wants to bait with Swift, so to get the shields away so that it can land the Wild Charge. Very unique typing. It's only the Hisuian Electrode and the Hisuian Voltorb with that type combination in the entire game.
Yeah, that is very, very cool. Has some issues defensively, I want to say. Ice typing, poison typing, bug typing, fire typing.
You could go on.
Ground, can I?
No, I'm not sure.
That's about it.
Yeah, actually, because they take neutral damage from ground attacks as a grass type.
Yeah, that's
and yeah, and it's not too bad. But let's have a look. There is a Dropion dealing super effective damage to the Electrode. There's well,
flying type doesn't. It's only neutral.
Exactly. You know what? Electrode is very.
I was capping.
Yeah, but I think you were. Oh, and we have. Oh, there we have the Electrode! And it's right straight into the Jellicent. Alec is grimacing a little bit. This was not what he wanted to see.
Does the Jellicent have attacks? We couldn't see. Hisuian Electrode is going to... Whoa! Wait a second, trainer. We're swapping in the Shadow Dropion. 2 quick attacks after the Diggersby entered.
This can't... Alec has the opportunity to flip this matchup is because I believe that Diggersby wins this matchup straight Scorching Sands in every equal shielding scenario now.
Yeah, because of this little bit of an energy advantage. Every fast attack matters. Correct shield from Fatalisnex. Maybe also knowing, hey, I need more help if I want to win this one. Elec could even go a shield down here and still win this matchup.
I think, I think he's keeping this this shield for now.
Yeah.
If he can land this Scorching Sand, if Fatalisnex willing to go 2 shields down, he has a Hisuian Electrode, but he decides to shield up this Dropion.
Hisuian Electrode is actually not that fragile. It has some decent bulk to its name, even though I think that Shadow Ball from Jellicent is still going to deal some decent damage, and you are going to debuff your defenses as well. So there is some issues with this Pokemon not having shields. Alex actually putting up a shield on the Diggersby now as well. Goes into the Tinkaton and catches an Aqua Tail here. That Diggersby is still waiting to hit some charge attacks.
Very interesting play by Elec. He shields up the Diggersby and decides to swap it out. He could have won switch advantage, but he felt like the health points on the Diggersby was more valuable to him. Here, Fatalisnex goes into the Claydol.
Okay, there's another win condition coming up for Fatalisnex now, because that Claydol on Tinkaton is doing a lot of damage. The question is, can you actually farm it down here, or will it get to 2 play rough? Does that even matter? 2 play rough is super fine for you.
I think Fatalisnex will be able to hang on with the second play rough, and it will have a lot of energy going into whatever Pokemon Elec wants to throw into this Claydol.
I think the Diggersby is low enough that you want to hit Rock Tombs, and you want to hit Rock Tombs against the Jellicent regardless. So I think we're pressing on the Rock Tomb right here, even though that's still a very good farm down for Elec.
And worth to note is that neither the Electrode or the Dropion is threatening the Diggersby with a lot of fast attack damage, and this is a nasty farm down for Elec.
Yep. Good shield on the Diggersby earlier, and a good catch on the Tinkaton with the Diggersby. And now that is a Jellicent with a lot of energy. Crunch is going to be caught on that Diggersby. Almost a no-charge from Fatalisnex, but he knows if I no-charge this, I also won't farm it down.
And Elec decides to let it go. He wants to bank everything on the Jellicent. And Fatalisnex is trying to make a play. Oh, and he manages to charge attack priority.
Are we shielding this, or are we not shielding this? Does he call them? And he calls the Swift!
And it's an all charge! And this is Fatalisnex's game! Incredible game! There were so many calls in this battle.
What? Who needs shields if your opponent doesn't use them? You can easily go shields down with Hisuian Electrode if the Jellicent is not shielding up. And you were exactly right about the charge attacks of Hisuian Electrode. If it was Energy Ball and Wild Charge, there was no way that Elec doesn't shield this. But because there is the potential to just bait a Swift and then outpace later on, because the Electrode hangs on to a Shadow Ball and a few hexes, that there is a bait.
I think this shows Elec's excellent reading of the game, because we got the charge attack priority between the Jellicent and the Electrode. Then you can't afford shielding that charge attack anymore as the Jellicent, because the Dropion would then outpace you. So the only win condition he had left in this game was calling a Swift. It might have looked a little bit strange, but Elec, he realized what was going on and how the situation looked like for him. If he had kept farming up and doubled up on both Surf and Shadow Ball, then he could have won that game. But as you said, the Electrode is not as squishy as you'd think, so it might even be able to take a Shadow Ball, but not after a Wild Charge debuff.
Okay, listen. We have discussed how Elec figured out the lose conditions, played towards the win conditions.
Yep.
How did Fatalisnex come back from this game? Because he was late with the Shadow Dropion swap into the Diggersby, had to go 2 shields down, a charge attack was caught as well, and Aqua Tail. How did he win this game?
I don't have a great answer for that. It looked dire, to say the least. It looked like Elec was in prime position to win this game.
Claydol also got farmed down by the Jellicent later on. Yes, getting Claydol on the Tinkaton was very huge. It exited with a little HP and then only got to debuff the Jellicent once, and then it got farmed down within 3 hexes. That is a massive advantage for Elec. What?
I'm incredible. I'm not sure exactly where it flipped for Fatalisnex actually, but maybe not staying in with Diggersby could have been... maybe that staying in with the Diggersby could have been a play, but here we go, locking into game number 2, and we see Jellicent into Dropion. This is terrible again for Elec.
Yep, this time around, that is not the Hisuian Voltorb. It is not even on the team right now. Diggersby as a safe swap. Fatalisnex identified that now and brings in the Lapras.
This is the only punish. Well, I guess Talonflame is also a punish for Diggersby, but Fatalisnex realized that Elec likes to lean into his Diggersby. But I have spoken to some members of the community that believes that this matchup is playable for Diggersby.
Yeah, Diggersby is just so incredibly bulky, deals a lot of neutral damage with Quick Attack and Scorching Sands as well. So if you get debuffs, you're actually fine. If you get the first debuff, I think you can maybe take 2 Sparkling Aria. I don't, if you, oh, there's a shield being pulled up by Fatalisnex. I mean, now he doesn't have the Hisuian Voltorb in the back that rather demands shields, even though it didn't in the last game.
But this is maybe exactly what Elec needed. The Jellicent can take all the energy from the Lapras and resists, because it is a Water and Ghost typing, so it resists Sparkling Aria and it double resists the Skull Bash.
This is the Patoman technology that he came up with bringing Jellicent to a tournament to completely wall whatever charge attacks Lapras is bringing, when Lapras was even more popular than it is now. And you're seeing how much that does, right? The Psy Waves still do add up.
This is look at Lapras. Lapras is putting in a lot of work still. The Jellicent is now at 35% of his health points. Needs to throw a Surf to take out this Lapras.
Yeah, we're lapping that damage up right there. It's a lot, honestly. We're at the 35% of the Jellicent. You might be right about that one. There's only the Shadow Drapion in the back. If you're just looking at this from an HP point of view, Fatalisnex is in a big advantage.
But now the Surf lands on the Shadow Drapion. Fatalisnex does not want a shield here. And now the Drapion is on Elec's side, is looking pretty strong in my opinion. This Talonflame is looking not that good for Fatalisnex.
It doesn't have many targets, you're right. And I think what Fatalisnex maybe could have done is immediately go into the Talonflame so that the Shadow Drapion of Elec doesn't have an energy head start, because now it really outpaces to multiple Aqua Tails, because you need more than one.
That is correct. The one Aqua Tail would not be enough in the one shield scenario. But you see the Shadow Drapion here from Elec.
Yeah.
It's outpacing. Oh, Fatalisnex decides to just sacrifice the Talonflame to get rid of the Shadow Drapion energy. Is this the play? Is this how he's getting back into this game?
But he's at so little HP. He needs 3 Aqua Tails to knock out there, and I don't think that he has this in his Shadow Drapion there. There goes one no-shielded by Elec, and I think he just has this by throwing water at the Shadow Drapion.
Elec decides to no-shield the Drapion. He realizes that his win condition is shields up Jellicent, so he can shield a potential crunch and get to a Surf. And can he get there? I believe he's 3 hexes away. One more, and Fatalisnex throws on unfortunate timing, and Jellicent will now be at the Surf. This looks great for Elec now.
Does he have the charge attack power? No, so far away, the timing did not even matter. We still needed 3 more Poison Sting. Surfs is gonna connect. Elec gets this game back. 1 game away from reaching the top cut. 1 game away from reaching the winner's side of the bracket on day 2.
Elec flipped that game, leading Jellicent into Shadow Drapion. And the Diggersby put in so much work for Elec. The shielding the Lapras might have cost Fatalisnex in this game. Because if the Diggersby managed to flip the switch advantage into the Lapras, then that's bad for Fatalisnex. He didn't want to risk that, so he shielded the Lapras to make sure he kept switch advantage. But that set up Jellicent and Drapion to combo play into the backline of Fatalisnex's team.
I want to say that this also shows the different playstyles that players have, because Fatalisnex is not a shield keeper.
He's not a shield keeper for sure.
He uses the shields that he has on anything that, that he can find, on the Diggersby, or 2 times on the Shadow Drapion, which is very reasonable, to be honest. But still, some players just decide to really try and absolutely maximize the value that they get from their Protect Shield, which sometimes leads to them losing a game with 2 shields.
I just want to point out as well, I guess a lot of people in chat and who are watching are not as familiar with these players. But Fatalisnex, he knocked out Statistan on his way here, and Elec, he knocked out Inadequates in winners semifinals. These are no one to overlook.
Yeah, they are very, very big players. I mean, Statistan has been a staple around top cuts for years now, and Inadequates, of course, He is the title-defending Pokemon Go trainer, and he is the runner-up of the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii last year.
And I believe that actually these trainers are looking to overtake Niantic wins in this year's version of Utrecht. And I believe that the players are getting ready and locking in into the decisive Game 3.
I see a smirk on Fatalisnex's team. That has to be an Electrode in the back if you're asking me. Nope, absolutely wrong. Got it wrong, the call. And Shadow Jumpluff versus the Jellicent is very good for Jumpluff, because usually, I mean, you could run Ice Beam, but you're not.
Even though Jumpluff is not running a grass-type charge attack, the pace to acrobatics and the power of acrobatics, incredible. It does so much damage. And here comes Alec swapping in Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion up, turn up energy into the mirror matchup.
It's huge.
It's huge.
Yep, you still want to invest a shield so you get out with a lot more energy, because 2 Aqua Tails usually do not knock out. However, it's getting very close to...
I believe the next Aqua Tail might threaten a knockout on Fatalisnex's side.
Yeah, it could be the case. I think it's going to barely hang on and reach another Aqua Tail.
Usually it takes 9 Poison Stings and 2 Aqua Tails to knock out, but Fatalisnex wants to shield because he wants to make sure that he gets off the next Aqua Tail.
I do agree with this play. Fatalisnex now reaching that next Aqua Tail. There's actually 2 Poison Stings behind. Now Alec is going to put up a shield himself, wants to keep the alignment, or wants to get the alignment rather, throws an Aqua Tail immediately.
And he waited a turn to make sure that the Drapion stayed in. High level play by Alec here. And Fatalisnex decides to let his Shadow Drapion go. He wants to win this with his Lapras and Jumpluff.
Yeah, Lapras is looking pretty good now against the Diggersby. Revealing the Lapras is huge, actually, because Psywaves deal 2 damage here, tries to go for a catch attempt, and Alec realizes that and says, yeah, fine, sure.
But I believe that Alec actually might have wanted this charge attack to go into the Lapras, but it gets a defense debuff. Can that flip it for Alec?
The thing is, Acrobatics is going to deal a hefty amount of damage, but it's definitely not going to knock out that Diggersby. And he has a half HP Jellicent, about half HP, for the Lapras in the back, so it can actually do some work if you're over-farming here. If you're even getting a attack drop with the Scorching Sands against Lapras, this could be your game.
Alec's Pokemon are getting dangerously low. He has a shield retained, but this Diggersby cannot really take this Sparkling Aura from the Lapras, but Fatalisnex, he decides to let Alec get to his Scorching Sand and no shield.
I think it can just barely hang on. We'll also think that you want to shield your Diggersby in this scenario, to be honest, because charge attacks basically don't do anything into your Jellicent anyways. Okay, never mind, I stand correct.
I think I agree with you, but I'm not sure if you can threaten the shield back. And
that's true.
I want to say that I'm very impressed by Fatalisnex here, because he, after landing the acrobatics, this is a very important shield for Fatalisnex. This Shadow Ball would have threat to knock out the Lapras.
But do you get to 2 Sparkling Aria, or does the Sparkling Aria knock out through the shield? Alec will have to put up a shield here. Another one is going to come before you can land your next Shadow Ball. The question is, can Jellicent hang on?
And here's the Sparkling Aria. Can the Jellicent hang on? I don't think it does.
I think it barely hangs on. This might be a 1 HP in a dream scenario. Let's look closely, and it does take out!
And the Drapion, can it get to an attack? Is it not? It's not enough. Fatalisnex Psywaves down the Drapion and takes this Game 3.
The Dark type gets Psywave down by the Water type. Those games are incredibly close. Fatalisnex finding win conditions where we couldn't see them. They were so hidden, but he's still... That was incredible, Fatalisnex. Of course, also Alec. Incredible performance in the tournament so far. Still in the tournament as well, but Fatalisnex just... Oh, that Hisuian Voltorb in Game 1 forced his opponent to respect it maybe a little too much in Game 2 and 3.
But Alec decided to stick to his guns. He kept having Jellicent in the front and safe swapping the Diggersby, having the Diggersby in the back. Yeah. When Fatalisnex realized that Alec was relying a lot on Diggersby in the back, he kept bringing the Lapras in the back, and the Lapras putting so much work in Game 2 and 3.
Yeah, Diggersby is a very strong Pokemon, especially if you can use it as a safe swap. During some other times, like for example at the regional championships in Birmingham, Diggersby was not the safest Pokemon, I want to say.
But no, because there you had a Shadow Annihilate that threatened Diggersby a lot. But there are so few fighting types in this meta. There are a lot of water types, but as you saw in that game 1, Diggersby can put in a lot of work against Lapras because 2 Scorching Sands and the Quick Attack might threaten a knockout. The Shadow for Alligator, you double resist the Shadow Claws. And yeah, Diggersby is putting in a lot of work here.
I think some of these water Pokemon to combat versus Diggersby, they really need a maybe Water Shuriken as a fast attack. Give Lapras Water Shuriken, perhaps.
Maybe you should go lie down and have a rest, because I'm not sure if what you're suggesting is sensible.
It would be much better, because Psywave is just incredibly powerful and adds some very nice coverage against those fighting types, basically.
But I think Lapras does very fine with Psywave, as we've seen here in the game between Fatalisnex and Alec. And this game 1 was incredible. With the Hisuian Electro, this catch as well was very impressive by Alec.
Yeah, it kind of also looked like he was hoping for another Poison Sting and then go for a combo play with the Fire Punch that was still loaded on the Diggersby. So all of that energy was gone then. Still decent position there for Fatalisnex going in with the Hisuian Electrode, getting that no shield call from Alec.
And this was game 2, where Jellicent managed to clean up a Shadow drop in the end game, but this was the pivotal moment in game 3, where Lapras managed to take out with a resisted Sparkling Aria, a Jellicent, and then Psy-waving down the Dark type drop yaw.
I will say this came down to the wire. I was almost sure that the Jellicent was going to hang on with 1 HP, which could have then also still lost to a Psy-wave.
Oh, that is true, actually. So I think a very important moment here, and this speaks to Fatalisnex's understanding of the board situation, the board state, because after landing the acrobatics into the Jellicent in the lead, he could swap out, because then Lapras can deal with a low health Jellicent in the back. So he preserved the health points on his jump bluff, and Alec did not have a quick way to deal with that jump bluff. So very impressive play by Fatalisnex, in my opinion.
If your best answer to a Shadow jump bluff is throwing multiple Fire Punches at it with Diggersby, then you don't have a good answer to the Shadow jump bluff. Because yes, you can take it out with 3 Fire Punches.
So you need 3 Fire Punches. Seems like a lot.
That's a lot of Fire Punches, Marcus.
Wow, I'm not sure if I could take 3 Fire Punches.
I'm pretty sure you couldn't. No, you're not even a Grass type.
I would prefer to not take any Fire Punches.
Let's just agree on not taking Fire Punches today. But those trainers have been on fire, absolutely, in this tournament. We have another contender for the top cut, and now that is a familiar face that he's just playing alone. Zaphy does not need an opponent right now. Bats is still somewhere, but we can analyze the team. Is that a Shadow Galarian Weezing?
That is a Shadow Galarian Weezing, and he's made it here to winners finals. And with a kind of a unique team, let's take a look at that team a little bit later.
You know what? I think that's a good thing, because I think that Zaphy didn't have the headphones on yet.
Oh.
And maybe he could hear us, and if we start analyzing the team, we might give him the right or the wrong ideas.
Oh,
that could influence his decision.
And also, he'd need an opponent. But
that one was missing still. Did you ever get a no-show in the winners finals?
Never in the winners finals, no. I have had no-shows in earlier rounds. Never in winners finals.
It's too bad, right?
Yeah,
it's so easy sometimes.
I mean, I'd take a no-show.
Why is life so tough, though? What was your favorite winners finals that you ever played?
That I ever played? I played against a guy called Meweedle. I don't know if you've heard of him. It was EYC. He was EYC champion in the year before, and I played him at EYC now. And I just RPS'd him.
Oh, yeah. RPS Aurelius.
That's how I got the name.
There it is. Bats versus Zaphy. And Zaphy is in there with a Dusclops. Dusclops we have seen from Uden before. There's a Dusclops on Bat's side as well.
I am not a Dusclops believer, but it's proving me wrong here in Winners Finals Group G.
You're not?
No,
How dare you, Marcus? How dare you?
How dare I? You know, I just feel like it. Oh, this is a Shadow Dusclops. That changes everything.
All right.
Yeah.
Does it?
I think it actually does, because I think that Shadow Dusclops puts in, like, its damage output is significantly better. I don't think Shadow Dropion can swap into Dusclops because Dusclops may win the 1 and the 2 shield scenario with double Ice Punch. And we see a very unique team here. Shadow Galarian Weezing with Overheat.
Are you a Weezing believer?
I kind of am a Weezing believer, but I prefer Brutal Swing. I have no idea, apparently. These trainers are outmaneuvering me. Charge Bug, and I know that Zephymastix, he is a Gastrodon believer. He's been running Gastrodon for tournament after tournament now.
Yeah, I've said it earlier that I, my locals regularly play versus him, and one time I brought a team that is very soft to Gastrodon, and I was like, what am I even doing? there's not a lot of players here. I am going to face Zephymastix. Why am I letting him save swap Gastrodon?
Well, then I feel like that's a team building issue.
Yeah, that was a team building issue, a massive one even. He's running the regular Dusclops right there with a little bit of extra bulk in it. Third as a prime answer to the Shadow Dusclops.
And he's also running the Brave Bird on the Talonflame. I feel like Flame Charge Talonflame is more consistent, while the Brave Bird on Talonflame, it might get it a get out of jail free card in a way. It's so that you can bail yourself out of bad situations, like winning a Zoom Roll in a Zero Shield scenario, or maybe even a Toxapex is possible for Talonflame with Brave Bird, but not with Flame Charge.
Yep, the Flame Charge version really wants to get on the good matchups and then perhaps go for some farm down. So it feels like it's two completely different Pokemon actually when you're running Flame Charge and Brave Bird.
They function very differently. Flame Charge, as I said, consistency and ensuring that those good matchups, and you get a lot of momentum ramping up the damage from Flame Charge, but the Brave Bird hits so hard, man.
I also love the Gliscor plushie that Zephymastix has on his table. We all know that his Shadow Gliscor won him the Malmö Regional Champion previously.
But here we go into game number 1. It's Talonflame into Shadow Clopsy. How is this matchup going, Leonard?
I am not sure. I mean, the Shadow Dusclops outpaces like crazy, but it also, even though it is bulky, it is still a Shadow. It does not want to take a fly at all. But here you can go for 6 Shadow Punches before Zephymastix reaches, and it puts the Talonflame into a very awkward position.
I think as a Talonflame user, it's very awkward to play against 3-turn fast attack like Dusclops. So Zephymastix decides to throw the fly immediately, and how is he going to play this out?
Actually gets a shield immediately, so Bats is going to throw another Shadow Punch here. Zephymastix decides to let his Talonflame go or trust into the 1 HP survive, which is not going to happen. Now we bring in the Ferret, we Sucker Punch the Shadow Dusclops, of course. Bats is going to swap on, and now we have Dusclops versus a Primeape, and I don't think the matchup is that easy to play as a Dusclops as it seems.
I think the Primeape can hit this Dusclops hard, and Shadow Punches from regular Dusclops is not as threatening.
Yeah.
Because Primeape is just a fighting type, is not part Psychic or part Ghost type like Medicham or Annihilape, so it takes only neutral damage from this Ghost type charge attack.
That almost did nothing, and keep in mind that Bat still has an entire Cradily in the back that he's maybe even trying to not reveal at all.
And
I mean,
these,
he kinda has to.
He might have to, but these range fists giving the Primeape an attack boost is now ramping up. And Zephymastix, he decides to over farm a little bit, because if Primeape decided to not shield this, then he gets more energy on his Dusclops. But here we see Bats, he's shielding and throwing, and this ramped up Primeape will knock out this Dusclops.
Yep, and I think that Zephymastix might have waited a turn there to predict a possible catch there, or a possible combo play with the Shadow Dusclops from Bats going for a Shadow Punch, but no, Zephymastix has now swapped into the Ferret. Ferret is going to be able to Trailblaze onto that Cradily.
I think Bats maybe could have stayed in with the Primeape a little bit more. It resists the Sucker Punch, and the triple boosted Karate Chops would have really chunked the Ferret. But here we see Zephymastix shielding up the Ferret, wanting to preserve some health points, because you need it to take out both the Primeape and the Cradily and a Shadow Dusclops.
And this matchup is actually really good for Ferret if you have a little bit of an energy advantage, because then your Trailblazers are non-debuffed. before those Rock Tombs. Ooh, Bats is actually going for a Grass Knot for that little bit of extra damage there on the Ferret. Zephymastics has a lot of energy there, is going to get even more with the Sucker Punch. The question is, do you even hang on to a Shadow boosted Ice Punch here?
I'm not sure, but Ferret does not have a really quick way of taking out this Dusclops with his energy. It needs to Sucker Punch. But here comes Primeape, and Primeape is... Oh, and that's a Body Slam catch from Bats!
That is absolutely mind-blowing from Bats right there. Just taking this Swift, even undercharged here, but he also has so much energy. That is an Ice Punch for game here. Shadow Dusclops takes out a Ferret. Who did see that coming?
I am proven wrong. Shadow Dusclops is putting in a lot of work for Bats.
Yeah. Good win on that side from the, I think, Dutch trainer. He has been performing at locals as well. I know that these two have also faced off in some of the locals in Zwolle, I think.
You are full of curiosity, aren't you? You know this scene better than anyone, Leo.
Yeah, sure.
But I was very impressed with Dusclops in this game because the threat that it put on the Talonflame and then kept energy in the back to knock out the Ferret in the endgame, and also the Primeape put in so much work. I feel like the Dusclops from Zephymastics, it didn't impress me that much. I feel like the Shadow is way better. It looked a lot better in this game, at least.
Yeah, maybe the Shadow Clopsy is the way to go, Clopsy.
Maybe Shadow Clops.
I love Dusclops.
Yeah, you do?
I do love Dusclops.
But do you love Shadow Dusclops or regular Dusclops?
You know, I was always a fan of regular Dusclops, but Shadow Dusclops, the extra punch that it packs is just amazing. But also, you were saying that Zephymastics is such a Gastrodon believer. I've also seen him bring Clodsire everywhere. He also played it in EUYC when basically, I think at EUYC there was even like a little revival of Clodsire in the metagame. But now, what do you think of Clodsire in this meta? How does it look against the team? Actually not that bad, right?
I think Clodsire is looking incredible, actually, for Zephymastics. Yeah. It's only the Dusclops that is a problem matchup because it resists the poison-type damage, and it has the Ice Punches.
Is also an issue.
No, I'd be fine playing Clodsire into Unome Stunfisk. I believe you can win the Zero Shield if you're up 1 Poison Sting. I believe you can do a lot into the Unome Stunfisk in the 1 shield as well. As long as you land an Earthquake, it's going to do more than 50% to the Unome Stunfisk. And I believe that is a fairly neutral matchup. Unome Stunfisk running Thundershock does no fast attack pressure into the Clodsire. So we need like 3 Mod Bombs to knock out the Clodsire, I believe.
Both trainers are locked in. We might see it in the next matchup. We have the Cradley versus Dusclops, Bats versus Zephymastics, Bats leading 1-0 in the winners finals. And we're going to see, are we going to see a charge attack priority event here? Nope, Zephymastics decides to actually overfarm here. Perhaps this is a situation where you could go out into a safe swap to just clear the debuff immediately.
I'm curious who is going to go for the safe swap here, because I think Bats really needs to preserve his Cradley
for the Talonflame.
For a Talonflame in the back, because that Talonflame is looking threatening to Bats' backline.
What is funny is that Zephymastics again overfarm, because usually, there is a Grass Knot. I don't think this is going to knock out, because you reach the second Ice Punch before the second Rock Tomb actually, but you lose charge attack priority on that first Rock Tomb. So that's a nice funny interaction. You get debuffed once first, and then you don't get debuffed twice before the first 2 Ice Punches.
I believe that Cradley needs to be preserved here, but maybe Bats know something we don't, and
that is a huge karate chop down, by the way.
Oh, he could have went for the karate chop. That would have been very interesting, actually.
Yep, all right, that's a full farmer here. Zephymastics does not want to lock himself into another Pokemon. Wants to soak up the damage here. No shields this immediately.
I believe that Bats needed this. I believe Bats need this energy to eventually hit the Talonflame in the endgame. But let's see how he decides to play it out. Can he get there? Or he gets to another Grass Knot. Grass Knot doing slightly more damage than a Rock Tomb, but no debuff, of course.
Yeah, but I think Zephymastics is fine with having the Ferret low if he predicts a Dusclops in the back. That is a full Incinerate going in there as a head start. And what do you bring in now? A shield down, Primeape or Shadow Jumpluff? Pick your poison.
I have no idea how to place this as Bats. Zephymastics has preserved his Talonflame perfectly. And up shields, Talonflame is a menace
Yeah, and now this is even resisted fast attack damage. You can let the first Rage Fist go if you want to, even though you kind of want to use your shields at some point. But I think if you want to go for a no shield, that is the play here.
I think this was a situation where Bats should have maybe gone for a close combat to try to land a substantial damage into the Talonflame.
Yep, and now Zephyr throws immediately just so it doesn't get outpaced to another Rage Fist immediately. The Incinerates do add up as well, so maybe if you are going to get another shield out of this matchup, could go for a combo play with the Swift so you can preserve a shield against the Shadow Jumpluff as well there. I think that if we get... Okay, well, there are no Protect Shields remaining. What am I talking?
I am not sure what you're talking about, Leo.
Yeah, no Protect Shields remaining. Shadow Jumpluff is coming in, and this is not looking good. Zephyr knows this, is laughing a little bit. Bravebird is gonna be...
Oh, but he mistimed! And now Bats is getting to the... Oh, but he has a shield. Never mind.
Well, what are you talking?
I have no idea what's going on.
I've seen too many shields, you've seen too few. Now the Bravebird is being reached by Zephyr, and that is definitely going to knock that Shadow Jumpluff out of the sky. Who's the superior flying type?
It's Talonflame, and boom, there it goes. And very, very impressive play by Zephyr. He let go of his Dusclops, almost his entire Ferret, and just put everything on the Talonflame, and it swept the floor.
And what a read. He even got another Incinerate in after that Cradily. If you're looking at the team, apparently Bats does not want to bring the Unnovan Stunfisk. He might have to, but there is Gastrodon, there is Clodsire, there is Ferret, though, and of course Dusclops also is kind of good against it.
Unnovan Stunfisk does not look very good for Bats here.
It's so good against Talonflame.
And you might need it for Talonflame to wall off the energy, but I'm not sure how. Maybe if you play Primeape and Unnovan Stunfisk in some order, then, because the Primeape is looking pretty good for Bats in my opinion.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, is that true? There is the Charger Bug that resists Karate Chops.
That is a terrible matchup for Primeape, actually.
There is the Clodsire. That is also a very bad matchup for the Primeape.
Primeape wins the two-shield scenario straight Rage Fist. I believe so. I could be wrong, but I believe it does. And also, Gastrodon puts on so much fast attack pressure.
It is Sludge Bomb Clodsire, though.
It is Sludge Bomb.
Does that change it?
It does not change it. I believe that Primeape will win the two-shield scenario. I'm pretty sure.
Gallon of water over your head if we something different.
Well, if you're challenging me, then...
No.
I'm not, no. But I think maybe Bats needs to try something else. He needs to trust in his Dusclops maybe because of how much work he put into that game number one, but it might be risky with that Ferret lurking around.
Yep, Ferret has not done the best job in Game 1. In Game 2, it just took 2 Rock Tombs, exited with a lot of energy, immediately swapped out, of course, to clear the debuffs. Actually, it was 1 Rock Tomb and a Grass Knot. But we're going to see the leads here, and that is Primeape on Ferret. That is huge. And there is a Clodsire in the back for Zephyr. Does not bring this in as a safe swap. Dusclops is being used here. Dusclops is a good safe swap against this line of Bats.
How would you play this, though? I
don't know.
You throw a Rage Fist as the Primeape, that's what Bats does. Will he swap, or does he stay in?
Oh, he does stay in. Wants to catch a Shadow Punch on the Shadow Dusclops, which is super effective. I think that Zephyr has quite the big energy lead here.
And with this energy lead, well, this might come down to charge attack priority. Bats seem to do time just as the same pace as Zephyr.
Do you hang on to this? How good is it defensively?
Oh, 1 HP!
1 HP!
Oh, but he decides to let go of the energy. He's looking to farm down with the Ferret.
That is so good by Zephyr going, hey, I know that you are afraid of this Shadow Punch, but you're probably not going to shield this, so I will bring in my Ferret. Because Ferret versus Primeape, it's not a good matchup by any means. But if you have a big energy advantage, Swifts threaten knockouts quickly.
And this matchup is looking very interesting because Zephyr has brought his Clodsire that he's so known for. And here, the Clodsire has pretty good matchup into Cradily. It has a pretty good matchup into the Primeape. How do you play this?
Clodsire is king for Zephyr. Fitting to the last name. Bats now going to throw some Grass Knots. This is one of the matchups where you can't throw Rock Tomb because it is resisted, and you know that Zephyr is not going to shield. And he knows this matchup. He's going straight for the Earthquake instead of Sludge Bomb.
I think Bats is going to put all his shields and all his resources onto the Primeape. He needs to whittle this Clodsire as low as possible so that the Primeape can karate chop down the Furret in the endgame. And Zephymastix is realizing he needs health points and he needs to get rid of the shields, so he shields up his Clodsire to not get too low.
Oh, and he's almost at full energy here. Goes to throw a Sludge Bomb here. Also identifying that the Rage Fist does not do as much damage as a Grass Knot, at least in the beginning. It's very, very strong here. He goes for one more. Does not throw. Oh, are we going to shield another one? Or did he bait him into going for a Rock Tomb? He no shields!
Zephymastix realizing he understands that the board state requires him to not shield that charge attack. Grass Knot or not. And he's at capped out of energy, and this Clodsire is looking so good for Zephymastix right now.
Zephymastix mastermind with the Clodsire against the Primeape. Goes for the Earthquake. Of course you are debuffed. It is going to deal a little less damage, but you also have your Furret in the back. It is a no shield!
Earthquake! And these Sucker Punches are looking to do enough for Zephymastix. Will they carry him through? Zephymastix shields up a Rage Fist bait, but can he get there? It's so long till we get to the close combats.
He's throwing a Swift. There is going to be a shield. Of course, you're at 1 HP on the Primeape. Furret connects the Swift. It is almost at the second one.
It's at the second one. And Body Slam will knock out the Primeape, and Zephymastix has turned it around. Furret into Primeape. He doesn't care. He let go of Dusclops with a lot of energy.
He baited out the Shadow Dusclops with his own Dusclops, letting bats think, hey, you can have the switch, you can have your Primeape on my Furret, but I have the answer to Primeape. I have the answer to Cradilly, which you have brought every game, and that is my Clodsire. And Clodsire just reigns supreme here. It was so incredibly good. The Gliscor and the Gastrodon are sitting on it, and they're sitting well.
And the Clodsire carrying the Gastrodon and Gliscor also carried Zephymastix in this game.
The no-shield call on the Rock Tomb?
The no-shield call on the Rock Tomb, the letting go of the Dusclops. This was a performance from Zephymastix for the ages, in my opinion.
This was a love letter to Pokemon Go. It was absolutely phenomenal what he brought to the table here in that situation, going, hey, your Primeape, very heavy hitter, but not against my Clodsire. First, Rage Fist wouldn't deal as much damage as a Grass Knot would in this instance. So I'm going to shield this one. You now know that I want to have shields, so you're going to throw a Rock Tomb, because getting the attack debuff also helps you in that matchup. I'm just going to no-shield that one, maximizing everything. Energy, shields, HP, crazy.
I am surprised by how this game turned out, because it looked so good for bats in the beginning. And Zephymastix, he made some really unconventional choices, not throwing the energy from Dusclops into the Shadow Dusclops on bats, but wanting the energy on his own Furret to threaten the Primeape in the endgame. I'm just in awe from the play of Zephymastix.
Another trainer trusting the Furret is something. It's a W in my books, I will be honest with you. There you could see the Ice Punch. Furret could not beat that Shadow Dusclops, so Zephymastix needed to make some decisions there on how to reconsider this game.
And then in game 2, Zephymastix letting go of his Dusclops and his Furret just for the Talonflame to sweep the endgame. Incredible awareness of Talonflame's potential, in my opinion, and he changes it up entirely for game 3.
Yeah, bringing a Clodsire instead of a Talonflame is an incredibly different strategy. Showing bats in game 2, hey, you need to preserve your Cradilly. You can't play it in the lead with the line that you're running, because else I have so much potential on my Talonflame. Look at this no-shield call. That was absolutely brilliant. Zephymastix showing an absolute masterclass of Pokemon Go team building mind games, and he's appreciating it himself.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure that Zephymastix is very proud of this play. He goes through his group undefeated and will be in winners bracket day 2.
Yeah, and he has had a tough season so far. He's attended many tournaments, and those did not all go too well for him. He went quite far at EYC, I think even around top 16, where he then lost to Marto Galde.
All right, correct.
One shield call, I think. So this time around, he got the shield calls right. I'm very happy for Zephyr 6. He really
absolutely. I mean, he's a regional winner after all, so there's no doubt that he has the potential to really go all the way. But he needs to find his footing. When he's comfortable, he can take the game off of anyone. And with his favorite Pokemon, Gastrodon and Clodsire, he's been playing those for ages, I know.
Yeah.
And he just waited for the perfect partner for both Clodsire and Gastrodon, and turns out to be that Furret.
Furret is incredibly cool. I've been saying trust the Furret ever since the Might and Mastery update. This Pokemon is so strong because it is incredibly flexible. First of all, it's very spammy with the same type attack bonus boosted Swift, which was a great addition. It has a lot of fast attack pressure. It has coverage against the best defensive typing in the game, which is water. So with the Trailblaze, you're even upping the damage of your Sucker Punches. And of course, you have different playstyles how you can play this Pokemon, as Nickname might do as well, because if you're boosting your Sucker Punches, all of a sudden you don't care about shields anymore, you're just Sucker Punching through everything.
But look at this matchup we have here, Leo. We have JBG Winston. He has performed...
all the Germans in the finals.
Oh, that is correct, actually. JBG Winston has performed incredibly well in tournaments. A little while ago, he has been taking some time away from the game and has had some rough tournaments of his most recent results, but now he's back. I believe he's running the same team as Hikami, maybe? No, Ikami's running the Shadow Blastoise instead of the Lapras, but other than that, it's the same Pokemon. And look at him, he's so happy to be here. He's proud of proving that he is still a force to be reckoned with.
He's still one of the top trainers of all times. Has the Shadow Quagsire, which is one of my favorite Pokemon. On the other side, you have Furret, you have Corviknight, you have Azumarill, Claydol, Jumpluff, and of course the star of the show, Shadow Typhlosion, which was not living up to the name star of the show so far, in my opinion.
I'm not sure, because I feel like Shadow Typhlosion won, for example, Howie, his place in day 2. But it's a very tough Pokemon to play perfectly.
Or the Cockshark match.
Cockshark as well played Shadow Typhlosion incredibly well. And there is a Shadow Quagsire on the other side. Maybe Shadow Typhlosion is too risky to bring when there's a Shadow Quagsire resisting both the Thunder Punches and also the Blast Burn.
But I think Shadow Typhlosion is one of those Pokemon. Before some Pokemon, people realize, oh, there might be a great Core Breaker. Then some people don't get the memo, and it is a very strong Core Breaker for the tournament. However, I think the memo has been sent out to too many people in this tournament, so Shadow Typhlosion is actually a Pokemon that a few players have built their team around, but it was really not disregarded by many trainers.
I saw a lot of Shadow Typhlosion in practice tournaments, and I saw a lot of teams being weak to Shadow Typhlosion, and that led to a lot of players to have sex with it in practice. So this is maybe an overcorrection for Shadow Typhlosion again. The meta evolves so quickly here, Leo.
But I mean, there is a bunch of Shadow Typhlosion, so I wouldn't even call it an overcorrection. It is just a correction to not have a Shadow Typhlosion problem on your side of the team. Now, Shadow Quagsire is very strong into it. The Lapras also has some decent play, even though it does live a Thunder Punch. Serperior, we don't talk about it. Shadow Drapion has an issue that it sometimes gets farmed down when 2 shields are involved.
I know that you said that, but I have yet to see it. I want to see if Nickname...
Because Slowking swapped out.
That is exactly what happened. If Slowking just stayed in, we could have seen if it was the case or not. But maybe we get the chance again. But because in my mind, I was thinking Shadow Drapion is has a pretty good matchup into Shadow Typhlosion due to the incredibly quick pacing to the Aqua Tails. But I'm very excited to see if we'll get Shadow Typhlosion here. I doubt Nickname risks bringing it, as I expect Shadow Quagsire from JBG Winston.
You know, actually, I think that most Shadow Drapions do outpace, but if you have really high attack, then you're probably going to win this. Shadow Jumpluff is in the lead versus the Shadow Quagsire, and that is a nightmare matchup. No Energy Ball, but who cares about that? You're resisting those Machops double, and also Acrobatics hits hard.
I think Shadow Quagsire decides to no shield. It knows it can live in Acrobatics, and it's just an Aerial Ace. This Stone Edge is going to do a lot of damage into the Shadow Jumpluff.
That is already huge. I'm still kind of curious why JBG Winston is not swapping out of this lead matchup, because while it is something that you have played, it is kind of unideal. Do you not have a safe swap on your team for this? I think the Lapras is looking okay.
JBG Winston wants shields up for his Dropion and his jump left. And here comes a swap from Nickname. And this is a Ferret into a Dropion. This is looking better and better for JBG as we're speaking, but it's some of his Pokemon are getting dangerously low. He needs to start using his shields if he wants to win this game.
Yeah, the problem with the Shadow Quagsire now is that you took 2 Sucker Punches which dealt so much damage that you won't reach a Stone Edge against the Shadow Jumpluff anymore. And Shadow Jumpluff is at a very decent amount of HP. What's good for you is that you have lured out the Ferret, which can be a big problem for your Lapras later on.
I believe that JBG needs to shield up his Dropion here. He cannot let his Pokemon get any lower. Lapras can't do everything on his own in shields. And he needs to land some damage into the Jumpluff sooner rather than later, but right now he's concerned about taking out this Ferret, and I believe Nickname is coming in with his Azumarill to soak up the damage on the from the energy from Dropion.
So I think at this point you might as well just swap out into your Shadow Lapras, even though the Shadow Jumpluff is just looking so threatening still. Actually farms up to 2 Aqua Tails for whatever is in the back. Crunch is being thrown at the Azumarill now.
Can JBG Winston hold on through this bubble to get to another Crunch? I think he needs to. He doesn't want to go for it. He goes into the Lapras. It's an Ice Beam Lapras, so we can one-shot this Jumpluff.
Ice Beam Lapras up energy. Ice Beam is going to be thrown. Immediate shield from Nickname. He knows what's up. But if you're only having 1 shield, yes, you can connect an Acrobatics, but you're gonna get outpaced to 2, no?
In my opinion, Nickname only needs to land Aerial Aces because JBG Winston has to shield this, and then he has no quick way of getting rid of the Azumarill on Nickname's side because there's no Skull Bash on this Lapras.
Oh, that is true. You have the Psywave damage, but that doesn't help you in a matchup.
And there's Acrobatics landing as well. All the Pokemon of JBG Winston are getting so low, and the Azumarill is still healthy for Nickname in the back.
Everything is in bubble or play rough range. This might come down to a catch for JBG Winston. The next question is, can the Shadow Quagsire still reach a charge attack here? There's immediately an Ice Beam being thrown. Tries to go for a farm down
Ice Beam?
afterwards.
Is this enough? Or can the Lapras get to another charge attack? It definitely will. It definitely will. Maybe this was a bit of a too brave of a play from Nickname, because if JBG Winston, he needs to land a Stone Edge from the Shadow Quagsire. Can he get there?
Yep, he's going to maximize the damage from his Sideways. We're almost at another charge attack here. I think that you're trying to go for a Crunch, get a debuff, and then, we're going to throw an Aqua Tail. Only it hangs on. He could have gone for 2.
But this means that JBG Winston might only have to land an Aqua Tail from Quagsire if he can get there. If maybe an Aqua Tail is enough.
I think he already has the Aqua Tail. Throws on charge attack priority. How strong is this Azumarill? How powerful?
JBG Winston doubts if this is enough. Nickname doesn't know either. And it hangs on.
Not even close. Azumarill stands strong, surviving this on not even 1 HP, but I want to say 10. Goes for a play rough here to knock out. And I think that if JBG Winston realized that he could go for a Crunch, this might have changed.
I agree. The Crunch, he needed to reach either the Crunch or the Stone Edge.
Yeah.
The Quagsire either needed to hold on through 1 bubble, and so did the Dropion. And I'm not sure if the Quagsire did.
It was literally on 1 HP.
It was. The Shadow Dropion, as it held on, going for the Crunch was the win condition. But I understand that feels a bit risky for JBG in that situation.
If you haven't thrown too many Shadow boosted Aqua Tails into the Azumarill, you might not know how little damage it does. So in this situation, I understand rather going for the safe route to get in total 2 Aqua Tails from different Pokemon onto that Azumarill instead of trying to go for that heavier hitting Crunch. But in the end, it cost him the game.
It did. And JBG will have learned from this. There is a bulk point, as we mentioned previously. That means you can have a so high defense that you take 1 less attack, 1 less damage from your opponent's attack for Shadow Dropion. If the Shadow Dropion has a high defense stat, then it can take 1 less damage from the bubbles of Azumarill.
That is big.
Making that matchup a lot safer for the Shadow Dropion. And maybe JBG Winston has that Dropion that gets a bulk point against an Azumarill.
That exact matchup is actually the reason why some trainers decide to play with a little bit of attack on the Azumarill, because yes, you have problems in the mirror with hanging on to the third play rough, but that's fine. The other Azumarill is also going to be deep in the red, so you can possibly farm it down if you have some fast attack pressure on other Pokemon.
And that will also let you win charge attack priority against other Azumarill. And if the opponent is also running some attack on their Azumarill, they're not hanging on after the play rough after all.
So you need more attack.
Oh, just boost up the attack trainers. This is the advice that you're getting from Leonard in this game.
Yeah, 4-star Azumarill.
Wow. I would be amazed to see your 4-star Azumarill.
I think I don't have one, but if I had one, I would run it, definitely.
Are you changing out, are you swapping out the Azumarill for this game, or are you sticking with it if your nickname?
I mean, there's a Tinkaton that can be handled decently well. Lapras isn't the worst thing if it doesn't have Skull Bash. I think you stick with it, but there is a heavy line against it. Superior into the Corviknight, though. That is an absolute train wreck. Furret answering the Shadow Quagsire.
This is nightmare scenario for JBG Winston. He did not want to see the Furret here. He did not want to see the Corviknight in the lead. And nickname, he is happy with how this is going. But he's throwing the Swift. Is JBG Winston going to shield this?
If this is a no-shield, that could be a potential lose condition here. JBG Winston does not call it. There is still some residual energy left, but you're going to outpace to that Stone Edge. Throws an Aqua Tail, and it gets shielded immediately.
Maybe JBG Winston wants to get shields down, but I am not sure if that is helpful for his Drapion, because if the Drapion still lined up against either the Corviknight or the Azumarill, it's still going to be risky. But JBG Winston, he's putting it all on the Quagsire here.
Yep, Drapion doesn't appreciate charge attack. Could have done one more. Mud Shot here is going to throw an Aqua Tail. Nickname is going to keep the switch alive for him. Wants to have that Corviknight on the Superior, because otherwise it would be Azumarill on Superior. A catch of the Swift, so you have some energy left on the Quagsire as a potential win condition later. However,
this Corviknight is looking so strong right now because it can take all the energy from the Superior, and Nickname is clever. He's storing up a Swift on the Furret for use in the late game. And the Frenzy Plant is an incredible charge attack, but against a Corviknight, it's not going to do a lot.
Yeah, ooh, that is pitiful damage. Of course, also the Sucker Punches and the Swift dealt quite the sizable chunk, so you can go to maximum energy with that Corviknight. And I think at some point even an Ironhead is going to knock out. If it doesn't knock out, even better, you get more Sand Attacks in.
I think JBG knows that this is looking bleak for him.
Yeah.
He knows that the Corviknight is very, very threatening, and he's not even getting to another attack on the Superior.
How? More damage than I expected, actually, from the Ironhead.
Yeah, Ironhead is an attack.
It's one attack.
It is
the attacks of all times. Sky Attack is being launched into that Shadow Drapion. I don't even think that we're in crunch range on the Corviknight quite yet, depending on the Corviknight. So farm up some more Poison Stings here. Goes for an Aqua Tail, but this is not going to be enough.
Maybe the crunch would have knocked out the Corviknight, but he needs to store up attack. Oh, and JBG knows. You could tell on his face. I think he's given up already, because this is looking very tough for him.
And Nickname also just recently been crowned a regional champion again. He is nodding no. This is going to be me on the winner's side. Once again, we're going to see another crunch being thrown into the Azumarill. Nickname stuck with the Azumarill in this line, but it really didn't do a lot of work. This is just now soaking some damage.
And I gotta say that the Furret coming in to clutch this game up for Nickname. And JBG, it did what he could, but against Nickname, the force that is Nickname does not get stopped by Superior Drapion and Shadow Quagsire.
Nickname wins this too. Oh, we trust the Furret in Utrecht. What a win. Nickname, another big name in the top cut, another big threat that you have to deal with if you want to go through this tournament. And JBG wins, and of course, still happy with his performance. Also, he's not out of the tournament yet.
He's still in his losers finals, and I spoke to Nickname before this season, or at the end of last season, I believe, and Nickname considered retiring from competitive play.
I'm so happy he didn't.
I'm so happy he didn't too, because now we get to see all this brilliant gameplay here on stage in Utrecht.
Yep. he just went in there. 2 OJBG wins. We have said so many close winners finals now. This was not one of them. This was a pure show of domination from Nickname. Of course, he is one of the best trainers that we have in Europe, and if he continues at that pace, he might as well take it all.
I mean, I remember in Stockholm when Nickname was knocking on the door for the Travel Award. And now, I believe Nickname has shot himself into the top 8 of the Travel Award race here in Europe.
Right?
I believe he is. And that is an incredible performance. He is a regional winner from before, 2-time regional winner from before. So him going undefeated through the group is really threatening for the other competitors remaining in the winner's bracket.
And if I'm not completely mistaken, he might be playing versus Zephy Mastix tomorrow in his winners finals, which would be the rematch of the finals in Bremen back in the day, the first regional that he actually won.
That is an incredible memory for you. Did you cast that?
No.
But you could have, because that's how long you've been in the game, Leonard. But looking at this game, this is how Nickname sealed up game number 2. JBG Winston knew that this was over, but he still applauded his opponent because he's a good sport. And Nickname, proud of his performance, and look at the camaraderie between the trainers here. It's still all good spirits, and people are happy for each other, and that's what I love about Pokemon.
Right.
We all want to win, but we don't necessarily want our opponent to lose. And that is a difference.
In an ideal world, we all win these tournaments. So we are actually all champions, not just like you said earlier, but very, very nice. Not only gameplay from these trainers, but of course the camaraderie. It's always so cool. Some of these videos, the highlight videos that we have, they give me the shivers. You know, when you see the people rooting for people like Patoman, for Tonton, for all those crowd favorites, and for everyone, every trainer who comes here is coming with their friends and they're getting cheered on.
I'm moved as well by some of these highlights, especially Patoman at EYC. I teared up as I was in the crowd, because when you see how much it means to a lot of these trainers, how can you not be moved? How can you not feel something about that? And that really inspires me as well to share these moments with as many people as I can.
One of my favorite moments that got me emotional was the regional Dortmund finals, actually, when Arceus Aurelius won versus Colin 6, and you could really see how much it meant to him. He was sitting on the ground just after completely yelling everything out. He just sat down and was like, "Oh wow, did I really do this?"
Dude, I broke down so hard after that. It's still on my Instagram, actually, that replay of that game, and I gotta say, when I won that, it was just the feeling that as a player you get when you finally win a regional is like such a confirmation that of all the time that you put in and all the effort that you put into this game, this passion that we have and that we share, it's so rewarding and you feel whole. And I'm not saying that I need this to feel whole, but it's just so, it's so rewarding. I'm just so happy that I had that success, and I really owe it to all of these players. Feel that success right now.
Must be nice.
Well,
you really deserved it. It was crazy. What I really liked was the banter with Colin, or not really banter, but that you just sat down in the interview before the grand finals. You said, "I think I have this. I have the advantage."
I realized that I needed to get under Colin's skin a little bit and try to win the mind game, because I was coming in from the loser bracket. He was undefeated in the tournament, and he had beaten me previously in day 1. So I felt like I need to put the pressure on him. And I spoke to Colin afterwards, and he said, I felt like I was going to lose going into that game. So I got the edge that way.
Yep, you got into his head, and then you did end up winning with a very cool Talonflame performance, I think.
Flame Charge.
Yeah, very strong charge attack. What do you think? Would you run Flame Charge in this event, or would you run Brave Bird? Or Flame Charge Brave Bird?
I would run Fly, but I've been running Flame Charge recently just for Diggersby consistency and also to scare away Tinkaton as much as possible, because with the team I had, I really didn't want to play against Tinkatons, so I put Talonflame there to scare it away as much as I could, and it worked pretty well. So I would run Flame Charge.
Yeah, I mean, you're a fantastic Talonflame player. You actually got to be a champion with it, but Marcus, that was quite a while ago. Who became a champion more recently is Nickname, and he is also the person that we're going to interview for this winner's interview. So Amanda, take it away.
Thank you. From mind games to nicknames here, going in from the winner's side of the bracket. How does it feel to have another strong performance at another tournament?
It feels really good, especially at such a big tournament like Utrecht is. Yeah, I'm very happy that I won. I had some couple very hard matchups, including this one, so yeah, very happy.
So previously, you were the Bremen regional champion. Most recently, you were in Stockholm. You're the only person on the European winners who has won a championship before. Do you think that you're going to be the only one in Europe to win 2 championships this season?
I would like it to happen. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow what happens.
Yeah, I understand you don't want to give away too many of your strats, but since, we have a chance to get to know you a little bit more, you told me a story a while ago about your in-game name and why it's Nickname. Will you share it with everyone before we go ahead and get back to the battles and let you relax for the rest of the day?
Absolutely, why not? So my story for my in-game name is quite simple. It's the basic nickname that the game gives you at the very beginning, and I was supposed to change it because I accidentally accepted it as it was, and I was supposed to change it, but more and more people started recognizing me as Nickname, and I have never met another person with in-game name starting with nickname and some numbers, so I think it's still quite unique in that way.
Yeah, I think so too, and it's a name that everyone is starting to remember. Taking names for the nickname here. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna get back to the battles, back to you guys, casters.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you to Nickname for telling us that story, because I was also curious why he ended up going with Nickname as his nickname, but Leo, you've changed.
Yes, I have. I have evolved into a Delian.
Devolved? No, evolved. No, but
make of that what you will. You can comment in the Twitch chat with your decision on whether it's an evolution or devolution. Bear in mind that really random devolution fact, Mew, a very old Mew TCG card from the Pokemon trading card game, had an attack called Devolution Beam, which actually devolved one of your Pokemon on your opponent's side.
Really?
That just popped in my head just because you said that.
Well, I'm happy you have some references ready, but I know there's a card in TCG called Devolution now. It's a TM, so you can de-evolve Pokemon on your opponent's side, but we are not playing TCG here, are we?
Are we not?
I think we're playing video game. No,
wait. It's the phone where it's the game where you use your phone to catch Pokemon to then battle with them in order to win championship glory.
Oh, you mean Pokemon Go? That is what we're playing here. Yeah, so if you're just tuned in, we are playing Pokemon Go. We're at the Special Championship in Utrecht, Holland, or Netherlands? I'm not sure actually. But here we are in Utrecht and we're playing Pokemon Go. Are you excited, Delian?
I am very excited. Just to remind those trainers that have just tuned in, this is the losers final. So bear in mind there were 8 groups today, all of them vying with trainers that are looking to make it to day 2. Both of these trainers have taken a loss so far, but they are fighting to get their place in the losers bracket onto day 2 in Group E. Elephant Flasher, who we've seen before, versus Green/29. 2 fabulous trainers here. Let's take a look at Elephant Flasher's team as it comes up. We can see a relatively meta team. The Forest stands out for me, and of course Tinkaton is a pick that I think was always going to be amazing in this meta.
I see Fire, Water, Grass combination. Azumarill, Talonflame, and Cradley. Very tough to break these Pokemon apart. And then you have Furrin and Claydol. Furrin struggling against Drapion and fighting types, and Claydol being a psychic and ground type. Usually beats Drapion, usually beats fighting types. This is a very good core. And then Tinkaton is just one of the best neutral Pokemon in the meta with the best, possibly the best typing in the game.
Yes, Fairy and Steel is so good to play with. It has very few weaknesses, Fire and Ground being the most common ones, and that's why we see both trainers using Talonflame here, because they want to deal with that Tinkaton. Talonflame is one of the hardest answers in the meta at the moment. We also have to pay homage to Corviknight as well, because Corviknight does have access to Sand Attack, which allows it to do some damage on Tinkaton as well, which is kind of a reverse of what the lore should be, in my view.
I see another Fire, Water, Grass combination with Talonflame, Golisopod, and Cradley here. Then we see another Claydol and kind of a Dark type in Drapion, but Green Slash has decided to go with Corviknight as his Steel type instead of Tinkaton. Possibly because Corviknight beats Tinkaton, you think?
Yes, that might be the reason. It's something different. Remember, we saw Skarmory in the past in metas in the past where Skarmory was so useful just because of its a wide array of defenses. Corviknight is another example here, but does have a little bit more attack. Let's see what these two trainers come out with as Green Slash launches out the Shadow Drapion to face off against the Claydol. This is looking kind of good for Elephant Flasher.
And we've seen players take on this matchup several times. The energy from Green Slash will threaten the Claydol immensely. But look at the Drapion, it's getting so low.
Already, it's just been 5 mud slaps, I believe, from Elephant Flasher, but Green Slash looking to time his attacks perfectly in terms of getting the maximum amount of energy, and does get a catch there as well, which is nice. This is a neutral attack because Rock Tomb does super effective damage to the flying type, but resisted damage to steel. So a debuff, and Corviknight is no longer going to be able to attack quite so effectively.
But detrimental catch could it be, because this it was a debuff. Rock Tomb has a debuff, so the Corviknight now won't do as much damage as it did before, and in my opinion, Corviknight already struggles with his damage output.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. However, in this environment against Azumarill, it might be one of those things where it allows Elephant Flasher to be more comfortable farming up more energy, and it does allow, therefore, Green Slash to launch more Sky attacks than would otherwise be intended, just because that debuff gives Elephant Flasher a bit too much confidence, potentially.
Here comes an Ice Beam. I believe this will, if not knock out, is very close to knocking out the Corviknight. I don't think Green Slash is getting to another attack on this Corviknight, but he saves it and swaps in Cradily. Elephant Flasher has Ice Beam ready and Green Slash shields.
Yes, Cradily is one big weakness, is Ice types. Rock types do not resist Ice type attacks, and the Grass typing gives it that weakness. And swap out into the Forest here, which means that Cradily has to start weakening the attack of this Forest with the Rock Tomb, which will go unshielded, I believe, because it's not going to knock out.
Elephant Flasher is looking to boost up his attacks with the Trailblaze, so the Sucker Punches can do more damage and neutralize the attack again after the Rock Tomb debuff. The Cradily is getting lower and lower, and Green Slash's Pokemon are all getting really low here, Delian.
Yeah, they are, and so this is where it's going to be a trade-off. You have debuffs fighting against buffing attacks here, and it's going to be a key thing. The downside is that Cradily is always going to have a slight advantage going in to try and get the Aqua Tail off to try and knock out the Forest, but I don't think this is a play. I don't think this is enough, you know.
I would oh, that's a great play from Elephant Flasher, I believe. It goes into the Claydol. Can it farm down before it gets to the Aqua Tail? It just gets there. Incredible play by Elephant Flasher, timing the moves perfectly. And now he's coming out with a lot of energy on his Claydol.
Yes, and Claydol with energy is going to be very strong. It does have access to the Ice Beam as well as the Rock Tomb. The Ice Beam is going to be able to knock out, but trying to get even more farm here. Maybe get to even 2 Rock Tombs, which might be enough. This is the play. Green Slash is making the shield, but is he aware that there is another Rock Tomb available?
I believe the Claydol hangs on and gets to a final Rock Tomb before going down, and this might take out this Cradily.
And that would be very important. Cradily has a lot of energy there, but now all of that goes to waste. Corviknight is really low, but even so, Mudslap is able to take that out. A single resisted attack in Pokemon Go takes Claydol out, takes Corviknight out, and Claydol reigns supreme here.
And that is my issue with Corviknight. You see, as a flying type, it still didn't do enough damage and didn't resist the damage from Claydol enough to handle the ground type that well. Corviknight having Sand Attack, that's not the same type attack as Steel or Flying that is Corviknight's type, so it doesn't get the same type
attack bonus.
Exactly, and that makes Sand Attack not as threatening as a fast attack.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we look at other examples of one-turn attacks. Psywave with Malamar, Psywave with, well, I was going to say Psywave with Lapras, but that's not the same type of attack bonus. So let's stick with the example of Malamar, or indeed some dragon types such as Goodra, Shadow Dragonair, Shadow Dragonite. Those are so oppressive when they come in. So your point is very key that I also would agree with you that it's a preference to have same type attack bonus on those one-turn fast attacks just to make your damage output so much more intimidating.
But let's take a look at Psywave from Lapras that is not same type attack bonus and compare it to Sand Attack of Corviknight.
Yes.
And Psywave and Sand Attack generates equal amount of energy.
Yep.
But Psywave does more damage, and you see that that is so important for Lapras in a lot of its neutral matchup, like a Azumarill, that Lapras might even win, even though it's just throwing a resisted energy. But Corviknight, even though it has basically the same stats as Lapras in Pokemon Go, at least very similarly.
Comparably so,
yeah,
yes.
Comparable attack stat at least.
Yes.
Because Sand Attack does so much less damage than Psywave, it means Corviknight loses out on so much damage in its neutral matchups.
Yes. So this is where I think you have to be very careful when you're Green Slash in deploying Corviknight in the right places where it has such a huge advantage. So trying to find that Tinkathon or trying to be against the Claydol when it has more health when you play. Green Slash sticking with the Corviknight. This is actually not a bad matchup for it because it walls off all of Forret's charge moves.
The energy from Fur goes nowhere into a Corviknight, and Green Slash has the response to the Claydol. But is this where you want to use your Cradily? This is a very interesting play from Green Slash when he has the Golisopod in the back.
Yes, although I wonder if he didn't want to take super effective Rock Tombs here. He's aware that Cradily can withstand one Ice Beam from Claydol, and maybe this is the play where he's hoping to maybe farm down potentially, but the shield comes through, and let's see now how that impacts the matchup, because Rock Tomb at this range may potentially knock out as well, going for a full farm.
And it will win charge attack priority against the Claydol. This Rock Tomb will knock out the Claydol if Elephant Flasher decides to let it go when he does.
Yes, I think that was enough, and I think what's nice for Green Slash is given Cradily a bit of energy, and now Forret can be deployed here to try and weaken this Cradily a bit more, but a Rock Tomb is going to come through before Forret can launch any attacks at all.
And Green Slash knows that he doesn't need a shield against the Ferret because the energy goes nowhere into the Corviknight, but he also really wants to keep his Golisopod away from the Ferret because that is a terrible matchup for the Golisopod.
Yes, quite right. Golisopod is running Shadow Claw, which is double resisted into the normal typing that Forret is. The Trailblaze isn't enough, just about survives, and that means another Rock Tomb comes through. This is not ideal for Elephant Flasher.
I think if Elephant Flasher is going to let it go and put it all on his Azumarill, but now, oh, Green Slash reads the swap and comes straight in with his Golisopod. I believe that Green Slash will just expend his Golisopod here so that he can bank it all on the Corviknight to win in the endgame.
Yes, and of course, you have to remember that Azumarill does actually wall all of Golisopod's charge attacks as well, because Fairy resists Bug and Water resists Water. So this is going to be a case where you're going for the most damaging charge attack if you are Golisopod and going for that Aqua Jet here, but have to be mindful of those play roughs, which are going to be a problem. There is a beautiful catch, a Fairy type attack landing on the Corviknight, which is a Steel type, resisted damage here rather than neutral.
Really peculiar play by Green Slash here. Realized how to negate as much energy from the Azumarill as possible, and that was by catching the play rough on the Corviknight. Here comes an Ice Beam. This does neutral damage to the Steel and Flying type Corviknight. Two of these Ice Beams won't be enough, maybe with added bubbles.
Yes, it could have been, but Green Slash is going to actually launch the Iron Head nice and early, actually teasing a shield from Elephant Flasher here, because Elephant Flasher wants to get some more damage off on the Corviknight, who is going to get to their charge attack, but Iron Head is able to outpace two shields invested onto Azumarill here. This is everything that Elephant Flasher needs. He needs to protect this Azumarill at all costs, he feels, in the subsequent matchup.
But both of his Pokemon are so low. I believe Green Slash lets this go. He's going to bank it on the Golisopod, because Golisopod will now be able to double up on charge attacks and then take out, or maybe just farm down the Azumarill and throw the energy into the Ferret.
Yes, and Forret, despite the fact that Forret is a normal type, the threat from Golisopod is no longer going to be the Shadow Claws. It's going to be those X-Scissors and those Aqua Jets, and immediately Forret comes in and the Aqua Jet is launched. Forret can do nothing. It's so low on HP that even a minor flick of Golisopod's talons, its claws, are going to be enough to take out the Forret.
And Golisopod farms down the Azumarill to win Game 2 for Green Slash. This is a nail-biter, Adelian. win.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these trainers are so aware of each other's plays. Both of these trainers have got so far, because at the end of the day, if you've got to the losers finals, that means you've taken a loss, you've learned from that loss, and you have won every single match so far, bar your initial loss, that is, to get all the way to the finals. This is a matchup where whoever wins ends up in day 2, and that's a huge accolade in a tournament of this size.
I see Greenslash running his Corviknight. And he wants to scare away the Tinkaton from Elephant Flasher, because that means he can run his Cradley more freely. Cradley doesn't have any terrible matchups against Elephant Flasher other than that Tinkaton. And Tinkaton, as we mentioned briefly earlier,
yes,
is terrible into that Corviknight. Corviknight has a Steel Flying type, resists Play Rough because of the Steel type, and also resists Bulldoze because of the Flying type.
Yes, and Flying type is a double resistance. Bearing in mind, comparing Pokemon Go with the video games, Pokemon Go, you do not have immunities. Instead, you have double resistances impacting instead. So if you consider the Bulldoze ground type attack against Corviknight, the Flying type is a double resistance, and then the Steel typing is a single super effective effect. Those cancel out to become a single resistance when you're considering ground types into a Corviknight, or indeed a Talonflame in this example on Greenslash's side.
Exactly the same relationship between those, actually.
Yeah.
So, very interesting to see what these players are going for. Will Elephant Flasher take the risk of running his Tinkaton, or is he trusting the Azumarill? The Azumarill only has one terrible matchup, and that is the Cradley on Greenslash's side.
And Greenslash has bought Cradily every match so far, so Elephant Flasher has to consider that. But bear in mind that if you can weaken that Cradily enough, an Ice Beam from Azumarill might be enough to get the knockout if, say, Cradily is already on close to half health or something like that. So maybe it's a play here to try and lure that Cradily out, weaken and soften it, and then Azumarill can finish it off with an Ice Beam in the end game. But let's find out, as both these trainers are locked in. We're going into that decisive game 3. Azumarill faces off against Golisopod.
And the Golisopod into the Azumarill is not a great matchup for the Golisopod, but it can farm up energy, it can tank a Play Rough, and it can swap out eventually, because Golisopod is also water type, so the bubbles are resisted.
Yes. And the Ice Beams are. It's only really the Play Rough that is a threat at all. Azumarill is able to launch that, but it requires at least 6 bubbles to get to the first Play Rough, whereas Golisopod is able to get to those Aqua Jets in only 5 Shadow Claws.
Greenslash is expecting a Furret in the back, probably. He wants to shield up his Golisopod so he can try to align the Corviknight onto the Furret.
Yes, that is right, and that would be a very advantageous position as well, bearing in mind that shields will not be needed. He does make a catch here.
Is it the Play Rough?
Yes, this is a catch, but it's an interesting one because it's a neutral attack, so it's still going to do a respectable amount of damage onto the Cradily, but then allows a swap in here, bringing in the Claydol, which is unusual. A grass type is not is going to have a good time against a ground type Pokemon like Claydol.
But Claydol is tanky, and Cradily does not put up a lot of fast attack damage.
Yes.
But Elephant Flasher let the Grass Knot through. He was expecting Greenslash to throw a Rock Tomb. That would have not done a lot to the ground type Claydol, but Greenslash threw the Grass Knot.
Yeah, and this is interesting. So notice here, Greenslash actually went overfarmed a little bit, and the reason for that is because he wants his Cradily to be as low as possible so that if he does secure the knockout on Claydol, that's less farm for his opponent coming in this case the Furret, and now Golisopod responds to that Furret. There is no need for that Shadow Claw energy. We're going straight in with the Aqua Jets.
But this is very impressive by Greenslash, in my opinion, because he knows that the Corviknight will wall off the energy from the Furret. If he can get Furret low and Elephant Flasher goes for a lot of energy on the Furret, that won't matter into the Steel-type Corviknight.
Yes, you're luring your opponent into a trap of thinking that the energy he's about to gain is going to be useful. For Elephant Flasher, though, aware of the counts on Golisopod, is able to get the Trailblaze off, which is going to make those Sucker Punches a lot more threatening too.
And here, he shields up his Golisopod to get to another Aqua Jet. And this is to threaten the Furret with almost a knockout, because the Corviknight does not care about this energy. And here comes the Corviknight. And the Furret is boosted, so the Sucker Punch will start do a lot of damage. But this is resisted Swifts.
Yes, it is resisted, but it is same type attack bonus, and it is the preferred attack against Corviknight. Even with the single Trailblaze buff, that is still not enough to do a lot of damage to Corviknight. Second one has to be launched, which will just about bring Corviknight into the yellow.
But Green Slash needs 2 charge attacks to take out both Ferret and Azumarill. And Green Slash managed to catch a Play Rough on his Cradley earlier in the game.
Right.
Can he outpace the Azumarill in this endgame? It looks like he might, and this is Green Slash game for the taking. Can he outpace the Azumarill? No, and he doesn't go for the Iron Head. Green Slash, you could have gone for the Iron Head there.
Yes, I think he might be thinking that he needed the Sky Attack there, underestimated how much damage Sand Attack would do to bring it into Iron Head range, and now we're in a real pickle here because there is so little health on those other Pokemon. Green Slash thinking, oh, how do I do this? How do I get out of this? And he cannot.
And Elephant Flasher takes game number 3. Oh, I feel sorry for Green Slash because he realized that he could have thrown an Iron Head. Elephant Flasher will take this win. It feels like it's a bit of an anticlimactic feeling for both of these trainers, but I'm sure Elephant Flasher is so happy with how this game turned out for him.
Yes, it did rely on Green Slash making an error to not launch that Iron Head. Whether or not that would have been enough to knock out the Azumarill from Elephant Flasher is a little bit of a debate. It will require trainers to assess how much health was left on Azumarill at that point. However, take nothing away, at this level, the smallest of mistakes could cost you the game, and that was an example there. But for Elephant Flasher, he moves on into day 2, and his chance of being Utrecht champion is still very much in the mix.
Elephant Flasher played to his win condition.
Correct.
He knew what he had to do, and he executed. And you can never take that away from a player.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure that there are many options for a lot of trainers to do this or do that, but in the heat of the moment, realizing that this is my win condition, I lose if I do this, it's so tough. And these tournaments are intense. They have been playing back to back to back several times.
Yeah, and that's tiring, isn't it?
It is very tiring. And congratulations to Elephant Flasher for moving through, but this was a nail-biter of a game.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, to go down to lose 2-1 or to win 2-1 is always going to be a close one. This was the attempt here where you tried, Drapion tried to take out the Forest before he could launch his attacks, and Claydol coming in to get that farm down here was very useful. In comparison, we saw the power of Goliath and the fabulous catch onto the Corviknight to catch the Play Rough here, which ultimately helped with that victory on Green Slash's side. But right at the very end, it was this tricky scenario where trying to weaken this Forest, trying to then get the get all the energy on at the end there, just didn't work out for that Corviknight there. Look how close this was.
I am very impressed by this, by how all the catches that Green Slash did. He caught a Play Rough here. He caught a Play Rough in the previous game as well. He pulled out all the stops to get himself into day 2, but sadly it wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, I think that catch there, catching the Play Rough on the Cradilly, was a bit more interesting and maybe not quite as tactically wise, although that's not to say it wasn't a bad idea, it just may not have been a good one either. It was a bit more neutral, whereas the catch when he made in game 2, he caught the Play Rough from Azumarill on the Corviknight, was more of a tactical play because you have that resisted damage being launched there rather than the neutral damage that could have come from Azumarill's Ice Beam on the Corviknight.
I think that was a great play, actually.
You like it? Okay.
Yeah, I really liked it because it's unconventional, and it might throw your opponents off by how much energy does the Goliath Pod have. Playing out matchups linearly, like just lead the Pokemon in, let it go down, come in with the next Pokemon, align the Pokemon, blah, 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 blah. If you just play the game linearly, it's easier to be prepared for that. But when you pull out these switches at weird times or throw the charge attacks at unexpected moments, then you might throw your opponent out of their rhythm. And speaking of people who have tried to throw others out of their rhythm, Elec playing that Jellicent and Keelio playing that Shadow Typhlosion.
Well, this is a very exciting matchup because both of these trainers, I would say, are relatively new to the Play Pokemon circuit, but of course, so many of them have had experience on grassroots. Prior to that, Elec has said that he is a grassroots specialist or has a lot of experience there, trying to now get into the Play Pokemon bubble and play on the official circuit. And this, yes, as you say, Jellicent, very interesting Pokemon that we haven't haven't seen too much of in this meta so far. But how is it fitting in?
I think Jellicent has a very interesting niche. Being a water type, it walls off a lot of the energy from, for example, Lapras, where
with the Sparkling Aria and the Ice Beam, yeah?
Yeah, but it doesn't even matter if Lapras has Skull Bash.
True.
That we see here on Kilio's side, because as a Ghost type, Jellicent also resists the Skull Bash. So maybe the Jellicent is a bit tougher to bring in this matchup for Elec, but we'll see. Kilio, as we've seen him in several tournaments now, and I believe he's the brother of Colin. So
that is correct. Yes.
Those two will probably have trained a lot together and scrimmed a little bit, so that they could be ready for this tournament.
I mean, if you are scrimming against Colin 6 and you're getting beaten by him all the time, after a while you'll get sick of it. You go, you know what? I need to beat my brother. I need to show that I'm just as good as him. And so this attrition of practice has allowed Kilio to get so far in this tournament, and now he stands at the cusp of being able to go into day 2 and match up with his brother's record, who has many day 2 so far, if not regional. So how much closer can Kilio get to mirroring what his brother's achievements are?
Right now, Kilio has outperformed his brother here in Utrecht.
Oh, wow.
Kilio has made it to loser finals, while Colin made it to losers round 5. That means Kilio is the brother that are performing, are keeping the family's honor in this tournament.
Right, I see. So move over, Colin 6. There is a new face now in that family as Kilio turns up the heat here with the Shadow-type Lotion, which is going to be that standout Pokemon. And to be honest, Shadow-type Lotion doesn't look half bad against Elec's team. The Jellicent and the Lapras are the only partial threats, and maybe actually the Diggersby, I would say. But even those two Pokemon, the Lapras and Jellicent, do fear that Thunder Punch. So I am going to be very interested to see if Shadow-type Lotion features here. I did say earlier in the matchup that I preferred Talonflame just because it could wall off Tinkaton here, whereas the Bulldozers are a threat to the Shadow-type Lotion. But that being said, the fact that Shadow-type Lotion is so popular with some of these top trainers is making me now rethink. And also, let's not forget one more thing. Typhlosion's Thunder Punch threatens the Talonflame.
It does. I think that Shadow-Typhlosion can be a safe swap for Kilio here, because if you get a slight energy advantage, then you can start outpacing the Jellicent. You outpace the Lapras.
Yes.
You really beat the Tinkaton and the Jumpluff. And Diggersby really needs to land the Scorching Sands to threaten the Typhlosion with substantial damage.
Yes.
Just to drop you on that outpace the Typhlosion.
Yes, and that's a rare thing as well, to have a Pokemon. It comes back to a point I was saying, that Pokemon that generally can launch attacks quicker than 5 seconds, which is not the most common thing. They often have a small advantage because they're able to get crucial chip damage on early on certain Pokemon. If that Pokemon that is being launched on happens to be quite squishy, quite low on its defenses, like that Shadow-type Lotion, then this is where an advantage can be earned by Elec with that Aqua Tail on the Shadow Drapion. So we will see what both of these trainers are thinking of doing, what their rationale is, what are they going to lead with. It's going to be a very interesting match with two new faces to the scene.
Exciting times to see these trainers getting ready to lock in and see what they can show us. Kilio with the Shadow Typhlosion and Elec with his Jellicent. And here we see Diggersby into the Jumpluff.
Yes, and this is actually a decent matchup either way, because you have to consider that this Jumpluff isn't running any grass-type attacks, which means Diggersby is a lot safer, but that Fire Punch will deal super effective damage. Also consider that Diggersby is running Quick Attack here, which is neutral, albeit same type attack bonus damage coming as well. So you can see already there's a difference in health as Jumpluff is already a bit lower, but Acrobatics has changed that outcome.
Acrobatics is such a hard-hitting attack. It puts Diggersby within the range of another Acrobatics. I believe that Elec needs to shield up the next Acrobatics coming in if he wants to preserve this Diggersby.
Yes, and so he's opting to launch the Fire Punch just before the second Acrobatics can be farmed up to by Kilio's side. Kilio recognizing that 2 Fire Punches are not going to be enough, but this is now in a great farm down range for any Pokemon. So let's see if Elec opts to stay in on with a shield or opts to let this go. Thinking that Jiggersby has done its job, let's find something else now to farm down this Jumpluff.
I assume the Drapion is coming in to farm. Oh no, he goes into the Jellicent.
Yes, and will he get that farm down?
Oh, but the Keelio barely doesn't get to the acrobatics. That was detrimental for him, losing all that energy.
Yeah, it really was. And now what do you do here? Because you've got a Jellicent here that's got so much energy, and so you don't have the advantage you had before with Typhlosion being able to come in, get a small energy lead. But this needs to be shielded because this is going to wipe out the Typhlosion. It does go shielded, but a lot of decision-making power was put into that one.
And here Keelio is so far behind by that Jellicent getting to do 3 hexes before Typhlosion came in. So now Typhlosion being back all this energy, it needs to do a lot of work if it wants to get rid of this Jellicent, but it cannot take a surf.
No, it really can't. Ooh. So this is where there's a no shield by Elec here as well. Swapping into the Drapion. We've seen this matchup before, but huge advantage for Elec. He has 2 shields.
And this is where Drapion shines. Give it shields, and it can put in so much work. This energy is resisted by Azumarill, but still, the Poison Stings and the Crunches, they come out so quickly that Azumarill will eventually start to take a lot of damage here.
Yeah, the damage really does build up. You can see an example here. Crunch plus the Poison Stings have already almost brought Azumarill into the yellow, and now Crunch being launched. I think Elec is looking for more debuffs here because Crunch is the same type attack bonus. It is the preferred attack here, even though both of these attacks, and there is that debuff that he wanted.
And Keelio needs to strip the shields away from Elec, but Elec knows that he can live this Ice Beam, and Keelio has a Typhlosion in the back with a Thunder Punch, but how can he get around this Drapion now with 100 energy? Sadly, he misses out on the knockout, and Elec decides to shield, but
yes,
a charge attack, even though it's shielding, might do 1 damage.
And will that be enough to knock out is the question. Drapion does survive and is able to get the Aqua Tail off. You were right to consider this might be a concern, but Elec knew that the HP was enough on Drapion, and it's able to launch that Aqua Tail. Down goes Typhlosion.
Incredible play by Elec. Unfortunate for Keelio in that situation that the Jellicent got such a head start on the Typhlosion.
Yeah, very true.
And losing all that energy on the Jumpluff, but it turned out to be so fortunate for Elec coming in with the Jellicent and going for that farm down.
Imagine how the dynamic would have changed if that attack through the shield had knocked out the Jellicent with all of, sorry, not Jellicent, the Drapion with all that energy on it. How entertaining that would have been, because I reckon unless Jellicent had some energy there, which my memory is failing me here, but if Jellicent didn't have energy, I think 1 Incinerate from the Typhlosion would have been enough to knock out as well.
I believe that the Jellicent was 1 hex away from the next surf, so the Incinerate wouldn't register, being
that's
a
correct.
5-turn attack.
Yes.
So I believe that the Jellicent would get off the Hex and the surf no matter what. So
yes,
the game was
locked in regardless, shall we say.
It was very tough for Keelio to come back from that, I would say. But there are still opportunities to do something about this for Keelio. I'm sure that he's now devising a plan on how he can get more out of his Pokemon in this game.
I think there is definitely more to get out of Shadow Typhlosion. I don't think it's a bad Pokemon here. I do think that he needs to be more careful with it. He can't just launch it into another Pokemon that has an energy advantage, because that means both shields are going to go down. Yeah, sure, he might take all of his opponent's shields in the process, but he's ultimately going to lose that if he doesn't earn an advantage with that Typhlosion. So swapping it in order to get an energy lead, as you said, Marcus, would be a fabulous way forward. Another option is to lead with it and hope that you catch something that isn't going to enjoy dealing with the Incinerate. Or think this through. What if you lead with it, you manage to do 1 Incinerate and then, or 1 or 2 Incinerate, and then make a catch, banking that energy for later on. That might be a play as well, if Keelio can pull it off.
I'm not sure exactly how to play it, but I think Keelio wants to get his Typhlosion up, shields or energy, or just leave it on the bench. And we see jump off into Diggersby. This is the same lead as game 1, and we see no Typhlosion from Keelio.
Well, that is going to be interesting because I don't know what his answer is going to be to the Tinkaton that Elec might have. So Jumpluff comes in here, and we saw this matchup before. Fire Punch does a respectable amount of damage to Jumpluff, but we know that Diggersby will require at least 3 of them.
I think Keelio eventually will swap out of this matchup as he has 2 water types in the back.
Yeah, that would make sense. Although you got to wonder, what would he swap into? Would it be the Lapras or the Azumarill? Lapras seems more sensible.
And it catches a Fire Punch. This is incredible from Keelio. Getting the Fire Punch on the Azumarill. Massive, massive swing in this game.
Yes, and this is where bringing an Azumarill in was the better shout because Lapras would have taken neutral damage here. It was only a Fire Punch, but it would have made a difference. Now, Tinkaton is coming in. Bear in mind that Tinkaton will deal neutral damage to Azumarill with the play off, and Azumarill can't really fight back with any of its charge attacks. So let's see how this works because play offs are going to come in thick and fast.
Still, I think Azumarill, being the neutral beast that it is still going to put in a lot of work against this Tinkaton.
Yes, the outpace, though, is something to be concerned about. Bear in mind, you require 6 bubbles for the first player off and 5 for the second. In that time, Tinkaton can launch multiple player offs, 2 at least, and have energy for more later on. So next player off is coming through. Is this now in farm down range after this second player off is launched by Azumarill?
I actually think it is. I believe Keelio needs to swap in his Jumpluff to try to finish off this Tinkaton before it gets to another attack. And here we see a swap from Elec. And Keelio throwing an Aerial Ace, not shielded. That's rough for Keelio, but so he'll need another Aerial Ace to knock out this Diggersby.
I think he'll be able to get it because Diggersby isn't able to get to the Fire Punch in time, so this forces one of the big threats to Jumpluff at this HP in that third Fire Punch that would have been launched. But now Tinkaton could come back, but it is quite low, but it could launch that play rough here and be relatively safe from the Fairy Winds that are coming from Jumpluff's fast attacks.
Thing is, Keelio would like shields down for his Lapras because his Lapras has Skull Bash, and that means that it will do a lot more damage to Elec's Lapras that only is running Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam.
Yeah, very true.
Keelio will have to get shields down to threaten that Skull Bash on Elec's Lapras, so he goes straight for the acrobatics, forcing Elec to shield or take hefty damage on his Lapras.
Yeah, because if he does no shielded, that's going to be a problem because now when the Lapras does come back in, those Psy Waves are going to be threatening and now the Sparkling Arias are threatening as well. Let's see what will happen. Is Elec going to launch the Sparkling Aria? He has to because that's the better attack to go for, but this will definitely go no shielded.
I think Keelio wants to just Psy Wave down the Lapras on Elec's side.
Yes.
Not throw a single charge attack for the rest of the game. Psy Wave, Fairy Wind, Bubble, something has to take down Elec's Lapras. Is Keelio's last arrow of hope, but he throws the Sparkling Aria. Maybe he can get to another charge attack on the Jumpluff. Is that what he's going for?
Well, it has teased the shield, so that might be the play, and the second Sparkling Aria is coming, but is Keelio going to throw the attack? Does throw it just before Elec could have the opportunity to do so. He did. Elec had the energy as well, so I was a bit worried which of these trainers was going to launch first, but Keelio does make that play, and now we are in a shieldless scenario, but, oh, sorry, not in a shieldless scenario. Keelio does have one here. Is he reading? Does he think that Sparkling Aria is going to be a threat? He does.
And Keelio knows that if he just keeps on pounding with his Lapras, then Lapras will win him this game. 3-ball flex from Keelio. He didn't lose a single Pokemon in this game.
Yes, it's a contrast from when in game 1 where that Shadow Typhlosion was on the back foot. This time he did not bring it, and it's still, his team was so solid it was able to withstand everything Elec was able to throw. Now it's 1-1 in the losers final. One of these trainers is going to move on to day 2, but it's a closely fought battle so far.
I think Typhlosion has not impressed me in this round in particular. Keelio's decision to drop the Typhlosion really proved to be a genius play in this game.
Yeah, I agree, because if you look at Elec's team, sure, Typhlosion has access to Thunder Punch, but despite that, Lapras can tank a Thunder Punch, Jellicent can tank a Thunder Punch, Drapion outpaces, so it's going to get an Aqua Tail off before Thunder Punch is even launched, and then with Diggersby, the only way you can really threaten it is by hitting a Blast Burn, and even then, the Blast Burn does not fully knock out Diggersby from a standing start at full health, so the Scorching Sands will be able to be a threat there. So I personally agree that Typhlosion isn't necessarily the play. The issue, however, is that if you can't bring Typhlosion in, how do you deal with Tinkaton and Jumpluff?
It has to be the Diggersby from Keelio, I guess. But Keelio benched both Diggersby and Typhlosion in this game and ran Jumpluff, Azumarill, and Lapras. It is a team that's pretty weak to Tinkaton, but he managed to wiggle his way around it and find the win condition in the end game.
Yes, and that's going to be play on the mind of Elec, because he'll obviously be making notes as to what his opponent ran in Game 2 to try and figure out patterns, try to predict what lines of 3 Pokemon are going to be selected here. And you can see both these trainers are deep in thought, thinking, right, I need to go with this because of this Pokemon. I need to go with this Pokemon because my opponent was going to bring that Pokemon. But they've made their deliberations, they've had their thoughts. Now we come to battle as both of these trainers are locked in, ready to go. Azumarill facing off against Tinkaton here.
And we see a massive disrespect for Tinkaton from Keelio. He goes Azumarill, Jumpluff, and Drapion. All 3 generally losing matchups against the Tinkaton, but he banks on Tinkaton not being able to pull this game out for Elec.
Yeah, and this is the very good point. Keelio, even though he's running triple weak to Tinkaton, this matchup isn't something that Tinkaton decisively wins against all 3 Pokemon. It's not overwhelmingly dominating. Azumarill is still able to weaken the Tinkaton enough that as long as the Tinkaton's so weak that Jumpluff and Drapion can deal with it later on, then there might be space here. Second play rough now being launched by Elec. Let's see what how Keelio behaves and whether he's happy to let the Azumarill go.
Keelio decides to no shield. I believe he wants to put everything into the Drapion or Jumpluff basket, because Jumpluff has been performing very well for Keelio so far, and Elec decides to no shield because this is a resisted play rough.
Yes, and the thing is, now that Tinkaton's in the red, it is less of a threat. Those bubbles are actually becoming quite concerning. Bulldoze now coming through because Elec wants to weaken this Azumarill enough with Fairy Winds that he doesn't have to expend the energy of a play rough here and have something in the back, some energy left over for whatever comes in. So what will it be from Keelio?
I think the Jumpluff can farm down before Elec gets to a play rough.
Yeah, you might be right.
So this is just a Bulldoze. If this Bulldoze doesn't grant a debuff, it's basically useless because it's double resisted, triple resisted attack into the... Look, it doesn't do anything. And no debuff.
Yeah, that was possibly one of the weakest charge attacks I've seen launched onto a Pokemon. Jellicent coming in. Again, remember, Shadow Jumpluff doesn't have any grass-type attacks in this particular moveset on Keelio, which means that Jellicent is under less threat. Acrobatics coming in, though, still does a lot of damage.
It does a hefty amount of damage. And Keelio, he just wants to put everything low, because if he can put Elec's Pokemon within Aqua Tail or Crunch range from Drapion, the Drapion with its incredible pacing might win Keelio this game in the end.
Yeah, but you do have to be mindful because...
No shield from Elec here!
Yeah, that's going to be big as well. The Aerial Ace isn't enough to knock out, but it's enough to make it low. Here comes the Diggersby. What is Keelio going to do? Is he going to launch the Acrobatics to weaken the Diggersby? That seems like a play.
I believe this is a ballsy play from Keelio. He needs to fish out the shields, but also land some damage into the Diggersby. There's a Drapion in the back, and Diggersby would really like to see this Drapion in the endgame.
Yeah, for sure. So a shield advantage needs to be kept by Keelio's side. Sensible to no shield here because the Fire Punch is not enough to knock out. But then at this point, it's going to be, what are you going to do now? Are you going to launch the Acrobatics, then swap? Are you going to make a catch on the Fire Punch? What is the play if you are Keelio?
Keelio needs to put this Diggersby into an Aqua Tail range from Drapion. If Drapion can get to 2 Aqua Tails here, then Keelio might be able to win this game. Or maybe Jumpluff can close it out. There are a couple of ways for Keelio to win, but Elec, he knows he needs to protect his Diggersby. But can the Drapion outpace the Diggersby to the next Scorching Sands? That is the question.
That is a very big question. Don't forget as well, there's the opportunity for Elec to make a catch as well. Is he going to pull it off?
He
is a charge attack priority event, and Aquatail is launched first. Is this going to knock out the Diggersby? That is a key question, because if not, Scorching Sands will return fire. Is it enough?
It's enough! And the Diggersby is knocked out, and Jellicent cannot take the Poison Stings, and Keelio is going through to day 2!
That was utterly amazing, if I say so myself.
Keelio, he's composed. He knows that took a lot from him. If Alec had baited a Fire Punch with his Diggersby, he would have outpaced the Dropion, and maybe could have managed to outpace the Jump Off in the end game as well.
Yes.
This game came down to 50-50 in the end, and Keelio was the player to pull the longest straw here and go through to day 2, and look at how happy he is.
Yeah, I mean, I would be too if I was in his position. Getting to day 2 is a huge honor. He's made it through on the loser side of the bracket, so there is still a lot of pressure for him to progress further. All it takes is one more loss and you are out of the tournament, but take nothing away. Getting so far means championship points, it means accolades, and it means getting further up on that championship point leaderboard, which might bag you an invite to the World Championships.
But before that, we're still here in Utrecht, and Keelio would love to look back at this game, like we are going to do, and see how we managed to turn around a Game 1 loss against an incredible player in Alec, this is his first ever play Pokemon tournament, and Keelio showed him the respect that he deserves.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, and it's magical to see the plays here. You could see the acrobatics just missed out there at the last second, but this is the thing where we thought it might be a 1 HP in a dream scenario where you may actually be able to get the knockout through the shield. Wasn't possible because Drapion had a little bit more health than initially anticipated, and the Aquatail was enough to take out Shadow Typhlosion. Notice in games 2 and 3, Shadow Typhlosion didn't turn up, and so the victory did come from the lack of Shadow Typhlosion, funnily enough.
Maybe is the Shadow Typhlosion a fraud?
Well, there's a reason. All I'm saying is that the reason I went with Talonflame instead of Shadow Typhlosion, but take nothing away. Also forget,
this was the final moment of Game 3 where Drapion won charge attack priority against the Diggersby. That's a single, that's half a turn even of Pokemon action that decided that game. And if the Diggersby had stored up just a little bit more energy or was slightly quicker to the Scorching Sands, it would have been a different result, most likely.
Absolutely, it would have been. It would have flipped that matchup, flipped the result as a result of that. Haha, I didn't mean to say that. And then we would be seeing something different. It goes to show at this level, it's about these marginal gains that you can make in order to make your play even better, to learn from the potential mistakes you might make, and also some of it, I'm going to say it, does come down to a little bit of luck in terms of making the right call. Is it a bait or not? Should I shield this or not? You're going to need a bit of that, but the best trainers know how to master their luck in order to combine it with their skill and get all the way to the end.
One trainer who mastered that skill perfectly was the Sevilla champion. Take a look.
Champion, give it up for HK Assassin!
HK Assassin is crowned the champion.
The Grand Champion, HK Assassin!
My name is Philip Ho. I'm feeling good from winning today's championship. First thing I came across Pokemon was Pokemon Yellow on the Game Boy, which I enjoyed playing the whole storyline as well as battling with my friends in school, which was very fun at those times when I played. I started playing the Pokemon Go 2016 and waited till the battle system, which I am a competitive person in general. And when the first regionals, like 2022, started in Liverpool, which was my first tournament, I loved the occasion and the passion of the Go community doing those regional tournaments. Yeah, the person that I usually talk to a lot was Kazim33. He was like my roommate doing the Dortmund regional, and I was with him when he won Dortmund regionals. So I hope I follow him and win a title one day for myself as well. Yeah, the Pokemon community is a very helpful community. So any questions that needs to be answered by content creators or your friends or close friends that could help you develop yourself as a player, as well as maybe helping your all the other players who wants to keen to reach to the top. The advice to new players I would like to give is try believe in yourself, as well as go into more local tournaments, play more battles, like grassroots or Go Battle League, or even more regionals and internationals that you could go to.
Where there was many at the beginning, now there are a few left in the day. Just a couple battles remaining to see who will be making it on to day 2 here in Utrecht. And speaking of not seeing many people throughout the day, hello.
How are you
It's the
doing,
first time
Amanda?
I've seen you all day besides the couch in the morning.
Yeah, we barely talk to each other, though. Of course, Amanda and I, we barely got to cast with each other so far. Goodness gracious. But very excited to live
So catch
those
me up. What were some of your highlights that you've seen so far?
I will be honest, it was one that I wasn't casting. It was the Lokar in the first game, actually getting to that blast burn versus the Diggersby, not getting farmed down by those quick attacks. I mean, I've been traveling the world with Lokar previously years ago, so I was very happy to see him on stage.
Yeah, I think this is a really fun thing about the Special Championship here in Utrecht, is there are a lot of trainers coming in that we haven't had the chance to see at other competitions. So there's a lot of Belgian trainers there, and there's a lot of people local from the Netherlands, and actually there's a couple of those people up next, so stay tuned.
Yeah, definitely. There is familiar faces for sure. We have seen Bats already battle it out versus Zaphimastics in the winners finals. Did not come out on top there after some, he said himself, line calls that weren't too great, bringing a double weak backline versus the Talonflame proved costly. And of course, we also have the EUYC third place Gaifje, who is going to be up soon against him.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun battle. We were just talking with both trainers behind the scenes, and I don't know if Gaifje was just going ahead and trying to, you know, maybe put Bats on the back foot and say like, oh no, but Gaifje was kind of worried about the team composition of Bats, saying, I think that you have an actual team advantage, but it's all on the field to see who will actually be playing it out better in the Show 6 Pick 3.
I mean, the Shadow Galarian Weezing is looking very, very promising. Together with the Cradily, this core, this offensive core is super huge against some teams. Against Zaphimastics, we didn't see it because there is a big core breaker called Clodsire in the back for that one. But on Gaifje's team, there's no such thing. I mean, you have the Claydol that is going to be able to really deal with that Shadow Galarian Weezing, and that is also a Pokemon I think that Gaifje has to get on that Shadow Galarian Weezing, because Ferret doesn't do too well into it. Shadow Typhlosion, it's fine.
Yeah.
Azumarill, no. Jumpluff, no. And Corviknight, yes?
I think it's okay because of the attacks of the Galarian Weezing don't really do much damage overall to the Corviknight, while the Iron Head from the Corviknight will do quite a bit to that Weezing.
Overheat would knock out a Corviknight from the get-go. So if you give this Weezing an energy advantage, it could go crazy on this team.
Not only that, I just want to point out some interesting picks that we don't get to see very often in competitive play. Dusclops has sort of made an appearance here and
I love
there.
Clopsy.
I think that Dusclops is doing a fantastic job for a lot of trainers over the past couple competitions, but I'm going to put that Weezing in for potential spiciest Pokemon. We saw Spinder earlier on as well. We saw the Mighty Yana. So chat, again, let us know. This is the first time that I got to actually cast over these battles. Very curious to see what you guys think is that spiciest Pokemon that's been brought here.
I will say it's Hisuian Electro that is actually also on the winner's side of the tournament, still in. That is absolutely insane. Azumarill, Claydol, Shadow Typhlosion, Ferret, Jumpluff, Shadow, and Corviknight is a team that we have seen quite some time already in this tournament. So I think that Slowking might have run that team, and definitely Zweilous.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are very similar here. I think it's some trainers who have been playing against each other in practice tournaments or have just kind of been, scrimming against teammates and friends, have made decisions about specific Pokemon that we've been seeing here. Shadow Typhlosion definitely being one of them. The fact that there's so many fire types in that top 12 usage of day one is really exciting, and we've seen quite a few different fire types as well.
But Amanda, where is the best fire type in the game? Where is Macargo?
Oh, I thought you were going to say your favorite boy, Darmanitan. But yes, looks like these two trainers, they're bumping knuckles, they're locking in, they're getting ready to see who's going to be playing day number 2. This is the losers finals in a double elimination tournament, meaning this is the big matchup.
Kaifia versus Bats, looking at the lead. It is a rather neutral one. It is Cradilly versus Furret. This is a matchup that is okay for Furret if it has a slight energy lead. However, in this scenario, it is going to be always debuffed before it can throw a Trailblaze.
Rock Tomb coming through. This is going to automatically debuff the attack of the Furret. Now, Furret does have the potential to once again make its attack a little bit higher, going for the Trailblaze, which you see Kaifia going for. However, like you said, Leo, already a little bit on the attack debuff.
Yeah, the Sucker Punch, most of the times they are going to be at neutral attack rate, but of course the Trailblaze is a little bit behind. After all, we're going to go for a Grass Knot, trying to go for a knockout here, perhaps hoping that Kaifia no shields and gets knocked out, thinking he would get a charge attack off, and that is a lot of damage.
A lot of damage going through here. Incinerate's also wanting to join the fray with a lot of damage, trying to catch, and looks like it was quite successful here, going and catching this rock-type attack on Claydol. Now Claydol will be debuffed, but that is not very effective.
Yep, that is true. And also, you could be able to farm down that Cradilly in the process. However, now that there is the Shadow Dusclops versus the Claydol, this is looking good for Bats. He's going to set up the Shadow Claydol for success against the Shadow Typhlosion, because Shadow Typhlosion does have a few Incinerates in store, but there's a lot of Pokemon to get through.
There's so much to get through here, but you got to do it one punch at a time. First one going through. It does still quite a bit of damage, even though there was the debuff there. And if you're Bats, you're gonna head, and you're just gonna try to farm down, and you are successful.
Maximum energy, 5 hexes there on the side of the Shadow Dusclops, and now you're gonna throw them all at the Shadow Typhlosion, and you still have 2 shields. You can no shield this because it is debuffed, but it still deals so much damage. Again, full Incinerate going through here, not even going for the Hex in this scenario.
I think at this point he was just saying, okay, I know that I can get some energy off, but letting a whole Incinerate go through could prove costly, because we're talking about farm downs. My goodness, able to get to a third. This is huge for Bats, and this might get that last Protect Shield off of Kaifia.
Yeah, I was going to say, it better be the last Protect Shield, because there is no HP and no other Pokemon anymore, and now there is still 2 Protect Shields remaining for Bats, and you have to start shielding immediately. Goes for the Thunder Punch bait, of course, Kaifia, but he needs 2 more Incinerates there, and I think a Fairy Wind got through, so you're actually going to outpace very heavily here.
Going ahead and just trying to do as much as he can, but recognizing that it's not enough when there's no Protect Shields. Dusclops being able to max out on energy just through too many punches, and Sludge for the win.
As expected by Kaifia, the Shadow Galarian Weezing actually takes the win here. Claydol was being swapped in, a good catch on the Rock Tomb. But if your Pokemon catches an attack that debuffs you and then gets into a terrible alignment situation, how are you going to deal with a Dusclops that has maximum energy?
I mean, I think you called it earlier on, Leo. The fact that he was running that Cradilly and also that Galarian Weezing together is such a hard core to break, and being able to align the Dusclops on the Claydol just put Bats in such a good position. It didn't matter that he was debuffed at that point. When you have that much energy, you're just going to start to throw. It doesn't even matter that a whole Incinerate sneaks through.
That is true. You're going to get farmed down anyways. I think it would have at max been a little bit of damage from Hex, and we have seen that it could not matter anymore, because you either get to a charge attack on the Shadow Galarian Weezing or you don't. But Bats did, and that's how he got game 1. He's one step away from going into day 2, and Kaifia definitely on the back foot, knows he has to get the Claydol on that Shadow Galarian Weezing. Or alternatively, I think that Shadow Typhlosion also can do some damage. It can handle it decently well.
I think that it's definitely a Pokemon that has been a little bit underrated up until this tournament, and we've really seen showcases for why it's being picked. However, we've also seen showcases for why it can be a little bit frail and maybe not the pick overall that you want to put on your team, especially if you're trying to invest your shields anywhere else.
Yep, Shadow Typhlosion is it's a difficult pick. I think it didn't perform the way people expected it to perform, but the players are locked in. Bats versus Kaifi, and the lead is going to be the Shadow Galarian Weezing versus the Shadow Typhlosion. Amanda, how would you play this?
Much better, I think, for Kaifi here because he's able to have 2 shields in this scenario and just get up a ton of energy. Though the sludges were going to be able to do a decent chunk of damage, there's shields to hide behind, and at this point, you can be able to just kind of dictate how you want to play it out.
How much damage did these Incinerates do? Are you actually going to be able to farm this Pokemon down with 2 shields, letting a full Fairy Wind through? Not as critical as a full Incinerate, I want to say, but the Thunder Punch, of course, is going to be shielded here. Now we're going back to incinerating.
Going for the Incinerate, but a Sludge is already loaded. Great timing there by Bats. This time go the 2 Fairy Winds before throwing the next Sludge, and it's up to Kaifi at this point. He does use both shields here, but look how low this Weezing was. It was a problem before, and now catching on the Credilli, negating all of this energy the Typhlosion had.
That is so huge, because a Blast Burn would have taken apart this Cradilli's HP there, and now you're even going to outpace here against the no-shield Shadow Typhlosion. There was the Bullet Seed Sneak. That is critical. Bats is in such a good spot.
Rock Tomb taking out the Typhlosion, and now it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle because the Rock Tomb is going to be able to be thrown here to debuff the Jumpluff. There's no shield to hide behind. Meanwhile, if Kaifi swaps in that Claydol, it could be hit with a Grass Knot.
Oh my, and look at the backline as well. The Claydol is the last grain of hope there, but there is also the Shadow Dusclops waiting. Kaifi is farming up to maximum energy, just tries to go for a cheeky win here at some point. Is the Cradilli already at the next Rock Tomb? Because you can't go back-to-back across simultaneous swap, and it is Dusclops versus Claydol.
Going ahead, getting that first punch in before the Rock Tomb is even available. We're going to see how much a full one does. It's super effective damage, and it knocks that Claydol down to a little bit past half health.
If you're taking into account how bulky both of these Pokemon are, that is massive damage. And I think that the coverage of Dusclops is also so strong against the Shadow Jumpluff. So you're basically going to go up to 2 charge attacks, take some more Mud Slap damage, and then you're going to throw an Ice Punch immediately into the Shadow Jumpluff.
Shadow Jumpluff is one of these Pokemon that has been seen so often. It's been the top used Pokemon in day 1, but it is going to be the top toppled as well as an Ice Punch connects with the Shadow Jumpluff.
Bats with absolute dominance here, proving how good the matchup for him really is, piloting that Shadow Galarian Weezing to perfection. A phenomenal catch, expecting the bad timing from Kaifi, who did it deliberately to stop his opponent from catching or expecting something. He threw the Thunder Punch immediately. Cradilli got a Bullet Seed through, then outpaced to the Rock Tomb, took apart the Shadow Typhlosion. Kaifi just didn't know what to do at that point anymore.
And Bats calm and collected, but you see him grinning because he knows he's made it on to day number 2, and he said earlier on that he felt like he has something to prove with this because he's been playing a lot of really good players in local cups and challenges, but he's been able to now showcase what he can do here on the big stage.
Congratulations to day 2 to Bats. We have one more game coming up, but let's not talk about that quite yet, because that was, I think, the fastest game we've had so far.
I think, again, like,
so fast.
Of course, both of these opponents have had time to look at each other's teams a little bit, right? We're winding down to almost the end of the day. We know that they've been kind of talking before this. They had a chance to look at each other's teams. Kaifi did say that the team composition of Bats was going to be very hard to play around, and Bats gave him absolutely no wiggle room.
Yeah, but I mean, Bats' team is looking incredible for the tournament. This Cradilli, Shadow Galarian Weezing core, he said this before, are so good in the entire tournament. There's just one core breaker for it, basically, and that is the Clodsire. So he was unfortunate enough to face Zephymastix, who is bringing that Clodsire that served him so well at EUIC already.
Yeah, knocked him down to the loser side of the bracket where we just saw him play against Kaifi here in the losers finals. But I think this is a good showcase of just because you're down doesn't mean that you're out. Sometimes you end up up playing against one opponent who has a Pokemon that really negates a lot of the effort that your team can do. Unfortunately for Bats, that was in the winners finals, but you're absolutely right. Core breaking teams left and right, catching attacks left and right here too. So I mean, I think this was something that has solidified it for him, especially when that Rock Tomb was able to connect with the Typhlosion.
And Amanda, I will be honest, that was a very risky catch, because if you let Gaifi do 2 more Incinerates, he can throw a Blast Burn at you that almost knocks out. I think actually it will knock out after the 2 Incinerates.
Basically a bye-bye Cordelia there at that point.
And then you're forcing a shield. Gaifi can swap out with energy on the Typhlosion and can basically dictate that the Claydol is going to sit on that Shadow Dustclops. So that was huge risk there, but it worked out for Bats.
What's so hard, and I talked about this with Arceus Aurelius a little bit earlier on, is the fact that a lot of the opponents are using Pokemon that have attacks that do specific things nowadays. So like no matter what, these Rock Tombs are going to get guaranteed damage and lower an attack. There's Crunch possible debuffs, there's Bulldoze possible debuffs. There's so many different things that, exactly, that can change the dynamic of a game.
Yep.
And I'm here for it.
If you're catching a charge attack, that's most of the time really good. Even if it's like a Rock Tomb on a Claydol, that is damage mitigated. You said this earlier. You phrased it so wonderfully that the effort that your Pokemon are putting in is negated, basically. If there is an attack debuff, that changes so much of the upcoming matchups. If you're switching into a matchup that is positive for you after debuffing the opposing Pokemon, it's going to be even more positive for you. You're going to get so much energy out of those matchups, especially if you're playing versus bulky Pokemon. If you debuff them, you can farm up to maximum energy, throw your charge attack, undercharge, and farm back up to maximum energy. And this is a matchup I'm very excited about as well, I will be honest with you.
I have to say, this is the very last matchup of the day, everyone. So pay attention, get your eyes on the field here to see which of these German trainers will be making it on to day 2. We have JBG Winston here up against Stone Collection. Both of these trainers top cut in previous tournaments. Both of these trainers very well known within the community. And this is a really fun and interesting team that you're not quite seeing very often with that Shadow Quagsire.
And keep in mind, this is also a battle of friends that traveled the worlds together, that traveled 2 worlds together, actually. There's multiple worlds, but Stone Collection with a team of Corviknight bringing the Shadow Kanto Marowak. This is something that we haven't seen before.
Guess who's back? Back again? Answer, it's a Shadow Marowak.
It's Shadow Marowak, exactly. Mudslap, Bone Club, and Rock Slide. Of course, Rock Slide is not the strongest attack anymore. However, if you throw it against something like a Lapras, that's still pretty good. It's a very solid answer to Tinkerton. Versus Corviknight, it doesn't have the best matchup, also not the worst. And what's very interesting to me is that Shadow Feraligatr, if you have 2 shields, you can actually farm it down.
One thing I really want to applaud Stone for in these matchups is the fact that he's brought a team that's overall not the strongest against the #1 used Pokemon Jumpluff in this tournament. So very interested to see how he will play around. Lucky for him, no Jumpluff on the team of JBG as the take to the skies for both of these. You see the shrug here, Stone recognizing this is not the matchup he wants to be in, an immediate pivot out to that Shadow Feraligatr.
And whatever he swaps out into, the Shadow Feraligatr is answered by the Shadow Drapion, and that is really interesting. Instead of going for the safe route and throwing in the Superior there to deal heavy damage and basically throwing Aerial Aces plus Vine Whips, goes into the Shadow Drapion that is now getting outpaced. So I think with 2 shields invested, Stone Collection actually might get switchback.
I kind of like the play by JBG though, recognizing Stone's play style and recognizing it could be an ABB lineup with 2 waters in the back and wanting to save the Superior for the one it has a better matchup against. He will have to go shields down, you're absolutely right, if he wants to try to get switch here, but I think Stone is not going to let him. He's going to be able to pace a little bit quickly himself, going for that Aqua Tail bait.
Oh, does Stone Collection read this? No, he does not. But the thing is, if Stone Collection gets the switch back, it's going to be Lapras on the Talonflame and, of course, Corviknight on the Superior. Charge attack priority event here. JBG Winston digs his face into his hand because he knows, oh no, Superior is going to be on the Corviknight. Now that is not good news.
Yeah, JBG Winston started to do a little bit of wincing there as he recognized that that charge attack priority could prove very costly. Also, the fact that this Feraligatr is on Crunch is a little bit interesting. This is not going to be able to obviously knock out the Superior like an Ice Beam would have. However,
it wouldn't have reached the Ice Beam.
Yeah, exactly. Is at least being able to do it. We got the defense drop, an immediate pivot out to this Lapras here, and you see JBG saying, okay, well, we're gonna do our best, Talonflame. We're gonna do our best.
Lapras and Shadow Feraligatr is such a common backline right now in the Great League metagame. And Lapras is, of course, going to outpace. It's going to throw the Sparkling Area. I don't even know if this completely knocks out here, but I don't think that Corviknight can't take out the Talonflame afterwards.
With the, it's like just hanging on by an absolute thread, not even able to get through another Incinerate because that Psywave is a one-turn attack, being able to get there first. Tons of energy here, but going for the Ice Beam because JBG Winston, no Protect Shields, not even throwing his attack, recognizing, okay, game one goes to you.
Both of them are, of course, having fun. They are good friends playing this against each other. JBG Winston not throwing the Superior onto that Shadow Feraligatr proved really costly, especially because it's a crunch Shadow Feraligatr.
That is true. Recognizing already that there's no possible chance to immediately get knocked out does kind of make it a little bit different. I think JBG read it correctly in the fact that he knew that there was going to be another Pokemon that was weak to the Superior, that Stone Collection was trying to lure out that Superior, but unfortunately for him, with the pacing, is just unable to do it with that Drapion.
Lapras is also not that great versus Drapion, so if he thinks there's another water type, it has to be Lapras, and I would rather have my Drapion on the Lapras than
yeah, the
Drapion
Psywaves aren't going to be doing as much. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's a hard call to make, right? I mean, with each turn only being a half a second, you have a very split second to decide what you want to do. Sometimes switching a little bit too late, if you take that decision, can prove even costlier because you're letting your opponent get in a lot of extra energy.
Yeah, but usually if you see water on the top right of your screen, you press grass type. that just seems natural for the Superior. Maybe
follow Leo for more.
Yes, I know my typings, okay? But let's see how the alignment is gonna go this time around. Talonflame plus Superior is a core that usually serves for some alignment-heavy games. So let's see what the trainers are going to lock in here. There is going to be a chance of a repeat of game one, but if there is a Shadow Feraligatr safe swap, I think that this time around we're going to see a Superior on it.
One thing I love to see when Stone Collection plays is he always runs interesting movesets on his Pokemon. He was one that run a Clodsire with unconventional attacks of both the Sludge Bomb and the Stone
He also ran Crunch in that tournament on his Shadow Feraligatr.
Also ran Crunch. I mean, there's just certain times you see certain players and you say, okay, I know that they might be playing it a little bit differently.
It was to make the Toxapex matchup better because his Clodsire was bad against the Toxapex without Earthquake. But we're going into game two, and it is a Lapras versus Corviknight lead.
Going ahead, and we'll see how they want to play this out. Obviously, the Psywaves aren't going to be doing that much damage, but the Sparkling Aria will start to hurt after a while, and I don't think that Stone Collection, no shield at the beginning, just gaining up a little bit energy on his own.
Sand Attack also doesn't do that much damage. It's not resisted, but it is not the strongest in terms of damage. Now we're going to see a Sky Attack connecting. JBG Winston puts the Corviknight into half HP, and that means that the next Sparkling Aria, to which you're going to outpace, is going to knock out here. An immediate pivot by Stone Collection into his own Lapras, knowing that the charge attacks are always going to be resisted. And I think he's quite happy here with the Sparkling Area being thrown at him.
I mean, if you know that your opponent does not have Skull Bash and opposing Lapras, it makes it a little bit better. However, swapping in now your Grass type, I know you said when you see water, you swap Grass, but when you give that Water type that much of an energy advantage and let the Ice Beam go through, that puts your Superior so low.
If you say Water type, you say Grass. We are going to see a Frenzy Plant not even being thrown here. There is a Sparkling Area that you now have to shield with your Superior. JBG Winston losing count of the energy on Stone Collection. It's all going Stone Collection's way. He has to throw a Frenzy Plant as well. Aerial Ace wouldn't even be enough. You're not even at double Frenzy Plant here. And if Corviknight comes in to clean up that last bit of damage, it might even outpace Lapras.
I tell you what, Stone Collection put his foot on the gas and he has not let up this entire game. You say, you give me an inch, I'm taking a mile here because I want to be in day two. Immediate pivot out into that Feraligatr. The Talonflame is still in at this point because the switch timer is up.
Impeccable timing from Stone Collection as well, taking into account that there have been turns lost by swapping. No shield here from JBG Winston against this Hydro Cannon, putting all the shields on that Lapras. But there's two shields on Stone Collection's Feraligatr, and JBG Winston sees the writing on the wall, but puts up a shield here.
Well, Ash Shield has been used on JBG Winston's side. This Feraligatr is still pretty healthy. It still has two shields to hide behind. Just continuing to chomp away here, chopping away at that Lapras, chopping away at that Superior, and Stone Collection's going into day number two.
In the end, he actually didn't use any of his shields. There were some counting issues from JBG Winston, and Stone Collection is a player that you can't give any advantage. You can't let him breathe in the game for 1 second, or else he will do everything that he can, and he can do quite a lot to take you out.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I think a lot of times trainers, it's not even who makes the perfect plays. It's who makes less mistakes in a matchup. And JBG, I think he got a little into his own head when he did make one mistake there. And like I said, Stone Collection just didn't forgive him for it. There was like a punishing situation where if you mess up just a little bit, and Stone Collection was playing it out, he was said, no, I'm giving you no wiggle room here. I'm going to take this win.
So when he saw the lead of Talonflame versus Corviknight, he shook his head, he laughed it off already, brought in the Shadow for Alligator, and then saw that there wasn't the Superior coming in. His whole posture changed. He just went from, haha, I'm going to lose this game to alignment to, okay, I'm playing this. The Shadow Drapion with 2 Shadow Claws disadvantage. Actually, a little bit more, even 2.5 turns disadvantage. Very tough matchup, because at some point, the Shadow Claws from the Shadow for Alligator do add up. Hydro Cannon, poof.
Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon, we've seen them time and time again here day 1 in Utrecht. Not only just from that Shadow for Alligator, also from Swamperts, we've seen them a little on. Water type is very much back.
Yep. Has it ever been gone, though?
That's true. Water type has always been here and will be here to stay.
Exactly. And I mean, we have very few grass type. I think this was the only Superior that we've seen all day, even though it just won with HK Assassin in Seville. But we've had quite some Cradilly. Cradilly actually... Cradillying, I wanted to say crawling, it doesn't really do it for me. Came crawling back into the meta game, you know, after some people started disrespecting it with their teams, and then just being completely call broken by Cradilly.
I think, and the fact that I think sometimes it's just a little bit nerve-wracking, right? When you say, okay, I'm trying to play something that is maybe a little bit off meta or that people aren't necessarily suspecting. Unfortunately for JBG, didn't work out here, but he did make it quite far in this tournament into the losers finals of a tournament with over 130 people. This is a pretty great showing, and I think a lot to be proud of as well.
I just wish we had seen the Shadow Quagsire more. We've seen this on 2 players' teams today. I don't think it performed as well as it could have, especially against the team of Stone Collection. I think it has some decent matchups, right? You can hit the Lapras with the Stone Edge, which deals a lot of damage. You also can hit the Corviknight for quite some damage, because you're definitely outpacing that one. Against Shadow Canto Marowak, also decent. Aqua Tail does a lot of damage.
Coming in quick.
Doesn't put it in much shot farm down range, though, so that's an issue. So you have to throw twice. So that means that if you land one of those Aqua Tails, your opponent can basically try and attempt to farm you down with mud shots.
Yeah, I mean, with Stone Collection, we didn't even see the Marowak in these particular matchups, but the fact that Tinkaton is so popular and being seen by so many players, it actually doesn't surprise me to see someone running that Pokemon again, because we saw how powerful it was in the earlier season, and especially under 2 shields, Mudslap damage on a Shadow Pokemon is absolutely no joke.
And I think if you want to scare away Tinkaton, if I was a Tinkaton, I wouldn't go near you.
Exactly.
But Shadow Marowak is maybe the way to go, because if you're playing Claydol, that's also a fantastic matchup, don't get me wrong, but Claydol usually runs Rock Tomb and Ice Beam, so it has no way of pressuring the Tinkaton with charged attacks. If you're playing, like you're going to get 2 play roughs off most of the time, and then you're still not in the best spot, but if you're playing versus a Shadow Canto Marowak, you're just gonna get bone clubbed, and then that's it very fast.
And I mean, against Zephy's Clodstar, I don't know if we'll have an interesting play tomorrow, because both of those trainers will be in day number 2, as Stone Collection just managed to be able to go through this tournament doing a clean 2-0 sweep against JBG Winston to put himself there. Congratulations on unconventional movesets from Stone Collection with that crunch for Alligator, but I'm excited to see it.
I'm quite curious to hear from him at some point why he is running that crunch on that Shadow for Alligator. I can see the argument that there's very few grass types right now. Supposed to be. There is a lot of Cradilly, and we've just seen a Superior. But
there's so much Jumpluff. Jumpluff was the #1 used Pokemon.
You know, Inadequance always says that this is not a grass type, it is just a flying type, and this is why I forgot, even though against the flying type, Ice Beam would also be so much better, but you're absolutely right. It is a choice.
You're absolutely right. It is indeed a choice. Speaking of Inadequance, he was our reigning Utrecht Special Champion. He had been knocked out of the tournament earlier on by who we saw a little bit earlier, Kelio and Alex. So we didn't get to see him perform. I do have on fact that he was running a Rayquaza.
Oh, that is really strong. I know it's for Martine, it's like a thing to use these big legendary dragon-type Pokemon to win tournaments or get very far in them. Do you think that Rayquaza is a Pokemon that can do it? Because I think that Giratina, while it was very uncommon to play it, is an incredibly strong Pokemon.
I mean, I think if anyone could do it, it's definitely him. He got top 4 in EUIC with a Shadow Palkia. He was able to win Utrecht last season with a Giratina. Unfortunately, I think Rayquaza right now is just like, Tinkaton is top meta here. Azumarill is still pretty much top meta. So I think there's maybe not as many targets with that Pokemon. Even having said that, I think he made it quite far into the tournament. So once again, hats off to our previous champion. But that also means, since he's not going to be in day 2, there's going to be a brand new champion this year.
And this is always very exciting. We've seen so many great trainers, new faces emerge, first-time day tours like Kelio, Colin Six's brother, who finally made it. First time he ever made it further than his brother, I believe. So there were so many great trainers today, so many amazing matches, and we have a video of all of those highlights from today.
Check it out.
It has been an amazing tournament in day 1 here at the Utrecht Special Championships. I have been so enthralled by some of the battles that we have seen here today. So I actually want a little bit of advice because there's so many good battles to pick from. Which one stood out to you? Amanda, let me start with you. What was the battle that you liked the most?
I don't know if it was necessarily the battle, but it's the story behind the battle. We talked about it on the desk right before we came over here, but Kelio, Colin Six's brother, this was the first time that he outperformed him and also was the first time that he's made it into day 2 for a tournament. So I know we call Colin final boss, but maybe Kelio is a boss 2.0.
Oh, an upgrade. All right. What about you, Marcus?
Yeah, I was really impressed by Kelio as well. But I also want to shout out chat for picking that first community poll game of the day. Seeing that Skeledirge just get to the blast burn last minute on single-digit HP, that was incredible. So chat, thank you so much.
I think the crowd appreciated that here as well because I was shocked at just the volume that came. So fair play to the Twitch chat, fair play to everyone watching here. Leo, finally, let me come to you. What do you think?
So I was also going to go with the Lucario there because he's a lifelong friend of mine and I love this man so much. But there was also the match of Bats versus Zaphimastix, and the way Zaphimastix read the lines of Bats made very risky decisions that played out perfectly for him. It was like a poem.
Yes, a poem. Okay, that is a very high,
good one, even.
Yeah, a good. Yeah, well, we assumed that. Yeah, of course. So a lot of amazing battles. All of these great suggestions. If you have just tuned in and you want to replay on the stream and see all these good battles, these are some recommendations for you. Also, let's take a look then at who is going to move on to day 2. On the winner's side of the bracket, we have some fabulous names here. 60, oh, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, I can't count. Same as my battles. 8 fabulous trainers, none of which have lost a battle yet, who are going to make it all the way to the grand finals if luck is on their side. Any favorites, folks?
I think Cockshack and Nickname being matched up for day 2 is super interesting because they are, I believe they're part of the same community.
That is correct.
Not far from it.
Yes, that's right.
And so that will be a battle between friends or foes. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll get to see that tomorrow. I'm super excited.
Not only that, they are both previous regional champions.
Oh, that's right.
So there's potential that since they are on the winner's side of the bracket, that they could continue on. Nickname, he's already won a regional this season, but he could be the first trainer in Europe to win 2. So keep an eye definitely on Nickname.
Yeah, that would be an accolade to have. To be the only trainer to win 2 regionals in a season this season would be very, very cool indeed. Don't forget as well that this is the end of day 1. There is also day 2 to consider, where you will see which of these winners and those in the losers bracket make it to the grand final. So tune in from 9:30 a.m. here in Utrecht time, otherwise known as Central European time. Of course, for those of you in the States or want to see a different time zone, it's about midnight. So if you're a light owl, this is a perfect time for you to tune in and check out all the action that happens in my view, one of the biggest special championships here in Europe. Do not miss out. 9:30 a.m. That is the place to be. So, I don't know about you, but there's been a few examples of shadow Pokemon that have come through and really shined in this tournament. And there is an event here that's happening right now with shadows. Anything excite you? Leo, let me come to you.
Absolutely. I think the star of the show has to be this Shadow Slakoth. No, of course it is Shadow Inkay. Malamar is already a top Pokemon. Maybe the Shadow even puts it to the next level. But honorable mention, Shadow Tyrant. Tyrant is a very cool Pokemon that paces decently quick with Dragon Tail fast attack damage.
I think also Shadow Amaura is also a fan favorite because there are some cups, for example, Retro Cup that's in Go Battle League right now, where Shadow Amaura really can put a lot of pressure on some teams.
I got Meteor Beamed quite hard yesterday.
Yeah, a Shadow Meteor Beam, that's not a joke.
No, absolutely, it really isn't. The other thing to point out as well is Pawniard is also a useful Pokemon to have because King Gambit just came out and that might be quite cool. Whether we see King Gambit later on in the season remains to be seen, but we are here in Utrecht. The next regional and the next special championship is only in 2 weeks' time in Bologna, and then I think a few of you are considering New Orleans, is that right?
It's under consideration is all I want to say about it.
Okay, and of course, all of these rows, regardless of whether you go to the North American Internationals or not, or Bologna, or are successful here in Utrecht, the aim is clear, to get to Anaheim, California for the World Championships. That is where we all want to be, right?
I guess. I mean, it's the World Championship. Of course we want to be there.
Yes, for sure. Of course, don't forget that you can follow us on all of our socials. Don't forget about our X. Don't forget about YouTube. Don't forget about Twitch. Those are the key things. And of course, speaking of Twitch, there is plenty more things to see midweek as we get to the next weekend, which is of course going to be Portland Regionals.
Of course, on Tuesday you can watch Pokemon the series X and Y Kalos Quest. I think there is some good anime Goodra action and I'm all there for it because I just love Goodra. Then on Wednesday you can see the Los Angeles Regional Championships VG rerun from 2024. So if you're a VG fan, tune into that one. Nice nostalgia there. Of course, on Thursday we're continuing with the X and Y Kalos Quest.
I really like watching those anime episodes. They bring me so much nostalgia, and it makes me happy just to go, it's nice. It's nice and nice to watch that particular series as well.
That's me every time I say Goodra.
Oh, of course. Oh, I thought so. Darmanitan, Goodra. What else?
Azumarill, Quagsire, Poliwrath.
Azumarill? Oh, he can't. He doesn't even want to say what he.
Azumarill. Water.
So, folks, don't forget, of course, make sure you follow us on our socials. We are able to be accessed on Pokemon.com/broadcast. It's not just Pokemon Go that you can get access to, but also the trading card game and the video games are happening here. So there will be multiple champions across multiple age divisions for video games and the trading card game. And for Go, of course, we have just the one champion. You can keep up on all the action on YouTube at Play Pokemon, or indeed on Twitch on /Pokemon Go. So make sure you are following or subscribe to those because you do not want to miss anything more of what happens now and in day 2. as it's getting towards the end of the day, I think it's safe to say that we deserve a hard-earned rest. The trainers that are coming to day 2 need a fair amount of rest and preparation. So for you, also get hard-earned rest, enjoy, and we will see you tomorrow.